Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 506 to Chapter 556. Li Qingshan brushed his hand across the mental map of the 9 provinces, and the image changed. The rivers protruded, turning a clear, bright blue. They were like capillaries that ran through the entire prefecture. The main artery was naturally the clear river water. Although Li Qingshan did not have the extravagant hope of refining the clear river right now, his final target was still this place. As such, the river he chose had to be able to flow to the clear river. This was not a problem at all. Finding a water vein that was not connected to the clear river in the clear river prefecture was rather difficult. Next was the choice of location. Li Qingshan's fingertip traced the boundless mountain range down the clear river and stopped in the middle, drawing a circle. This place was relatively close to his territory in the underground. The underground river in his territory was very likely to be connected to this body of water. He had connected the 2 territories through a river, and that underground river led directly to Cobweb City. Furthermore, there was a large lake within this circle. There were probably 8,000 lakes of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture. However, there were only 3 or 4 of them. The Dragon Snake Lake was one of them, but it was not the largest. The reason why the 100 schools of thought were built there was because it was close to the prefecture city and had abundant spiritual energy. In a situation where he couldn't refine the water element, the size of the water wasn't particularly important. The lake that Li Qingshan had his eyes on was called Clear Court Lake. It was the undisputed greatest lake in the Clear River Prefecture. If the divine seal was not enough to refine the water of the Clear River, he would have to settle for the next best thing. It was not a bad idea to refine this Clear Court Lake first. Everything depended on the level of this water god seal that Xianxia gave him. The divine seal was like a glass cup of varying sizes. Even though the water was emptied, the cup was still there, and it could still hold water in another place. If this divine seal had once refined a large river like the Clear River, then it could hold an equivalent amount of water. Even if it couldn't accommodate him, it didn't mean that Li Qingshan could only wander around in the small river in the future. As long as he could break through the seal of the great cauldrons of the 9 states, he would naturally be able to do so as well. From small to large, this container was gradually strengthened so that it could hold more rivers and lakes. Under the blue sky, the vast and boundless Clear Court Lake flickered with tens of thousands of ripples. On the lake, there were islands towering over each other, stretching across the horizon. Many pure white water birds soared above the blue waves, making one's mind open. If it was the first time a mortal saw Clear Court Lake, they would have mistaken it for a vast ocean. As soon as Li Qingshan arrived on the surface of the lake, he sensed the dense water spiritual qi lingering in the lake. Just by cultivating in it, there would be many benefits. There were many cities and villages on the lakeside. At a glance, one could tell that they used to be prosperous and populous places. However, after experiencing the calamity of war, many of the villages had become desolate. Many fishermen could still be seen. Stars floated on the lake. When Li Qingshan looked at the map, he was still full of confidence. But when he saw the lake with his own eyes, he doubted whether the divine seal in his hand could hold it. Forget it, let's find a river first. Li Qingshan then opened the Qingzhou mental map and found a large river that flowed into Qingting Lake. He spread his wings of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the river. However, after some thought, he followed the river and found a small river that flowed into the large river. Although it was a small river, it was at least 100 feet wide. Let's try this small river first. Li Qingshan dove into the river. The contents of the dozens of books appeared in his mind. Through a few sentences, he roughly understood the method of refining water veins. With the water god seal, it was not particularly difficult to refine an ownerless water vein. He held the divine seal in his hand and injected demonic qi into it. The divine seal shone like a dragon and snake coiling around it. Li Qingshan released his demonic qi again. The vast demonic qi spread to both sides of the river in the blink of an eye. The surging river instantly became as smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple. A moment later, it returned to normal just now. Li Qingshan went against the flow, releasing and infusing demonic qi continuously. Refining water veins was a meticulous task. Although the divine seal in his hand could save him a lot of trouble, he still had to walk through the entire water region bit by bit, allowing his demonic qi to infuse every part of the water region. This tributary was not very long. 6 hours later, Li Qingshan finally reached the source of the river. In his sea of consciousness, a faint blue, meandering path was clearly left. Li Qingshan retracted his demonic qi and pointed at the water god seal in his hand. The water god seal released a wave-like halo. When the halo calmed down, a small part of it lit up. The meandering path was exactly the same as the one in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Only a small part had lit up, which meant that this small river was far from the water vein that the water god seal could contain. He was more confident about refining Qingting Lake. At the same time, he sensed that the entire water vein was in his control. Waves of water spiritual qi merged into his body through the water god seal. Although it was not very powerful, it was endless. From this moment onwards, he was the god of this river. Even without using demonic qi, he could control the flow of water like an extension of his arm. Next, it was time to refine the main river. A drizzle fell. An old fisherman wearing a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat sat at the bow of his boat, fishing. From time to time, he would pick up the flask of wine beside him and take a sip in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, he saw the float sink and hurriedly pulled the line. The thin line was pulled taut, but it would not budge. Had it hooked onto a rock? The boat tilted slightly. The old fisherman could vaguely see a huge shadow swimming past in the water. Shocked, he hurriedly threw down his fishing rod and retreated. With a splash, a carp leapt out of the water. This was a sight that the old fisherman had seen his entire life, but he was dumbfounded in shock, his mouth agape. This was because that carp was shockingly several times larger than his boat. The carp also widened its eyes and opened its mouth, trying to swallow the old fisherman. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales, but its back was dyed black like ink, vaguely resembling a black lotus. "Don't be arrogant, fish monster." The old fisherman's reaction was not slow. He stepped on the bow of the boat, and the bow of the boat sank into the water before being lifted up by the buoyancy. He used the force to leap up, sweeping towards the riverbank. He was actually a first-rate expert. Boom! The boat was crushed by the carp, wooden fragments flying in all directions. A large hole was formed on the surface of the river, turning into a whirlpool. The old fisherman felt pain all over his body. He had been injured by the wooden fragments, but he could not care about this right now. He lowered his head and looked at the water. The carp fell into the water and floated up again, opening its mouth and waiting for him below. The old fisherman was an expert, but he could not fly, nor did he know how to step on his right foot with his left foot. He did not even have anything to push off in the air, so he could only watch as he fell towards the fish's mouth. "My life is over." At this moment, the carp suddenly closed its mouth, turning around and diving into the water. With a plop, the old fisherman fell into the water. He was about to swim to the riverbank when he turned his head and saw that the surface of the water upstream had suddenly become extremely smooth, floating downstream like a mirror. "What is it this time?" The old fisherman's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the fish monster had been scared off. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any ripples on the surface of the water around him. Something brushed past him, and in that moment, all his hair stood on end. His mind felt like it had fallen into an icy cavern, and his limbs and bones all froze as he fell towards the center of the river. A moment later, the surface of the river returned to normal just now. The old fisherman emerged from the water and spat out a mouthful of water, collapsing on the riverbank in a sorry state. He had wanted to eat fish, but he had not been able to. He had almost been eaten by a fish. The waters of the river were too deep. It looked like he could only fish in the stream in the future. There seems to be a demon chi up ahead. Let's go take a look. When Li Qingshan refined the small river, he did not even encounter a single decent demon. It was probably because the water was too shallow and could not contain demons. Only when he refined the large river did he finally encounter a few. However, most of them had not even formed a demon core. They were just much larger than their peers, and their intelligence was lacking. They were still beasts. His plan to capture a few shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers to be on duty had failed. Now that he had finally encountered a decent one, he could not help but pay attention. It sure runs fast. Li Qingshan swam forward for a while longer, but the demon qi had already disappeared. He could only advance slowly if he wanted to refine the rivers of water. This large river was much wider than the small one, and the water was also more abundant. Although Li Qingshan had already grasped some experience in refining rivers of water, he still could not increase his speed. However, when he thought about it, he was not in a hurry. Underground, among the demon soldiers under his command, the Blackwater Salamander and Ice Frog were both water-type demons. He could have them serve when the time came. 2 days later, in the early morning, Li Qingshan finally returned to his starting point. At the end of the large river, by Clear Court Lake. Facing the rising sun in the east, he opened his hand, and the water god seal flashed. The light spread out like waves, and a thin streak of light flowed out, indicating that the region of water under Li Qingshan's control had become even larger. The water god seal had only been filled by about 1/10. The god seal that Ru Xian had given him was indeed of high quality. It was completely possible to refine Clear Court Lake. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated, and jumped into the vast Clear Court Lake. Clear Court Lake was not a circle, but an irregular semicircle, shaped like a running wild rabbit. In the abdomen of the rabbit, which was the center of Clear Court Lake, there was a lone island shrouded in fog and illusory formations. Only in some special seasons could one see buildings of different heights, rising and falling along with the mountains. As a result, it was rumored that there was an immortal island in Clear Court Lake. However, this was only the knowledge of fools. Those who truly understood the cultivation community all knew that this was where the Clear Court sect resided. As the saying went, great mountains and great lakes produce dragons and snakes. The spiritual qi on the island was dense, making it an excellent holy land for cultivation. As a renowned sect of the Clear River Prefecture, the Clear Court sect was also an important member of the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture. In the past, in order to deal with the attacks of the night roamers, they had also gone to Cloud Glow Mountain to avoid trouble. However, Fu Qingjin was heavily injured now, so he had been recuperating on Benevolence Island the entire time. He did not receive any visitors. The Demon Slayer were leaderless, so the conflict between sects could not be suppressed. As a result, the sect master of the Clear Court sect returned to Clear Court Lake with his disciples. For the Clear Court sect to be able to occupy such a piece of blessed land, it naturally wasn't without foundation. The sect master of the Clear Court sect, Yan Pingu, who was known as the master of the Clear Court, had already cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment, although there was still a gap between him and Zhou Tong, who was at the peak of foundation establishment. Although he was still a distance away from peak foundation establishment like Zhou Tong, he was confident that even if the Moon Devil came personally, he would be able to defend himself with the layers of formations outside the island and his own cultivation. Master, bad news, bad news. On this day, Yang Pingu was cultivating in seclusion in his cave abode. His disciple's call came from outside. Although he was a little unhappy, he still interrupted his cultivation and opened the door. If it was not important, his disciple would not disturb him. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? There's demonic qi in the lake. What's so strange about that? If there are demons in the lake, there will naturally be demons. Yang Pingu frowned unhappily. Clear Court Lake was so vast. There would often be fish, prawns, and aquatic creatures that would accumulate enough spirit qi to turn into demons. His Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years and had slain many demons. Why would he be afraid of mere demonic qi? However, he casually scanned with his spiritual will and was shocked. He understood why his disciple was so flustered. The demonic qi did not come from a certain place. Instead, it permeated the entire Clear Court Lake and surrounded the lone island from all directions. Such vast demonic qi can only be possessed by a demon general. However, why is he spreading it like this? Is he trying to refine Clear Court Lake? That's impossible, unless he has the water god seal. As the leader of a sect and having lived hundreds of years longer than Li Qingshan, Yang Pingu was extremely knowledgeable. In an instant, he guessed the gist of the matter. His expression turned even more solemn. If this clear quartz lake really has an additional water god of the demon clan, then there will be no place for the clear quartz sect. Humph. If you want to become a water god, you have to get past me first. Yang Pingu would not go out to fight to the death with that demon general. As long as clear quartz sect's formations were not broken and the sect was still established, that demon general would not be able to refine clear quartz lake completely and become a water god. Thinking about it, he felt that it was not safe enough and sent the news to the 100 schools of thought. Also, the various large sects wouldn't just ignore such a huge matter. The process of refining clear quartz lake. It was much more difficult than refining a mere river. After spending half a month, Li Qingshan just now had refined clear quartz lake by half. Looking at the isolated island in the distance, Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. In any case, there was no way he could hide this kind of thing. He might as well move the carriage and see who would dare to stop him. As for this holdout in front of him, it would be fine if he was willing to move out obediently, but if he was unwilling, he would have to forcefully demolish it. The person inside, come out. Li Qingshan broke through the water, stepped on the top of the wave, and shouted. This roar. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck the formation around Qingting sect, causing 100 feet wave. The thick fog that never dissipated also showed signs of dispersing. Not good. It's Moon Devil. The voice spread across the entire island. When Yang Pinga saw the red figure, his expression changed drastically. He had thought that some water elemental demon general was taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble, but he didn't expect it to be the Moon Devil himself. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Get out of here. After the time is up, I will personally break the formation. When that time comes, everyone in Qingting sect will be fed to the fish. Everyone, don't panic. There's only the Moon Fiend. Our spirit array isn't that easy to break. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Yang Pinga comforted the disciples while shouting, Moon Fiend, you're too arrogant with your cultivation. How dare you risk universal condemnation and plot to take the position of water god? You will die a horrible death in the future. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to retreat now. Li Qingshan's answer was only one word. 10. Yang Pinga's eyelids twitched. Didn't they agree on the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? 9. Li Qingshan lay on his side on the wave, one hand supporting his head, his expression nonchalant. Master, let's escape. He can even break the yin and yang dust formation. Shut up. Yang Pinga shouted. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. He also felt a strong pressure. 8. Li Qingshan had no intentions of threatening him at all. He counted even faster, filled with impatience, as if he was in a hurry to finish counting and begin a massacre. Fellow Tang, you have to hold on. You can't let the Moon Devil succeed. We'll come to your aid immediately. At this moment, an echo rang out from the 100 schools of thought. It was Lu Chongqing's voice. As the prefect of the Clear River Prefecture, how could Lu Chongqing just watch a demon become a water god in his territory? He had already gathered the school leaders urgently to discuss a countermeasure. Yang Pinga's expression instead became even uglier. Hold on? For how long? Immediately? How soon? He was counting from 10, and he was almost done. Although he was still rather confident in his own formation, what if it failed to hold on? Even if he managed to hold on this time, what would happen when the army of night roamers came next time? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Li Qingshan finished counting in a single breath and leapt up from the top of the wave. As he hovered in the air, his body rapidly swelled up. With a great rumble, a huge wave surged into the air. A colossal figure landed in the lake. His scarlet hair flowed down like a waterfall, and his eyes were like fire. His well-defined body seemed to be forged from iron. He was as tall and heavy as a mountain, yet he possessed violent, explosive power. This was already one of the deeper parts of Clear Quartz Lake, yet the water only reached his waist. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and shook his shoulders. He strode over in the lake water, surging with malice. The disciples of the Clear Quartz sect all trembled inside as they gazed at the approaching black figure. Their faces were ashen. Yang Pinga's face paled slightly too. He thought to himself, don't be afraid. You're at Late Foundation establishment, and you have the geographical advantage. The Moon Devil is only a demon general. Alright, I'll go. As long as you promise not to harm the disciples of my Clear Court sect. Yang Pingu bellowed out and flew up from the island. He arrived in the air and stopped at the edge of the formation so that he could hide in the formation at any time. He was filled with grief and helplessness, as if he would have stayed behind to fight Li Qingshan to the death if it were not for the safety of his disciples. Piss off. Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently as he bellowed out thunderously. Getting through the formation was not difficult, but he did not want to waste demon chi and delay the refinement of the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew when Helicoverpa would challenge him in the future? Yang Pingu was about to stow the formation banners away when Li Qingshan said, "Hold on. You can just leave. Leave the formation behind, and don't touch any of the puppets and turrets here." Yang Pingu's face changed. Under the gaze of the scarlet eyes, he finally refused to touch a single blade of grass or tree on the island. He passed the formation disc and a series of other items that controlled the formation to Li Qingshan before leaving with his disciples gloomily. Li Qingshan circled around the island and was very satisfied. The island was vast, and the pavilions and terraces were all exquisite, elegant, and extremely imposing. Exotic flowers, plants, and exotic beasts were raised on the island for people to enjoy. The Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years before it had managed to develop to such a scale. Now, it had all fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. He wanted to turn this place into his water dwelling. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, he was not a fish or shrimp at the end of the day. He did not like living in the water too much. As long as he possessed the god seal, he could cultivate on the island all the same anyway. Li Qingshan roughly admired his spoils of war. Right when he was about to continue refining the Clear Court Lake, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled viciously. "You're looking to die." Yang Pingu understood very well. Now that so many sects in the Clear River Prefecture had been destroyed, he did not lack a place of cultivation. His own life was more important. If anyone wanted to oppose the Moon Devil, then let him. It was not like he would do something as stupid as that. However, after breaking free after so much difficulty, he felt deep resentment. Never in his life had he been so humiliated. His cultivation dwelling had been forcefully taken away after all, so how could he not feel resentful? He gritted his teeth. Damned Moon Devil. Once I undergo the next heavenly tribulation and reach Golden Core, I'll definitely cut you to pieces to appease my hatred. If that was all he said, then so be it. It was not like Li Qingshan could hear him, and even if he did, he would not necessarily take it to heart. However, right when he was about to leave Clear Court Lake, he became angrier the more he thought about it. Suddenly, he came up with a plan. He made his disciples leave first and landed on the shore of Clear Court Lake alone. Yang Pingu extended his hands, and strands of water spiritual chi entered the depths of the lake, purging the demon chi in the water. He also primarily cultivated the water spiritual chi, so he could refine Clear Court Lake. However, he did not have the water god seal, so no matter how much effort he expended, it would be useless. All he could do was make things a little more troublesome for Li Qingshan. He only had a single objective. Even if he could not harm Li Qingshan, he could at least disgust him and vent his frustration. On the other hand, it was also to give the 100 schools of thought and the demon slayer an explanation. Since he was bold enough to do something like this, he was obviously quite confident. He was very far away from the center of the lake. Even if Li Qingshan sensed him, he would have fled already. With my Late Foundation establishment cultivation and such a great distance between us, what can the Moon Devil do to me? Right as he thought that, he saw a scarlet figure shoot over the surface of the lake, flying over. Boom! 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 After the scarlet figure flew over, the surface of the lake exploded violently, forming a deep gully over 30 meters wide. How can he be so fast? Yang Pingu was greatly alarmed. He summoned a harpoon and hurriedly flew away, not daring to stay for a moment longer. This dragon-seizing harpoon was an arcane artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Clear Court sect. Although it was only an inferior item, its flying speed far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. However, Li Qingshan's normal speed was already comparable to that of a demon commander. After using the wind god's wings, even though it had the disadvantage of not being able to turn easily, the speed at which he charged in a straight line was so fast that even Helicoverpa could not react in time. 3,000 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters, the distance between them rapidly shortened. Yang Pingu was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have made such an unnecessary move. However, he knew that it was too late for regret. He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." There was no time for him to cast any arcane arts at all. 3 scarlet talismans flew out. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds rang out. 3 huge fireballs engulfed Li Qingshan. However, in the next second, Li Qingshan's figure broke through the flames. His scarlet eyes were like fire, and his ruthlessness surged. "I spared your life, but you still dare to cause trouble. Die." The dragon-seizing harpoon turned into a ray of blue light and flew towards Li Qingshan. However, before it could display its power as an arcane artifact, Li Qingshan grabbed it with one hand, while his other hand grabbed towards Yang Pingu's head. Another scarlet talisman burned, turned into a golden light screen, and shattered. The protective spirit chi surged wildly, and shattered. 5 fingers clasped onto the skull, and with a crack, the skull shattered. To be continued, proportion, spare my life. Yang Pingu knew that a great disaster was about to befall him. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and deep regret. "I won't forgive you." Li Qingshan gripped the dragon-seizing pitchfork tightly and stabbed it into Yang Pingu's chest. The tip of the pitchfork was already dyed red when it came out from his back. Yang Pingu's eyes widened with hatred as he breathed his last. The past sect leaders of the Clear Court sect had used this dragon-seizing pitchfork to capture and kill countless monsters in the Clear Court Lake. But in the end, they died to their own family's inherited magic tool, which was in line with the cycle of karma. "You really can't get over it." Li Qingshan shook his head and casually threw Yang Pingu's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch. Yang Pingu actually had many tricks up his sleeves, but under that kind of speed and attack, other than activating the dragon-seizing pitchfork and throwing a few life-saving talismans, he didn't even have the time to cast a single spell. The difference in strength of a realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Qingshan relied on the 4th tier of the Ox Demon to match Helicoverpa in terms of strength, stamina, and vitality. However, he was almost captured alive countless times. After breaking through to the 4th layer of the Tiger Demon, aside from the lack of demon chi, he was practically equivalent to a demon commander in every other aspect. If Yang Pingu had cultivated a body-tempering method, he might have been able to endure a direct assault from a demon commander that aimed to kill him. However, he did not, so he could not even endure a single blow. Li Qingshan opened Yang Pingu's 100 treasures pouch and looked through it. The accumulation of a 1,000-year sect was not small. However, he naturally did not care about ordinary talismans and pills. This is the elemental spirit pill." Li Qingshan took out a dark golden pill with restrained spiritual energy. It didn't even emit a hint of fragrance. It was heavy to the touch, looking more like a metal ball. The effects of the origin spirit pill were similar to the true spirit pill. They were both pills used to break through to the golden core realm. However, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was truly priceless. So far, Li Qingshan had only obtained one from the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch. Now, he had obtained another. In the future, he would have another guarantee when he condensed his golden core. He then raised the dragon-seizing pitchfork and split it into 2. Spiritual lights flickered. The profound mark was faintly discernible. It was shaped like a 2-headed snake. After the blood saber was broken, he lacked a suitable weapon. Although he hadn't used this trident before, it was still a good weapon. However, it was still a magical artifact, and it was of the water element, so it was just right for him to use. Li Qingshan first repaired the small area of water destroyed by Yang Pingu. Yang Pingu had sacrificed the life of a foundation-building cultivator, which only wasted a quarter of an hour of Li Qingshan's time. He even lost a whole set of equipment. Then, he refined the dragon-seizing pitchfork. The shape of the dragon-seizing pitchfork changed slightly. The two ends of the pitchfork curved slightly, resembling the horns of a bull. To a certain extent, it was quite suitable. So this is how this thing is used. Li Qingshan casually slung the dragon-seizing pitchfork over his shoulder and returned to clear quartz waters. He continued with his work. He suddenly sensed a wave of demonic qi coming from the distance. It was the demonic qi he had lost in the river. He felt that this demonic aura was somewhat familiar. Come here. Li Qingshan pointed the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the direction of the demonic qi. The pitchfork that resembled a snake's head suddenly opened. Two beams of light shot out, turning into two water ropes that plunged into the depths of the lake. After a while, with a splash, a big red carp broke out of the water. It was tied up, and as the ropes contracted, its figure also became smaller. So it's this guy. Li Qingshan looked at the leaping carp between the two pitchforks. He recognized it at first glance. It was the carp he had fed with medicinal pills back in ancient Wind City. Later on, he had taken it to the Qian family's lotus pond. Later on, Altar Master Black Lotus had massacred the city. This carp had given him the lotus seed that Altar Master Black Lotus had left behind. He had also given it a few medicinal pills and placed it in the clear river. He did not expect to see it here. Furthermore, it had become so huge in just a few years, and it had even condensed a demon core. It was clearly the effect of Altar Master Black Lotus's lotus seed. It was quite a fortune. The carp suddenly stopped struggling. It stared straight at Li Qingshan, as if it had recognized Li Qingshan. Then, it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to eat a medicinal pill. You can actually recognize me. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally leaked his demonic qi when he was cultivating in ancient Wind City, so it remembered him? That was not strange. It was just an ordinary carp back then, so it did not have much reservations. He casually took out a medicinal pill and fed it. Alright, you're one of my shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This can be considered our fate. You can only repay me with your body when you transform into a beauty. Speaking of which, are you male or female? The carp swallowed the medicinal pill and shook its head and tail happily. It was unknown if it understood what he was saying. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed it back into the water. It swam around before returning to its original size. Sure enough, the dragon-seizing bident had its uses. Sensing a few strands of demon qi surging in the lake, Li Qingshan smiled and dove into the water, continuing to refine Clear Court Lake. The huge, red carp swam around him. It basically added the first demon soldier to the dwelling. As Li Qingshan refined Clear Court Lake, he shocked the cultivation world of the Clear River Prefecture once again. The school leaders of the 100 schools of thought held a meeting. Where's Li Qingshan? Lu Chongqing frowned. Li Qingshan was the Scarlet Hawk commander now. His status was completely different from before. Logically speaking, he had to attend a meeting like this. I've contacted him, but he wants to enter secluded cultivation. I'll see what I can do. Hua Sengzan said helplessly. He sure is clever. Who doesn't want to cultivate properly? Lu Chongqing said unhappily, but he did not think too much about it. However, Hua Sengzan found it rather strange. When superhumans appeared, the male lead was always absent. Only an idiot would not notice anything amiss. Technically speaking, the Moon Devil had only appeared twice while Li Qingshan did not, but it was enough to form a clue to clever people. And, when Li Qingshan appeared, the Moon Devil did not seem to appear at all, or perhaps he had only sent a clone. It was not that Hua Sengzan suspected Li Qingshan because of this. No one would connect the Scarlet Hawk commander to demons so easily. At most, it was just a guess. This was because he did not want to face the Moon Devil head-on, so he avoided battle. However, as the clues were formed one by one, there would be a day when he would obtain an answer before anyone had even noticed anything amiss. The so-called clever people only paid attention to every detail. That guy came to my cave abode yesterday and disturbed my alchemy. Today, he's in secluded cultivation. Ru Xian seemed to have confirmed that Li Qingshan was avoiding battle. However, she had inadvertently separated the connection between Li Qingshan and the Moon Devil. However, even I don't want to cause trouble for the Moon Devil at this time. The late-stage Foundation establishment sect leader of the Qingting sect lost his life before he could even withstand one move. People of our generation should treasure their lives like gold. Hua Sengzan defended Li Qingshan instead. The phrase treasure their lives like gold was agreed upon by all the cultivators present. They pursued the path of immortality, so no one was willing to fight with their lives on the line. Thinking about it this way, Li Qingshan had been in secluded cultivation for 3 years and avoided the most dangerous stage. After successfully building his foundation, he quickly made contributions and was even promoted to Scarlet Eagle Commander. Last time, during the battle between the Moon Devil and Fu Qingjin, everyone took a huge risk. Even Zhou Tong almost died in battle, but he was absent once again. Lu Chongqing could not help but sigh inwardly, this kid knows when to advance and when to retreat. Perhaps this is how a qualified cultivator is. Nothing is more important than one's own life and cultivation. Zhou Tong said if Yang Pingu was not a coward and was tricked by the Moon Devil, he would not have died so easily. Hua Sengzan said if the Moon Devil had tricked him, he would have turned hostile on the spot. Why did he wait for Yang Pingu to escape to the lakeside? I think it's probably because Yang Pingu was a coward and refused to accept this, so he disturbed the Moon Devil's refinement of Clear Court Lake. He thought the Moon Devil would be helpless against him if he kept his distance, which was why he was killed. Then we'll just watch as he becomes a water god. Hua Sengzan said, we can constantly send people to disturb him from all directions and stop him from refining Clear Court Lake. However, according to the speed with which the Moon Devil slaughtered his way from the center of the lake to the lakeside, he'll probably lose a life every time. And, according to my calculations, his current strength is probably extremely close to that of a demon commander already. A difference like that is not something that can be made up for through schemes. Honestly speaking, there's no one in the entire Clear River Prefecture who can stop him anymore. The 2 words demon commander left everyone speechless. Lu Zhongqing let out a long sigh. As expected. I've already reported this to the Marquis of Rui. Great General Han and Commander Gu should know about it too. If we can end this game of chess, we won't have to worry about it anymore. The feeling of being a chess piece really was not great, and it was a hopeless game of chess that had been played to a dead end. However, everyone present had thought it through. The Clear River Prefecture had basically sent the news back to the Rui Commandery as soon as possible. If they really had any measures, they should have received a reply very soon. No, the observers had probably discovered the abnormalities even earlier than them. They still had not reached a conclusion yet. Probably not even the 3 of them could decide whether this game of chess could end or not. First Heavenly Tribulation cultivators were already ants in the eyes of Second Heavenly Tribulation cultivators, so what were they in the eyes of the king who had undergone the 3rd Heavenly Tribulation and reigned over the Green Province? Lu Chongqing said, Ru Xian, Fu Qingjin is still on Benevolence Island, right? Yeah. He's in a daze, wandering around with a broken sword every day. If you run into him at night, you'll think he's a wandering ghost. Ru Xian smiled. She was probably the calmest out of all of them. Who would have thought that she was the one who had single-handedly facilitated the great incident of the Moon Devil's ascension to godhood this time? Lu Chongqing said, why don't you test him again and see how the Sword Collection Palace responds? All right. Ru Xian agreed happily. Afterwards, Lu Chongqing laid out his hands. Go back and cultivate, everyone. I'll contact you if there's a result. If there's nothing else, don't forget to gather around Clear Court Lake. I don't think there's any need to notify them. Let's leave it to fate. Zhou Tong left in a huff. Suddenly, he stopped and said to Hua Qingzan, Kid Hua, you still owe me a sword. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. The fishermen sang in the evening, and the water was calm. A few distant islands stood quietly in the middle of Clear Court Lake. Their reflections on the surface of the lake rippled with a red glow. The burning clouds in the western sky changed brilliantly, like the setting sun melting gold. Golden yellow, bright purple, crimson, like thousands of beasts dancing. In the eastern sky, the dark blue curtain of night slowly enveloped the area. A waning moon lay quietly among the clouds, accompanied by a few sparse stars. The fishermen's fire had already risen, and the stars floated in the air as they sailed home. The fisherman's song rippled. the ripples suddenly disappeared. The fisherman at the bow of the boat looked at the water in surprise. What disappeared were not only the ripples, but also the waves that had been rippling for thousands of years. Clearcourt Lake suddenly quietened. Looking across the vast lake, there was not a single ripple. It was as if another invisible hand had gently flattened the surface of the lake, making it as flat as a mirror. At this moment, the faraway mountains collapsed. The setting sun, the sunset, the crescent moon, and the cold stars all descended from the sky. The fishing boat seemed to be sailing in the sky. It was beautiful, but the fishermen were stunned. Even the oldest and most knowledgeable fisherman could not explain the scene before him. A young fisherman curiously dipped his oar into the lake and stirred it. There was no sound of water, no waves, not even the slightest rise or fall. Wherever the oar went, the water seemed to flow on its own. In the cities and villages around Clearcourt Lake, people rushed to the lakeside. From the tall lake-gazing towers and the low stone bridges, they stared in a daze. Such a strange scene seemed to foreshadow disaster. But it had an indescribable spirituality. It attracted everyone's gaze, and they could not look away. Two young men stood at the top of a tall tower by the lake. One had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, while the other was extremely handsome. They were both rare beauties in the world, and their clothes fluttered in the night wind. Their expressions were like mortals, staring straight at the mirror-like Clearcourt Lake. They wanted to say something, but their throats seemed to be blocked by something. They could not say anything. After a long while, Xianxia exhaled. It is recorded in the books that when a demon becomes a water god, turbid waves will rise into the sky. The waves were boundless, showing the divine power that unified the water realm. However, no one had ever heard of such a scene appearing. It's simply too bizarre. If I watch for a while longer, I'll be on the verge of comprehending the Tao. Xianxia's answer was silence. He clenched his fists and his eyes shone. Xianxia said, "Don't go crazy. Last time in the Red Cloud sect, he didn't attack us, it was already a blessing. Now the difference is even greater." Xianxia helplessly loosened his fist. He had no choice but to admit this. More than half a month had passed since the 100 Clans conference, and no one had interfered in the chess game. The Dragon King of the Sea did not express his opinion on the internal conflict between Helicoverpa and the North Moon. The Azure Prefecture Overseer Manor did not send anyone to interfere with or stop the water god who was about to appear. The Sword Collection Palace did not send anyone to provide reinforcements, nor did they take Fu Qingjin away. They allowed him to remain on Benevolence Island. The chess players seemed to be waiting quietly to see just how the unexpected chess piece, the North Moon, would perform. They should have understood this chessboard like the back of their hand. The tiny changes that had occurred made them slightly curious. The war did not seem to have ended, but the Clear River Prefecture had already fallen completely silent. They watched the performance of the Moon Devil quietly. The flames in the east gradually died down, and the curtain of night rose up. The sky was filled with stars. In the depths of Clearcourt Lake, Xianxia curled up. He was like an unborn infant, lying in the spirit turtle's profound shell. The god seal hovered before him, glowing with a faint, blue light that illuminated his face. His eyes were closed, and he was at peace. It could be seen very clearly that a large region of water had appeared on the god's seal. It was like a running rabbit, almost filling up the entire god's seal. The feeling of refining Clearcourt Lake was completely different from the feeling of refining the two rivers. As he filled the entire lake with demon chi, a lake appeared in his heart as well. It was so tranquil and peaceful, like he had returned to his home. Speaking of which, it made sense. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, it was very, very rare for him to actually soak in water. This was the first time he had ever possessed a lake like this. He had already reached the 4th layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, but only now did he seem to understand the spirit turtle transformation and himself. He had a feeling that he could sleep here for a century, or even a millennium. All of the troubles and troubles of the secular world had nothing to do with him. He had a long lifespan. He could watch the seas turn into mulberry fields with indifference. Even though the lifespans of demons far exceeded that of humans, it was not without limits or limits. Perhaps the strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to suppress the seas or divination. Instead, it was its extremely long lifespan. There were no enemies that were worth worrying about. He had plenty of time. As for his enemies, they would all be defeated by time in the end. Under these circumstances, whether it was fighting or fighting, it all seemed very unnecessary. I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep here for a while. Just a while. A century. Xianxia. A voice passed through the lake water and landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was blocked outside, unable to reach in. The water god seal hovered in the spirit turtle's profound shell, using the power of the entire lake to replenish it. Even golden core masters would struggle to get through it so easily. Li Qingshan clearly seemed to hear it. He roused and opened his eyes. A beautiful girl stared at him through the spirit turtle's profound shell with her dark eyes. Her seaweed-like hair drifted through the lake water quietly. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and kissed her forehead gently. Afterwards, he took off and burst out of the water. The stars filled the lake. Between the water and the sky, a dazzling, blue star rose up. The water god seal flickered with resplendent light, rapidly rising up with Li Qingshan. At that moment, everyone saw it. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the star. The light receded, merging into his body. From today onwards, this lake will be called Moon Court Lake. His voice swept across the surface of the water, spreading out in all directions. The ripples he kicked up rapidly grew larger, spreading to every corner of Clear Court Lake, no, Moon Court Lake. At that moment, everyone heard it. In that instant, thousands of wrinkles appeared on Moon Court Lake. The interrupted sound of waves began once more. The surging waves shook endlessly, crushing the stars to pieces. On the fishing boats, on the shore, the bustling crowds all knelt down in the direction of the voice, chanting, "Moon Court Lake God, bless us." Mortals did not know what cultivation was. All they knew was that a powerful being had descended into the lake. To descend upon this lake, this kind of power was no different from that of the gods in the legends. Fools. Xianxia said coldly. From today onwards, the demons in the lake could wreak havoc as they pleased. Which cultivator had come to purge demons and actually worshipped this culprit? Huasengzan smiled. I don't think so. Perhaps the moon devil really can bless them. You seem very happy that he's become a god. I'm not exactly happy, but I do feel a little relieved. If the provincial lord's estate or the sword collection palace really sends people, they'll definitely be second heavenly tribulation experts. Once they clash, all the towns and farms around Moon Court Lake will be flooded. The war will become even more intense, and we'll be completely helpless. Godhood is both a form of power and a form of restraint. It focuses on defense, not offense. From today onwards, the Moon Devil won't leave Clear Court Lake so easily. Isn't that a blessing? As Huasengzan said that, he suddenly leapt up and flew towards the center of the lake. What are you doing? Xianxia asked. I'm talking to him. Li Qingshan spread his arms. He faced the river of stars and smiled. Now's not the time to sleep. He turned around and dove into the lake, asking little and, why did you come? I missed you. Has your master left? He left. He gave me a magic tool. Take a look. Little and took out a dazzling golden Dharma wheel. It was a magic tool, and it was a mid-grade magic tool. Li Qingshan had now obtained a Dharma artifact. All of them were inferior artifacts that didn't make the grade, including the dragon-seizing pitchfork and the cursive sword calligraphy. In other words, even though it had surpassed ordinary spiritual artifacts and could barely be considered a magic artifact, its level was still very low. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could only play around with supreme-grade spirit artifacts at most. Even those who owned inferior artifacts were few and far between, let alone a middle-grade artifact like this. They really are from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga after all. They're so generous. The full name of the Dharma Wheel was the Wheel of Righteousness, also known as the Golden Wheel. It possessed the great power of destroying evil and manifesting righteousness. It symbolized that it was flexible and unobstructed, circulating endlessly. It could destroy the worries of all living beings. The wheel in Little N's hand was called the Wheel of the Wisdom King's Glare. The upper half was circular, with 3 rings inside and outside. The center was shaped like a human eye. It was currently closed, radiating with 12 golden beams. The outer ring had 12 blue buttons. There were 5 balls of golden flames of different shapes at the top, representing the 5 wisdom kings. The lower half was a pedestal that could be held in one's hand in the shape of a lotus flower. It was an extremely rare mid-grade Buddhist arcane artifact. However, Little N's greatest gain this time was not the arcane artifact, but a deeper comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma. As the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, the Annihilum Light Chan master had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. He was also a genius, having spent several centuries practicing the Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist scriptures alone could not match up to his teachings. After the Annihilum Light Chan master left, Little and immediately gained confidence, so he refined the Blood Sea banner. Working together, the two of them had completely established their foundation in the Clear River Prefecture. Xianxia had become a water god of the lake. The surging water spiritual chi entered his body through the god's seal before merging with the spirit turtle's demon core. Even without pills, his cultivation speed would be guaranteed to a certain extent. If he could refine the water of the Clear River, just what would the effects be? He was extremely eager. However, there were disadvantages too. From today onwards, the water god's seal could no longer stray too far away from the region of water he controlled. The further it was, the weaker its control would be. If he went beyond 5,000 kilometers, it was possible for him to completely lose contact with it. By then, he would have to refine the clear court lake again. And, even if it was only a short distance away, some of the power in the water god's seal would leak away. Of course, he could leave the water god's seal behind and hand it to another member of the water race, but that would be equivalent to giving up his position as a water god. Mooncourt Lake only recognized the seal and not the person. If the member of the water race refused to return the water god's seal, it would be a problem. No matter which member of the water race controlled the seal, their strength would increase drastically in the lake. Although he could hand it over to a weaker subordinate to ensure absolute suppression, it would be troublesome if an enemy were to invade. This was the problem of becoming a god. He was not free, which was why when Xianxia announced himself as the god of Mooncourt Lake, many people had indeed stopped worrying. However, this problem was not a major problem to Xianxia. To be continued, with a thought, Xianxia waved his hand, and the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a smooth mirror. The mirror clearly reflected his appearance. However, the scene in the mirror was not the bottom of the lake, but underground. Xianxia sat down in the underground cavern, constantly gathering spiritual chi to maintain the existence of his mirror clone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed out with his other vision, but all he saw was empty space. Bang! Xianxia waved his hand and pressed his fingers against the mirror. The mirror clone stood up and leapt into the air, vanishing into the cavern. The mirror distorted, reflecting the pitch-black bottom of the lake before returning to normal. Afterwards, Xianxia's figure emerged from the mirror just like that. Without wasting Xianxia's demon chi, the clone was still the same clone, directly summoned to his side from underground. Xianxia smiled. After refining Mooncourt Lake, he gained a deeper understanding of the changes to the two innate abilities of the spirit turtle. He became more and more proficient with them, and the more he comprehended, the more he found them to be filled with endless mysteries. From that moment onwards, the mirror clone was no longer just an image condensed from demon chi. It was even more closely connected to his original body. Xianxia suddenly swung the dragon seizing bident and pierced the clone's hand. Afterwards, he raised his right hand in thought. When the clone's hand was pierced, he felt a piercing pain as well. A red mark was left behind. In other words, if my clone is injured, my original body will be injured too? This water mirror's image really isn't as simple as it seems. This seemed like a bad thing. Xianxia could no longer use his clone as cannon fodder without any qualms anymore. But in reality, to the current Xianxia, it was extremely good news. Ignoring everything else, he could pass the god's seal to his clone without worry. His clone would be responsible for gathering water spiritual chi in the lake for him. When he needed it, he could come and receive it. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could directly summon his clone back to his side. He did not have to worry about losing the god's seal, and his original body would just have to retrieve the intestines. The only thing he regretted was that he could only summon his doppelganger. If his main body could pass through the surface of the mirror, wouldn't that be 1,000 miles teleportation? That would be more useful than any escape technique. It was equivalent to having an extra life. However, this was only the beginning. Li Qingshan could sense that the mysteries of the water mirror's image had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. It's him. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and felt a familiar aura on the lake. Fellow Taoist Northmoon, I'm Hua Sengzan of the Legalist School. I've come to pay my respects, said Hua Sengzan as he arrived on the lake. Then, he turned around. He said to Hantie, why are you following me? I'm willing. All right then. Hua Sengzan said helplessly. In any case, there probably wouldn't be any danger during this trip. Come down. Li Qingshan said loudly. The surface of the lake suddenly split into two. In the middle, there was a water staircase that extended downwards. Hantie revealed a vigilant expression. He had entered a water region controlled by a powerful water demon. It was no different from entering a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, when he saw Hua Sengzan descending the staircase, he could only follow. Thinking that even if they didn't enter the water, they were no match for the Moon Devil. There was a long passageway in front of them, and they were walking in it. They could clearly see the scenery at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, two spots of light lit up in the dark water region. A demonic aura rapidly approached. Hua Sengzan stopped and turned around. He saw a huge red carp swimming toward them and pouncing toward them. Hantie held a spear in his hand, ready to strike. However, he was held down by Hua Sengzan. With a splash, the big red carp leaped across the passageway and brushed past them. Hantie put down his spear, and the two of them continued forward. Their field of vision suddenly widened. The passageway led to a large hall. There were no pillars, only an empty space. The shape was like a drop of water that had fallen on the ground. There was a tall throne in the middle. The Moon Devil sat on it. The big red carp swam up from the floor. It moved closer to him and opened its mouth wide. The Moon Devil smiled and patted the big fish's head. He fed it a pill. You're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to resist killing you? Then, he looked at the few oversized crab demons, turtle demons, and prawn demons hiding under the water. He scolded, you cowards. If you don't come up now, I'll cook you for soup. They swam over in a hurry and lined up on the two sides. They were all the prawn soldiers and crab generals that Li Qingshan had subdued with the dragon seizing Bident. They were not powerful, but they could still hold their ground after all. Hua Sengzan had no idea how to react inside. Everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knew about the Moon Devil's brutality, but when he saw it in person, he would always feel a slight difference. However, as he approached the throne, he immediately sensed the powerful aura from him. It was heavy, violent, tranquil, and melded together. It was indescribable. The further he went, the stronger the pressure became. When he was still 10 meters away from the throne, he stopped. He actually felt like he could not get any closer. What have you come for? Have you come to congratulate me? Or have you come to kill me? Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. He stared at his two old friends from the 100 schools of thought with a burning gaze. He did not want to appear too polite, just in case they saw through him and ruined the Moon Devil's reputation. Hua Sengzan only felt a surging malice crash towards him like a tsunami. Hantie took a step forward and held his spear horizontally, blocking Hua Sengzan. Piss off, all of you. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and cursed as he pointed down. As it turned out, before Hua Sengzan and Hantie had done anything, the turtle demon had already retreated into its shell, while the crab demons and prawn monsters had curled up into a ball out of fright. When they heard the order, they immediately felt like they had been pardoned, fleeing into the water in a hurry. I want to ask fellow North Moon to return Senior Zhou Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword. Hua Sengzan knew that with his status, he did not have the qualifications to discuss war or peace with North Moon. His request for the lightning slaughter wooden sword was more of a test. Before the situation was settled, rashly coming into contact with the Moon Devil would definitely cause him to be criticized. However, if his goal was to return Zhou Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword, then things would be different. Zhou Tong? Who's that? It's the Taoist priest who used lightning to fight you last time. Oh, you're talking about this. Li Qingshan came to a sudden realization. He took out the lightning slaughter wooden sword and tossed it lightly in his hand. Electricity surged and flowed. But why should I return it to you? This is my spoil of war. The lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, fellow Taoist. Can we use something else to exchange for it? Li Qingshan leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. Right now, aren't your lives and 100 treasures pouches mine? If fellow Taoist really wants it, then come and take it. Hua Sengzan spread his arms in a carefree manner. However, he was extremely nervous inside. According to his deductions, the North Moon had not even directly killed the demon slayer Yang Pingu, sparing him. The chances of him killing them were almost zero. However, Taoists were fickle. They could not be judged with common sense. No matter how clever a person was, it was impossible to avoid all accidents. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a wave of his hand, the water palace collapsed loudly. Water surged in from all directions. Just when Hua Sengzan and Han Tie thought he was going to attack, Li Qingshan leapt up gently and vanished into the waves. I heard that there's a treasure in the 100 schools of thought called the Water Mirror Disc. If you want the sword back, you'll have to use the Water Mirror Disc to exchange for it. After seeing the Water Mirror Disc for the first time, Li Qingshan was interested. There seemed to be a fortuitous encounter between him and the Spirit Turtle's ability, the Water Mirror's image. If he could obtain it, his comprehension of the Water Mirror's image might reach an even higher level. Li Qingshan passed the Water God seal to his mirror clone before concealing all of his aura. He returned to the Chain Mountain silently with little Anne. In Mooncourt Lake, Li Qingshan controlled his clone to swim towards a small lake near Mooncourt Lake. The quality of the Water God seal was indeed extraordinary. Even Mooncourt Lake was unable to fill it completely. There was still some space at the edges. However, it was impossible for it to hold another clear river. What Li Qingshan needed to do was continue refining the water in the surroundings until it filled up the Water God seal. Arriving before the small lake, the Water God seal shone brightly. Li Qingshan threw himself into it, but he did not use his own demon qi to refine it. Instead, he used the spiritual qi of the entire Mooncourt Lake. In less than 2 hours, his aura had filled the entire lake, adding another region of water and power to the Water God seal. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, it was just like how it was written in the books. After grasping a larger body of water, refining the smaller ones in the surroundings became extremely easy. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to work hard, refining most of the water in the surroundings. Finally, he filled up the Water God seal. The tremendous water spiritual qi was boundless, like it was about to overflow. It left Li Qingshan's mind in turmoil. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in his head. The mental cultivation method of the arts of the boundless ocean appeared in his head. Although Mooncourt Lake was still incomparable to a true ocean, it already had the atmosphere of an ocean. It was greatly beneficial to Li Qingshan's path of human cultivation. It was truly like the saying, a willow planted unintentionally becomes a shade. Li Qingshan believed that as long as he was given some time to quietly comprehend, he would definitely achieve a breakthrough in the arts of the boundless ocean. No matter how impressive the ENC sect was, it was impossible for them to possess a body of water to cultivate in. Was this the limit? Of course not. After all, there was no such thing as a god seal in the world. It was something that was condensed from nothing. The greatest value of this Water God seal was to break through the seals of the 9 province cauldrons. Li Qingshan arrived at the mouth of a small river that flowed into Clear Court Lake. His expression turned slightly solemn. At the same time, Hua Sengzan brought Li Qingshan's conditions back to the 100 schools of thought. Another emergency meeting was held. And this time, Li Qingshan was not absent. When the news from the 100 schools of thought arrived, he rushed over with little Anne. At this moment, he was sitting together with little Anne to see if he could achieve his goal. Water Mirror Disc, absolutely not. Lu Chongqing refused immediately. The water mirror disc was the ultimate treasure of the 100 schools of thought. It was wielded by generations of Confucian family heads. Its origins were extremely ancient. It was said to be a relic left behind by ancient cultivators. Its value could not even be evaluated by current spirit artifacts or arcane artifacts. Although it did not have the slightest bit of offensive or defensive power, this in itself proved that its value was extraordinary. Lu Chongqing believed that he had not fully unleashed its power. How could he be willing to hand it over to a fiendish demon? What a great appetite! Xian glanced past Li Qingshan and said secretly. It's just SOSO. I really have to thank you, Miss Xian. Li Qingshan twisted his neck. He sat to Lu Chongqing's left in his handsome uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. To Lu Chongqing's right was Han Anjuan. Just this change in position demonstrated the difference in his current status. It made Lu Chuanfeng very envious as he sat in the corner. There were quite a few foundation establishment cultivators in the schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Some possessed great seniority, while others possessed great cultivation. However, in formal meetings, the people who could sit at the very top would always be prefects, generals, and commanders. Even Zhou Tong, who was known as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture, could only be ranked below them. This was a form of official status. Lu Chongqing's status went without saying. He was recognized as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture by the country. Although Han Anjuan only led the school of the military, he could directly enlist the disciples of the academy in times of need. The Hawkwolf Guard was an organization of violence directly subordinate to the Great Xia Empire. They were divided into the traditional three types of authority: politics, military, and supervision. Although the schools of Buddhism and Taoism were filled with talents and had a solid foundation, as religious figures, they could not get involved in specific matters. Li Qingshan even turned around and tried to persuade Lu Chongqing, "Don't fret, Sir Lu. The water mirror disc isn't something the Moon Devil can have just because he wants it." Hua Sengzan also felt like the Moon Devil was demanding an exorbitant price. The problem was, if it was something else, then so be it, but it just had to be the lightning slaughter wooden sword. "Kid, that's easy for you to say. That's my sword." Sure enough, Zhou Tong became rather restless. The lightning slaughter wooden sword was a crucial arcane artifact for him to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. It was something that directly connected to his life. He had the opportunity to take it back now. How could he not be tempted? "Don't be angry, Senior Zhou. We're just taking our time to think about it." Li Qingshan thought, "Hey, of course I know it's your sword. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have taken it." Yes, the water mirror disc is indeed precious, but the Thunder Slaughter wooden sword is also a rare magic treasure. In the future, it might become a magic treasure. It would be a pity to lose it. Sigh, it was better for everyone to discuss it. What should we do? No matter how Li Qingshan talked, everyone felt that he didn't say anything. Zhou Tong even bluntly reprimanded, "Your words are like fart, completely useless." Li Qingshan really had nothing to say. If he objected to the exchange, he would be going against himself. If they supported the exchange, wouldn't it be easy for others to suspect them? The discussion gradually became more and more intense. Li Qingshan decided to multitask. On one hand, he was dealing with the conference of the 100 schools of thought, while on the other, his mind was still on the Moon Court Lake that was shimmering with light. Raising his head, he saw a small river flowing down from a mountain peak. This river was even smaller than the first river that Li Qingshan had refined. If it were not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would have been much smaller than the first river Li Qingshan had refined. If not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would probably not be enough to condense a god seal deep into the forest. Li Qingshan stood above the mouth of the river, surging demonic chi flowing against the flow. With the support of the god seal, it connected the entire body of water in the blink of an eye. If there was still space in the water god seal, he could easily fuse it within, and then expand the body of water he controlled slightly. However, the god seal was already full, and could not accommodate even a single stream. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed an extremely thin band of blue light extending into the mountains and forests in a curving manner. He reached out and scooped it up. he pulled out that ribbon of light and wrapped it around the water god's seal. As expected, this process was much more difficult than directly using the water god's seal to take over the body of water. It was equivalent to condensing a god's seal all over again. If not for Ru Xian's water god's seal, even a small river like this would find it difficult to break through the suppression of the great cauldrons of the 9 provinces and condense a god's seal. The water god's seal spun like a spindle, the blue ribbon of light coiling around it like threads, round and round without end. As he continued to condense it, Xianxia gradually grasped the trick. The water god's seal spun faster and faster, and he also felt like this process was not as difficult as it was described in the books. It's probably because I've already become a high-level water god, and this river is just too small. Xianxia spent a few more hours before finally refining the small river. The water god's seal in his hand changed once more. Its size remained the same, but the patterns on it became slightly more complicated. Even if the power within it dispersed completely again in the future, the quality of the water god's seal would increase slightly. This would not change. Is this because I practice the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression? Xianxia was elated as he came up with another guess. Xianxia was correct. If it were a regular demon, or even a demon commander, they would not be able to condense a god's seal from the small river without 3 to 5 days of effort. Condensing something from nothing had never been a simple matter. Unless it was a natural variant, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. The spirit turtle happened to be the most renowned water divine beast. Its status was equivalent to that of a phoenix to fire. The crux of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine lay in the word transformation. It could allow a regular human teenager to possess the innate talent and might that only the strongest demonic and divine beasts in the world possessed. The spirit turtle could even suppress the boundless ocean, let alone a mere mountain river. Divine beasts were born with the word divine in their names. They were born with divine power. As a result, when Xianxia refined Mooncourt Lake, it was different from regular demons. It was a wondrous sight. Yeah, there's a result. The meeting of the 100 schools of thought fell into a stalemate. Lu Chongqing was reluctant to part with the water mirror disc, while Zhou Tong wanted to take back his lightning slaughter wooden sword, but it was difficult for him to bring it up. Only in the end did they barely manage to reach a conclusion, which was to get Hua Sengzan to talk to the Moon Devil again and see if he could change the conditions. Alright then, I'll go again. However, it's best if you don't get your hopes up too high. Hua Sengzan sighed and stood up. I'll go with you. Zhou Tong stood up suddenly. Hua Sengzan could not dissuade him. All she could do was agree with a bitter smile. Senior Zhou, you must remain calm when the time comes. Don't get into conflict with the Moon Devil again. The two of them traveled through the night to Mooncourt Lake and only found the Moon Devil, Xianxia, on a small island in the middle of the lake after spending quite a bit of money. Hua Sengzan raised an eyebrow. She felt that the situation was even stranger than the last time they met. The Moon Devil was currently squatting on the beach, eating a barbecue. A plucked pheasant was skewered on a tree branch, spinning above the fire. He had smeared it with a sauce he had found somewhere. My lightning slaughter sword. Zhou Tong walked over with a guarded expression. Just now, he could clearly see that the tree branch Xianxia was spinning was the unassuming lightning slaughter wooden sword. He let out a wretched cry. It's my lightning slaughter wooden sword, Xianxia corrected and took a huge bite out of the chicken. Hua Sengzan took a step forward and bowed. With a pleasant expression, he expressed that the water mirror disc belonged to the 100 schools of thought, and they could not make the decision to give it to him. Why don't you change your conditions? Since the lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, why don't you exchange it for something more useful? How is it useless? This is my secret recipe, a necessary tool for lightning and fire dual roasting. What if I can't eat such a delicious roast chicken in the future? Xianxia angrily waved the roast chicken in his hand and looked at Zhou Tong's pale complexion. Heh, my words are useless. This lousy tree branch of yours can only be used for roasting, and it's especially disgusting. Hua Sengzan smelled the charred smell of the roast chicken and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not say a single word. Moon Devil, you're infuriating me. Zhou Tong roared, his entire body bursting with lightning. Xianxia pointed at him with the roast chicken. you dare to make a move? Senior, please calm your anger. Hua Sengzan hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Zhou Tong back. In the end, Zhou Tong did not make a move. Although he had a fiery temper, he was no fool. He would definitely not do something like smashing an egg against a rock. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the Moon Devil had become even stronger. He was much stronger than when he had snatched away his lightning slaughter sword. If Zhou Tong knew that the one in front of him right now was just a clone, he would not be able to tell. Yet, he couldn't see it at all. How would he feel? What a pity, what a pity. It's too tiring to hold it up and eat. I still lack a good plate. What a fly in the ointment. Li Qingshan shook his head and muttered to himself, if you really don't want to give it to me, I'll just go get it myself in the future. Hua Sengzan's heart shivered. As it seemed, the Moon Devil was truly determined to obtain the water mirror disc. The exchange this time was no longer just a matter of 2 items. It also had to do with the upcoming situation. If the exchange went smoothly, then it would be a very good beginning. They could put an end to this pointless war. However, if it did not, it was possible for the Moon Devil to start another war. The best-case scenario would be the Rui Commandery getting involved, and the Clear River Prefecture would become a quagmire of war again. Li Qingshan obviously would not declare war against the 100 schools of thought. Firstly, he had too many people he was familiar with. If he accidentally killed his father-in-law or brother-in-law, then his relationship with Han Qiongji would truly become a melodramatic drama. Not to mention that the current situation was so great, so he would never be foolish enough to destroy it. As long as no one cared about him, he would continue devouring the rivers and lakes one by one. He would not lose out at all. It was not like threats cost anything anyway. Hua Sengzan pulled Zhou Tong back to the 100 schools of thought and told Lu Chongqing about the cause and effect. This time, there was no meeting. Only the 3 of them were present. Lu Chongqing's expression changed. He was uncertain about what to do. Prefect Lu, do you trust me? Zhou Tong asked. You're too polite, senior. Of course. With the lightning slaughter sword, my confidence in undergoing the heavenly tribulation has increased by 30% at the very least. If I succeed, I'll definitely find a way to take back the water mirror disc. If I really can't, I'll use other items to make it up to you. As long as the threat of the Moon Devil remains, I will always be watching over the Clear River Prefecture. If I fail the tribulation, the lightning slaughter sword won't be destroyed. It'll probably absorb the power of lightning and become even more powerful. It'll replace the water mirror disc. We can sign a contract and send it to the Rui Commandery. It'll be a deal between me and the Moon Devil. What do you think? At that moment, Zhou Tong seemed extremely calm. He had explained everything clearly. After a moment of thought, Hua Sengzan understood that Lu Chongqing's greatest worry was still over at the Rui Commandery. The Marquis of Rui had not sent anyone to provide support, but he had never said that he would allow the demons to threaten him and make him even more powerful. Zhou Tong's words were equivalent to absolving Lu Chongqing of responsibility. Lu Chongqing struggled internally for quite a while before finally gritting his teeth. Alright, but I need to report this to the Marquis of Rui first. If the Marquis has no objections, you can have the water mirror disc. I'm sure the Marquis won't object. With a golden core cultivator holding the fort, this game of chess is still very promising. It might seem like the Moon Devil has gotten his way, but Senior Zhou will make him realize sooner or later that this is his greatest mistake. Hua Sengzan said this, but he was not so optimistic inside. I won't let this matter rest. How dare you use my thunder slaughter sword to roast a chicken? Zhou Tong's face twitched again. After the meeting of the 100 schools of thought ended, Lu Chuanfeng invited Li Qingshan to visit the School of Novels. Li Qingshan naturally refused. Lu Chuanfeng pretended to be angry. Qingshan, the School of Novels is your home. It's too outrageous of you to pass by like this without entering. Unable to refuse, Li Qingshan went to Cloudwisp Island. He passed through the bamboo forest and saw the flickering lights in the bamboo house. Li Qingshan could sense the presence of many presences. This place was no longer as empty as it had been in the past. At Lu Chuanfeng's command, a group of children of all ages came out to welcome him. The oldest was only 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 10. They said in unison with their tender voices, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Then, they stared at Li Qingshan with sparkling eyes. Lu Chuanfeng often used Li Qingshan's glorious deeds to encourage them. He also talked about the results of his hard work in teaching them. Li Qingshan sighed. After 3 years of war, the School of Novels was probably the only one that had become more prosperous. The main reason was that the School of Novels did not have any decent disciples to begin with. Most of these new disciples were only at the second or third layer of Qi practitioner. It was better for the School of Moism to create a few puppets than to send them to their deaths. Some people were destroyed because they were weak, while others were safe because they were too weak. They sat down and talked. Unknowingly, 2 to 4 hours had passed. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. He wanted to hurry back to the Chain Mountains with little Anne, but he was stopped by Hua Sengzan. He had just finished talking with Lu Chongqing. He was just about to ask Li Qingshan to return and take charge of the general affairs of the Hawkwolf Guard. He had never heard of a Scarlet Eagle commander. Apart from the day of the succession, he would not appear at all. Now that the war had come to an end, there were many things for the Hawkwolf Guard to do. He was about to take charge of the situation. "Little Flower, I'll leave everything to you. I want to go into seclusion for a while." Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder. Before he could finish, Hua Sengzan exclaimed, "You still want to go into closed-door training? Didn't you just come out of closed-door training?" He had never heard of a cultivator going into seclusion so frequently. Locking oneself in a cave abode was not considered seclusion. Only when one's cultivation had reached a certain bottleneck, or when one's accumulation had reached a certain level, would they choose to break through secluded cultivation. I've comprehended something recently. Li Qingshan was telling the truth. He had learned a lesson from his battle against Helicoverpa. He had yet to comprehend it in detail. And, after refining Mooncourt Lake, he had yet to consolidate the slivers of comprehension he had obtained. All of this required time. All right then. What else could Hua Sengzan say? To cultivators, the most important thing was still cultivation. Everything else, like the Hawkwolf Guard or the overall situation of the world, was extremely secondary. Though, the path of cultivation is about progressing step by step. If you're in too much of a hurry, you'll end up with less speed. It's easy for you to suffer from qi deviation. I know. You should be careful when you interact with the Moon Devil. Don't end up getting hurt instead. Li Qingshan obviously understood the principle of progressing step by step. He had not actually spent a lot of time and effort on the arts of the boundless ocean. However, he also had to practice an extremely profound ability like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and he had to maintain his status in the world of demons. He never had enough time. He had always wanted to learn the path of artifact forging, but he never had the time. He hoped the situation would ease up for a while after the war ended, so he would have more time to cultivate. This tiger is far too vicious. It's not something I can fight. I just want to tame it so that it can hurt fewer people. Li Qingshan smiled. That's not easy either. We've gained a powerful rival in love. A rival in love. Hua Sengzan suddenly discovered he had missed something. What would the Marquis of Rui think about the Moon Devil's public confession of love to Gu Yenying? The exchange this time would probably lead to unexpected problems. And, the development of the matter seemed to verify Hua Sengzan's guess. The Marquis of Rui had never turned down Lu Chongqing's request, but he did not agree to it either. Lu Chongqing was afraid of handing over the water mirror disc so easily, so the matter was shelved just like that. Li Qingshan obviously was not in a hurry. The one who should be in a hurry was Zhou Tong. This had been a stroke of inspiration in the first place. It was an idle move. If it succeeded, then that would be for the best. If it failed, then there was nothing to be pitiful about. In reality, he had already forgotten about this matter. In Qingzhao's dwelling in the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan's eyes were firmly shut. The blue light on him rose and fell like waves, producing the faint sound of waves. Apart from diverting a part of his attention so that his clone could continue refining water and expanding the god seal, he had already submerged his mind into his sea of consciousness. His mind had already completely sunk into his sea of consciousness. In the boundless sea of consciousness, it was like a huge mirror, clearly reflecting the two figures. One was Li Qingshan, while the other was Helicoverpa. From when they first met to every single time they met, every single word they spoke, he did not miss out on anything. Then, it went to the sex in Cobweb City, the bitter battle below Cobweb City, the indulgence and venting after victory, and everything. Li Qingshan recalled her every expression and every movement like he was recalling a lover. From a certain perspective, enemies were indeed closer than lovers. Hating a person would make him think about them every single day, but loving someone was very difficult to achieve. Of course, Li Qingshan did not hate Helicoverpa. What he recalled was more excitement and passion. Her wounds and demon chi should have recovered long ago. Why hasn't she come for revenge yet? What secret weapon is she preparing? The tiger demon roared inside, desiring another battle with her. He could imagine that this battle would definitely be extremely difficult, but this was also where the interest lay. He was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past either. Controlling Mooncourt Lake held extraordinary significance to him. Apart from the direct benefits, it was more important for his mind. As a result, he devoted his mind to the figure of the spirit turtle that radiated with an extremely tranquil aura once again, comprehending and sensing it. On the other side of the dwelling, Little Anne clasped her hands together. Between them was the blood demon core she had obtained from killing Blood Shadow. The blood demon core was like a pool of blood, constantly changing its shape. It let out a strange hiss, like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts in hell. Little Anne freed up her left hand and swung it upwards. The 21 skull prayer beads dispersed, turning into a skull that circled above her head. She lifted up the blood demon core in her right hand with some difficulty. Its shape had already changed completely, becoming a thin piece that rippled like flowing water. She suddenly pushed upwards, and the blood demon core flew up. The skull opened its mouth and sprayed the samadhi flames of white bone at the blood demon core. She formally began refining the blood sea banner. At the same time, in Mooncourt Lake, Li Qingshan did not stop refining the surrounding waters for a single moment. Under the control of a single will, his main body and clone advanced together, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Before he knew it, 4 months had passed. Li Qingshan spent half a month and refined another river that spanned 500 kilometers. He temporarily stopped advancing and gazed at the water god's seal in his hand. It was still translucent, glowing with blue light. However, the patterns on it had become clearer and more complicated. It was no longer a flat piece, beginning to take on a three-dimensional feel. And, he could clearly sense that the water spread out in all directions with Mooncourt Lake as the center. Mooncourt Lake was like a thumping heart, while the rivers were the arteries that transported blood. However, Helicoverpa still had not come to challenge him, which gave him a sense of danger. Or did demons have a different concept of time than humans? Li Qingshan dared not be careless, but he was not overly worried either. He believed that he would definitely grow stronger faster than Helicoverpa. If she was willing to delay, then that was fine. After delaying for 80 to 100 years, there would be no need for a battle to the death. She could just lie down and wait for him to arrive. After a short rest, Li Qingshan continued his search for a water vein connected to Mooncourt Lake that had yet to be refined. What he wanted to find the most was a water vein connected to the underground rivers, but he had yet to find it. There was nothing he could do about it. There were just too many rivers connected to Mooncourt Lake, and every single one of them twisted and turned. It was very difficult to determine their direction from one end. Some seemed to be underground rivers, but they would come to the surface after traveling underground for a period of time. Some clearly flowed in the direction of the territory, but they would be obstructed by the mountains. After a few turns, they would end up somewhere unknown. Just where is it? In the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He opened his eyes and glanced at Little Anne. She was still focused on refining the blood sea banner. Within the samadhi flames of white bone that burned quietly, a long, blood-red banner had already vaguely taken shape. Li Qingshan could already sense the great power it contained. It surged like the ocean, boundless and boundless. I originally thought it would be very easy to find. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten her to divine it first. Oh right, why don't I test the spirit turtle's divination abilities? Li Qingshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the past 4 months, he had gained an even deeper understanding of the spirit turtle transformation. Not only had his two abilities, the spirit turtle's profound shell and the water mirror's image, had become even more profound and profound. He had gained a deeper understanding of the spirit turtle's original abilities as well. Li Qingshan closed his eyes again. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body flickered with light. At the same time, he held the water god seal through his clone 500 kilometers away and sensed the ripples of Mooncourt Lake. Unknowingly, he focused on the center of Mooncourt Lake. There was a towering island there. Suddenly, he saw a vortex at the foot of one of the islands. Below the swirl was a cavern that constantly swallowed the lake water. He had always been searching around Mooncourt Lake, but he had never paid any special attention to what was happening in the lake. That was because a swirl like that was far too common in Mooncourt Lake. It was not worth paying special attention to. And, looking at the size of the cavern, it was impossible for it to produce such a majestic underground river. If it were in the past, even if Li Qingshan discovered the cavern, he would not have paid any attention to it. Li Qingshan believed in the spirit turtle's senses. He immediately arrived above the swirl and channeled demon qi into the cavern. Under the push of the water god's seal, it rapidly extended underground. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The lake water poured into the cavern, turning into an underground river that flowed through the darkness. In the beginning, the flow of water was very small, so small that it could condense a god's seal. However, as the river surged, more and more water merged with it, and the flow of water became greater and greater. It advanced towards the depths of the underground like an unstoppable force. After another series of twists and turns, the flow gradually stabilized. To no surprise, it was in the direction of the underground territory. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He threw himself into it without any hesitation. The underground river was so large that it surpassed any of the rivers he had refined in the past. It would probably take him quite the effort to refine it. However, once he refined it, he would establish a connection between the two territories. His foundation in the Clear River Prefecture would become even more consolidated. In the Qingxiao dwelling, Li Qingshan stood up and nodded a little and before making his way out of the dwelling. It was time for his main body to take action. At the end of the day, his clone only possessed a portion of his demon qi, and it did not possess the might of the spirit turtle. When he focused on cultivation, using it to save time was not a bad idea. However, he still had to deal with the true problems personally. It was more convenient. And, it was time for him to return underground and investigate the situation. He wanted to see how Yi Liusu's great cause of unification was progressing. The blackwater salamander continued to swim about freely in the depths of his underground lake, cultivating slowly at the speed of a demon. Perhaps in a decade or a century, he would become a powerful demon general, but right now, he was only the weakest of demons. Among the underground demons, the demons in Li Qingshan's territory. He was probably the luckiest. He had safely made it through this battle that could have threatened his life. The blackwater salamander suddenly sensed a powerful, irresistible demon qi merge with the water around him. The water that he could freely control turned into a stagnant cage at that moment. 2 azure specks of light lit up in the black water. They were blurry. A spirit turtle swam over. The 2 specks of light were the spirit turtle's eyes. It clearly carried a huge turtle shell on its back, but its movements were filled with a sense of lightness and elegance, as if it was dancing in the air. Compared to the direct, tremendous demon qi, there was another indescribable aura. It was a sense of holiness. It was like a king patrolling his territory, like a god marking his divine kingdom. Wherever it went, no matter how turbulent the current was, will also calm down, as if his eyes. However, when it swam closer, the figure of the spirit turtle dispersed, revealing Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's main body arrived at the bottom of Mooncourt Lake. The moment he began refining this underground river, he found it exceptionally easy. The further down this underground river went, the stronger the water flow became. Moreover, it was the kind of refinement that opened up the river. It felt as easy as using a clone to refine a small river. The speed at which he refined the water veins with his clone was enough to leave others in the dust. If they saw the efficiency of the main body, they would probably be dumbfounded. At this moment, in the commandery city of Rui, there was indeed a group of people who were currently stunned. There was a glowing map that filled the entire wall. There were no city walls on it, only the scenery of mountains and rivers. The undulating mountain ranges and the continuous rivers were like giant dragons intertwining on the earth. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were not chaotic at all, bringing with them the beauty of nature. The river was blue, but a small area was dyed bright red. Looking at its shape, it was the scenery of Mooncourt Lake and the water veins around it. Marquis, this is the scenery from the Green Province Cauldron. The Moon Devil, no, the North Moon's rate of refining the water veins has suddenly sped up, an old man reported. The Marquis of Rui wore the same tall hat and violet clothes as before, except the coldness on his face and the slight smile on his face had vanished. It had been replaced with caution, or even vigilance. The spreading bright red seemed to be a poisonous sore on his body. Yes, the Rui commandery was the territory that had been passed down through his clan for several thousand years. It was like an extension of his body. He did not care if demons ran amok. No matter how many mortals or cultivators died, he did not care either. However, refining mountains and rivers like this and claiming to be a god was directly challenging his authority. The Marquis of Rui's right hand that was hidden in his sleeve clenched into a fist. He felt an urge to leave right now, rush straight to the Clear River Prefecture and kill him. As a matter of fact, he did not even need to do anything personally. As long as he gave the order, mobilizing a few golden core cultivators would not be a problem at all. There were already 3 golden core cultivators who served as guests in his Marquis estate. However, he could not. He was not a chess piece, but he was only bold enough to be a spectator. Let alone moving the chess pieces on the chessboard, even watching without saying anything was basic. What do the two of you think about this? The Marquis of Rui looked back. Beside him stood 2 people on equal footing. One of them was a middle-aged man in military uniform. His face was like scarlet steel, without the slightest expression. His arms hung by his side as he stood sternly, like a glacier that would not melt for 1,000 years. If Li Qingshan were present, he would definitely find him extremely similar to Han Anjuan. He was Han Xiongji's uncle, Great General Han Anhua. If we don't eliminate this demon, he'll definitely become a great problem. The Marquis of Rui nodded in agreement. Lu Chongqing has actually reported to me that he wants to hand the water mirror disc to him. Who knows what he's thinking? The other person was obviously Gu Yenying. She was still dressed in clothes whiter than snow, standing with her arms behind her back. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her fair arms. She seemed clean and neat, and she always had a free and easy smile on her face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She was like an invisible, ever-changing gust of wind. Heh, that's a little interesting. Yenying, aren't you a little too relaxed? When the Marquis of Rui looked at her, even his gaze would soften slightly. The arrogance of a marquis that was ingrained in his bones had vanished. This was obviously not because of his love for her. Gu Yenying's status was the same as his, and there were basically no one who could say for sure how deep her cultivation was, not to mention the figure that enveloped the entire sky of the Great Xia Empire behind her. Compared to her, the mighty Marquis of Rui was merely a small, local marquis. It's just a game of chess. Why do you have to be so serious? This is my ancestral property. The Marquis of Rui smiled bitterly and stared at her. What moved him the most was not her absolute beauty, nor was it her noble status. It was not even her bearing that was as graceful as the wind. Instead, it was a kind of boldness. Although the wind did not move, Qi was omnipresent, covering the 9 provinces. Everyone said the Clear River Prefecture was a game of chess, but apart from the few people at the very top, no one was bold enough to actually treat it as a game of chess. Why don't we just hand the water mirror disc to him? Let's see what he can do. Gu Yenying really did seem like a spectator, enjoying the show. He's my admirer after all. The corner of Gu Yenying's lips curled. She did not mention anything about the changes in the situation. She did not hide her personal likes or dislikes at all. Since you said you're going to give it to him, then let's give it to him. Who made me end up like this, so I should share the same fate as this North Moon? The Marquis of Rui sighed. In the blink of an eye, he tossed the words, if this demon is not eliminated, he'll definitely become a great problem, to the back of his mind. He did not want to come off as too petty in front of her. Of course, that was not the main reason. Recently, he had been under quite a lot of pressure. In order to retrieve his lightning slaughter sword, Zhou Tong had truly been in a great hurry. He had found a figure that even the Marquis of Rui could not turn down to talk to him. Gu Yening did not mention the situation, but the Marquis of Rui had already analyzed the situation countless times inside, considering the benefits Zhou Tong would gain from undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Yening's words could only be regarded as a prelude at most. With his cultivation and age, why would he do something stupid for the sake of his personal feelings? Of course, this prelude was very important. The Marquis of Rui instinctively felt vigilant or even fearful of the North Moon. It was far too unusual for a demon's cultivation to rise so quickly. He should be suppressed as much as possible. If it were not for what Gu Yening had said, he probably would have followed through with this idea. Afterwards, he regretted his decision today greatly, which also proved that something like boldness could not be faked after all. Some people really did not care about it. As the two of them spoke, Han Angua maintained the Han family's usual style, remaining silent and not stopping them at all. Only when they were about to leave did Gu Yening suddenly ask, "Has your niece succeeded with foundation establishment? She just underwent the heavenly tribulation the day before yesterday. She's currently resting and recovering." Han Angua's gaze was filled with inquiry. He had no idea why she had suddenly mentioned Han Xianxia. "Tell her to report to me tomorrow," Gu Yening said straightforwardly. Han Angua was rather confused. He had no idea why she cared so much about Han Xianxia. However, directly being promoted to a White Wolf Guard was not a bad thing at the end of the day. He did not want Han Xianxia to return to the Clear River Prefecture right now either. At the very least, he had to wait until the situation had settled down completely. As a result, he nodded. "All right." The Marquis of Rui smiled. "You must be talking about niece Xianxia. As her uncle, try persuading her again. Just how will she be willing to part with the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms? Am I supposed to mistreat her? That'll be up to her. The great general's estate. No, I have to go back," Han Xianxia said firmly. "I've already agreed to it. Military orders must be obeyed. As a Hawkwolf Guard, Commander Gu is your general. You should follow her orders. All right, stop being stubborn. You're not a child anymore." For once, Han Angua showed a gentle expression, which filled the young men and women present with envy. Since when had their father ever been so kind to them? Moreover, ever since Han Xianxia had come, their lives had become much better, so they all tried to persuade her. "Yeah, Sister Xianxia, just stay behind. He's already told you to wait for him. What's so good about that Li Qingshan? It's been so long, and there's no news from him at all. He hasn't even written a letter." Han Angua said frigidly, "He personally killed 4 demon generals, all alone. He's even the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture now. If you want to criticize others, look at yourself first." They immediately fell silent out of fear, but they felt extremely indignant inside. "That's just because we didn't have the opportunity. Once that Li Qingshan comes, we'll definitely have a good fight with him." Han Xianxia was slightly surprised. She had been in secluded cultivation the entire time in order to break through to foundation establishment, so she had no idea that Li Qingshan had already become a Scarlet Hawk commander. However, she always felt happy when her uncle praised him. "Qingshan, hurry up and come." To be continued, the river that stretched underground was not the one Li Qingshan had discovered, that was only one of the main streams. Instead, it was densely woven together like a spider's web. After experiencing the wonders of the spirit turtle suppresses the seas, Li Qingshan's ambition swelled. He was no longer satisfied with just refining a single river. Although the range completely exceeded his own territory, none of the other demon generals were bold enough to stop him. As a result, whenever he arrived at the mouth of a tributary, he would disperse his demon chi. Even with the spirit turtle's divine powers, the process was still extremely slow. However, he was in no hurry. He advanced forward slowly, all for the sake of establishing an underground network of water that belonged to him. At the top of Cobweb City, in the dark bedroom, a snow-white figure was vaguely visible behind the heavy curtains. Helicoverpa Rosa laid on the bed completely naked. She opened her vermilion lips slightly and spat out a thread of silk. At the same time, her 10 fingers danced about. Even her 8 legs danced about in a dazzling manner, constantly twisting and twisting the silk as if she was weaving something. Her expression was serious and focused. Although she was naked, there was not the slightest hint of it. Instead, she seemed extremely natural. At the same time, her cold, haughty, and cruel bearing had completely vanished. Right now, she seemed more like a craftsman, an artist, carefully polishing her work. She had completely forgotten about her senior sister outside. None of the outside world's interference could affect her. However, Li Qingshan's large-scale refinement of water still alarmed her. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her head. She could clearly sense Li Qingshan's demon qi permeating her body. She bit her vermilion lips gently. A vicious light flashed through her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. She lowered her head again and returned her focus to the work at hand. Actually, this was the spider's mode of killing. They would spend a long time preparing for the moment of surprise when their prey fell into their web. Croak croak. Great king, great king. The ice frog bounced around in Li Qingshan's hand. The ice spring it occupied was also the source of a system of water that Li Qingshan wanted to refine. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It seems that you are about to take that step. Let me give you a hand." Ice Frog was among the demon soldiers under Li Qingshan. He was the strongest among them. Furthermore, he seemed to possess a special bloodline, which allowed him to unleash the power of ice. A few years ago. After a few years of bitter cultivation, he could be considered to have reached a certain critical point. However, if he wanted to truly break through, it would take years. However, when Li Qingshan took out the water god seal and tapped it gently, a ray of blue light entered the head of the ice frog. Immediately, the ice frog's body emitted a brilliant blue light. The demonic core in his body emitted an unparalleled chill that permeated his entire body. Plop! The ice frog turned around and jumped into the ice spring. Become a beauty to repay my kindness. Li Qingshan chuckled. He felt the ground tremble slightly, and the spring suddenly lit up. It spat out a bolt of lightning, which flickered continuously, getting brighter and brighter. After a long while, the trembling gradually subsided, and the lightning slowly dimmed. A handsome youth with icy blue hair crawled out of the spring. He said, "Croak, croak, thank you, great king." After careful inspection, Li Qingshan confirmed that this was indeed a youth and not a young girl. He said with a disappointed expression, "All right, I guess I'm unlucky. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Little Blue." Sigh, I hope Little Red is a female. Adhering to his usual tasteless naming principles, Li Qingshan casually named the ice frog Little Blue. As for the good name Little Red, it was something he had thought of on a whim. He felt that it was very suitable for the big red carp. Croak, croak, good. The ice frog of the past and the current Little Blue naturally had no objections. They did not have much of an idea of whether human names were good or bad. It was not until many years later that they finally understood. By the time they resented it, it was already too late. Li Qingshan guided Little Blue to swim against the flow and continue cultivating in Mooncourt Lake. Afterwards, he spread his demon qi into the spring and completed the refinement of another system of water. Right when he was about to continue on his journey, he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approach him. Li Qingshan smiled and withdrew all of his aura. He took a step back and merged with the rock. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Yi Liusu arrived beside the spring. She wore a luxurious, black cloak and a silver circlet on her head. The silver crescent moon hung down to her forehead, making her seem mysterious and noble. She looked around, struggling to hide her eagerness. She was rather disappointed that she could not see Li Qingshan. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, an arm hugged her from behind. Her whole body tensed up, then relaxed, and gently leaned into his embrace. "Master, I can sense your demon qi." Afterwards, she abandoned the group of night roamers and directly rushed over to see him. Her face heated up slightly as she experienced a feeling she had never experienced before. She only felt extremely at ease in his arms. The exhaustion from scheming against the night roamers vanished silently. "How's your great cause of unifying the world going?" "It's all right, because master. Let's call you something else." "That doesn't suit you." Li Qingshan smiled. Although calling the proud Yiliosu his master was a very delightful matter, it was exactly because of this that he would never be able to call him like Yi Liuobua, from the bottom of her heart and filled with emotion. That's not too good." Yi Liuosu hesitated before turning around and looking at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. "When there's no one else around, I won't call you master, alright?" "Up to you." Yi Liuosu smiled faintly and took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, offering up a kiss rather bashfully and immaturely. She stopped there, her eyes brimming with undisguised affection. She didn't want to just be his servant. When she chose to give up everything and follow him to roam the world, she understood her own feelings. This kind of desire became stronger and stronger, and he heard the voice in her heart. His heart was very sweet. "Do you want a gift?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Yeah." Yi Liuosu was nowhere near as awe-inspiring as the great King Yi Liuosu of the past. Her coldness and decisiveness before the night roamers had completely vanished. She was as docile as a young lady in love. "Then close your eyes." Li Qingshan took Yi Liuosu with him and traveled upstream. They passed through the ripples and finally arrived in Mooncourt Lake. They passed through the formations and arrived in the Clear Court sect of the past, the current Mooncourt dwelling. "Alright, you can open your eyes." "What's this?" Yi Liuosu opened her eyes and saw the rising and falling palaces and pavilions under the moonlight. "This is Mooncourt Lake. I've already refined it. This island originally belonged to a sect called the Clear Court sect, but I chased them away. From today onwards, it will be the Mooncourt dwelling, as well as the territory you want under the starlight." Li Qingshan pointed at the sky. It was currently late at night. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. "This is mine." Yi Liuosu's mind seemed to drift towards the stars along with Li Qingshan's hand. She had wanted to establish a territory above ground a long time ago, but she understood that human cultivators were not friendly to other folk. Moving recklessly would only make the night roamers a target. Although she had this ideal, she still had to listen to the advice of reason. Not to mention that a territory without any guarantee of safety was completely pointless. Yet now, Li Qingshan had personally given her the territory she had always dreamed of, completing her long-cherished wish. It went without saying what kind of surprise she felt. Yi Liuosu returned to her senses and pushed Li Qingshan to the ground. She could not express her feelings with words. All she could do was hug him firmly with all her might. Li Qingshan laid on the soft grass and saw the corners of Yi Liuosu's eyes moisten, twinkling like starlight before turning into tears very soon. She seemed even more beautiful and enchanting than before. He felt faint joy in his heart too. He wiped away Yi Liuosu's tears and held her delicate face, kissing her gently on the lips. Yi Liuosu responded clumsily, extending the tip of her tongue into his mouth. He immediately sucked it in and tasted it. Li Qingshan pulled off the black cloak on Yi Liuosu. Her clothes underneath were similar to when they first met. The simple, black armor only covered the most important parts. Her slender waist was exposed, and her skin was covered in flower-like patterns. It was mysterious and sexy. Li Qingshan turned around and pressed her under him. He smiled. "When we first met, I think we were in this position." Yi Liuosu's face flushed with embarrassment. Back then, she never thought there would be a day when she would willingly lie beneath him. Her eyes suddenly flashed. "Actually, I have another ideal." "What is it?" "I've read a human book in the past. It's about the matters between a man and a woman. They are each other's only. If one of them dies, the other won't be able to survive either. It makes me very envious. I hope I can have someone like that too. However, night roamers don't have feelings like that. I never dared to hope for it either, until I met you." Yi Liuosu was rather shy, but she was very calm. She seemed like she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. Li Qingshan's heart shuddered. He was extremely touched by her confession, but Yi Liusu's expression could not help but make him think of Han Xiongji. He wondered if she had emerged from secluded cultivation. He wondered if she had succeeded with foundation establishment. He wondered when she would return. Li Qingshan flipped over and laid down on the grass. He gazed at the starry sky and murmured to himself, the only one. The stars turned into Han Xiongji's face of longing. He felt a hint of guilt inside. His usual caressing of Yi Liubo was just a master's love for his pet. Moreover, he had never actually done anything, so there was nothing to feel guilty about. As for his sexual intercourse with Helicoverpa Rosa, it was more like a great adventure filled with danger and passion. His fate was still uncertain, so there was no time to feel guilty even if he wanted to. However, with Yi Liusu, he had truly fallen in love with her. There was nothing he could do to avoid it. What's wrong? Yi Liusu propped herself up and asked in confusion. Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms and shook his head with a smile. Nothing. I just remembered something I promised you, but I didn't fulfill it. Fortunately, this was not his past life, or he really would have committed a heinous crime. In this day and age, even the icy-cold Han Anjuan had a great number of wives and concubines. As a result, the rumors between him and Ru Xian continued to circulate endlessly. Han Anjuan did not come knocking on his door and force him to move out of the Chain Mountains either. Compared to this, what troubled Li Qingshan even more was his identity as a demon. This was truly a major issue. If he did not handle it well, he would definitely hurt both himself and others. To be continued, the night breeze ruffled his scarlet hair. Li Qingshan gazed at the stars and vaguely saw Han Xiongji's furious face. He smiled gently and let go of Yi Liusu, standing up. Looking back at the western horizon, all he saw was a streak of light flying over. Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived in the air, blocking Hua Sengzan's path. Here you go again. We agree to your conditions. We can give you the water mirror disc, but you need to hand over the lightning slaughter sword first. Hua Sengzan was mildly surprised before calming down. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Qingshan raise his hand and toss out the lightning slaughter sword. Aren't you afraid we'll go back on our word? Li Qingshan said, only if you don't plan on leaving the 100 schools of thought in the future. Hua Sengzan sighed gently. This was the confidence that came from absolute strength. Afterwards, he took out the water mirror disc from his 100 treasures pouch. The water mirror disc reflected the moonlight in the sky. It was like a full moon had landed in Hua Sengzan's hand, shining with bright and pure light. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He smiled. Isn't that great? We can all live in peace. We can each take what we need and cultivate on our own. Accepting the water mirror disc, he turned around and returned to the island. Hua Sengzan had prepared a lot of things, but he actually never had the opportunity to say them. However, what Li Qingshan had said was exactly what he had been aiming for. He actually felt rather disappointed that he had achieved his goal so easily. Li Qingshan returned to the island. Yi Liusu saw the water mirror disc in his hand and asked in surprise, "What's that?" "The treasure of the 100 schools of thought." Li Qingshan stared at the water mirror disc in his hand. He could not help but be drawn into it, as if the woman of his dreams was standing right in front of him, completely naked. He actually felt like he was unable to shift his gaze away. Originally, it was just a flash of inspiration, but as it looked now, it was not as simple as it seemed. As Li Qingshan channeled his demon qi into it, the demon core in his body suddenly changed. It shone with rings of light. Li Qingshan had refined many arcane and spiritual artifacts, but the spirit turtle's demon core still reacted so strongly. This was the first time. The function of the water mirror disc was not as simple as monitoring. Yi Liusu said, "Master, this place is really too empty. I'll bring some clansmen over, they'll definitely be happy." Hearing this form of address, Li Qingshan was slightly startled, but he saw that Yi Liusu had already returned to normal. However, there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes, as if she was blaming him. He placed all his attention on the water mirror disc. Li Qingshan put away the water mirror disc. He pinched her cheek and said, "I didn't know that Liusu was so jealous." Yi Liusu held his hand. Her gaze was gentle and filled with concern. Cultivation comes first. I know that Helicoverpa won't just let the matter rest. Yeah, fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. He wanted to kiss her. He had plenty of time. If he was defeated by Helicoverpa, then there would be no need to mention anything at all. Yiliosu's sweet dream would come to an end. It would also end early. As a loser, all he could do was protect his own life at most. He still had to make a clear distinction in this matter. Li Qingshan kissed Yiliosu gently on the lips, bidding her farewell. Yiliosu actually took the initiative to hug him and kiss him passionately. It was as if the passion and boldness of a female night roamer in her heart had completely erupted after expressing her feelings, but that was not actually the case. Just now, in that moment, she had no idea what Li Qingshan had agreed to, but she could sense that he was thinking of another woman through her instincts as a woman. Who was that woman? Yiliobua? That was impossible, as she could sense that it was not a master's love for a pet, but a man's love for a woman, and the depth of this love completely surpassed his love for her. She was rather reluctant to accept this. Although she knew he was not someone she could enjoy alone, she made up her mind to occupy a place in his heart. She was confident that she, Yiliosu, was no worse than any other woman. Li Qingshan could never have guessed that so many thoughts had already crossed Yiliosu's mind in such a short amount of time. All he could say was that once a woman became interested in love, her thoughts would immediately become 10 times sharper. After a passionate kiss, Li Qingshan's desires were roused once again. He rubbed and played around with her supple bottom with one hand while his other hand landed on her chest. The tough, black armor obviously could not stop him. With a gentle flick, it shattered. Her perky breasts jumped out. Although they were not as voluptuous as Yiliobua's, her naked upper body had a kind of sculptural beauty. Just as he was about to do something, Yiliosu pushed him away fiercely. When their lips separated, Yiliosu bit hard on his lips, as if she wanted to leave some kind of mark on him. With a wave of her hand, the black cloak fell on her body again, covering her skin completely. She bowed and said, "Master, this subordinate will take his leave. Please cultivate well." Li Qingshan rubbed his head. This was the first time he had seen hatred in her eyes. He watched as Yiliosu vanished into the lake water. He rubbed the teeth on his lips and shook his head. It was best if he did not guess what was on a woman's mind. After all, he was not like Xianxia, who regarded the word love as the highest level of infatuation. Although he had fallen in love with Gu Yenying at first sight, he had never been unable to forget or regret his longing for her. Being able to talk about that love at first sight many years later, he felt that he had no regrets. As for whether Gu Yenying agreed or not, it was not even important anymore. Although he had some thoughts about pursuing a sincere love or something, after the lingering with Han Xiongji, he had almost exhausted all his feelings in this life. At the end of the day, he had never intended to entrust the meaning of his life to one or a few women. Of course, the relationship between a man and a woman was also very important. It was probably on par with his pursuit of power and his desire for battle. But compared to the dream of the 9 heavens and the promise he made to Brother Niu, it was a lot less. In the eyes of women, men always seemed a little ruthless. That was because the world of men was always too broad, but it was not as big as the ambition in their hearts. The north wind called upon warriors to leave the warm home and rush towards the boundless sea. Even they themselves could not stop them. This endless adventure and pursuit was where the meaning of life lay. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He also arrived at Mooncourt Lake, prepared to properly study the water mirror disc and see if he could improve his strength. In the depths of the lake, Li Qingshan stared at the water mirror disc in his hand. Although demonic qi pervaded the place, he immediately sensed the remnant mark left behind by Lu Chongqing when he infused it. It did not take him much effort to erase it. However, in the process, he discovered something. It seemed that even Lu Chongqing had not completely refined the water mirror disc. On the other side, when Hua Sengzan returned to the 100 schools of thought, the thunder slaughter wooden sword in his hand was practically snatched away by Zhou Tong. The way he caressed the sword was like caressing a lover he had not seen for a long time. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing looked like he had lost his parents. He asked Hua Sengzan, "Did you give him the water mirror disc?" "Yes." Lu Chongqing let out a heavy sigh at first before becoming rather irritated. The water mirror disc is something left behind by an ancient cultivator. He's just a demon, so don't even think about refining it so easily. Let's hope so. Li Qingshan had already begun refining the water mirror disc. He immediately sensed a startling power hidden within the water mirror disc. Was this a legendary arcane treasure? Li Qingshan shook his head. That was impossible. Even among golden core cultivators, there were not a lot of arcane treasures that could be used. Perhaps it was because of the spirit turtle transformation, or perhaps it was because Li Qingshan and the water mirror disc really hit it off, but during the refinement process, he did not run into any problems like Lu Chongqing had been anticipating. He easily refined the water mirror disc completely, unlocking the part of its function that even Lu Chongqing was unable to unleash. So that's how it is. It really is a good treasure, a good treasure. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Then he thought about it. If he used the water mirror disc to use the water mirror's image, he wondered if there would be other miraculous effects. 60 years passed in the mountains, and no one knew the year of winter. In the blink of an eye, autumn had already passed and winter had arrived. Mooncourt Lake was covered in a layer of white snow. Yi Liusu had already moved a portion of the night roamers to Mooncourt Lake, beginning a new life. As for Li Qingshan, he did not stop at all, refining as many bodies of water as he could. With each additional river he refined, he would gain a portion of power and a portion of security. On this day, Li Qingshan moved through the gloomy underground. He followed another underground river and arrived in the territory of another demon general. When the demon general sensed his demon chi, he hid far away, afraid to come face to face with him. At this moment, Li Qingshan sensed something. A strand of snow-white silk suddenly shot out from underground, piercing his neck. Li Qingshan had already moved away. What was pierced was only an afterimage he had left behind. The silk trembled, and Helicoverpa-Rosa's voice rang out. North Moon, come and die. Li Qingshan smiled. He was just about to agree to it and barge into the enemy's camp alone again. The spirit turtle's demon core suddenly gave him an extremely stern warning. It was actually even more intense than last time. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. That was impossible. His current strength was more than 10 times greater than when he took the risk last time. And he had gained quite a few trump cards. He still had 70% of the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation that he could use. And, with the speed of his wings of wind, even if he could not defeat her, he could still flee if he wanted to. There were so many favorable conditions, but there was still such a great danger. However, the spirit turtle's demon core clearly told him that facing the Spider Queen this time would be one of the greatest life-threatening dangers of his life. Haha, mother of my child, you're far too slow. Once I'm done with what I'm doing, I'll obviously go. Li Qingshan intended on waiting for little and to emerge from seclusion after he refined the Blood Sea Banner, so that he would have an additional layer of protection for this trip. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, so there was no possibility for him to erupt on the spot. Taking this risk was completely pointless. I want you to come right now. Right now? You've made me wait for so long, so you should wait for a while too. Alright, I'll give you a month. The voice behind Helicoverpa-Rosa immediately calmed down. Li Qingshan instead became more and more cautious. The reason why Helicoverpa-Rosa had backed down like this was clearly because she was afraid of scaring him away. In other words, she really did have the confidence to kill him. To be continued, little and was already prepared. He pointed at his 100 treasures pouch, and the corpse of a night roamer flew out, merging with the samadhi flames of white bone. It was the mistress of the Bat clan, Yi Xiang, who had been killed by Li Qingshan with a single move. Her expression still retained the terror from when she was killed. She was roasted by the samadhi flames of white bone. Very quickly, she twisted and melted into it. The flames burned even more fiercely, leaving behind only a set of white bones, which melted into a drop of bone fluid that dripped onto the Blood Sea Banner. More corpses followed closely behind, flying into the samadhi flames of white bone one by one. Just like that, countless corpses were destroyed, and a long time had passed. A thick, curved bone with distinct joints pierced through the Blood Sea Banner. It was like a backbone, and then there were 10 odd thinner white bones that were like ribs that propped up the blood sea banner. And at the top of the spine, there was a hideous skull, using its mouth full of sharp teeth to hold on to the blood sea banner. At first glance, it looked like the skeleton of half a human. It spread its arms and separated its ribs, completely merging with the blood sea banner. Meanwhile, its spine continued to extend downwards until it reached Little Anne's hand. The flagpole was done, but something was still missing. Little Anne's right pinky was suddenly severed. His flesh, blood, and bone all merged into the blood sea banner. The flagpole was immediately dyed with a layer of crystal, and the blood-red color of the flag became even brighter. The blazing samadhi white bone flame surged wildly into the skull at the top of the blood sea banner. 2 flames suddenly lit up in its eye sockets. Little Anne waved his hand again and spat out a smoke-like shadow. It was the wailing soul of blood shadow. As soon as it sank into the surging sea of blood, it immediately melted away. The blood sea banner was formed. Little Anne put away the blood sea banner. Stepping out of the cave, he took out the glazed mirror of invisibility and hid himself. Then, he tore through the air in the direction of Mooncourt Lake. Night descended on Mooncourt Lake. The fishermen by the lakeside all pulled in their nets and returned to their boats. Their lives. Instead, he discovered that ever since the Mooncourt Lake god descended, the waves on the surface of the lake had lessened significantly. The fish, prawns, and water monsters that were wreaking havoc had all vanished as well. Their respect for this Mooncourt Lake god grew. There were already many fishermen worshipping the lake god on their boats. Meanwhile, the Mooncourt Water Manor at the center of the lake seemed to have woken up from its slumber. The night roamers left their residences in 2s and 3s. Men and women swam together. They talked and laughed in a relaxed manner. From time to time, he would look up at the stars above his head with an intoxicated expression on his face. The island was extremely vast, so accommodating several tens of thousands of night roamers was no problem at all. After Xianxia completed her great cause of unification, she constantly migrated. The shadow of death that had once enveloped the entire race of night roamers no longer existed. Xianxia established law and order here, so they no longer had to cling to weapons. They had to guard against assassinations and sneak attacks at any time. Compared to where I grew up, this place is like a dream. In an exquisite pavilion built by the side of a mountain. 2 figures stood there. Xianxia gazed at a group of children playing around. She said to Xianxia beside her, "Sister, your wish has finally come true." The corner of Xianxia's lips curled slightly, but it was immediately replaced by worry. She looked back at the center of the island. There was a small lake there, connected to Mooncourt Lake underground. The surroundings of the small lake were forbidden grounds that no night roamers could set foot in. Even she would not disturb them unless there was something urgent, as that was where Xianxia cultivated. "Are you worried about Master?" "Don't worry, Master definitely won't lose," Xianxia said with complete confidence. "Oh you." Xianxia sighed with a smile and rubbed Xianxia's head. "What a good pet of his." Xianxia refused to budge. "Even you say that, sister. I'm envious of you." Xianxia sighed inside. She had entrusted everything to him without holding anything back, trusting him wholeheartedly and without any worries. However, she had even more needs, just like her dreams, which were as difficult to fulfill as them. At the end of the day, it was still because of the difference in their backgrounds. Xianxia came from a noble and wealthy background and possessed extremely great talent, which was why she had dreams that regular night roamers did not. That was why she could come into contact with human books, which was why she developed thoughts of love similar to human women. As for Xianxia, she had come from Blackluster City, which was equivalent to a slum among humans. Her thoughts were much simpler and more practical. She was already satisfied with this favor. Xianxia's face suddenly stiffened. She sensed that someone had touched the formation. Raising her head, she saw a white figure pass through the formation and fly over. It flew past the pavilion and landed in the small lake in the center of the island. It was so fast that even Xianxia failed to make out what it was, and it did not give off any aura at all. She could not even tell whether it was a human or a demon. However, most of the night roamers on the island were completely unaware of this. The control over the core of the formation was obviously in Li Qingshan's hands, while Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua had been given a portion of the control too. It was impossible for other people or demons to pass through the formation so easily. In other words, he was the one who let the white figure in. Yi Liusu leapt down the stairs. Her graceful and agile figure was like a carp leaping backwards, merging with the darkness and creating black ripples. Yi Liubua called out, "Sister, didn't Master say to not let anyone disturb him?" Yi Liusu did not seem to hear her. She was unable to control her desire to understand everything about him. "I thought you couldn't make it in time." Li Qingshan sat in the center of the lake with his legs crossed. The water mirror disc was placed on his knees. Suddenly, he sensed the abnormality of the formation and beamed with joy. In the blink of an eye, Little and arrived in front of him. She had turned back into white bones, but she could already freely switch between great beauty and white bones now, so she did not have to go through the trouble of refining her body again. Little and said nothing. She only went up and snuggled into his arms, waving the tiny blood sea banner around like she was showing off. How? Could she not come? Last time, when he faced death, she was unable to be by his side, which filled her with regret. Wasn't the reason why she persisted in cultivation the entire time so that she could accompany him and assist him in ascending to the 9 heavens? Otherwise, what was the point of living like this? The moment he saw Little and, the warning from the spirit turtle's demon core in Li Qingshan's body immediately weakened. More importantly, his heart settled down. From the very beginning until now, just how many life-threatening situations had they gone through together? With her by his side, he was confident that he could escape no matter what kind of danger he encountered. As a result, when Yi Liusu arrived by the lake, she saw the flawlessly handsome North Moon holding a thin, crystalline skeleton in his arms. His eyes were at ease and serenity that she had never seen before. His scarlet eyes were filled with indescribable warmth. It was a gaze that was pure, without the slightest stray thought. Under the reflection of the calm water, it formed a rather strange sight, giving off an invisible, strange aura. Yi Liusu could not help but feel that there was nothing in this world that was more valuable than the skeleton in his arms. There was no one who could come between them either. "Liusu, what are you doing there?" Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at a thicket by the lake. "Ah, nothing. I was worried about you, Master, so I came to take a look." Yi Liusu walked out of the darkness and saw the skeleton in his arms turn its head. Its eye sockets burned with a pale white, almost transparent flame as it glanced at her. Her heart trembled and she immediately lowered her head. She was not a little girl who had never seen the world. She had seen all kinds of cruel and terrifying scenes in the underground world. But the moment she met the skeleton's eyes, she felt an indescribable terror attack her heart. But at the same time, there was a mysterious feeling of holiness. "Croak, croak, Vice Leader." The ice frog Little Blue jumped out of the water. "Vice Leader?" Yi Liusu suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the little skeleton that was with him when he first came to the underground world? It was strange that she did not think of it immediately. "It's time," Li Qingshan said as he stood up and walked across the calm lake. Little and sat on his left shoulder just like before, with his right arm around his head. This was a somewhat strange combination, but when they walked, there was a strange sense of coordination, as if they were born this way. "Look after the house and wait for my return." Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Having said this, the wings of wind behind him suddenly unfurled, and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. A moment later, a gust of wind blew, blowing Yi Liusu's long hair. When she looked back, he was already gone. "Sister, what was that?" Yi Liubua hurried over and also saw Little and on Li Qingshan's shoulder. "I don't know either. You should ask who it was. I only know that it is as important to him as he is to you." Yi Liusu shook her head lightly, her expression complicated. Li Qingshan did not take off into the sky. Instead, like a zigzagging bolt of lightning, he made a few turns and made his way around the buildings and people in his way. Only then did he make his way towards the hidden river in Mooncourt Lake. His control over the wings of wind had become even greater. One reason was because he was gradually familiarizing himself with the power of the 4th layer of the tiger demon, but more importantly, his comprehension of the spirit turtle transformation had deepened. His thoughts were intricate, so he could use all of his innate abilities with greater precision. The wings of wind that could instantly accelerate would become even more practical. It would also be one of his decisive trump cards for achieving victory in this battle, or perhaps his greatest ability for escaping. Passing through the deep, underground river, he followed the waterway he had come to Cobweb City for the first time. He walked all the way to the end, where the river turned into a waterfall and dispersed. With a single glance, Li Qingshan saw Helicoverparosa. She currently stood at the very top of Cobweb City, on a steepled tower. Helicoverparosa was no longer wearing her red dress that resembled an evening gown. Instead, she wore a set of black clothes that seemed to be tight-fitting. It wrapped around her body completely, yet it also clearly outlined every single enchanting curve. It was flawless. Li Qingshan admired her figure once more. Is this the trump card she spent over half a year preparing for me? To weave a sexy, tight-fitting dress? No, that's definitely not all. No matter how tough the clothes were, it was impossible for them to make the spirit turtle feel so threatened. There must be something else? To be continued. Helicoverparosa's scarlet lips had become the same dark color as her clothes. She still gave off an awe-inspiring and noble bearing, but she no longer possessed the deep malice of the past. Her expression was calm and cold. Only when he looked into her pitch-black eyes would he be able to see a sense of bloodthirstiness and cruelty. After meeting those eyes once, Li Qingshan knew that he could no longer rely on her making any tactical mistakes. She had already returned to being that natural predator, the calm weaver. Strands of spider silk crisscrossed with one another, passing through the large cavern. Some were as thick as ropes, while others were so thin that they were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. At first glance, they seemed messy and disorderly, but on closer inspection, they were symmetrical and complementing one another, forming a three-dimensional spider. It possessed a geometric beauty. At the same time, Helicoverparosa also looked at Li Qingshan, examining the greatest prey she had ever encountered. Just by standing there casually, he gave off a bearing that seemed like the endless mountains and surging seas. Without a doubt, he had become even more powerful than before, and he had done so at an unbelievable speed. To demons, time should have passed extremely easily, but he seemed to be making use of every minute and second to become stronger. Compared to his current strength, what shocked her even more was his rate of improvement. If she could not capture him while he was still young, there would be a day when he broke free from the spider like a bird and took to the sky. "You've finally come." Li Qingshan smiled. "Mother of my child, this is a nice disguise. I believe it'll be even more interesting when I rip it apart later. I've been waiting for you." Helicoverparosa smiled charmingly, like the legendary caterpillars, magnificent yet venomous. "Aren't you worried that we'll tear this place apart when we fight later? The night roamers have spent a lot of effort to build this for you." Li Qingshan pointed at Spider City behind her. After Yiliosu unified the night roamers, this arena that had been specially built to please Helicoverparosa had become empty as well. It had become a dead city. "That's just a boring toy. Do you still want to keep blabbering?" North Moon. Helicoverparosa had never attempted to understand the art and sculptures of night roamers. To her, there was no fundamental difference between a beautiful, majestic city like this and an empty cavern. It was just more like watching from above. The night roamers killed one another, and as long as she wanted, she could get the night roamers to build another one. "I'm here, I want to do it again." Li Qingshan snickered viciously, but he suddenly stopped halfway through his joke. He remembered how Xiaoan was hiding in the dark. Probably no one would treat Xiaoan, who had turned into a skeleton, as a regular girl, yet he was thinking about how he could not curse in front of her. However, Li Qingshan would not be so foolish as to throw himself into a trap. Helicoverparosa had chosen this place to fight him, which was exactly what he wanted, because beneath his feet was the end of an underground river. As it was too close to Spider City, he did not want to provoke Helicoverparosa, which was why he had never refined it. However, he had come this time for a showdown with her, so he obviously had no qualms about this. The waterfall suddenly stopped. The surging water constantly surged and roared behind Li Qingshan. The water level rapidly rose until it filled the entire cavern. The pressure from the extremely soft water completely exceeded the imaginations of regular people. The Surroundings of the cavern cracked, but not a single droplet of water could pass over Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan crossed his arms. His tall and straight figure was like a dam blocking the river. Surging demon chi permeated the river behind him, taming the river like a tamed beast. A dignified expression appeared on Helicoverparosa's face. She knew that she could not allow Li Qingshan to continue accumulating his strength. The tower beneath her feet suddenly collapsed. She had already crossed thousands of feet and arrived in front of Li Qingshan. With a shake of her right hand, a black whip unfurled. Under the infusion of her strength and demon chi, it suddenly came to life. Like a dancing black dragon, it whizzed towards Li Qingshan. She's actually using a weapon. Li Qingshan frowned. He did not dare to be careless. The strongest aspect of a demon was itself. With Helicoverparosa's strength, the power of a casual claw or bite was far greater than the power of an ordinary artifact. Yet, she had actually given up on her natural claws, teeth, and legs. That in itself indicated a certain problem. It seemed like the whip was woven from spider silk as well, which was very normal. Although demons could use demon chi to refine human spiritual and arcane artifacts, it was often not suitable for demons in battle. It would instead affect their ability to unleash their strength. Fiendish demons with higher intelligence would usually use their own materials to make suitable weapons. But for some reason, this whip was the same color as the clothes she was wearing, pitch black. Logically speaking, a product woven from spider silk should be snow white and transparent. These thoughts flashed through his head. Li Qingshan drew his dragon-seizing bident and spat out 2 streams of water. They coiled around the whip and wrapped around it. He was not hoping to defeat the enemy and achieve victory. He only hoped to buy some time. Under the spirit turtle's warning, Li Qingshan dared not be careless about this battle at all. Little and was his powerful support, but she was more of a safety measure. Unless it was truly a matter of life and death, Li Qingshan would not let Little and take action. As a result, he made up his mind as soon as he arrived in Spider City. He would adopt a defensive stance first. As long as he could refine the river behind him, he would be able to directly connect his system of water from Mooncourt Lake to here. As long as he succeeded, he would be undefeatable. As soon as the 2 streams of water wrapped around the black whip, they were dyed pitch black. The spiritual chi dispersed and receded. Li Qingshan experienced a great sense of alarm. He instinctively unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell and formed a semicircular screen of light before him. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder. Basically, the moment the spirit turtle's profound shell had been formed, Helicoverparosa's whip struck it viciously. A long crack immediately appeared on the screen of light before Li Qingshan. Originally, he did not take it to heart. Although his comprehension of the spirit turtle transformation had deepened, and the spirit turtle's profound shell had become even tougher, it was not something that could be shattered so easily. As long as he could keep her busy, he would be able to refine the river. With an endless supply of spiritual chi, he could even fight a battle of attrition against Helicoverparosa. However, the crack was clearly black, and it seemed to be alive. It constantly spread and seeped into the spirit turtle's profound shell like it was alive. In the blink of an eye, a crack had appeared, and it rapidly expanded. There's poison on the whip. What kind of poison is this? It can even corrode the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan's face changed. As his strongest defensive ability, the spirit turtle's profound shell possessed the special characteristic of isolating everything. It had been breached by great powers in the past, but it had never been corroded by anything. He had personally experienced the poison of Helicoverparosa in the past, but it was definitely not as potent as this. Otherwise, as long as it grazed his skin, half of his body would be corroded away. Take a look. North Moon, this is my true strength. Do you really think you can defeat me? Helicoverparosa shrieked behind him. The smile on her face twisted. That was the delight of revenge. She did not do anything special, but the whip twisted and stabbed into the crack in the spirit turtle's profound shell. This was no longer a regular whip, but an extension of her limbs. Li Qingshan was not bold enough to let the whip touch him. He surged with demon chi, and the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the shape of a 2-headed snake immediately sprang to life. The two snake heads opened their mouths and bit down viciously on the whip. At the same time, he used his demon chi to repair the spirit turtle's profound shell in an attempt to lock up the whip. After all, the arcane artifact had been tempered by cultivators over and over again. It was forged from extremely tough materials, so it was impossible for it to stop the whip for a while under the injection of his demon chi. However, the black poison spread mercilessly to the dragon seizing pitchfork. The two-headed snake that had been awe-inspiring a moment ago immediately became exhausted, losing the power of the dragon seizing. Meanwhile, Xianxia's demon chi only managed to stop the spread of the poison slightly. In a single clash, the dragon seizing pitchfork was destroyed. Like a venomous dragon breaking free, the whip danced about in a dazzling manner. Black shadows enveloped Xianxia's surroundings, filled with the aura of death. As long as the poison came in contact with even the slightest bit, he would have to pay an extremely horrific price. Xianxia instead calmed down. He opened his mouth and spat out the tiger demon's breath, which entangled with the whip. However, as soon as it collided with the whip, even the wind was dyed black. Logically speaking, poison could only corrode physical objects, but Helicoverpa rosa's bone-eating poison could even corrode demon chi and spiritual chi. Fortunately, Xianxia's breath was endless, which finally stopped the whip's attack slightly. As for Helicoverpa rosa, she had yet to actually use it. The tiger demon's breath could block the whip at most, but the 8 legs behind her were definitely coated in the same poison. How was he supposed to block it? The battle had only just begun, but Xianxia understood why the spirit turtle's demon core had given off such a great warning. He really was in danger of dying in this battle. As a demon commander, Helicoverpa rosa also possessed 3 innate abilities. Xianxia had seen 2 of them in the past. One was her eyes that could see through all obstructions, making it convenient for her to hunt down prey. The other was turning completely silver, granting her a powerful defense. However, there was one more that Xianxia had never seen before. It was also her only offensive ability, which was the bone-eating poison. Yes, during the last encounter, she had injected vicious poison into Xianxia's body countless times, but the effects were not ideal. However, that was just her instincts as a venomous spider. It could not be regarded as an innate ability at all. That was because the innate ability was not the type that could be used immediately. Instead, it required tremendous amounts of demon chi and effort to refine her own poison. Who knew how many years it had already been since she had encountered an opponent that she could fight, so why would she specially use this innate ability and refine that terrifying bone-eating poison normally? Without her only offensive ability, she was like a tiger without claws and teeth. Although she still possessed her physical strength, she could not even unleash half of its destructive power. She suffered an extremely humiliating defeat at Xianxia's hands. Now, it's time for her to take revenge. You're welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Helicoverpa rosa arrived in front of the cavern and grabbed the edge of the crack in the spirit turtle's profound shell. She ripped it apart, and with a sound like it had shattered, the spirit turtle's profound shell was reduced to pieces. She arrived before Xianxia. She drew back her right hand and raised it, shaking the whip until it was perfectly straight, dispersing the breath around it and turning it into a black spear. She turned around slightly and held the spear before her. Her slender right leg bent slightly as she glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia finally discovered that the breath alone was not enough to trap the whip in Helicoverpa rosa's hand. The whip countered softness and toughness. When it was soft, it was flexible, but when it was tough, it was indestructible. In her hands, it basically seemed like it had fused with the whip. With the majestic cobweb city as the backdrop, her slender, pitch-black figure seemed noble like the queen of the night, radiating with a sternness that Xianxia had never seen before. A great sense of danger rose up in Xianxia's heart, but at the same time, his excitement surged. It danced wildly like the wind, blazed like fire. It was thicker than love, more intense than lust. The corner of his lips curled into a vicious smile involuntarily. With a wild laugh, he opened his mouth and spat out. The breath that was originally only as thick as an arm suddenly grew larger, whistling over. Then he grabbed forward, as if he had grabbed something, and he pulled violently. The rocks in the surroundings suddenly began to squirm like living things, pressing against Helicoverpa rosa's back violently. The breath held and curled against Helicoverpa back. The fierce wind blew her long, black hair backwards, and her black, tight-fitting clothes became wrinkled, but it did not tear through. The rock and soil almost buried Helicoverpa back. Only a single eye of hers remained, staring straight at Xianxia. Her figure suddenly blurred. Her frozen posture clearly remained where she was, but she had already taken a great step forward, and she suddenly pushed forward with her right hand. The rock and soil around her were reduced to dust in a single moment. The spear was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced towards Xianxia's head with the power to pierce through everything. Advancing courageously, unparalleled. If it was the Xianxia of the past, this move would have been enough to kill him on the spot. There would have been no chance for him to escape. However, things were different now. Xianxia was prepared for everything that he had done. It was just a stall for time, he growled. He brought his hands together. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Waves of demonic aura condensed around him. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared. The figure was obviously fake, but the spirit turtle's profound shell on the spirit turtle's back was real. It was no longer a screen of light formed by hexagons, but in the shape of a tortoise shell, ancient, simple, and sturdy. He lay there quietly, even if Mount Tai was pressing down on him and the sea was flowing. They were unable to shake him in the slightest. The moment the black spear collided with the spirit turtle's profound shell, there was eternal darkness. Suddenly, an extremely bright light burst out from the dark underground. In that instant of clash, Xianxia's eyes suddenly became as calm as water. He bent and rose up skillfully, avoiding the tip of the spear and making it slide past the semicircular tortoise shell, missing. Sure enough, the tortoise shell was dyed with a layer of black. It was impossible for him to continue holding on like this. However, Xianxia had never thought that would happen. In that moment, the figure of the spirit turtle dispersed, and the figure of the tiger demon appeared. The black king character on his forehead was clearly visible. Xianxia's crouching posture happened to be the tiger demon's preparation for killing its prey. At that moment, he did not give off the slightest hint of viciousness. Instead, his scarlet eyes gave off a different kind of calmness. He stared at Helicoverpa before him. His tall body arched like a great drawn bow. Every single tendon and muscle in his body was a taut bowstring. A pair of shoulder blades suddenly rose up on his back, and the wings of wind unfurled. Roar! An earth-shaking tiger's roar rang out. Helicoverpa felt a surging aura of malice lunge towards her. In that instant, all emotions vanished from Xianxia's scarlet eyes. All that remained was a bloodthirsty, battle-hungry red light. In that instant, he lunged towards Helicoverpa with two long streaks of scarlet light. Under the relentless pursuit of Helicoverpa, Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Only the courageous would emerge victorious. The whip suddenly softened, curling back towards Xianxia's neck in an attempt to stop his lunge. However, he was a step too slow. Under the instantaneous acceleration of the wings of wind, even Helicoverpa seemed rather unable to react. However, she remained as calm as before. Rings of light flickered in her eyes as she used her innate ability. In her vision, Xianxia's startling speed immediately slowed down. She could clearly see every single strand of his scarlet hair, every single change in his expression, and the splashes he kicked up when he leapt up drifted through the air. His lunging posture was extremely relaxed, yet it was filled with a sense of vigorous beauty. 8 long spikes unfurled from her back. The spikes were the same dark as the whip, shining with no light at all. They stabbed towards Xianxia's eyes, throat, heart, and other vital points. However, there was still a sliver of clarity in the depths of Xianxia's fervent eyes. With a thought, the 8 spirit turtles' profound shell flew out, hovering around him and blocking the spikes slightly. Xianxia used this opportunity to clench his claws into a fist and hurl it violently at Helicoverpa back. All of this happened in a split second. Helicoverpa raised her hand and clenched his fist firmly, but under the acceleration of the wings of wind, Xianxia pushed his strength to the limit. Helicoverpa was unable to block the force of the attack either. She fell backwards. The moment she revealed an opening, Xianxia threw a punch at her chest with his left hand. Tremors of the Ox Demon. Boom. Helicoverpa Rosa flew backwards, falling down the waterfall. Her black, tight-fitting clothes ripped open, revealing a deep cleavage, but it was silvery gray. She unleashed her defensive innate ability once again. However, a small crack was still left behind. It was the result of Xianxia condensing all of the power of tremors into a single point. While he was still in the air, demon chi surged and healed his wounds. His skin recovered its whiteness too. Threads wove together around the hole in the tight-fitting clothes, automatically mending it. He's become even faster, and his destructive power has become even greater. If it weren't for the battle suit, his wounds would have been much more severe. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her head and looked at Xianxia beside the cavern. There was no fury from being injured or repelled in her eyes. Instead, she was extremely calm as she estimated Xianxia's current strength. Judging from the punch, Xianxia's full-powered strike could only cause minimal damage to her. There was no need for her to worry too much. However, this time, she would not be careless because of anything. She still gripped the black whip firmly in her right hand and raised it gently. In the moment Xianxia completely unleashed the force of his lunge, when he thought he had repelled the enemy, he did not relax at all. However, it was unavoidable for his body to reveal a sliver of an opening. Her eyes allowed her to grasp all openings. Xianxia only felt his ankle tighten. The whip wrapped around him, dragging him down the cliff and down the waterfall. Xianxia took a step down, and the rock collapsed and cracked. The strength of the earth had bestowed him with unbelievable strength, immediately freezing him in place. Suddenly, a feeling of numbness rapidly spread through his ankle. At the same time, the feeling spread through his hand and many other parts of his body. I'm clearly not injured. This poison is so vicious. She purposefully allowed herself to be hit with that punch, just so that the whip would have the opportunity to trap me. Although the 8 legs had pierced the spirit turtle's profound shell, Xianxia's lunge was so swift and violent that it only brushed past Xianxia in the end. It did not even pierce through the ox demon forge's its hide, so he was not injured at all. But now, the 8 slashes rapidly widened and deepened, silently devouring Xianxia's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had become 8 horrific wounds. A layer of skin and flesh had been shaved off his fist where Helicoverpa Rosa's tight clothes had come into contact with it in the blink of an eye, revealing his metallic bones. The poison actually seeped into the bones wildly. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, suppress the poison. The demon chi in Xianxia's body surged violently, suppressing the spread of the poison in front of him. He wanted to purge it, but the poison was like maggots in his bones. The poisonous whip wrapped around his ankles was releasing poison continuously. Unlike the feeling of being poisoned last time, he did not feel any pain this time. His ankle only shrank silently, and it continued to shrink. This change was the same as what happened to Helicoverpa Rosa right now. There were no more crazy curses or sharp curses. Instead, it silently, quietly stripped away his life force. Xianxia swung his hand like a blade, swinging it viciously at the whip. However, a powerful strand of demon chi knocked his hand back. The toughness of the whip itself had far exceeded his imagination. This was the result of Helicoverpa Rosa's patient weaving over the greater part of the year. Every single strand of spider silk she spat out was even tougher than steel. However, this whip was made up of 100,000 strands of spider silk. They were woven together in an extremely precise manner, and after some refinement, they had become a single entity. Under the control of Helicoverpa Rosa's will, the whip slithered over like a snake. It wrapped around Xianxia's thigh, wrapped around Xianxia's waist, wrapped around him, wrapped around him, wrapped around him. Xianxia did not even feel like he was being tied up, as wherever the whip passed by, his body would become numb. There was no pain, only nothingness. Helicoverpa Rosa did not use this opportunity to lunge over. Instead, she maintained her distance from Xianxia and watched on quietly, making use of every moment she had to recover her demon chi and strength. Spiders would not strike immediately after their prey fell into their web. Instead, they would wait until they ran out of strength and posed no threat at all before slowly feasting on them. Turns out I've still underestimated her. Originally, Xianxia had heard that she was relatively powerful among demon commanders, so he did not find the 2 words demon commander to be anything special. Looking at it now, he had been far too arrogant. She had personally demonstrated to him the terror of a carapaced demon commander. Her innate abilities might not have been as beautiful or complicated, but after the simplest combination, she had completely turned into a killing machine. The spirit turtle's demon core gave off a sharp warning. Death was closing in on him step by step. Thinking he could escape at any time with the wings of wind was just a laughable fantasy. The slightest carelessness would lead to certain death. Interesting. Li Qingshan's body suddenly expanded, turning into a demon with a copper head, iron forehead, ox horns, iron hooves, tiger claws, and a tiger tail. He let out a ferocious howl, which reverberated in the cave. Stalactites and stalagmites fell from the sky and into the lava river, splashing fiery red lava. Li Qingshan sealed the river, and the red magma had completely occupied this intertwined network. Helicoverpa smiled. The more the prey struggled, the faster it died. Her poisonous whip was not something that could be broken by brute force. But thinking of Li Qingshan's usual amazing performance, she held the poisonous whip tightly and injected demonic aura into it, suppressing Li Qingshan's struggle. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan's body had grown to a height of 3 meters. Not only did he not break the poisonous whip, but the whip also tightly wrapped around his body. His bones were exposed under the corrosion of the poison, and he looked like a trapped beast. He did not look like a human at all, but a ferocious monster covered in scars, fighting like a cornered beast. At this moment, the evil smile on his face did not disappear. The pain of the poison corrosion only increased his fighting spirit. With a pair of big hands that were almost only bones left, he grabbed the poisonous whip tightly and pulled it like a tug-of-war. "Come here." Helicoverpa reacted immediately. She stepped on a spider silk that was as thick as a wrist that ran through the cave. The spider silk was pulled and bent like a bowstring, wrestling with Li Qingshan. She would not attack rashly. She had to wait until the moment when the poison destroyed all his vitality before she launched a fatal blow. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly let go of his hands. Helicoverpa felt her hands loosened, and she was bounced back by the long spider silk. She thought to herself, "Oh no." Taking advantage of the moment when her body lost balance, Li Qingshan's body suddenly shrank and returned to the size of a human. He spread his wings of wind and flew up with a whoosh. The poisonous whip was like a poisonous snake. "The winch under me." Helicoverpa was not too disappointed with Li Qingshan's escape, because he had already suffered a serious injury. If he did not use his demonic aura to suppress the poison, he would have died. But in front of her, how could he have the chance to do so? "Fortunately, I'm not unprepared." Li Qingshan also understood this point. He exhaled lightly. Under Helicoverpa incredulous gaze, the terrible wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the demonic aura on his body was not reduced at all. "This is impossible." Helicoverpa cried out involuntarily. Let alone a demon general, even a demon commander would not be able to recover from her poison so easily. "Nothing is impossible. You will never be able to kill me. No matter how sharp your claws and teeth are, no matter how fierce the poison you refine, you can't kill me, and I will become stronger and stronger. One day, I will conquer you, ha ha ha." Li Qingshan laughed wildly. The poison on his body disappeared, but there were still some injuries left. Without the invasion of the poison, he naturally recovered in the blink of an eye. But in his heart, he said, "I didn't expect to be forced to use my first trump card so soon. If I didn't have this move, I would have to retreat now." The mirror avatar is also almost unable to hold on. At the bottom of the small lake in the island at the center of the lake, Li Qingshan's mirror avatar was also sitting cross-legged, with the shimmering water moon disk on his knees, reflecting his appearance. Suddenly, a terrible scene appeared on his body. It was accompanied by dark poison, as if there was an invisible beast, biting fiercely. By the time the biting stopped, the mirror avatar was on the verge of shattering. Under the corrosion of the poison, it seemed like it would collapse completely very soon. Li Qingshan seemed to be prepared a long time ago. The 100 treasures pouch that his mirror clone carried was filled with many healing medicines, detoxifying pills, and so on. He grabbed them all and shoved them into his mouth, and only then did he manage to keep the poison at bay. With the sliver of divinity from the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan had unleashed an ability that even Lu Chongqing had failed to discover in the water moon disk. Apart from detection, the water mirror disk's other ability was reflection. It could leave the wielder's shadow in the water mirror disk, and once the wielder was injured, it could be reflected on the reflection in the water. Although the damage it could endure was extremely limited, it could save lives at certain crucial times. It could only be described as an arcane artifact refined by ancient cultivators after all. Its ability was truly powerful, and it was strange as well. Originally, Helicoverpa rosa only needed to lash out twice with her poisonous whip, and it would probably reach the limits of what the reflection could endure. However, Li Qingshan also possessed the ability Water Mirror's Image, which was basically a match made in heaven with the water mirror disk. When Li Qingshan used the water mirror disk to summon his mirror avatar, the mirror avatar would become his reflection, and the mirror avatar that possessed a portion of Li Qingshan's original demon chi was more than 100 times more resilient than the reflection in the water mirror disk. As a result, Li Qingshan transferred all of his poisonous wounds to his mirror clone in one go, which was why this strange scene of self-recovery happened. He had just gained an additional life. Of course, he didn't mind using this to strike a blow to Helicoverpa rosa's confidence, but he didn't expect that Helicoverpa rosa's offensive was so strong. Originally, Li Qingshan's plan was even better. He would project all the damage that Helicoverpa rosa gave him to the mirror avatar, and then he would use his demon chi to repair the mirror avatar, and then he would use the water god seal to replenish the demon chi, forming a perfect cycle. He would become an unkillable cockroach, and he would definitely be able to fight Helicoverpa rosa to the point of despair, kneeling on the ground and begging to be conquered. And now, although the elixir had played some role, it couldn't fully recover. At most, it could only support for a while longer and help Li Qingshan to share the damage a few more times. But at this moment, Helicoverpa rosa didn't. Know that at this moment, she once again had the feeling of fighting with Li Qingshan last time in her heart. It seemed that no matter how many times she defeated him, he could stand up again and keep delaying the consumption until the moment she was exhausted. She shook her head, got rid of this thought from her mind, and stared coldly at Li Qingshan. This battle, I will never lose. The poisonous whip danced like a poisonous dragon, roaring out. Although Li Qingshan pulled back a game and hit Helicoverpa rosa's confidence, she was still like a mouse pulling a turtle. He couldn't do anything. If he was hit by her, he would be poisoned. If he was hit by her, he would also be poisoned. If he was poisoned a few more times, the mirror avatar would definitely collapse. Poison, a common thing, became a trump card in her hands that could both attack and defend. And once he was entangled by the poisonous whip, it would not be so easy to get away. Therefore, Li Qingshan's choice was to retreat. He retreated without the slightest hesitation, directly retreating into the surging water behind him. When the tiger demon's rage and the ox demon's stubbornness were all useless, what he needed was the spirit turtle's patience. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed in the water like an old monk. The spirit turtle's figure appeared on him again. The poisonous whip was like a poisonous dragon that had entered a hole. It lashed, stabbed, and entangled. The surging attacks were ever-changing and all-pervasive. Like a black storm, it tore apart and forced back the water, landing directly on the spirit turtle's profound shell. Rumble. The entire world seemed to shake. However, Li Qingshan's eyes were extremely calm as he thought silently. 17. The black poison constantly ate away and spread, but whenever it was about to eat through, Li Qingshan would condense another layer of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Without a doubt, this was extremely taxing on his demon chi. Since the beginning of the battle, he had already expended 30 to 40% of his demon chi. However, with the experience of clashing with Li Qingshan last time, Helicoverpa rosa placed great emphasis on maintaining her strength and demon chi. After a few adjustments, she had not even used up 10%. As long as she had some time, she would be able to return to full again very soon. 13. Li Qingshan continued to count silently. The spirit turtle's profound shell was peeled away layer by layer, approaching his body very soon. Afterwards, Helicoverpa rosa shook her hand, and the poisonous whip wrapped around Li Qingshan's body, the last thin layer of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Once it was ripped apart, she would be able to entangle him again. This time, she would never give him the opportunity to escape. When Li Qingshan had just counted to 7, the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly, and the poisonous whip wrapped around him. Helicoverpa took a step back and arrived before him, reaching towards the top of his head viciously with her fingers. God damn it, this is completely different from what's written in the script. Li Qingshan grumbled inside. He raised his left hand and blocked Helicoverpa's attack from behind, while his right hand grabbed the hand that stabbed towards his chest. His hand suddenly tightened, and the poisonous whip wrapped around him again. This time, it was no longer coiling around him like a snake. Instead, it formed knots, wanting to tie Li Qingshan up and restrict his strength. Afterwards, Helicoverpa opened her mouth and spat out a strand of spider silk, which shot towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan also breathed out, scattering the spider silk. The tiger demon's breath was useless against the poisonous whip, but it was still very effective against this move. Afterwards, Helicoverpa seemed to be completely unaware of this. She spat out spider silk endlessly, and the 8 spikes on her back began to dance about. However, they did not stab towards Li Qingshan. Instead, they wove the scattered spider silk into layers, wrapping around Li Qingshan's body. The rapidly adhering spider silk wrapped around Li Qingshan like a cocoon, layer by layer. However, the poisonous whip continued to tighten, pouring in poison. The mirror clone in Mooncourt Lake shattered loudly, having reached its limit. The water mirror disc sank to the bottom of the lake. From that moment onwards, Li Qingshan would have to endure these injuries himself. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan became immobilized, like an insect that had accidentally stumbled into a spider's web. This was his final fate. Seeing how her prey had finally fallen into the net, Helicoverpa eased up inside, but she dared not stop at all. She constantly increased the thickness of the web. She seemed extremely patient. However, just when Li Qingshan was immobilized, his eyes had already become calm and confident. When he had completely lost the ability to resist, his eyes had already become calm and confident, which was extremely irritating to the Spider Queen. She stabbed 2 fingers towards his eyes. In a daze, she felt like this was déjà vu. I'm going to blow up my demon core and take you down with me. Li Qingshan bellowed furiously and spat. The spirit turtle's shell-like demon core flew out of his mouth, turning into a streak of blue light that shot towards the door behind Helicoverpa. It dyed her face azure before rapidly turning silvery gray. She assumed a defensive posture. I was just saying. Phew, I finally made it in time. The water god seal in Li Qingshan's body suddenly lit up, and another ripple appeared. Li Qingshan had finally pushed the region of water under his control to Cobweb City behind Helicoverpa. Surging waves surged over from the river behind Li Qingshan like a roaring, furious dragon. At that moment, Li Qingshan could freely use the water spiritual chi of Mooncourt Lake and the countless rivers and lakes here. He felt his will rapidly extend, finally connecting with the divine realm that he had managed for all this time. His thoughts expanded boundlessly as well. Although he was still stuck in the web, when he looked at Helicoverpa again, his gaze became like he was looking down on her. The river that Li Qingshan had sealed up and suppressed seemed to run out of patience. It roared and surged with desire, bursting forth. Li Qingshan's eyes became clear. He entered a state of intricacy and powered the water god seal, doing everything he could to gather all of its power on a single point, which was the spirit turtle's demon core. The spirit turtle's demon core suddenly sped up, spinning rapidly. Propelled by the surging water, it shot out of the barrel like a whistling cannonball. Afterwards, Helicoverpa used the innate ability of her eyes. Although she saw these changes, she was not particularly surprised, as if she had been expecting it. However, as she watched the spirit turtle's demon core shoot over, she felt like she was unable to react in time. All she could do was grab her whip and retreat in a hurry. Even at a time like this, she did not forget to take Li Qingshan with her. As long as she took him away from the region of water, he would be prey for her to slaughter. She raised her other hand and blocked the trajectory of the spirit turtle's demon core. As long as it was slightly obstructed, she could even borrow the force to pull even further away. By then, no matter what Li Qingshan's water god was capable of, it would no longer matter. She had countless ways to kill an enemy that she could not fight back against. Helicoverpa's adaptability could not be described as slow. Just this thought alone was enough to tell that she had completely recovered her powerful instincts as a hunter. However, the development of everything was destined to go against her expectations. First of all, she had underestimated the power of the spirit turtle's demon core. As the saying went, dripping water can wear through a rock. The spirit turtle's demon core was a droplet of water like that. Behind it was the boundless waters of the river and lake. She poured all of her power into this droplet of water. The moment it struck her hand, it paused slightly. It pierced right through her chest. Helicoverpa had an incredulous look on her face. The black tights on her chest were torn to shreds. His silver-gray skin also caved in deeply, and blood splattered everywhere. Boom! Helicoverpa was sent flying far away like a ball. Clang 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 clang. The crisscrossing spider webs in the cave snapped like strings of a zither under her impact. After blocking a few times, it still crashed heavily into Cobweb City. First, a tower was smashed to smithereens, but its momentum didn't slow down at all. More than a dozen walls and a thick pillar collapsed. The pain came just now, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Xianxia secretly thought that it was a pity. If he could directly hit her body, it would definitely cause a lot of damage. It could even pierce right through her. However, piercing through her palm was equivalent to piercing through 2 layers of spider silk poison armor, and finally hitting her, there was still one more layer. With these layers of protection, her injuries were minimized. The spirit turtle's demon core bounced back. Xianxia swallowed the spirit turtle's demon core in a single gulp, but he discovered that the demon core had also been contaminated with a layer of black poison. However, with a flash of light, the poison was purged. Her poison could contaminate the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was not very effective against the spirit turtle's demon core. Xianxia was pulled along by the whip, so he obviously arrived in Cobweb City involuntarily. He studied the surroundings, and to no surprise, he was in her bedroom. The huge, obsidian bed covered in curtains was nearby. Xianxia sniggered. Mother of my child, we basically revisited this place. Helicoverpa straightened her back and stood up. The tights on her chest constantly twisted and turned in an attempt to mend them, but it clearly was not that simple. After quite a while, she only managed to pull them together, struggling to hide her plump breasts. Her eyes no longer possessed any human emotions at all. Her pupils had constricted to the size of 2 needles as she stared at Xianxia closely. She said with a hoarse voice that sounded like nails scraping against glass, "Why are you still alive? Why aren't you dead yet?" The poison she injected into him was enough to slaughter 100 cities, yet he could still laugh. Haha, I still want to watch our child be born. Under the cobwebs, Xianxia had already gripped the blade of the drinking poison feather in his hand. The hilt, shaped like a bird's beak, stabbed into the whip and absorbed the poison. However, after absorbing the poison, even the blade of the drinking poison feather was dyed black. The spiritual energy and runes attached to it were rapidly corroded away, following in the footsteps of the dragon-seizing pitchfork. However, it did alleviate Xianxia's urgent situation. Helicoverpa sensed that something was amiss and pulled back her whip. She saw that the whip was once again covered in the original lustrous white of spider silk. She frowned. Who knew how much time and energy she had spent to condense each drop of poison? She had originally planned to use it to make him suffer, but she had not expected him to be so difficult to deal with. Listen, this place is about to be flooded. If you have any killing moves, you'd better use them quickly, or I'll have to act. At this moment, the sound of surging waves came from all directions. The great river surged and poured into the large cavern where Cobweb City was located. The moment it came into contact with the magma, white smoke rose into the air. Helicoverpa suddenly straightened her whip and adopted a posture that Xianxia was extremely familiar with. She aimed it at Xianxia's head. "I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." She strode forward and thrust her spear forward. It was like a black beam of light that shot towards the immobilized Xianxia. Dream on. Fierce winds blew as the wings of wind unfurled freely. They were not real wings, but condensed from demonic energy. Although he could not break free from the entanglement of the spider silk, it could not stop him from using his demonic energy to use his innate divine ability. Xianxia was like a giant egg that had grown wings. With a whoosh, he flew up, evading the spear and flying backwards. But how could Helicoverpa let a cooked duck fly away? He had just flown to the door when he felt his speed suddenly slow down. He did not know when, but a thread of spider silk had stuck to him. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew forwards desperately. Although he spoke very arrogantly, he had been entangled by the whip again. The violent poison caused quite a lot of trouble for him. Now that he used his demonic energy to use his innate divine ability, the poison immediately showed signs of spreading again. Helicoverpa snorted coldly. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nowhere to push off in the air, she yanked hard. Li Qingshan was unable to use his strength, so he was pulled back again. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that Helicoverpa had let go of the whip. She spread her arms and extended her legs. Her red lips parted slightly as if she wanted to give him a great hug before giving him a deep, passionate kiss. Oh no, the spirit turtle's profound shell. Under Helicoverpa passionate embrace, the spirit turtle's profound shell groaned in pain. Cracks appeared, but what was even more terrifying was the poison on her poisoned suit, corroding and penetrating it. The spirit turtle's profound shell only lasted for a few seconds before shattering loudly. In that moment, Li Qingshan's expression became rather strange, while Helicoverpa face was filled with twisted hatred. She embraced him firmly before kissing him deeply on the lips. The kiss was so serious, so unforgettable. Li Qingshan only felt his lips sting before he felt nothing else. Li Qingshan did not even need to look to know that his lips were probably gone, but this was only the beginning. Where was her most venomous part? It was not in the whip, nor was it in her clothes. Instead, it was in her venomous fangs where she injected the most primitive, purest, bone-eating poison into his body. The venom was so potent that it could not be compared to just a little bit on the skin. Even if a demon commander was bitten, they would probably die from the poison. The venom flowed down his throat and into his lungs. Wherever it flowed to, he lost all feeling. In the blink of an eye, all of his organs had vanished, eaten away from the inside out. All that was left were jagged bones. All Li Qingshan felt was blood sloshing around in his stomach before flowing out with a splash. This feeling was utterly horrible. However, even at that moment, he did not waver at all. He did not even plan on calling for Little and to save him. The water level rapidly rose up around Cobweb City. This was already his territory. Suddenly, the water god seal in Li Qingshan's body shone brightly. Spiritual chi flowed endlessly into Li Qingshan's body. His demon chi rapidly recovered, like the rising tide of the ocean. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it occupied the long coastline. It was unstoppable, desperately resisting the venom that had invaded his body. However, the venom continued to viciously plunder Li Qingshan's flesh and blood. The venom and water constantly clashed in a stalemate, one weakening while the other strengthening. Inside Li Qingshan's body, the flesh and blood that had been corroded by the venom suddenly disappeared. Under the nourishment of the water spirit, they grew back. The situation was extremely bizarre, and the feeling was indescribable with words. Die. Helicoverpa crazily dug her hands into Li Qingshan's eyes. In an instant, everything went black. Li Qingshan was blinded. She stabbed even more viciously into his head, stirring up a mess inside. If he were a regular demon general, no matter how strong his vitality was, he would undoubtedly die if his organs and brain were destroyed. However, Li Qingshan did not stop resisting because of this. He had also gone through many experiments. After breaking through to the 4th level of the tiger demon, his body no longer had any obvious weak points. Even if all of his flesh and blood were stripped away, as long as his tiger bones were still standing proudly, his demon core was still flickering with light. As such, he would not be defeated. Compared to the bizarre feeling in his body, this little pain was practically child's play. Why don't you die? Helicoverpa 10 fingers fiercely grabbed Li Qingshan's skull. Sparks flew in all directions, but only 10 shallow marks were left. Venom was poured on it, and white smoke rose, leaving behind a charred area. However, that was all. The bone-corroding venom could not corrode his tiger bones. With bones, a tiger would be reborn. She was about to go mad with anger. She was clearly much stronger and could easily suppress him, but he could continuously struggle and struggle. Li Qingshan's face, which was almost corroded into a skull, opened his mouth. Demonic wind passed through his hollow throat, and he cackled strangely. To be continued. In the deep underground palace, 2 waves of demonic aura surged continuously. One was powerful and full of aggression, while the other was weak but endless. 2 faces faced each other. One was peerlessly beautiful, full of vengeful rage. The other was full of malevolence, laughing strangely, as if mocking the powerlessness of her hatred. When all the flesh and blood on Li Qingshan's body had been stripped away, only a layer of huge bones was left standing there, flashing with a metallic luster. But under the corrosion of the poison layer by layer, it was also rapidly dimming. Li Qingshan knew that even if his bones were tougher than magic tools, if the poison continued to corrode them, they would soon collapse. But after connecting the underground river, he had a countermeasure. Resplendent blue light burst forth from Li Qingshan's body. Among the 5 elements, the wood spirit was definitely the best at healing and recovery, while the water spirit could only be ranked second. But in terms of detoxification, the water spirit was definitely the best. Although the poison was fierce, it was gradually diluted and purified by the surging demonic aura. The metallic luster of his bones gradually recovered, and his muscle fibers, like willow branches sprouting in spring, stretched out to form a new body. With the support of the water god's seal, he almost didn't have to worry about the consumption of demonic aura. Although the poison that was the greatest threat to him still affected his movements, it was no longer a fatal problem. He deduced that this kind of poison of hers probably needed to be specially condensed. Then let's waste it. He didn't believe that the poison she could condense was endless. How could Helicoverpa just sit and wait for Li Qingshan to recover? She clenched her fists and madly bombarded his skull. A series of hollow booms rang out, shaking Cobweb City. Under this terrifying power, it also began to distort and deform, and some small cracks appeared. The tiger demon Refine's bones was not indestructible after all. I will definitely kill you, Helicoverpa coldly declared. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger and retreated. Chi La. Li Qingshan's bone claws, shining with a metallic luster, pierced through the spider web and wrapped around Helicoverpa's slender waist. He hugged her tightly in his arms, as if he still wanted more from the kiss just now. A mouthful of fangs kissed his lips. A strong gust of wind passed through his hollow chest, and a hoarse voice came out. My wife, it's my turn. Helicoverpa's expression changed. She felt a stream of wind flowing into her mouth. It was like a miniature tornado, but its power was not reduced at all. It was even more terrifying than a real tornado. It was Li Qingshan's innate ability. Tiger demon breath. Like a rapidly rotating blade turbine, it violently stirred up her internal organs. Her face twisted in pain. She pressed her hands against Li Qingshan's head and held it up. She flew back and half-knelt on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood along with pieces of internal organs. After Helicoverpa put on the poison suit, coupled with her powerful defensive innate ability, Li Qingshan's full-strength attack could not cause her any fatal injuries. It would be difficult for them to inflict a fatal wound on her, but her body was still relatively weak. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, there were 2 more rips, and a pair of feet that were reduced to bones broke free from the cocoon. They stomped on the ground loudly, causing the ground to crack and sink as rocks flew everywhere. The spider silk that Helicoverpa spat out at the last minute could not be as strong as the poisonous whip. From the beginning until now, he had never stopped using the tremors of the ox demon to destroy the structure of the spider silk. The effects continued to accumulate until now. He used a pair of extremely sharp bone claws to tear at his body. Finally, he broke free from the spider silk and regained his freedom. A ferocious and thick skeleton that seemed to be made of metal stood proudly. Li Qingshan thought, my appearance does suit Little and very well. However, Little N's white bones seemed rather slender, even giving off a sense of holiness. As for Li Qingshan's skeleton, it was sharp and radiated with malice. At this moment, sharp laughter suddenly rang out from behind Helicoverpa. It was twisted with delight. The laughter came to a halt. I never thought you'd actually force me to this extent. North Moon, I've still underestimated you. However, from the moment you set foot in Cobweb City, your fate was sealed. It was death. Suddenly, Xianxia felt like he had been surrounded by sharp killing intent, as if he had fallen into an encirclement of ambushes from all directions. Actually, Xianxia had always been confused. Although he had experienced quite a lot of danger from the beginning until now, it did not seem to match up to the warning from the spirit turtle's demon core. Now, the answer was being revealed. Xianxia's footsteps suddenly froze in the air. He was immobilized. This time, he really did not move at all. He could not even move a finger. Even his demon chi felt like it had been restrained, preventing him from unleashing it to his heart's content. What's going on? I clearly don't have a single strand of spider silk on me, yet I feel like I'm tied down by thousands of strands of spider silk. Helicoverpa spread her arms. The strands of spider silk that crisscrossed the cavern suddenly flashed together and trembled. In that moment, like thousands of zither strings were being plucked at the same time, Cobweb City silently split apart and collapsed. It fell into the surging water and kicked up huge waves. The residents also collapsed. Xianxia no longer had a place to stand, but he remained frozen in the air just like that, as if he had been glued to an invisible net. The crisscrossing, geometrically beautiful strands of spider silk finally demonstrated their true purpose at that moment. They formed a huge trap similar to a human formation. Spirit arrays were not created by human cultivators. Instead, they were created through discovery and study. Through the use of spirit stones, array flags, and other tools, they were able to simulate the laws of the world. However, demons were often used to using their own strength. It was very rare for them to use external forces, just like how tigers and wolves were used to fighting with their claws and fangs instead of blades and spears. However, Helicoverpa was an exception. When she was still a tiny spider, her main tool for survival was spider webs. Compared to her, even her venom paled in comparison. Very clearly, she did not give up on this special skill as she ascended to the throne of Demon Commander step by step. Instead, she learned to weave larger and better webs. As for Xianxia, he had unfortunately become an insect in the net. He thought, so this is her trump card. Helicoverpa exhaled softly. A rare hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. It was clear that activating this spider web had taken a lot out of her. She stared venomously at Xianxia. She was in no hurry to attack him. Instead, she repaired the strands of spider silk that she had broken just now when she crashed into Cobweb City. Xianxia cursed inwardly. Originally, he could still sense the spiritual energy of the world and the vast rivers of water, but as the spider web was repaired strand by strand, it was like a great door was slowly closing. Once he lost the connection to the spiritual energy of the world and the support of the water god seal, he would become water without a source. Once Helicoverpa turned around to deal with him, he would be able to wait for death. No matter how much power he unleashed on the spot, he would not be able to break free from the spider web she had meticulously woven. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the cavern. By now, the water had already flooded almost half the cavern, and the water level was still rising rapidly. Suddenly, a huge dragon head extended out. A water dragon soared into the sky like a dragon, carrying thousands of tons of water with it as it lunged towards the back of Helicoverpa who was focused on weaving the web. Helicoverpa snorted coldly in disdain. She did not even look at it. The water dragon passed through the web and was completely ripped apart by the spider silk. It did not affect Helicoverpa at all. The destructive power of flowing water had always been limited. Only by concentrating all of its power on the spirit turtle's demon core like in the beginning could it harm her. However, Xianxia was bold enough to use that move once. Only a surprise attack could achieve that effect. Once he was prepared, he would not even be able to cry if she directly grabbed his demon core. As for directly controlling the water to attack her, it was very ineffective. To Helicoverpa, this was clearly his final struggle. As long as she repaired the last strand, she would be able to do whatever she wanted. Boom! Although the water dragon had been ripped apart by the web, the great force from the thousands of tons of water slammed against the ceiling of the cavern. This was Xianxia's true target. After Cobweb City had been cut to pieces, this unbelievably large cavern had lost its most important support. If it were not for the night roamers who had constantly reinforced the walls over the past 1,000 years, it would have collapsed from its own weight a long time ago. The collision this time was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Rumble. The ground seemed to roar furiously. Huge cracks spread out like lightning, interweaving like a spider web. Thousands of tons of rock and soil collapsed and poured down. Do you think you can escape death like this? Helicoverpa casually swung her whip, and the poisonous whip shattered the huge rocks that fell towards her. The other rocks that fell down were easily ripped apart by the thin silk like the water dragon. Furthermore, her spider silk was independent and would not be affected by the destruction of the surrounding walls. This spider web was impressively her absolute domain. However, Li Qingshan ignored her. He let out a roar that sounded like he was in ecstasy, cheering for this natural scene of the collapse of the sky. Under the pressure of the rock and soil, the water level rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had submerged Li Qingshan's body. The cheering vanished, and the figure of the spirit turtle appeared on Li Qingshan's body. However, it was unprecedentedly clear in the water. The water was his domain. The spirit turtle suppressed him and sank to the bottom. All of the silk stretched downwards together, groaning as if it was about to be ripped apart. Lolfa's expression changed drastically. She had never thought he would still be able to put up a struggle even at this point. She was only lacking a single strand of silk to completely seal him up, but according to the current situation, the other strands would snap before she could even finish weaving the single strand of silk. However, if she returned to suppress him right now, she would not be able to kill him anytime soon. As long as there were holes in the web, he would be able to continue struggling. Caught between a dilemma, Helicoverpa's face turned vicious. She ordered, "Dragonsnail, stop him." "Yes, please." The invisible domain enveloped him. Immediately, Li Qingshan's struggles slowed down. If it were not for his experience with Dragonsnail's ambush, he would have struggled to understand what was going on. This was not just an issue of speed. Once his thoughts slowed down, he struggled to enter a state of intricacy and unleash his strength to the limit. With the circulation of demon chi slowing down, the spirit turtle suppresses the seas lost the pressure it had just now. Although he still managed to maintain it, the spider web gradually recovered its original shape, no longer falling down. Helicoverpa had always followed the principle of killing her prey regardless of the cost. She had no intention of fighting fairly at all. Right from the beginning, she had made Dragonsnail hide in the surroundings, ready to strike at any time. This was to prevent Li Qingshan from escaping with his wings of wind. Li Qingshan immediately understood why the warning from the spirit turtle's demon core was so dangerous. Dragonsnail's innate ability was truly strange and powerful. When experts clashed, there was only a single line. If his speed was suddenly reduced by 30%, he would be at the mercy of others. "Let's see what other tricks you have." Helicoverpa stared at Li Qingshan viciously, only to see Li Qingshan rejoice instead of being alarmed. He laughed aloud. "What are you laughing at?" Helicoverpa asked in surprise and doubt, but she did not slow down at all. "I'm laughing at how you're digging your own grave. If you hadn't called for help, I really would have been embarrassed." As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, boom, 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 earth and rock shot into the air. 21 skull prayer beads emerged from all directions of the cavern, turning into huge, vicious skeleton demons in the air. Their sharp teeth bumped against each other as if they were cackling. Pure white flames burned in their eye sockets, completely ignoring everything else. They directly ripped through the spider web. Helicoverpa's expression changed. She could not sense the aura of the skeleton demons, but she clearly sensed a dangerous, terrifying aura. With a flash, she had already arrived behind a skeleton demon. She raised her leg and kicked out violently, directly sending the skeleton demon flying. It slammed into the wall loudly. In an instant, her figure appeared everywhere in the spider web, as if she had more than 10 clones, and the poisonous whip followed her everywhere. It was like a dancing poisonous dragon. Bang! 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 It was as if a series of thunderclaps had exploded. Being sent flying by her didn't seem to pose any threat to her. However, the skeleton demon that was kicked away by her in the beginning crawled out of the rock wall again and continued to destroy the spider webs tirelessly, completely unharmed. As for those skeleton demons that were sent flying by the poisonous whips, they all got up one by one. Black ink marks were left on their bodies, but it felt as if the poison could not penetrate into their bodies. The samadhi white bone flame burned and removed the poison. What is this? Helicoverparosa's face became more and more unsightly. And this was under the influence of the dragon snail's divine ability. The speed of these skeletons had already become a lot slower. If they recovered their original speed, how ferocious would they be? The skeleton demon climbed up tirelessly. After destroying the spider webs, Helicoverparosa dashed left and right. None of the skeleton demons could stop her at all. However, her demonic aura was constantly being consumed. It didn't take long for her to show signs of fatigue, and her breathing became a little messy. Clang, clang, clang. The spider webs broke one by one. Xianxia began to be able to move his arms. Helicoverparosa suddenly looked back and said viciously, "Do you think you can escape by summoning these monsters?" She completely ignored the spider webs and extended her poisonous whip. He was still suppressed by the power of the spider webs, and under the influence of the dragon snail's divine ability, he naturally didn't have time to react and was tightly bound. Xianxia sighed emotionally. He had really been tied up in this battle, in all sorts of ways. As long as we break through the encirclement of these skeleton monsters and bring him out of this water, she already has the upper hand. Helicoverparosa carried this thought and dragged Xianxia away. Boom! A huge snail shell smashed the rock wall and fell into the cave. On the side of the snail shell, there was a large crack mark. It was smashed in. Dragon snail! Helicoverparosa suddenly raised her head. Lady Spider Queen, save me! Dragon Snail's face was full of fear. He no longer had his usual calmness. He hid so well, but he didn't expect to be discovered. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. What was more terrifying was the strength of the enemy. A white shadow flashed by. A translucent skeleton caught up to Dragon Snail and stepped on his shell. The white bone sword stabbed deeply into the crack, and the surging samadhi flames of white bone burned brightly. Dragon Snail just let out a scream, and as if he was frozen, he could no longer speak. And raised her left hand, and the 21 skeleton demons turned into 21 skull prayer beads. Helicoverparosa saw that the situation was not good. She wanted to escape with Xianxia, but the moment she slowed down, the skull prayer beads entangled her. It was like the stars in the Milky Way, moving on their own trajectories, but following the same rules. 18 skull prayer beads could form a formation. It was originally meant to deal with blood shadow, but it was useless. Now, it was finally used on Helicoverparosa. Moreover, there were 21 of them, and their power was even stronger. The skull prayer beads changed shape again, turning into small skulls that spewed samadhi white bone fire. Helicoverparosa felt a sense of extreme danger. She used her demonic aura to block the samadhi white bone fire. She straightened her body and slashed a skull. She didn't move, but all the skull prayer beads began to spin rapidly. Immediately, 2 skulls blocked her way, and 3 skulls collided fiercely. It was as if there was an invisible thread that pierced through all the skull prayer beads, triggering them all. Although Helicoverparosa was fast, she could not easily escape. Her eyes turned cold, and 8 chakra seals appeared. In her eyes, the speed at which the skull prayer beads revolved slowed down. She had seen through it. The 8 spikes danced wildly, and the might of each strike was astonishing. They whipped away the skulls that flew over, forcefully opening a path for her to break out of the formation. Although the skull demon formation was powerful, and it was naturally more than enough to deal with demon generals, against a demon commander, and a carapaced demon commander with a powerful physique at that, it clearly paled in comparison. Helicoverparosa suddenly felt her hands sink. Xianxia's body suddenly became 10 or even 100 times heavier, pulling her down. Xianxia broke free from the spider web, and without Dragon Snail's interference, his demon chi recovered in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he unleashed the spirit turtle suppresses the seas and spat out a gust of wind, whistling and entangling. It was unable to harm Helicoverparosa, but it could interfere with her movements. Helicoverpa looked at Li Qingshan, who flickered with a metallic luster. She felt like she had entered a nightmare filled with skeletons. She gritted her teeth and abandoned Li Qingshan. She seemed extremely resolute. She knew that if she continued like this, not only would she fail to kill Li Qingshan, but her situation would only worsen instead. It might even end up as bad as last time. Helicoverpa freed up another hand. The 21 skull prayer beads struggled to stop her. If a demon commander wanted to escape, who could stop her unless a demon king took action? There was a white flash, and blocked her way. There was no flash or sword chi, only a sure kill sword intent that enveloped and locked onto her before stabbing over like a streak of white light. The skull prayer beads flew over again. As long as they stopped her, she would fall into the skull demon formation again. There was a flash of blood, and a horrific slash appeared on the back of Helicoverpa's chest. She actually did not dodge at all. She wanted to force her way out even if she had to take the hit. She could clearly sense that the little skeleton before her was the controller of these 21 skeletons. It possessed terrifying strength no less than North Moon's. She suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Lowering her head, she saw white flames spreading from the wound, devouring her flesh and burning even more brilliantly. Her skin suddenly turned silvery gray. The flames followed along the wound, burning even deeper. They were even more vicious than her poison. This time was different from last time. She still had about 50% of the demon chi in her body. She had finally managed to circulate her demon chi to expel the samadhi flames of white bone. She had yet to recover from her shock, so she threw down a vicious threat. North Moon, I will definitely kill you. You still want to leave after offending me? Use your ultimate move. Li Qingshan shouted. And spat out a small banner the size of a palm. She held it between her fingers, and with a wave of her hand, the blood sea banner fluttered in the wind. Helicoverpa then glanced back at the deep crimson color. She felt an indescribable chill rise from her heart. She dared not stay any longer, diving straight into the depths of the wall. In that instant, the world became a sea of blood red. Helicoverpa then looked around. There were no more rocks or flowing water. There was only a boundless, churning sea of blood. The heavy stench of blood did not just reach the tip of her nose, but into every pore of her body. A feeling of weakness and powerlessness rose in her heart. That was the deepest despair in her heart. This sea of blood was boundless. She could not return to where she had come from, nor could she reach the other shore. White bones swam in the sea of blood. With just one look, Helicoverpa had a feeling that her fate would eventually be the same as these white bones, becoming a member of this sea of blood. The sea of blood churned violently. Bone hands reached towards the sky, as if begging the heavens for a sliver of hope. This was a hellish scene, but hope did not exist. There was only a deep-seated hatred for the living. The thousands of white bones turned their heads together, using their empty eye sockets to look at Helicoverpa. Even the vicious Helicoverpa was taken aback, feeling a deep chill. The waves of blood churned. Thousands of white bones broke through the sea of blood and rushed up together. Insignificant tricks. Helicoverpa snorted coldly. She waved her poisonous whip in a circle, smashing hundreds of white bones in an instant and falling into the sea of blood. There was immediately an empty circle around her, but it was immediately filled up by more white bones. There was no fear, no hesitation, and no roar. She just used all her strength to grab Helicoverpa with her bone claws and drag her into the depths of the sea of blood. In a moment, Helicoverpa smashed tens of thousands of white bones. But the white bones seemed to be endless, showing no signs of decreasing. I can't feel the existence of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth at all here. The demonic aura can't be restored. I must find a way to escape. Damn it, North Moon. Helicoverpa suddenly stopped waving her whip. She closed her eyes and was immediately submerged by the white bones, piling up into a mountain of bones. Yes, please. The bone claws grabbed Helicoverpa's back, but they failed to harm her at all. The pulling force of the white bones was nowhere near enough to shake up a demon commander. The blood sea banner sure is brutal. Even that bastard Fu Qingjin's green ruins illusion probably can't match it. Li Qingshan could clearly see Helicoverpa figure submerged in the rippling blood sea banner. Fu Qingjin's green ruin sword only created a green ruins illusion, while Little N's blood sea banner created its own space. In reality, the green ruin sword was still superior. However, as a successor, Fu Qingjin was unable to unleash the power of the green ruin sword at all. The blood sea banner had been personally forged by Little N, so it obviously seemed a little stronger. Moreover, the current blood sea banner was just like the skull prayer beads. It was still extremely far away from complete. Once it truly reached that step, a mere green ruin sword would no longer be able to rival it. With a great boom, the mountain of white bones scattered in all directions. The white bones were reduced to dust, falling into the sea of blood. The surface of the sea finally settled down, but it rapidly gathered again, producing new white bones. Little N pointed. Behind Helicoverpa, she suddenly looked back, only to be met with a surging wave of blood that swept over. It connected the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. It was impossible to escape, impossible to dodge. Just the presence alone was enough to make people shiver inside. As the huge wave arrived before her, Helicoverpa figure became as insignificant as an ant. The moment the blood-red wave slammed down, a series of patterns appeared in her eyes. It was strange and mysterious. Suddenly, she shone with two streaks of light, piercing the wave before her. What she saw was no longer the boundless sea of blood, but the underground. She immediately flew up. The two streaks of light directly shot out from the blood sea banner. Helicoverpa most inconspicuous innate ability came into effect at that moment. It was actually the nemesis of magical illusions. Little N had to manage the blood sea banner and was unable to enter to meet the enemy. With a wave of his hand, the skull prayer beads scattered. Helicoverpa pupils shrank. 21 skull rosary beads shot towards her. She gritted her teeth and twisted her body. No matter how they hit him, his speed did not decrease at all. He was about to break free. But then she saw Li Qingshan's hateful smiling face. Let me. Through the water god's seal, Li Qingshan replenished his demonic qi. Even the injuries on his body had recovered by about 40 to 50%. With an additional layer of flesh, he looked even more terrifying than a skeleton. He nodded towards Little N, then charged headlong into the blood sea banner, letting out a tiger's roar. It shook the blood sea. Li Qingshan spread his wings of wind and pounced on Helicoverpa. Mother of my child, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Helicoverpa was both furious and hateful. Her poisonous whip lashed fiercely on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His pounce was blocked, but it also completely cut off her path of escape. As soon as his flesh and blood fell into the blood sea, it immediately stirred and was devoured by the blood, becoming a part of the blood sea. Li Qingshan was completely fearless. His wings of wind suddenly sped up, crashing fiercely into the back of Helicoverpa body. He spread open his arms, laughing strangely as he tightly hugged her, then dove into the blood sea together. This blood sea did not differentiate between friend and foe. It hated all living beings and devoured all flesh and blood. Even the owner of the blood sea banner, Little N, had to exert all his strength to control it so that the blood water would not attack Li Qingshan. But in the blink of an eye, only a tall skeleton remained. And Helicoverpa, who was under the concentrated attack of the blood sea, was in an even worse state. She had to constantly use her demon qi to resist the corrosion of the blood water. In the blink of an eye, the poison on her body had been dyed red. Although the fierce poison had dyed a part of the sea black, it was nothing compared to the boundless blood sea. Li Qingshan grabbed the back of Helicoverpa neck with one hand, his legs wrapped around her waist, and he rode on her body. Laughing loudly, he landed punch after punch on her body. Naturally, she struggled with all her might. Their figures bobbed up and down in the blood sea, creating huge waves. When Helicoverpa saw that she was unable to break free from Li Qingshan's grasp, she tossed aside her poisonous whip and madly grabbed Li Qingshan's neck with both hands. Under the terrifying strength, his neck bones cracked, and very quickly, cracks appeared. Although Li Qingshan's life force was strong, if his neck was also broken, only death awaited him. Li Qingshan struggled, but he was unable to break free. After losing his flesh and blood, his strength had weakened significantly. This was a demon commander. Even in the most disadvantageous of situations, a single counterattack could be fatal. However, how could Little and just watch as Li Qingshan was injured? While Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa were locked in a stalemate, the skull prayer beads flew over and wrapped around Helicoverpa's wrist, turning into a string of prayer beads again. 21 skeleton demons exerted their strength together, forcefully pulling Helicoverpa's hand away and locking it behind her back. Moreover, they constantly gnawed at her wrist. If she had not used her innate ability, turning her skin an indestructible silvery gray, her flesh would probably have been devoured in an instant. Suddenly, Li Qingshan clenched his claws and raised them high into the air. Like a huge hammer, he smashed them down. In that instant, Helicoverpa felt like a small mountain was pressing down on her from behind. There was a loud sound, followed by an intense tremor that passed through her entire body. Wherever the tremor passed, her poisoned suit, which had been corroded by the sea of blood, shattered. Her silvery gray body sank straight into the depths of the sea of blood. The water filled the cavern, instead propping up the collapsing ceiling. Little and held the blood sea banner and stood quietly in the water. The flames in his eye sockets flickered as he stared closely into the blood sea banner. After a while, Li Qingshan leapt out of the blood sea banner. Haha, it's finally done. Li Qingshan finally understood just how great of a difference there was between defeating a demon commander and subduing one. If it were not for the help of Little and's blood sea banner, he would not have been able to keep her here no matter what. He might even have been killed by her counterattack if he was not careful. Although he successfully subdued her in the end, stripping her naked like last time, he obviously could not do anything inappropriate in front of Little Anne. Moreover, all that was left of his body was white bones. Even if he wanted to do something, he would be powerless. In the blood sea banner, Helicoverpa lay in the sea of blood. Her demon chi had already been completely used up. Her skin had returned to its snow-white color, and her physical strength was close to exhaustion. She could not see the surface of the sea, nor could she reach the bottom. It was as if she was in the center of the sea of blood, and the blood constantly ate away at her life force. If she were a regular demon general, she would have been reduced to a puddle of blood before long, merging with the sea of blood to strengthen the blood sea banner. As a demon commander, her body was extremely tough. Even so, she could only last a little longer. With her connection to the outside world severed, she could not even recover her demon chi. She could only walk step by step towards death. Unprecedented fear and an aura of death enveloped her. This was a feeling that she had not felt for a very long time. Being in the sea of blood, not only did her body suffer damage, her mind was greatly affected as well. It was the deep despair of the boundless sea of blood, where she could neither advance nor retreat. She used her remaining strength to howl in grief. Lord Golden Cicada. Little and asked, should I kill her? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin, and his eyes flashed. That's not impossible. A familiar voice immediately rang out by his ear. Don't do it. Spare her life. Oh, it's you. So you're called Golden Cicada. What do you have to say? Li Qingshan's goal was to lure that voice out. He thought to himself, sure enough, the reason he cultivates in this region is closely related to Lolf. You still know my name. However, it's best if you don't let anyone else know of it. Golden Cicada's words contained a hint of warning. If you kill her, the Dragon King of the Sea will not let this matter rest. Fine, I won't kill her. Li Qingshan's reply was extremely straightforward, exceeding Golden Cicada's expectations. Let's go. Li Qingshan called out to Little and, wait, you're just going to leave like this? Golden Cicada said. I didn't say I was going to let her go. I've already spared her once, but she still won't let it go. I can't just let her kill me for nothing and destroy my weapon for nothing, Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. Since killing her would be troublesome, then he would just suppress her in the blood sea banner forever. However, it was very clear that as the blood continued to corrode her, her cultivation would definitely decline greatly. She might even be unable to maintain her demon commander realm. His thoughts were very straightforward. Since you want to protect me, you have to pay a price, such as the phoenix feather. Golden Cicada fell silent. Since we're on the same path, we should support each other. I promise you that I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the chant of Devanaga. To be honest, ever since we parted last time, I've encountered a pretty good opportunity. If I go back on my word, with your strength, it'll be easy for you to kill me. Li Qingshan took a step further and said with extreme sincerity. Fine, I promise you. After Golden Cicada sensed little and by Li Qingshan's side, his indistinct sense of heavenly secrets grew stronger and stronger. He was basically certain that the chant of Devanaga would be related to Li Qingshan. Moreover, Li Qingshan's final words had also struck a chord in his heart. He only wanted to avoid trouble and entanglement underground, so that he could focus on cultivation in order to break through that final step. However, this did not mean that he could casually toy around with a demon general. Let her go. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and nodded slightly at Little, and Golden Cicada was so generous, so he did not want to appear too stingy. Little and shook the Blood Sea banner, and Helicoverpa Rosa was thrown out. She stared venomously at Li Qingshan, and when she looked at Little Anne, her eyes were filled with hatred, as well as a deep hint of fear. Although she had only been suppressed in the sea of blood for a short period of time, it felt as long as 100 years to her, bringing her despair that could not be erased. Although she was venomous, she no longer looked down on him from above. Previously, she still harbored great reluctance in her heart. However, this time, under the inescapable net that she had laid down, Li Qingshan had forcefully carved out a path of survival. She could only subdue him by finding helpers. However, the helpers that Li Qingshan had found were so powerful. There was a huge chasm between demon commanders and demon generals, but Li Qingshan had used various methods to bridge this chasm, proving with his actions that he was definitely not a weakling that she could bully as she pleased. You're welcome to come again. Li Qingshan directly interrupted Helicoverpa Rosa as soon as she uttered a single word of threat. To be continued, with the phoenix feather settled, Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood. He smiled at Helicoverpa Rosa and said, Lolth, whether you admit it or not, I have the strength to stand up to you. This time, for the sake of fellow Golden Cicada, I'll spare you again. You're welcome to continue challenging me. Helicoverpa Rosa could not hear the conversation between Li Qingshan and Golden Cicada. When she heard Li Qingshan say fellow Golden Cicada, she could not help but be surprised. What did you call Lord Golden Cicada? Even if you didn't challenge me, I would have challenged you. Li Qingshan studied Helicoverpa Rosa's alluring figure again and laughed aloud. The phoenix feather is right here. You and that friend beside you, come down and get it. Golden Cicada pondered for a moment. Through his investigation of the battlefield, he clearly knew that Li Qingshan had come with strong reinforcements, but he could not see Little Anne's appearance. And in his perception, he could not sense the existence of his aura. This kind of situation, even he felt that it was very strange, and a trace of curiosity arose in him. If Li Qingshan was still using the suppression of the spirit turtle to hide his aura, then Little Anne was nothingness between life and death. There was no aura that could be hidden at all. Why? Li Qingshan said warily. She's very special. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Who knows, I might even be able to help her. All right. Seeing that there was something to gain, Li Qingshan agreed very straightforwardly. It was not that he did not have his guard up. Golden Cicada had always been rather peaceful, and he still needed him to get the chant of Devanaga. There was no reason for him to turn against him. If there really was a fatal threat on this trip, he would definitely receive a warning from the spirit turtle. For this reason, although he did not have the ability to divine all sorts of messy things, as long as it was useful in this aspect, it was enough. Under the Spider Queen's surprised and doubtful gaze, Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind with Shaoan and flew underground. Wherever they passed by, the earth would automatically part, forming a path. Even if there were metal ores that could not be moved easily, they would not be able to move easily. He only needed to blow out a gust of wind and sparks would fly. In the blink of an eye, a path would be drilled out. He went all the way to the depths of the underground, where there was a lake of lava. Li Qingshan had just steadied himself. His attention was immediately attracted by the golden red feather floating above the fire lake, and he was unable to shift his gaze away. The beautiful feather was about a foot long and curved. The pattern at the end of the feather was like a big eye, emitting a bright and warm light all the time. Vast amounts of earth flame essence gathered on it. Every time it swayed, it caused the sea of fire to surge. There was no need for any comments. Li Qingshan knew that this was the legendary phoenix feather. There was no doubt about it. As the saying goes, you can tell the whole leopard by looking at one spot. Just by looking at this feather, it was as if he could imagine the noble posture of a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring. Li Qingshan immediately stepped over the fire lake and reached out to grab the phoenix feather. Just as he was about to touch it, he couldn't help but pull his hand back, like a mortal trying to grab a piece of charcoal with his bare hands, afraid of being burned. But when his fingertips touched the phoenix feather, he did not feel a burning sensation. Instead, there was an indescribable warm feeling. That kind of wonderful touch could not be described with words. Then, there was a powerful aura of life. The heart of a phoenix was noble but not arrogant. The fire of a phoenix. Hot but not hurtful. Li Qingshan held the phoenix feather in his hand, admiring it with a heart full of amazement. He could imagine how beautiful a real phoenix would be. At the same time, Golden Cicada was also observing Li Qingshan. The last time they had interacted, they had been separated by an extremely long distance. Moreover, the interference of the underground magnetic field was something that no one could ignore. So although they had interacted, his impression of Li Qingshan was still the last time Li Qingshan had come underground and revealed a trace of phoenix aura. But seeing him again this time, Golden Cicada couldn't help but be shocked. Because the phoenix aura on Li Qingshan's body was extremely weak, almost non-existent. But there were 3 other enormous auras present. One was as steady as a mountain, one as fierce as the wind, and one as calm as the sea. Every single aura represented the bloodline inheritance of a powerful life form, and none of them were inferior to the phoenix. Luoxi's defeat was not unjust. She didn't even know what she was facing. Golden Cicada had never heard of such a situation. This couldn't be innate. It was an extremely rare opportunity to obtain such a powerful bloodline. There must be a huge secret on his body. A little demon that didn't even know what the 9 heavens was seriously saying that he wanted to go above the 9 heavens. It seemed like it was not out of arrogance. Although Golden Cicada didn't know of Oxen's existence, he could faintly sense that the imposing figure was standing behind Li Qingshan. Then, Golden Cicada turned his attention to Little and was immediately stunned. That feeling of shock was far more intense than when Li Qingshan had seen the phoenix feather. He muttered to himself, neither alive nor dead, colorless, and without self. Golden Cicada had an extremely deep connection with Buddhism, which was why Li Qingshan had gone to search for the chanted Devanaga. Now that he saw the successor of the white-bone Bodhisattva, how could he not be shocked? Of course, Li Qingshan and Little and were still very weak, but they were like tiny seeds. Some seeds could only grow into grass, while others had the potential to grow into towering trees. Golden Cicada had originally been curious and wanted to investigate the origins of their legacies, but at this moment, he no longer had such thoughts. The person who could plant these 2 seeds was far beyond the reach of his current cultivation. If not for the fact that he had already arrived at the edge of the well and could already catch a glimpse of the world outside, he would not even be able to understand the meaning behind it. In particular, Little N's body contained a kind of strange Buddhist logic that was vastly different from all the Buddhist principles he knew. It even ran counter to them, yet it formed a style of its own, making it impossible to find any mistakes. He did not dare to think too deeply about it. Not only would it not be beneficial to his cultivation, it would even be harmful. On the other side, Li Qingshan held the phoenix feather, but he was unable to draw upon the power within it. He tried to circulate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In his consciousness, the phantom of the phoenix spread its wings and soared, letting out a long cry. In that instant, the phoenix feather shone brightly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Powerful life force poured into Li Qingshan's body endlessly. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood rapidly healed at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had recovered to his original state. His scarlet hair draped down, and he clenched his fists. He felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Whether it was the hidden injuries left behind by Helicoverpa rosa or the residue from ingesting pills, they were all completely cleaned up. The phoenix feather in his hand only dimmed slightly as well. Ignoring everything else, just using it as a life-saving medicine was like gaining a few more lives. You really have gained the phoenix feather's recognition, Golden Cicada sighed. In other words, there were 4 bloodlines and 4 powers, all of which were the most powerful legacies. This recognition was extremely easy for Xianxia. However, if a regular person rashly used the power within the phoenix feather, they would face the danger of being incinerated by the flames. Perhaps it was because of its healing properties, or perhaps it was because the power within the phoenix feather was relatively gentle, but the spirit turtle did not react intensely. Xianxia was overjoyed. It was like he had found a door when he was at his wit's end. As long as he pushed it open, he would be in a whole new world. Xianxia asked greedily, then, is there only one? Fulfill your promise as soon as possible. This is for that little friend of yours. After Golden Cicada said this, there was no more sound. A glistening, golden sarira flew out of the lake of lava and landed in Little Anne's hand. Xianxia exhaled deeply. Don't worry. I hate owing people favors the most. Xianxia and Little Anne returned to the submerged cobweb city. Helicoverpa had already vanished. However, she was heavily injured this time. The spider webs, poisonous clothes, and poisonous whip she had weaved with great difficulty were all destroyed. It was impossible for her to come looking for trouble for the time being. By the time she recovered, Xianxia had already made his way to greater heights. Little Anne took out another snail shell. This is dragon snail's shell. Xianxia was surprised. In his mind, dragon snail had always been rather mysterious, so she obviously seemed rather powerful. He never thought she would be killed by Little Anne so easily. Although Dragon Snail was an expert among demon generals, Little Anne's strength was close to Xianxia's. In reality, it would not take much effort for Xianxia to kill Dragon Snail. Furthermore, Little Anne's Samadhi flames of white bone had an overwhelming destructive power against the weak. Once it touched the body, only a demon commander like Helicoverpa would be able to forcefully expel it with their powerful and pure demon chi. Dragon Snail naturally did not have this strength. Thus, his soul was frozen by the Samadhi flames of white bone, but his flesh and blood were ignited. He did not last long before dying. In the end, all that was left was the snail shell and a demon core. As a result, the 3 demon generals under Helicoverpa had all died at Little Anne's hands. Little Anne placed the snail shell in Xianxia's palm. Xianxia casually stuffed the snail shell into his 100 treasures pouch, but he discovered that he could not stuff it in. After careful observation, just now, he discovered that the snail shell had its own space. It was like a huge 100 treasures pouch, and there were many things stored inside. After Blood Shadow and Strong Stone died, Dragon Snail took charge of the overall situation. He specialized in ambushing powerful human cultivators. The spoils of war were rather abundant, and there were many precious spiritual herbs. Clearly, Dragon Snail was rather intelligent and had planned far ahead. Now, it had all benefited Xianxia. Dragon Snail might be a rare intelligent person among the demons, but he could not disobey Helicoverpa orders, and he was no match for Little Anne's strength. In the face of absolute strength, intelligence often appeared powerless. This snail shell should be a good material for refining artifacts. Having resolved his greatest worry and obtained the phoenix feather of his dreams, Xianxia was filled with satisfaction. What he needed to do now was to find a way to completely refine this phoenix feather, fuse it with his body, and cultivate the first layer of the phoenix transformation. There was also the matter of continuing to expand the water network. If not for this water god seal, he would not have been able to do anything to Helicoverpa even if he joined forces with Little Anne. In fact, he might have even run out of demon chi and faced the danger of being killed instead. Xianxia and Little Anne followed the underground river upstream, returning to Mooncourt Lake. However, they discovered that their underwater residence was currently being attacked. To be continued, Xianxia's eyebrows immediately rose. Who had eaten the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble at his place? The curtain of night was dark, and dark clouds shrouded the sky. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the world flickered between light and darkness. Amidst the interweaving lightning, a familiar figure stood in the vault of heaven. His tattered Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Lightning coiled around his body like dragons and snakes, making him look like a thunder god descending into the world. Wasn't that Zhou Tong? This old Taoist has already passed the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He looked up into the clouds again and discovered that Zhou Tong was not alone. A soaring dragon ship had stopped in the sea of clouds. On the deck were the heads of the Bai clan, led by Lu Chongqing. The cannons shot out beams of light, causing the formation to flicker, on the verge of shattering. While Li Qingshan was refining the water mirror disc, Zhou Tong was refining the lightning slaughter wooden sword once more, finally taking that step and forming the divine thunder pearl, the so-called golden core realm. After resting for a while, the first thing he did was to take revenge. The 100 schools of thought also gained confidence when they saw a golden core realm cultivator taking the lead. They took out the flying dragon warship that the Mo clan had spent several years to build and came to help. Lu Chongqing's face flickered with the light from the lightning. He also wanted to take back his water mirror disc. He looked down at the moon-cored underwater dwelling anxiously, but after thinking for a moment, he said to Xianxia, "I'll take it back." "Xianxia, looks like the moon devil really isn't here. Persuade your master to hold back after we break through the formation. Don't start a massacre." The war finally subsided, and the moon devil had the upper hand in the past. He didn't try to kill them all. It was fine if he vented his anger, but if he started a huge battle, then he might as well not take the water mirror disc. It was also because of this worry that they did not attack together. Otherwise, with the flying dragon ship's dragon roar main cannon, the moon-cored underwater mansion would have been destroyed long ago. Hua Sengzan said, "That's right. Even if the moon devil comes, he can't do anything to us. Have him hand over the water mirror disc and leave the moon. Clear Court Lake." Xianxia looked troubled. "This master is in high spirits right now. There's no need for you to tell me. I want to force the moon devil to come out and fight me again. All of you are not allowed to interfere. This old Taoist will beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. If he's willing to obediently hand over the water mirror disc and scram out of Mooncourt Lake, I'll spare his life." Zhou Tong's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating back to the soaring dragon ship. Although he had a violent temper, he was able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. He also knew that the moon devil had held back, so he was naturally unwilling to be inferior to a demon. "Oxnose, you sure talk big. Whose life do you want to spare?" A loud roar came from the lake. Li Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, looking as fierce as fire. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He pointed the thunder slaughter sword at Li Qingshan and roared thunderously, "Monster, you've finally dared to come out. Do you dare fight me?" The lightning in the sky retracted and gathered on his body, shining brilliantly. It flickered incessantly, like a sun formed from lightning. It continuously absorbed the lightning in the clouds, growing larger and larger. It could be seen from 500 kilometers away, containing a terrifying destructive power. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. "I see that you don't want that broken sword in your hand anymore. Give it to me for roasting chicken." Their voices were loud and clear, shaking the heavens and earth, as if two gods were conversing with each other. Zhou Tong's expression changed as he felt the pain. What a monster. You won't give up until you see your coffin. Good old Taoist. You won't give up until you see a roasted chicken. What's so great about you cultivating to golden core? Lightning, disperse. Li Qingshan suddenly extended his hands, as if he had grabbed something, and tore it to the left and right. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly split apart, as if the curtains of a stage were slowly pulled open, revealing a sky full of stars and a crescent moon. The cultivators on the soaring dragon warship were all stunned, their faces pale from the moonlight. This power was unbelievably strong, not something a demon general could possess. It almost had the might of Gu Yening when she opened up the sky battlefield in the past. Hua Sengzan said, "This is probably the power of the water god. Although the moon devil failed to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he has become stronger. This battle won't be easy." The other cultivators did not think much of it. No matter how strong the moon devil was, he was only a demon general. How could he be a match for a golden core cultivator? Zhou Tong immediately lost. the timing and was unable to absorb the lightning power from the clouds. His expression turned solemn as he pointed with the thunder slaughter sword in his hand. The lightning that illuminated 500 kilometers like a blazing sun suddenly brightened, turning the world white. When they returned to their senses, a zigzagging lightning mark was left on their retinas. With such speed, who could dodge it? A huge hole had appeared on the surface of Mooncourt Lake. It was several dozen meters deep. Not only was the lake water evaporated, even the rocks below were melted. Who would be able to withstand such power? However, the instant the lightning struck, Xianxia dodged. Spreading his wings of wind, he turned into a scarlet streak of light and pierced into the sky. Lightning flashed so fiercely that even the cultivators on the soaring dragon warship could not keep their eyes open. No matter how fast the Moon Devil was, he could not be faster than lightning. No one could escape from such an attack. Furthermore, a casual strike was even stronger than the full-powered strike Zhou Tong had summoned in the past. Just a single strike was enough to determine the victor. This was the great power of a golden core cultivator. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. The Moon Devil's figure soared freely among the lightning. He transformed, shuttled, and soared like a divine bird fighting against lightning. Not a single bolt of lightning could hit him. Zhou Tong was shocked as well. That's impossible. Xianxia opened his eyes. Bolts of lightning also flickered in his eyes, but they were not the remnants of the lightning. Instead, they were from before the lightning had erupted. Otherwise, no matter how fast the wings of wind were, they would still seem slow compared to the speed of lightning. It could be said that once Zhou Tong struck, it would basically be too late for his opponent to dodge. In the past, he had to use the astral steps in order to release lightning of sufficient power. It would take quite a lot of trouble, and he could even give his opponent an opportunity to dodge beforehand. Now, a casual strike from him would possess startling power, and it would be continuous. This was the terror of lightning. Zhou Tong, who practiced the divine heaven method of lightning wielding, did indeed have the right to be proud. Although he had just undergone the second heavenly tribulation, he could probably look down on all early golden core cultivators. In a true battle of life and death, even some mid-golden core cultivators might not be his opponent. However, Xianxia could use the power of the spirit turtle to see that moment of future. In the blink of an eye, he approached Zhou Tong. No matter how powerful a cultivator's techniques were, the fragility of their bodies remained their greatest weakness. Be careful, Senior Zhou. Humph, I'm waiting. Zhou Tong suddenly slammed his palm against the sun of lightning before him. Boom. In that moment, like a dance of silver snakes, countless bolts of lightning were released, weaving into a net of electricity and producing an unbelievably great rumble of thunder. Even the cultivators on the soaring dragon ship felt their heads shudder. They were dazzled. Although they knew Zhou Tong was on their side, they could not help but feel shocked. The interweaving net of electricity was a zone of death. If they were in there, only death would await them, no matter how many Foundation establishment cultivators there were. Xianxia had already reacted earlier, but even though he could see the trajectory of the lightning, he was unable to dodge within the dense net of electricity. Originally, he wanted to unleash the spirit turtle's profound shell to block it forcefully, but he suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a huge mirror. He unleashed both of the spirit turtle's abilities. The violent lightning landed on the mirror, but most of it was reflected. Xianxia stood behind the mirror, completely unscathed. He thought, this move seems to be limited in close combat, but it seems to have a wondrous effect against techniques, especially against Zhou Tong's flashing lightning. Zhou Tong immediately widened his eyes. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, not only had he condensed a divine lightning pearl, but the lightning slaughter sword had also become stronger after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, yet it had been blocked so easily. Xianxia actually did not have it easy for him to block it. Although the reflection vaguely countered Zhou Tong's lightning, it took up a tremendous amount of his mind to maintain the mirror, which made his demon chi plummet. Normally, he could consider retreating, but he was on Mooncourt Lake, so he did not have to worry about his demon chi being depleted. Taking advantage of Zhou Tong's shock, he flew up. When he was still 30 meters away from Zhou Tong, he extended his hand. His arm suddenly swelled and extended, turning into a huge, pitch-black hand that fell towards Zhou Tong's head. Lightning erupted from Zhou Tong's body, and Li Qingshan felt like he had been stung viciously. First, there was a sharp pain, followed by a feeling of numbness that spread through his entire body. His body slowed down, but he gritted his teeth and forcefully grabbed down. A bolt of lightning flew out from between his fingers, and Zhou Tong's figure changed drastically. The lightning wove into the figure of the Lord of Thunder, wielding a hammer in one hand and a awl in the other. He had finally unleashed the ultimate move that he had never used before, but it was more fluid and clear, as if it was tangible. Zhou Tong roared out furiously, "Divine might is like a prison, Lord of Thunder strikes demons." Boom! The Lord of Thunder struck the awl with the hammer, and a bolt of lightning shot out, vaguely purple. Li Qingshan knew that he definitely could not reflect this move back. With a flap of his wings of wind, he dodged in advance. The trajectory of the lightning suddenly changed, piercing the spirit turtle's profound shell viciously and striking him. Li Qingshan shuddered. In that instant, he actually lost control over his body. The wings of wind shattered, and he directly fell towards Moon Court Lake. Boom! 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 How could Zhou Tong let such a great opportunity slip by? He unfurled his wings of lightning and directly descended in pursuit. The Lord of Thunder struck the lightning hammer in its hand again and again, and bolts of violet lightning struck Li Qingshan's body. As soon as Li Qingshan gathered his demon qi, it was ripped to shreds by the lightning. His body was completely paralyzed by the lightning, leaving him unable to fight back. Clashing with golden core cultivators sure is dangerous. There will always be 1,000 variations. The slightest carelessness can lead to death on the spot. In Li Qingshan's body, the water god seal gave off ripple-like rings of light, reaching the edge of Moon Court Lake in the blink of an eye. The calm lake water suddenly began to churn. Splash! A stream of water rose up from the lake, like the Milky Way flowing backwards. It rushed into the sky, turning into a colossal hand that slammed towards Zhou Tong. The intense battle above Moon Court Lake alarmed the surrounding villages and towns. In particular, the fishermen who used boats as their homes suddenly felt like they were falling. They rushed out of their cabins in fear, only to discover that the surface of the lake had suddenly dropped by a foot, and a huge hand condensed from flowing water stood in the center of the lake, holding up the sky. "Grandpa Lake God is angry." Shock and fear were written all over everyone's faces. Someone called out, and everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing. On a small, stone bridge near the lake, a person floated in the air. Fu Qingjin pressed his hand against his sword and stared at him. "Moon Devil, have you already changed like this?" Several months ago, in late autumn, on Benevolence Island, by the Lake of Dragons and Snakes. A lonely figure wielded a broken sword, sitting by the lake alone. There was no green ruins illusion, nor was there any drooping black hair. Why does that Fu Qingjin look like he's lost his mind? Hua Qinglu had come to Benevolence Island to visit a hawkwolf guard who had been injured during a mission. She saw Fu Qingjin's figure in the distance. Yu Zijian said, "Shu, Qinglu, be quiet. Don't let him hear you." The discussion reached his ears clearly, but he did not seem to hear it at all. He stared at the broken edge of the green ruined sword. What was broken was not just the sword. His connection with the outside world had been broken too. The demon slayer had already become a thing of the past. Gradually, no one came to visit him anymore. The Sword Collection Palace did not punish him, nor did they summon him. Only his master sent him a message from afar, "Take care." It was a simple message, but it left him stumped no matter how he thought about it. His wounds had healed a long time ago, but he had no idea where he should go, so he stayed behind. He remained in this foreign land like a lonely soul. "You don't have a line, so how are you going to fish?" A set of footsteps approached and a voice rang out. It was Yu Zijian. Fu Qingjin did not look back, nor did he answer. In the past, he had once believed her because of the green ruined sword. He and this girl shared a deep fate. Now that the sword was broken, she was just a regular girl. Without fate, no matter how one looked at her, she was just an ordinary girl. Perhaps she really had the talent to inherit the purple night sword. But what did that have to do with him? Yu Zijian thought of her past self and sighed gloomily. However, her gaze was unprecedentedly distant and calm. She asked a question, "Is the sword really that important to you?" Fu Qingjin was as silent as a rock. "Zijian, let's go. He's here." Yu Zijian turned around and answered. Then she said to Fu Qingjin, "Someone once told me that it's difficult to have everything in life. You have to make a choice. Nothing is perfect." It was an ordinary sentence. However, it was like a streak of light had passed through Fu Qingjin's head. His hand that wielded the sword trembled slightly. With a voice that only he could hear, he muttered to himself, "I'm sorry. Nothing is perfect. Everything magnificent will eventually return to nothingness." His master's words echoed in his ears again. "Qingjin, do you know about the origins of the green ruined sword? Our sword collection palace has a senior. My sword collection palace had a senior who was originally the ruler of a kingdom. Of course, Great Xia had yet to exist back then. The 9 provinces were still filled with kingdoms. In order to deal with the threat of the enemy kingdom, the senior went out to seek help and accidentally entered the realm of immortals, obtaining an immortal's legacy. He was filled with joy, but when he left the realm of immortals, he discovered that several decades had already passed. His family and friends had all passed away, while his kingdom had already been conquered by the enemy kingdom a long time ago, reduced to ruins. He wanted revenge, but he discovered that the enemy kingdom had already been destroyed in the chaos of war. He was filled with endless melancholy, so he fused this thought into the sword. This is the sword intent contained in the green ruined sword. The endless prosperity will return to ruins, covered in moss and vines. Fu Qingjin raised the green ruined sword and said gently, "Even you are no exception?" The next day, Fu Qingjin left the 100 schools of thought. He passed by every city that had been destroyed in the chaos of war and imagined their past prosperity. It was like he had washed away the dust in front of him. The entire world had become different. Day after day, the green ruined sword remained as broken as before, but slivers of green light fused into it. This time, it was not the sigh of that senior from throughout the ages, nor was it the sigh of the past masters of the green ruined sword. It was his own comprehension, Fu Qingjin's. After who knew how many cities he had passed by, he finally understood that the green ruined sword was not actually broken. At that moment, the green ruined sword suddenly shone with unprecedented light. In a daze, he discovered that he was standing in the green ruins illusion again. A figure stood under the collapsed palace wall in the distance. He turned around and smiled faintly. He was a very dignified, middle-aged man. His appearance was very unfamiliar, but his expression was extremely familiar. The proud and melancholy expression had appeared on his face countless times in the past. Fu Qingjin smiled as well. His smile was very hearty, just like before he picked up the green ruined sword. From then onwards, a broken sword was added to the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace. Zhou Tong had finally retrieved the lightning slaughter sword after so much difficulty. He was currently cultivating in seclusion in his dwelling, making preparations for his breakthrough to Golden Core. Suddenly, he felt someone touch the formation. He frowned and stepped out of the dwelling. "It's you?" Zhou Tong was already rather angry, and when he saw who it was, he became even angrier. "Fu Qingjin, what are you doing here?" Fu Qingjin opened his hand. There was a violet pill in it. Zhou Tong's anger vanished. "This is an origin spirit pill." Faced with the incoming hand, Zhou Tong snorted coldly in disdain. With a swing of the lightning slaughter sword, he turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the huge hand. He was no slower than Li Qingshan's wings of wind. In an instant, electricity spread through the water, illuminating the giant palm from inside out. It collapsed with a loud bang, as if a landslide had occurred. This ox nose sure is difficult to deal with after undergoing the tribulation. Li Qingshan stabilized himself and shuddered, dispersing the violet electricity. He exhaled deeply and met Zhou Tong's gaze in the sky. Their gazes clashed, and sparks seemed to flicker. Zhou Tong swooped down with a bolt of lightning behind him. The God of Thunder's illusory figure seemed unable to keep up with his speed. It was dragged behind him, revealing Zhou Tong's original appearance. Lightning twined around the lightning slaughter sword, causing this ordinary-looking wooden sword to glow with extremely sharp lightning. Li Qingshan stepped on a water dragon and rose up. He clenched his fists and gathered the power of tremors without releasing it. A circle of black cracks interweaved, seeming to be able to tear even space itself apart. His ears suddenly twitched, and he waved his hand to the side. The two passed by each other. The lightning was perfectly straight, and the water dragon was shattered. A fist-sized hole appeared in Li Qingshan's chest. He turned around and shouted, again. Zhou Tong turned around. Although he was completely unharmed, his expression was not calm. Why? Why what? You bastard, stop wasting time. On the soaring dragon ship, Lu Chongqing asked in confusion, what's wrong with Senior Zhou? Look at the surroundings of Mooncourt Lake. The Moon Devil was distracted earlier. Hua Sengzan's expression was also filled with indescribable surprise, as well as a sliver of admiration. There doesn't seem to be any changes. What distracted? Lu Chongqing followed Hua Sengzan's hand and gazed into the distance. He could not see anything strange. His heart suddenly shuddered, and he came to an understanding. When the colossal hand was struck by lightning and collapsed, it smashed a great pit in Mooncourt Lake, kicking up a huge wave several meters tall that surged in all directions. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a wave, but a tsunami that only appeared on the ocean. Fu Qingjin's figure vanished from the small stone bridge. He stood on the dock by the lake, wielding his sword in an attempt to cut through the incoming wave, only to see the wave disperse before him. Only then did he put down the green ruined sword and look at the horizon. Under the cheers of gratitude from the mortals, Fu Qingjin became rather dazed for a moment. The villages and towns along the shore should have been reduced to a mess, but they were fine now. Clearly, the Moon Devil had diverted his attention during the clash, which was why Zhou Tong's sword had pierced through it. Everyone on the soaring dragon ship understood. They looked at one another, all experiencing an indescribable feeling. Why did you take my strike? You could have dodged it. Zhou Tong's feelings were without a doubt even deeper. He did not feel complacent at all. In the past, when he clashed with Blood Shadow, he had killed an entire city of people with a single strike of lightning. He felt rather uncomfortable about it, but under the greater cause of purging demons, he did not feel any regret. But now, he had struck out for a personal grudge, yet in the end, Li Qingshan was the one who would rather take his strike, saving countless lives. Their roles seemed to have been reversed. The words purging demons no longer sounded so righteous. I'm willing. Cut the bullshit. Let's fight again. I'll take that strike as me going easy on you. Just now, Li Qingshan heard countless cries. Faced with the incoming wave, some people called out, "Save us, Grandpa Lake God," as well as the cries of children and women. With a thought, he used the water god seal and dispersed the wave. He was not some saint. If it really were a battle to the death where his life hung by a thread, it was impossible for him to divert his attention to the lives of mortals. However, if he only took a strike and saved several 100,000 lives, then that would make perfect sense. He did not feel like he had done anything good. Forget it. You've taken a strike from me, and our grievances will be written off. Zhou Tong was speechless. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and turned into a flash, flying through the air on his sword and arriving on the soaring dragon ship. Sir Liu, there's nothing to gain from this battle. I will find a way to compensate you for the water mirror disc. If the battle continued and Li Qingshan became injured for the sake of the people on the shore, he really would not be able to afford to be humiliated like that. At the end of the day, it was not like he was the Marquis of Rui. What did the Moon Devil occupying a region of water to cultivate have to do with him? Having reached Golden Core, he had already leapt out of the chessboard. There was no need for him to care about anyone's feelings anymore. As for the expressions of the people at the very top, regular people would not be able to see them even if they wanted to. As you wish, Senior. Lu Chongqing clasped his hands before giving an order. The soaring dragon ship turned around and flew towards the 100 schools of thought. Basically everyone let out a sigh of relief. The strength that Li Qingshan had demonstrated was far too startling. It was basically enough for him to contend against Golden Core cultivators, and he had the geographical advantage. Probably even Zhou Tong might not be able to defeat him. This was not necessarily the best outcome. From today onwards, there would not be a single cultivator in the Clear River Prefecture who would think about declaring war against the Moon Devil anymore. This is ridiculous. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. Demon chi surged, and the wound on his chest rapidly healed. Compared to the battle against Helicoverpa, it was nothing. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. His gaze shifted, and his gaze became extremely sharp. He saw the green figure on the pier with a single glance. Fu Qingjin. The wings of wind fluttered high into the air. The fierce wind carved out a long trail on the surface of the lake, arriving before Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye and kicking up a huge wave. Fu Qingjin squinted his eyes slightly. The splashes dispersed, revealing Li Qingshan's figure with drifting scarlet hair. Everyone on the soaring dragon ship looked over from afar. Isn't that Fu Qingjin? The Moon Devil is so powerful. Regular Foundation establishment cultivators aren't his opponent at all. It'll be terrible if a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace dies here. I've been waiting for you. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. He strode forward and threw a punch. Fu Qingjin did not dodge. He only said 3 words indifferently. The fist stopped before him, and the fierce wind blew up his hair. I've lost. What did you say? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow in great surprise. He studied Fu Qingjin closely, and only then did he discover how he had changed. Although his appearance and attire had not changed much, he seemed like a completely different person in his eyes. The change in his bearing could not be described with words. If he had to describe it, his usual air of pretentiousness had vanished. His sighing gaze became clear and determined. I'm not your opponent. You've won this game of chess. When Li Qingshan dispersed the surging wave with a wave of his hand, Fu Qingjin knew he had lost, and it was not just a matter of strength. What the hell are you two doing? Didn't I just casually spare the lives of a few mortals? Is it worth all this fuss? Li Qingshan pulled back his fist. He could not help but feel, I haven't even used my strength. You're all going to collapse. How laughable. A demon still has a sliver of benevolence. What have I done all this time? Fu Qingjin said in a self-deprecating manner. Once he broke free from the influence of the green ruined sword and looked back at everything he had done, he found it absurd. He was like a child who had been influenced by an adult. She tried to imitate the mature tone of an adult, but lost the most important trace of childishness. Feeling a sudden gust of wind, Fu Qingjin came back to his senses. A fist ruthlessly smashed into his face. He spun and flew out, smashing through several walls. Only then did he come to a stop. I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel much better. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and turned to walk towards Mooncourt Lake. Fu Qingjin lay miserably in a pile of broken bricks and tiles. He looked at the starry night sky and said softly, "Thank you." Li Qingshan's footsteps came to a halt. As soon as Fu Qingjin's voice fell, he turned into a red shadow and swept over. You're welcome. With a loud bang, Li Qingshan stomped on Fu Qingjin's chest, immediately creating a huge pit. Rubble flew everywhere. Fu Qingjin coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. North Moon, your troubles are coming. As if I need you to tell me that. Li Qingshan obviously understood. When one side admitted defeat, it would be the end of the chessboard. There would no longer be any rules that could stop the experts from taking action. His actions of refining the water must have touched a certain person's bottom line. They would not just let it go like this. When he held a great advantage, he did not press the attack. He didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue his opponent. He wanted to extend this game of chess a little longer and fight for more room for development. Now that Zhou Tong had given up and Fu Qingjin had admitted defeat, the game could no longer continue. Li Qingshan's expression sharpened. Then I might as well kill you and avoid any future troubles. What good would that do you? Fu Qingjin smiled. He personally believed he was not Moon Devil's opponent, but after comprehending the true Green Ruin sword intent, he still had ways to protect himself. Moreover, since he was bold enough to come to Mooncourt Lake, he obviously had made ample preparations. A bolt of lightning flickered on the horizon and thunder rumbled. Zhou Tong said, Moon Devil, release him. You. Li Qingshan looked at Zhou Tong, then at Fu Qingjin, in thought. Zhou Tong had a fiery temper. He had never had a good impression of Fu Qingjin, so why would he specially come to his rescue at a time like this? And, from Zhou Tong's expression, he did not seem willing either. There was a hint of reluctance. Fu Qingjin said, Senior Zhou has already agreed to become a guest elder of our Sword Collection Palace. Becoming a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace came with great benefits, but there were basically no obligations. Even the master of the Sword Collection Palace could not order him around. There was only one condition, and that was when the Sword Collection Palace faced life-threatening danger, they had to provide assistance. However, for a large sect of sword cultivators with a deeply rooted foundation like the Sword Collection Palace, they probably would not run into trouble like this even once in several thousand years. Coupled with the extremely precious Origin Spirit Pill, there was no reason for Zhou Tong to turn down these conditions. The Sword Collection Palace would not lose out either. If Zhou Tong ascended in the future or died in battle, the Lightning Slaughter Sword with great potential would definitely remain on the Sword Collection peak. Perhaps it would become another 10 renowned swords in the future. Their deeper objective was that the successor of the Violet Cloud Sword, Yu Zijian, would be able to join the Sword Collection Palace legitimately. Now that the game of chess had reached this step, Fu Qingjin had admitted defeat, but the Sword Collection Palace had not lost. Li Qingshan frowned before easing up. He had obtained everything he wanted from this game of chess. He had obtained a region of water that he could use as a foundation, and he had reached the 4th layer of the 3 transformations of the ox, tiger, and turtle. He had also found a rudimentary method. Now that you mention it, I do want to try it. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. His right foot suddenly turned into a hoof, stomping down violently. Demon Qi surged, turning into the power of tremors. Fu Qingjin shone with rings of green light, enveloping Li Qingshan's hoof and covering it in a layer of moss. He only felt his power, Demon Qi, and tremors all disperse. Clang! He drew the green ruined sword from its sheath. Only half of the broken sword remained, and he swung it gently. The bladeless sword left behind a patch of moss on Li Qingshan's chest. A feeling of powerlessness immediately seeped in. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a gust of wind, which struck the green light around Fu Qingjin. Sure enough, it rapidly collapsed and dispersed, but his gust of wind was endless. In the blink of an eye, a layer of green light thinned. No matter how deep Fu Qingjin's comprehension of the green ruined sword was, no matter how profound and powerful the green ruined sword was, it could not change the fact that he was a foundation establishment cultivator. It was impossible for him to outlast Li Qingshan, who was supported by Mooncourt Lake. With a flash of lightning, the lightning slaughter sword cut through the gust of wind. On the dock, scarlet hair drifted through the air, green light crisscrossed, and lightning flickered. The 3 of them clashed, but they all held back. Otherwise, they could reduce the small city by the lake to a pile of rubble with just a few techniques or abilities. However, a while later, like a streak of green light, the lightning followed close behind, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan did not pursue them. After a moment of thought, he turned around and dove into Mooncourt Lake. Returning to the Mooncourt dwelling, Yi Liusu, her sister, and the night roamers immediately came up to receive him. Li Qingshan comforted them before arriving in the small lake on the island. He picked up the water mirror disc and gazed at the reflection in the mirror. He could vaguely sense danger approaching. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Only then could he protect this dwelling, continue expanding the territory. Perhaps he should go back and investigate the situation. He wanted to see how the Rui Commandery would respond and whether they would send people to make trouble. If the Rui Commandery did something, they would definitely get him, the Scarlet Hawk Commander, to cooperate. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, after some thought, Li Qingshan did not hurry back. That would be far too much of a coincidence. Even if the Rui Commandery had responded, it would not be so fast. Thinking like that, Li Qingshan sat down in the lake again and took out the water god seal. Although the territory of water could provide water spiritual qi endlessly, it still required time for it to form strand by strand. After the intense battle with Helicoverpa, the water spiritual qi in the territory of water had already become much thinner. If he channeled all the remaining water spiritual qi into the spirit turtle's demon core, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Demon cultivation had always been extremely taxing on spiritual qi, let alone the fact that he practiced such a powerful innate ability. The power of a demon core would become stronger the further he cultivated, but it would also become more difficult to cultivate. Breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle was not something that could be achieved overnight. Coupled with the lack of suitable pills, demon cultivation would definitely enter a period of stagnation. If that was the case, he would instead be better off changing directions. Xianxia focused his attention on his sea of qi. The spiritual qi there had already become much more abundant than when he had just established a foundation. He had been practicing this cultivation method for around 2 years now. Although he did not pay too much attention to it, he had never stopped cultivating. Even when he was in secluded cultivation and in a meditative state, he would split some of his attention to practicing this cultivation method. In reality, the amount of time and effort he spent on it was no less than regular cultivators, and the effects could be described as much better. However, going from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment could not be crossed so easily either. It required talent, it required resources, and it required comprehension. Even if he spent a decade on these 3 things together, it would not be surprising. However, Xianxia just happened to have this opportunity. His talent as a cultivator had always been relatively high. However, even the creator of this cultivation method would not have imagined that someone in the future would have such a high level of talent. After reaching the 4th layer, Xianxia's body possessed the presence of the spirit turtle's bloodline. His talent with the water spiritual qi was so great that many aquatic beasts paled in comparison. Using it on a cultivator was basically overkill. Talent was not a problem. Xianxia put his hands together and pressed the water god seal on his lower abdomen. The water god seal, which was already in between reality and illusion, fused into his sea of qi in his dantian and began to continuously gather water spiritual qi. The remaining water spiritual qi in the water was like a drop in the bucket, but it was more than enough for cultivation. Compared to demonic cultivators, human cultivators consumed much less resources. Moreover, he was not going to break through a major realm, and he had 2 years of cultivation as a base. Resources were also a small matter. The last thing was comprehension. This was probably a huge problem for all cultivators, and the so-called bottleneck often referred to this word. Thinking about how Hua Sengzan was a genius of his generation and had the resources of his family, he was stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement for the sake of love. He could not break through for many years, and in the end, he had almost painstakingly reached the foundation establishment realm. From this, one could see the importance of comprehension. If cultivation was likened to fetching water, then talent was equivalent to a bucket. The larger the bucket was, the fewer trips it would take. Resources were like water. If the water could not fill the bucket, then it would be a waste of talent. And the final objective of all of this was to fill the bucket with water. Insufficient comprehension was equivalent to an incomplete bucket. No matter how much water one fetched, it would be useless. When it came to comprehension, it didn't depend on one's intelligence, but on one's perception. If he could comprehend it, then he could comprehend it. If he could not, then he could not comprehend it. It would be useless no matter what others said. Xianxia's ability to comprehend obviously could not be regarded as great. At the very least, it was nowhere close to Little Anne's. However, comprehending the Tao also depended on luck. He had his own luck, which was this vast Mooncourt Lake. As the god of Mooncourt Lake, he could obviously understand the feeling of the boundless ocean slightly. That was enough. Talent, resources, and comprehension. He had all 3, establishing his foundation. However, the arts of the boundless ocean had another difficulty. It was a rare cultivation method that cultivated both qi and the body. If he did not temper his body, it would be very difficult for him to use ocean wielding, which would make it difficult for him to unleash the true power of the arts of the boundless ocean. Xianxia's body had already reached the realm of demon commanders, so he obviously did not have these concerns. He circulated the arts of the boundless ocean again and again, and the spiritual qi in his sea of qi gradually increased until it was full. His sea of consciousness rippled as a result. After who knew how long, there was a rumble in his head. Li Qingshan had finally reached the fifth layer of the arts of the boundless ocean, reaching mid-foundation establishment. He opened his eyes and felt his soul sense become clearer and more sensitive, while the spiritual qi in his body had become more and more vast. It's time for me to go back and take a look. Li Qingshan called little Anne. He used the invisibility technique and quietly rushed back to the Chain Mountain range. The Chain Mountains were covered in silver. Opposite Qingzhao's dwelling was a perilous mountain as well. On the opposite side of Qingzhao's cave, there was also a perilous peak. On a protruding rock, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Yu Zijian was covered in snow. However, her eyes were just as determined as before. The news that Zhou Tong had become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace spread through the 100 schools of thought as well. Although there were many Taoist disciples, Zhou Tong only brought her along. Zhiqianzi still had to be the head of the school of Taoism. Even if he wanted to go, the Sword Collection Palace might not necessarily want him. She became the object of everyone's envy. Not only did she have a powerful Aurus Core cultivator as her master, but she could also directly join one of the strongest sects in the Qing province. It was as if she was doted on by thousands of people, and she had a meteoric rise. However, she did not immediately happily follow Zhou Tong to the Sword Collection Palace. Instead, she left the 100 schools of thought and arrived before the dwelling. He didn't even knock on the door. He just sat there for 5 days. Countless rumors and slanders were flying around, but she didn't care at all. She wanted to wait for him to come out of seclusion. Waiting for an answer. Fu Qingjin urged her to go to the Sword Collection Palace as soon as possible, but she refused. Hua Qinglu wanted to wait with her, but she chased her away. Zhou Tong also let her be like this and was not anxious at all. Zijian, what are you doing here? The formation twisted, and the door to the dwelling swung open loudly. Li Qingshan stepped out of the dwelling and asked in surprise. He knew that Yu Zijian going to the Sword Collection Palace with Zhou Tong was already set in stone, so he had no intention of stopping her. This was her fortuitous encounter, or perhaps it was fate. Seeing Li Qingshan, Yu Zijian's heart shuddered. She stood up slowly, and with a flash of white light, the snow on her melted, turning into coiling white smoke. She asked straightforwardly, "May I ask if you're Niu Jusha?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan sighed inside. Before he knew it, the ignorant and kind-hearted girl had also developed such a determined gaze. However, her answer was extremely decisive. By now, there was no longer a need for Niu Jusha to exist anymore. He would just become a memory in her mind. Yu Zijian smiled complacently. She smiled like a little fox that had managed to steal a chicken. It was slightly pure, but also slightly relieved. It made Li Qingshan think about the first time he met her many years ago. He frowned. "Don't tell me there's something wrong with me? My acting should be flawless." When Yu Zijian raised her right hand from behind her, Li Qingshan immediately understood. The Xieji's horn flickered in her hand. "Liar." Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and lowered his head with a bitter smile. All these years of lying had been exposed all at once. He really was rather embarrassed. Yu Zijian's eyes trembled. Suddenly, she flew over and hugged Li Qingshan. "I'm going. No matter who you are, no matter what you've done, I believe you're a good person." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Her thoughts were no longer as simple as before a long time ago. Through his identity as Niu Jusha, she could connect far too many things. However, she did not say anything, nor did she ask. Go. Do what you want to do. Be the person you want to be. Don't be afraid of pain. Don't be afraid of sacrifice. As long as you reach high enough and far enough, there will be a day when we can meet again. Li Qingshan patted her back before pushing her away gently. Yep, definitely. Yu Zijian backed away and glanced at Li Qingshan deeply again before turning around and flying off, vanishing into the boundless snow. Li Qingshan actually felt slightly melancholic. He smiled to himself and returned to the cavern. He rubbed little Anne's head. "We need to prepare to set off as well." I wonder if Xianxia has succeeded with Foundation establishment? Greetings, Commander. Commander, you've returned. Li Qingshan arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard in Clear River City. The Hawkwolf Guards he saw along the way all bowed towards him. Their gazes were rather surprised at first, followed by shock. After Li Qingshan had passed by, they just now whispered, "Am I seeing things? That aura is mid-Foundation establishment?" That's right, that's right. I think so too. How long has it been since he reached Foundation establishment? Looks like the commander is also the type of person who hides his talent. In the past, there were still people who were dissatisfied with Li Qingshan's slacking off, but his cultivation speed was enough to shut them all up. Afterwards, they would be filled with admiration. What was a cultivator? The most important word was cultivation. As long as they could progress with godlike speed, nothing else mattered. Li Qingshan arrived upstairs and saw Hua Qinglu standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in melancholy. He could not help but light up. Hua Qinglu had indeed inherited the good bloodline of the Hua family. Her slightly furrowed brows made him feel like he was holding her heart. He made his way over and smiled. "Girl, what are you thinking about? Where's your elder brother?" "Commander, you've already reached mid-Foundation establishment." Hua Qinglu looked back and was also surprised. "Girl, you sure are becoming more and more lively." "What girl? Lively?" Hua Qinglu curled her lip. She did not agree with Li Qingshan's description. Although Li Qingshan was already a Foundation establishment cultivator, he did not put on any airs, so she was more than happy to get close to him. "Don't forget that I come from the village. It's a pity that I already have your sister Han, or I'd like to buy some betrothal gifts and ask for her hand in marriage from the Hua family." Hua Qinglu reddened slightly. "Commander, don't talk nonsense. Did you know? Sister Han has already reached Foundation establishment." "What? Where's she right now?" Li Qingshan said in surprise and joy. He had never worried about Han Xiongji's safety. Foundation establishment, as the name suggested, was just laying down a foundation for cultivation. Normally speaking, it would not be too dangerous, not to mention the fact that she had someone as powerful as Han Anguo watching over her. However, when he heard that she had succeeded, he still let out a sigh of relief. One of his worries had been resolved. She's still in the Rui Commandery, remaining in Commander Gu's hands as a white wolf. Her position is even higher than yours. That's good. Li Qingshan nodded before suddenly turning around and leaving. "Commander, where are you going?" "The Rui Commandery, obviously." Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. In the past, she had been in secluded cultivation, while he could not leave the Clear River Prefecture. Now that he was no longer bound by this, he obviously had to reunite with her. "Hold on, Qingshan, you've emerged. Sure enough, you've improved by quite a lot again." Hua Sengzan also sensed Li Qingshan's aura. When he came out to take a look, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Ever since he met Li Qingshan, he had never stopped advancing. If this continued, reaching Golden Core would not be difficult at all. Li Qingshan smiled. "I was just lucky. I think you're almost there too." Hua Sengzan had always been a genius. He had reached Foundation establishment a few years earlier than Li Qingshan. In the past, he had been trapped by love, stuck at Qi practitioner for many years. However, he had forged his foundation to the limit and was about to break through. Luck has never been a factor in cultivation. Though, you've missed out on another good show. Really? Tell me about it. Li Qingshan feigned curiosity. As a result, Hua Sengzan told him everything that had happened in the Clear River Prefecture ever since he entered secluded cultivation. "It's best not to watch too much of a show like this. I didn't expect the Moon Demon to have already become so powerful. If he goes berserk, it will be quite dangerous. I definitely won't go to Moon Court Lake before I reach the Golden Core realm." "Alright, I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble Vice Commander Hua to continue working hard." Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder and was just about to leave. "Hold on, there's something else." Before Hua Sengzan had even finished speaking, a cold bellow rang out from outside the window. "Do you really think such a cowardly person is worthy of being a Scarlet Hawk commander?" As soon as the voice reached his ears, Li Qingshan had not even sensed the existence of the aura. However, as soon as he said a few words, a small yet colossal figure had already arrived before him. Small referred to the person's figure, while colossal referred to their presence. "Who are you? State your name." Li Qingshan called out loudly, but he recognized who it was with a single glance. He was slightly surprised inside, Wen Jingming of the Pine Suff Academy. He's come so quickly. Looks like he's in a hurry to avenge his disciple. He really can't leave right now. However, Li Qingshan had already clashed with a demon commander like Helicoverpa Rosa and a golden core cultivator like Zhou Tong, so he was not afraid of Wen Jingming. He thought to himself, I'm not familiar with this guy anyway. If I kill him, then so be it. I should be able to get some good stuff out of him. Wen Jingming completely ignored Li Qingshan. Hua Sengzan gave Li Qingshan a look and bowed. Respectfully. I am Hua Sengzan. Greetings, Senior Wen. May I ask where the other 3 seniors are? Li Qingshan also bowed casually, but his heart skipped a beat. The other 3. Senior. In other words, it was not one person who had come to make trouble for him, but 4 people. Moreover, they were 4 golden core cultivators. What a grand spectacle. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Hua Sengzan hurriedly said, Qingshan, this is Songsof Academy's head Wen. They will come when the time comes. Give me all the information on that monster. Li Qingshan could not help but praise, what a meticulous mind. For golden core cultivators against a demon general, for against one, and even carefully studying the opponent's information. There was not a trace of arrogance or conceit. Such an attitude in itself was rather frightening. It was fine if they did not attack, but once they did, they would definitely kill. Hua Sengzan said, Senior, please follow me. Before Wen Jingming left, he lectured Li Qingshan again, you are in charge of politics. Since you are the Scarlet Hawk commander, how can you only care about yourself and ignore the righteous path of the world? You are to blame for the demon's chaos. Li Qingshan said, the world's affairs are handled by the people of the world. Now that the war has finally been quelled, the common people can live and work in peace and rebuild their homes. If Senior did not want to take revenge for your disciple, why would you lower yourself to come here? However, I wonder how many families by Clear Court Lake will suffer once the war begins. You are not worth my time. The world will not be at peace if the demons are not eliminated. How can you only care about what's in front of you? Wen Jingming said angrily. Li Qingshan smiled. Well said, Senior. However, my words carry little weight and my cultivation is weak. Going to Mooncourt Lake would be suicide. Since Senior is so righteous, please go to Xianxia to slay dragons. I am willing to carry the flag for Senior. In other words, you are just bullying the Moon Devil because he is only a demon general. You talk about slaying demons, but if you really meet an opponent you cannot defeat, you will still have to shrink back. If you dare to go to the Dragon King of the Sea and risk your life, I dare to accompany you. However, at a critical moment, he would definitely shout, Lord Dragon King, don't shoot. We're on the same side. Wen Jingming was even more furious. A mere foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to speak to him like that. Suppressing his anger, he snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Li Qingshan had wanted to follow him to take a look and learn more. This was a matter of life and death. However, he gave up after some thought. It was the same whether he understood them or not. No matter how they attacked, Li Qingshan only had one response, which was to unleash the forbearance of the spirit turtle. He used the move Spirit Tortoise Retracts to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with a Golden Core Realm cultivator. If he were to deal with 4 at once, he would definitely lose. Even if he wanted to escape, he might not be able to. A battle that he would definitely lose was naturally meaningless. Hua Qinglu whispered, Commander, you don't even know him? Senior Wen is one of the 4 great grandmasters of Confucianism in our Rui Commandery. The 4 grandmasters of the Confucian sect. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He had vaguely heard of this name before. Who are the 4? Hua Qinglu gave him an explanation. It turned out that Wen Jingming was the weakest of the four great masters of the Confucian sect. He was only at the early Golden Core stage, while the other three were at the mid-Golden Core stage. I didn't expect Her Highness to send the four of them to attack together. The Moon Devil will definitely die this time. The Rui Commandery was only a commandery, but its actual size was even larger than the entirety of China. They truly lived up to the title of Grandmaster. That's not necessarily true, thought Li Qingshan. He said to Hua Qinglu, "All right, I understand. I'll be taking my leave first. If you want to return to the 100 schools of thought, I can accompany you." "Commander, this is a major matter that has to do with our Clear River Prefecture. How can you leave?" Li Qingshan laid out his hands. "I'm just a measly foundation establishment cultivator. What right do I have to interfere with something as major as this? The sky wants to rain, and my mother wants to get married. What can I do?" Hua Qinglu burst into laughter. "What mother wants to get married?" "Oh right, Commander, it's not like there's no way you can see Big Sister Han." "Oh, what way?" "There's actually a place like this in the Hawkwolf Guard." Li Qingshan stood in a room covered in inscriptions. Hua Qinglu explained, "This is the secret report room. It's specially used to contact the white-silver guards of the commandery city at crucial times." There were various rooms in the Hawkwolf Guard, all with different duties. During the last handover, Li Qingshan had only gained a rough understanding of a few of the more important places. He had only skimmed through the other places in a hurry. He had no idea that Wang Pushi had once reported the existence of the North Moon to Gu Yenying with Chu Danqing. "I see. Commander, have a good chat with Big Sister Han. I'll be leaving first." Hua Qinglu guided Li Qingshan to place the spiritual stones before backing out. The inscriptions flashed, and the figure of an attendant in black appeared in the room. He said politely, "What are your orders, sir?" Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He was actually slightly nervous. "Please send Han Qiongji to see me." Before long, a figure appeared before Li Qingshan, but it was not Han Qiongji. Gu Yenying said leisurely, "Little bro Qingshan, long time no see. How have you been?" "Commander Gu." Li Qingshan was taken aback. This was the woman of his dreams that he had fallen in love with at first sight. Although she was only an illusion, he did not find her unreachable. He replied with a smile, "I'm fine. Outside Qingyang City, probably none of us ever thought we'd meet under this identity one day." Gu Yenying sighed slightly. Originally, she only thought Li Qingshan was slightly special, but she never expected him to grow to such a level, and grow so quickly. As a demon general, he could actually clash with a Golden Core cultivator, forcing the Sword Collection Palace to temporarily give up on investigating the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. "Yeah, I didn't expect that." Li Qingshan also sighed. "Oh right, Commander Gu, is Qiongji in the Rui Commandery? Can you send her to see me? Are you really that impatient?" Gu Yenying said with a forced smile. "Heh, of course not. If Commander Gu doesn't mind, I'm more than willing to chat with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Great Scholar Wen is with you, right?" "Yep. It's best if you warn him. That person from the Ink Sea won't just sit by and watch this rising star of the demons, allowing them to execute and kill him whenever they want." Li Qingshan was taken aback. He thought to himself, "So I'm part of an organization too, and I'm some rising star of the demons." In this game of chess, he was without a doubt the one who stood out the most. He had directly influenced the course of the war. In the end, he clashed with Zhou Tong. Although it was not an actual battle, it was extremely shocking. This chess piece that even the chess players were rather surprised by obviously attracted the attention of various parties. As a result, the Marquis of Rui had sent out 4 grandmasters right from the get-go. At the same time, he had laid an ambush with many other backup plans, precisely to kill him, a genius of the demons. However, just like what Gu Yenying had said, would the Dragon King of the Sea just let them do that? Li Qingshan came to a realization. He felt like the situation was not as bad as it seemed. He had never thought this through because he had fallen out with his superior. Who knew how many times they had fought on and off the bed? He had never hoped that Helicoverpa Rosa would help him out in the future. But thinking about it from a different perspective, his conflict with Helicoverpa rosa was only an internal conflict. Once human cultivators invaded, wouldn't she understand the principle of being interdependent? As it seemed, I can contact her again. At most, I'll just sell my body again. And, the Sir Golden Cicada in the underground magma should be an important figure of the demons too. Now that he had returned, he had to properly investigate his identity and origins. In the cultivation community, there had never been a nameless expert. The more powerful a figure was, the more profound their traces would be in history. As Li Qingshan pondered, Gu Yening smiled and dispersed. Before long, a familiar figure appeared before Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Han Xiongji's voice trembled slightly. As soon as she said that, the corner of her eyes became slightly moist. Xiongji. Li Qingshan took a step forward and wanted to hold her in his arms. His hand passed through the illusion and realized that what was in front of him was not real. He could not help but laugh. His nose also felt a little sour. How long has it been? 4 years? 5 years? Even for cultivators, it was not a short time. Even if she had 1,000 words to say, she did not know where to start. She could only look at him silently. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled and said, "Have you prepared the dowry?" "Not a single penny." Han Xiongji bit her lips. She looked like she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He still remembered their engagement. This is all the information on the Moon Devil. His body is so strong that it is probably close to the level of a demon commander. With the support of the God's seal, the amount of his demon aura and his recovery speed are probably even higher than that of a demon commander. And his innate supernatural power is not like that of ordinary demon generals, who only have 2. It might be more than 4, or even 5. Especially the pair of wind wings on his back. His flying speed is even faster and faster. Hua Sengzan took out all the information on the Moon Devil and explained and analyzed it. He roughly outlined Li Qingshan's strength and weaknesses. Wen Jingming nodded and listened very seriously. When Hua Sengzan finished, he asked, "What about his temperament?" You have interacted with him many times. What is his temperament like? Is he cautious or arrogant? Is he cunning or brave? The art of war says that attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. Not only did Wen Jingming want to understand Li Qingshan's strength, he also wanted to understand his temperament so that he could formulate some targeted strategies. His attitude was as serious as if he was studying. The hatred of his disciple's death did not affect his judgment at all. Hua Sengzan said, I'm afraid it's hard to say. He does seem extremely arrogant at times, but that is usually based on strength. Although he's not cunning, he's not someone who will be easily fooled. In that case, Commander Hua, what kind of strategy do you think we should come up with to ensure that we can kill such a character and such power? Wen Jingming's face was full of humility, and there was not a trace of pretense. He seriously asked Hua Sengzan, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. Senior is very knowledgeable and talented. This junior dares not embarrass himself. Hua Sengzan bowed and retreated. When 3 people walk together, there is always a teacher. This old man is just a bookworm. I'm not good at the art of war or strategy. I heard that Commander Hua is very resourceful. Please consult me. Wen Jingming crossed his hands, and his sleeves fluttered. He bowed to Hua Sengzan with the Confucian greeting of a master and seeking advice. His expression was sincere. A golden core cultivator bowing to a foundation establishment cultivator was like a person walking on the road and suddenly bowing to an ant. If not for the fact that he came from the Confucian faction, if not for the fact that he was indifferent to fame, even the most good-tempered golden core cultivator would not be able to do this. Senior is too serious. Hua Sengzan was flattered. He quickly returned the greeting and thought to himself, North Moon, oh North Moon, you're really in trouble this time. If I had such an enemy, I would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji caught up with each other and agreed on a time to meet again. Just now, she left the room reluctantly with a smile on her face. At the same time, Wen Jingming left the Hawkwolf Guard and took off into the horizon. A cloud hovered in the sky above Clear River City. If a bored person stared at it for a prolonged period of time, they would discover that it was not like regular clouds. Drifting with the wind. Wen Jingming passed through the layers of clouds. A huge soaring dragon ship stopped in the clouds. The deck was filled with Confucian disciples in scholarly robes. There were over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators among them, but none of them spoke. Everyone's gaze landed on the bow of the ship, where 3 men dressed in Confucian robes stood facing the wind. Seeing Wen Jingming coming over, a white-clothed scholar called out loudly, "Junior apprentice brother Wen, how was the investigation?" "Don't worry, senior brothers. I've already come up with a plan. The commandery governor's explanation and Xianxia's blood feud can all be put to an end." "You asked Golden Cicada." "I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. It sounds rather familiar." Ru Xian twirled her fingers through her hair as she sank into her thoughts. However, no matter how serious her expression was, it would always seem rather playful. She was standing in front of a medicine cabinet. Behind her was a tall medicine cabinet with drawers of all sizes. A strong medicinal fragrance mixed with a refreshing and bitter smell. As she thought, she controlled a medicinal cauldron, brewing something carefully. From time to time, she would wave her hand, and a drawer would open and a few pills would fly out. Li Qingshan stared at her dazed face and became slightly absent-minded as well. Ru Xian returned to her senses. As if she had just seen Li Qingshan, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan shot a glance at her. "I hurry up and think." Ru Xian smiled. "If I've guessed correctly, you're asking about a demon, right?" "Possibly." "Then that's probably it." I didn't think. "Hurry up and tell me." Ru Xian spread out her hand and crooked her finger. Li Qingshan handed over a sum of spirit stones as a fee for the information. She smiled and said, "Have you heard of the 72 Paths of Demon Kings?" At the same time, in the endless darkness of the underground palace, 8 eyes flickered with fluorescence. It exuded a deep and dangerous aura. A black shadow approached without any hesitation. It was even thicker than the darkness. "Mou, what are you doing here?" Helicoverpa Rosa's voice came from the darkness. "I'm here on the orders of the Dragon King." "We're here to support you," a lifeless voice said. "I don't need it." Helicoverpa Rosa was somewhat surprised. As the most trusted demon commander of the Dragon King of the Sea, Mou's relationship with the Dragon King of the Sea was that of master and disciple. He was equivalent to the crown prince of the entire Green Province's demon race. His cultivation had already reached the peak of demon commander. It would not be a problem for him to deal with 3 to 5 ordinary golden core cultivators alone. However, it was precisely because of his esteemed status and powerful strength that he rarely showed himself. Most of the time, he focused on cultivating in the Ink Sea. He would not attack at all. Furthermore, the Dragon King of the Sea did not lack manpower. It was rather strange that he had been sent here. "There's a demon called North Moon among your subordinates. He seems to be very impressive. Tell him to come see me." "You're the Dragon King's envoy?" Li Qingshan studied Mou. He saw that his appearance was nothing special, but there was a deathly paleness to him. He wore pitch-black wings that were like the dark night, giving off a deep sense of inauspiciousness. This inauspiciousness was so profound. As a result, the spirit turtle reacted and warned Li Qingshan to keep his distance. However, the powerful aura he gave off was enough for Li Qingshan to be certain that he was a powerful ally. "You killed Dragonsnail," Mou said expressionlessly. It was clearly a question, but there was no fluctuation in his voice at all. It was like he was reading a eulogy. "Yes." Li Qingshan frowned. He glanced past Mou and at Helicoverpa Rosa in the cavern. There was a terrifying spider there that could wake people up from their nightmares and scare them to death. "You dare to defy the commandment that demons are not allowed to kill one another." "He wants to kill me, so I can't let him do as he pleases. If it weren't for the king's orders, I would kill you right now." Mou's voice was still pale and stiff, as if he was narrating a fact. He exuded a strong confidence that if I want to kill you, you have to die. 2. An existence at the peak of the demon commander realm, a demon general, even a very talented rising star of the demon race, was nothing. "You can try." Li Qingshan laughed instead of getting angry. You want me to try? Apart from that instant when their eyes met in the very beginning, Mou had never looked at Li Qingshan again. Now, he turned around and stared at Li Qingshan with his dark, empty eyes. In that instant, Li Qingshan also sensed a shuddering aura of death. However, he became even more unconcerned as he sneered. He sensed, for some reason, that this powerful reinforcement from Xianxia held great prejudice and enmity against him. Even his blank, paper-like face could not hide it. Li Qingshan stared straight into his eyes. Yes. You really are used to speaking arrogantly. Looks like you're very confident and don't need my help. I don't need anyone's help. Li Qingshan said boldly. Since Mou was clearly unhappy with him, he would not use his passionate love to stick to the cold shoulder and ask for help. Mou smiled. First, the corners of his lips curled up, and then they pulled into a shocking arc. It was like a strange smile drawn on a mask. The ominous feeling grew heavier and heavier. He looked at Li Qingshan as if he was pronouncing a sentence. You will die. The black feather robe suddenly opened. There was no body inside, only darkness that twisted and collapsed like a black hole. It sucked Mou in, twisted, shrank, and disappeared. Li Qingshan had thought that he could enjoy the shade under a large tree, but now he felt as if he had eaten a fly. He no longer thought about joining forces with Helicoverpa and turned to leave. He did not believe that without the Dragon King of the Sea, he, Li Qingshan, would not be able to survive. Having grown up in solitude, he had never thought of completely relying on anyone. Do you know why Mou views you with such hostility? Helicoverpa walked out of the cave, returning to her human form. She smiled seductively, and was in a very good mood. She was wearing a poison robe, but it was clearly much cruder than the one she had worn when fighting Li Qingshan. Of course it's because of your kind words. No, since you've obtained Lord Golden Cicada's approval, I can't be bothered to use such methods to frame you. Helicoverpa swayed her hips and hooked her arms around Li Qingshan's neck. You just think it's embarrassing. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Hugging such an exquisite and sexy body should have been an extremely comfortable thing, but the places he touched were immediately paralyzed by the poison and began to spread. However, it was clear that he had not had enough time to refine it, so the poison was not particularly fierce. Helicoverpa's expression stiffened. Li Qingshan had hit the nail on the head. A demon commander had to join forces with others in order to deal with a demon general under his command, but was killed in the end. To her, it was a deep humiliation. She touched Li Qingshan's face and said viciously, I will kill you with my own hands. If Mou takes action, you will be turned into ashes before I even get a chance. Then why? Li Qingshan was curious. He had never met Mou before, so there was no hatred between them. Have you forgotten what you said when you were fighting Fu Qingjin? What I said? Li Qingshan was stunned. Recalling the events of that day, he suddenly understood, you mean Gu Yenying? Helicoverpa then smiled again, do you know what Mou's identity is? The Dragon King of the Sea has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He is practically the spokesperson, leading the demon race in the Green Province. If he says you will die, you will not live. Why don't you die by my hands? At least I can let you live a little longer. With such a status and cultivation, you still want to play such games of jealousy? Li Qingshan frowned. No wonder Mou said that he was used to speaking arrogantly. In the eyes of others, his confession to Gu Yenying was like a toad lusting after swan meat. He was not a romantic person like Hua Sengzan and had no desire to obtain Gu Yenying. But at this moment, his fighting spirit was aroused. If he were to win Gu Yenying in the future, he would like to see the expression of this arrogant Mou. It seemed that this game of jealousy had nothing to do with status and strength. Sometimes, it had nothing to do with feelings. It was purely a male instinct. Who do you think you are to compete with him? He just casually took care of you, and you can't bear it. Looking at Li Qingshan in a desperate situation, Helicoverpa also had an incomparable feeling of satisfaction. He is just a slightly larger fly. Sooner or later, I will kill him with one slap. Li Qingshan broke free from Helicoverpa and walked towards the ground. Then you will be killed by the Dragon King with one slap. Dragon King? If I am destined to be as useless as him, then I might as well die now. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. Helicoverparosa was stunned. She was not truly loyal to the Dragon King of the Sea, but she still had respect for the leader of the demon clan and the ruler of the demon clan in Qingzhou. Perhaps some cultivators hated the Dragon King of the Sea very much, but probably no one would associate the word useless with him. And Li Qingshan's expression did not have the slightest contempt or insult. Instead, he was extremely serious, and even had a sense of heaviness in it. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. The Great Xia dynasty had been established for thousands of years. At that time, the Dragon King of the Sea was a demon king. In addition to the process of him cultivating from an ordinary demon clan to a demon king, his lifespan was probably close to 10,000 years. And the time that Oxen had given to Li Qingshan was only 10,000 years. According to the Golden Cicada, the 9 states was like a well, and there was an infinite world above it. And the higher place was above the 9 heavens. If he spent 10,000 years to become a demon king, it would mean that he had completely failed. He did not even complete half of this journey. He had completely let down Brother Ox's trust. He was just an incompetent trash, and his death was not to be regretted. 10,000 years was too short. He had to seize every minute. Helicoverparosa then vaguely understood why the Golden Cicada Spirit King would treat him differently. To be continued, the thick clouds moved from the south to the north, scattering down snow in all directions. Snow drifted over Mooncourt Lake. Moon Devil, are you bold enough to face me in battle? A tremendous voice descended from above, rolling like thunder and kicking up huge waves. Wen Jingming's robes fluttered in the wind and snow. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would be very difficult to believe that a voice like that originated from such a tiny chest. He scanned the surface of the lake attentively and went through his plan again. First, he would issue a challenge and lure the Moon Devil out of the lake. Then, he would feign weakness and retreat in defeat, fleeing into the sky. In the end, the 3 senior brothers would kill their way out together. The 4 of them would work together and cast the sword formation of the 4 seasons, and the Moon Devil would struggle to escape. Only death would await him. Speaking of which, there was nothing particularly complicated about this plan. It was nothing more than provoking the enemy, feigning weakness, feigning defeat, and setting up ambushes. These were common methods used by military strategists. However, the more complicated the plan, the better. The more complicated the plan, the more loopholes it would be riddled with. What mattered was who would use it and what kind of opponent it would be. According to the various matters in the past, the Moon Devil had always fought back viciously against challenges. It should be the same this time. As long as he fought, he would fall into a trap. But a while later, the lake was still covered in snow, but the Moon Devil was nowhere to be seen. Wen Jingming thought of something and arrived outside the island in the center of the lake. The place was shrouded in mist, as thick as milk. He was unable to make out the situation on the island. Don't tell me he just happens to not be in Mooncourt Lake? Those night roamers are all his subordinates. If I attack here, I can definitely force him out. Wen Jingming pressed his hand against his sword and became a little more cautious. He slowly passed through the thick mist, but he did not receive any attacks, nor did he come across any obstructions from formations. He arrived on the island just like that. All he saw was the same scenery. The pavilions rose and fell, but there was not a single person to be seen. He could not sense any auras at all. It was already empty. Wen Jingming never expected to encounter a situation like this. After a moment of thought, he contacted his 3 senior brothers. Another 3 figures descended from above, kicking up a few ripples of snow. When they saw the situation on the island clearly, they also frowned. Junior brother Wen. What's going on? Wen Jingming said, looks like the Moon Devil is no longer here. He has evacuated all the Inhumans. No, he definitely won't give up on the position of Water God. The Water God seal cannot leave the body of water for too long. He will definitely remain in Mooncourt Lake. He probably caught wind of it and hid in advance. We can't be careless. Mohai might send a monster to support him. Our plan is useless. We can only take some risks and find him in the water. The four of us will work together. Unless the Dragon King of the Sea makes a move, what danger would there be? The white-clothed scholar said proudly, as long as he doesn't flee the moment he sees us, we have a 70% chance of killing him on the spot. To the four of them, a mere barrier of flowing water was not an obstacle at all. He was about to dive deep into Mooncourt Lake and begin his search. Wait, someone is watching us. The white-clothed scholar's expression changed. His cultivation was the highest, and he seemed to be the leader of the four. The other three also felt it. Wen Jingming said, "It must be that evildoer Moon Devil. Can you find his location?" The white-clothed scholar closed his eyes. A while later, he shook his head gently. He could sense that the entire lakeside was watching them. It was impossible for him to accurately lock on to the Moon Devil's location. All of this was clearly reflected in the water mirror disc. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed. The water mirror disc was placed on his legs. He was deep underground, on a winding tributary. This place was extremely well hidden, but to Golden Core cultivators, even if he was buried in rock, they could still find him through their senses for his aura. However, not a single aura leaked out from Li Qingshan. He was one with the water. He seemed to have turned into a spirit turtle, diving into the depths of the ocean. No one could find him. All of the conflicts in the world had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was wait for time to pass and for the sea to turn into mulberry fields. Li Qingshan had practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression for many years now, but this was the first time he had acted according to the nature of a spirit turtle. He gained a hint of understanding. The strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to fight against people, but its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Originally, he was troubled over how to deal with the combined attacks of the four grandmasters, but he suddenly discovered that everything would be fine if he took a step back. No matter how powerful the four grandmasters were, it would be pointless if they could not find him. At the end of the day, they were the ones wasting time, not him. With that thought, his aura became more and more ethereal, as if he was half dead. Even if someone with a higher cultivation stood before them and closed their eyes, they would struggle to sense his existence. Even if they used their soul sense to probe him, it would brush past him, ignoring him. As a result, Wen Jingming's group of four's first search was destined to end in failure. At dusk, they met again on the island. Their complexions were rather ugly. Mooncourt Lake was already so vast, and there were the countless tributaries that the Moon Devil had opened up. Most of them led underground where the situation was complicated, yet they could not sense the existence of demon chi at all. As a result, they dared not miss a single tributary. The four of them spent an entire day, but they were still unable to search through all the tributaries. Finding the Moon Devil in such a large body of water was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Mooncourt Lake was obviously not as large as the ocean, but the problem was that the Moon Devil would not stand still like a needle and wait for them to find him. Very clearly, as soon as they approached where he was hiding, he would immediately change his position. As a result, even a dragnet search would be completely useless. Moreover, their soul sense was already suppressed in the water. If they entered the underground, coupled with the influence of the underground magnetic field, the range of their search would be reduced to an extremely small area. If this continues, it'll probably be very difficult to find the Moon Devil. The wretched demon truly is despicable. Wen Jingming's face was sunken. Originally, he was filled with confidence that he would purge the demon and avenge his disciple, yet he ended up with nothing. As soon as he said that, the white-robed scholar's ears twitched. He heard the unnatural sound of flowing water from the southwest side of the lake. In a flash, he arrived there. Wen Jingming and the other two followed closely behind. An area on the surface of the lake suddenly became as smooth as a mirror. A line of words appeared. For fools, bullying the weak and outnumbering the few. If you have the guts, come at me one by one. See if Grandpa Northmoon doesn't skin you alive. Wen Jingming sent a voice transmission, "Senior brother, can we use this as a clue to find the Moon Devil?" The white-robed scholar shook his head slightly. As a water god, the Moon Devil was almost one with Mooncourt Lake. He could control the water like it was his own arm. It was truly difficult to find his location with just a line of words. He thought of something. All right, Moon Devil, I'll come alone. Let's see what you can do to me. Junior brothers, please leave first. I'll deal with this Moon Devil alone. Wen Jingming and the other two exchanged glances. If it was their senior brother, it would not be a problem for him to keep the Moon Devil here for a while. When the time came, they could rush over to help and kill the Moon Devil all the same. The white-robed scholar dove into the water once more. An arrow appeared in front of him. He was delighted. The Moon Devil was arrogant and warlike. As expected, he could not hold back and wanted to fight them. This was his greatest weakness. He followed the arrow and arrived before a cavern. Another line of words appeared. Did you really come alone? The white-robed scholar said proudly, of course. If I want to kill you, I alone am enough. The line of words dispersed with the waves, turning into the word please. Under the guidance of the water arrow, the white-robed scholar continuously ventured deeper into the ground. He advanced through the twisting and turning underground river. He marveled at the complexity of the underground terrain. If not for the Moon Devil revealing an opening himself, it would not have been easy to find him. After walking for a while, the white-robed scholar suddenly felt that something was wrong. The path he had taken appeared in his mind. Aren't I going in circles? At this moment, another line of words appeared in the water. Are you sure you are alone? The white-robed scholar gritted his teeth and said, feel free to investigate yourself. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Come on, then. The white-robed scholar continued forward until he neared the end of an underground river. An extremely vast cavern appeared before him. As he sent a message to Wen Jingming and the other two, getting them to make preparations, he shouted, Moon Devil, I'm coming. As he spoke, he charged into the cavern. His expression froze. There was no one inside, only a large word several meters wide, fool. The white-robed scholar spent about 2 hours and only received such a one-word evaluation. No matter how shrewd he was, no matter how cultivated he was, he still found it somewhat unbearable. He sent out a palm strike, shattering the word idiot. Cowardly demon. As the rushing water flowed, it turned into another word. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan did not place all of his attention on Mooncourt Lake. He only diverted some of his attention to keep an eye on the 4 grandmasters or toy with them with his clone. His original body had already returned to the Chain Mountains, considering how to fuse with the power of the phoenix feather. While the 4 grandmasters were wasting a great deal of time and achieving nothing, he was cultivating anxiously, attempting to become even stronger. He had just used the water god seal to draw away all the spiritual qi in the region of water recently. Now was the perfect time for him to recover. Li Qingshan had already grown accustomed to the ox demon's persistence and the tiger demon's endless battles. Originally, he had no choice but to retreat and hide. But only now did he discover that the spirit turtle's way of doing things was rather intelligent. If he was strong, so be it. 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 In the next few days, the 4 grandmasters used various methods in an attempt to find Li Qingshan, but they all failed. They even used the weakest, Wen Jingming, as bait in an attempt to lure Li Qingshan out. Obviously, Li Qingshan ignored him. He placed all of his attention on the phoenix feather. 3 days later, the 4 grandmasters retreated. Even Wen Jingming, who was eager for revenge, did not stay behind. The lifespans of golden core cultivators were long, but they could not be wasted like this. Running around in the water like a headless fly was truly like an idiot. Before the 4 grandmasters left, they destroyed all the buildings in the Moon Court underwater residence, saying that they could not leave a foundation for the Moon Devil. However, they could not help but want to vent their anger. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled. This meant that they had completely lost their patience. The so-called killing intent of the 4 grandmasters and MOU's words of you will die also proved to be a joke. The buildings could be rebuilt, so it was not a big deal. The 4 grandmasters returned to the soaring dragon ship. Suddenly, they looked back and saw a line of gigantic words floating on the surface of the lake. If you have the ability, then fill up Mooncourt Lake. The white-robed scholar's heart surged with anger and his face flushed red. Let's go. The Moon Devil will not let this matter rest. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Today, you came to my house and wandered around, wanting to kill me. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit and go to places like Pine Suff Academy. When that time comes, don't blame me for killing everyone I see. Li Qingshan returned to his senses, his gaze landing on the phoenix feather in front of him. The phoenix feather floated in the air, sometimes rising and sometimes falling, drawing out scarlet trails of fire. After spending several days, he could already freely control the phoenix feather, but he did not know where to start. Could it be that if he stuck this feather into his body, he would become a phoenix? Impossible. Little and stood gracefully, her seaweed-like hair falling to the ground. Seeing that Li Qingshan had fallen into a stalemate, she suddenly walked forward and grabbed one of Li Qingshan's fingers with her small hand. She gently pinched the phoenix feather with 2 fingers and stabbed downwards, piercing through Li Qingshan's fingertip. Fresh blood seeped out. It was immediately absorbed by the phoenix feather, like a goose feather dipping in ink. Fresh blood filled the hollow phoenix feather, spreading to every strand of feather, causing it to become brighter and brighter. However, at the same time, a wave of energy was injected into the wound and the injury immediately recovered, automatically taking effect. Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his intelligence was not enough. Little and grinned and retreated to the side. Of course, this was not a wild guess. While Li Qingshan was pondering over the phoenix feather, she had read a large amount of information related to it. Li Qingshan held Xiaoan in his arms and kissed her heavily on the forehead. There's nothing for you to say. I really don't know what to do. At the same time, the 4 grandmasters returned to the commandery city of Rui, to the commandery lord's estate. He had come to report to the Marquis of Rui. Sitting in the reception pavilion, they looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat dejected. Before long, the Marquis of Rui strode out to receive them and bowed first. I've made the 4 of you wait. May I ask how the battle went? A trace of embarrassment and shame appeared on the faces of the 4 of them, and their hearts became more and more furious. His trip to the Clear River Prefecture this time was like clenching his fist and punching the air. He couldn't find a place to use his abilities. Instead, he was ridiculed by that monster. However, he naturally could not say those words out loud. The white-robed scholar cupped his hands and said, Lord County Governor, that demon is truly crafty. He's hiding, and he doesn't give off any aura at all. We can't find him. The Marquis of Rui blamed himself. It's all because of my lack of preparation, causing the 4 of you to go through so much trouble. I really can't absolve myself from the blame. I'll send someone to invite fellow Feng right now. The white-robed scholar's expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, I just need fellow Taoist Feng to perform a divination. That evildoer definitely has nowhere to hide. The so-called fellow Feng was called Feng Buchuan. He was Ma Bai's master, the greatest figure of the school of Yin-Yang across the entire Rui commandery. His words always came true. The arts of divination were rather renowned across the entire Green province. The Marquis of Rui possessed monstrous authority. Before long, a streak of light flew over from the horizon, landing in the courtyard outside the reception pavilion. The newcomer had crooked eyes and a crooked mouth. He had a chicken chest and a hunchback. He was extremely ugly, and one of his eyes was turbid, as if he was blind. He stood there twisting his body, and with one eye, he swept his gaze over everyone. In a hoarse and unpleasant voice, he said, Marquis, why have you summoned me here? He seemed extremely rude, even though he did not have any intentions of being rude. The white-robed scholar frowned. He felt slightly uncomfortable. If it were not for the aura he gave off, no one would have connected him to a golden core cultivator. However, he sighed and sighed, fellow Feng, just how handsome was he in the past? It's just a single divination failure, causing him to suffer a backlash from the heavenly secrets, and he's reduced to such a state. This Tao of divination is simply too dangerous. The Marquis of Rui became even more polite, explaining the reason to Feng Buchuan. Cultivators skilled in divination had always been extremely rare, and those who could reach golden core were even rarer. As for Feng Buchuan, he was someone who could enter and leave the provincial lord's estate freely in the past. Although he had declined now, he still dared not treat him lightly. Feng Buchuan said, that's easy. I'm willing to go to the Clear River Prefecture with you grandmasters. The Marquis of Rui smiled. That would be for the best. Once we kill that wretched demon, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. When Feng Buchuan heard handsomely, he shuddered for no reason and smiled stiffly. The 4 golden core cultivators immediately shrank to 5. As a marquis, the Marquis of Rui had managed the Rui commandery for several millennia. The connections he had established reached every corner of the Rui commandery. He could basically mobilize all the cultivators from the 100 schools of thought. He had only sent Wen Jingming and the other 3 because the Moon Devil had a blood feud with the Pine Stuff Academy. Sending 4 golden core cultivators to kill a demon general was already far too much of an exaggeration. If he wanted to find someone, he could even find 10 golden core cultivators. If he asked, even the sect masters and elders of the sects would have to show him some respect. He had never considered taking action personally, nor had he ever doubted that when he wanted a demon general to die, he would have to die. Wen Jingming's group arrived above Mooncourt Lake once more. Feng Buchuan fished out a shining geomantic compass from the tattered pouch at his waist. The geomantic compass was divided into several circles, covered in strange glyphs. It suddenly began to spin. Under Li Qingshan's control, the phoenix feather left behind wounds on his body. 2 invisible zippers seemed to exist on the wounds, ripping them open and closing them at the same time, leaving behind not a single mark. The phoenix feather turned into a scarlet streak of light, dancing around Li Qingshan madly like he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. However, Li Qingshan's eyes shone brighter and brighter as if he could not feel any pain at all. The phoenix feather also shone brighter and brighter. As it was drenched in blood, the power it contained fused into Li Qingshan's body strand by strand. Only when the final strand of power had been completely drained did the phoenix feather turn blood red. Little and warned, heart. The phoenix's nerve rebirth, undying heart. With a swish, the phoenix feather stabbed towards Li Qingshan's chest, piercing his skin and flesh and stabbing into his heart. His heart stopped beating in that moment, sinking into a deathly stillness. Li Qingshan circulated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to its limits. In his sea of consciousness, the phoenix raised its head and let out a long cry. The phoenix feather suddenly ignited, turning into a ball of flame. Its scarlet color contained intense vitality. Combustion, transformation, rebirth. It was like a miniature nirvana. Li Qingshan's heart also flashed with red light, growing brighter and brighter. Through his skin, one could even see a ball of fiery red, vaguely making out the image of a dancing phoenix. There was a bang. It was like the first clap of thunder in early spring, shattering the glaciers and reviving all living things. Li Qingshan's heart pounded violently, channeling the mysterious power contained in the phoenix feather through his veins to his limbs and bones, making them as hot as fire. Li Qingshan stood up involuntarily, dancing wildly with this power. He subconsciously raised his head and raised his legs, all containing a wondrous sense of beauty. As he swung his arms, it was like a phoenix spreading its wings. His surroundings shone with dazzling red light, illuminating the entire dwelling. Quite a while later, the red light gradually subsided. Li Qingshan landed on the ground and clutched his thumping heart. He felt extremely comfortable. Powerful life force filled his body. Right now, he was confident that if he fought Helicoverpa Rosa again, he would definitely gain the upper hand. With the phoenix's scripture of nirvana, he had finally refined the phoenix feather and obtained a sliver of the phoenix's bloodline. Although he had yet to truly reach the first layer of the phoenix transformation, he believed he only needed to return underground and gather endless magma and fire to condense another phoenix embryo, and he would definitely succeed. Just when Li Qingshan was about to set off, the spirit turtle's demon core suddenly gave off a powerful reaction. He immediately knew, someone is using divination to divine my location. Sure enough, those old coots won't let me go so easily. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. He settled his mind and closed his eyes. Under the eager gazes of Wen Jingming and the others, the compass spun rapidly. Feng Buchuan's forehead became covered in sweat, but he was unable to find the Moon Devil at all. He must possess a method to obscure the heavenly secrets. The spirit turtle was hidden deep within the abyss. Who knew where it was? However, Feng Buchuan refused to give up so easily, as he could sense a sliver of an opening in the opponent's power, like a ray of light in the darkness. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had only refined the phoenix feather by suppressing the spirit turtle's power. As his comprehension of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression deepened, he had basically weakened the spirit turtle's repulsion to the greatest degree. Normally, he would not feel any abnormalities, but in an intense battle of heavenly secrets, it manifested. His bloodline surged, and demon chi surged. It was like a pebble had been stuck in his shoe. It was not fatal, but it was very uncomfortable. Little and held the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and gently pressed it against Li Qingshan's forehead. He practiced the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots and immediately made up for the opening. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. He smiled. The compass stopped spinning, and Feng Buchuan's face stiffened. He opened his mouth wide, completely ignoring the drool that dripped down. The scholar in white asked in a hurry, "Fellow Feng, how is it?" As if he had been electrocuted, Feng Buchuan also seemed to jerk awake from a nightmare. He leapt up and hopped around like a strange monkey. He said crazily, "I found it. I found it." When Jingming said, "Fellow Feng, have you found where the wretched demon is hiding?" Feng Buchuan suddenly grabbed Wen Jingming's shoulder. He used so much strength that Wen Jingming felt a stab of pain. He looked at Feng Buchuan in shock, only to see a stream of turbid tears flowing out of Feng Buchuan's blind eye, while his clear eye was filled with ecstasy. "I want to see Her Highness the Dark Queen." Many years ago, he had also searched for someone, and he had also received great rewards. The battle of heavenly secrets and the entanglement of gratitude and grievances seemed like it had happened yesterday, vivid in his mind. The person he was searching for was like a kite in the sea of clouds. All of the heavenly secrets had been obscured. He had finally grasped a trace after so much difficulty, and a fierce gust of wind blew over. The kite string snapped, and it soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Originally, he thought it had fallen somewhere a long time ago, becoming an unforgettable regret. Who would have thought that the faintly discernible thread would appear before his eyes again today? If it were not for the entanglement of such deep ties of fate, he basically would have overlooked it. It was exactly because of such deep ties of fate that he firmly believed he had not seen wrong. This was the will of the heavens. "Fellow Feng, fellow Feng." The scholar in white called out, and Feng Buchuan returned to his senses. He wiped away the tears on his face, and under the surprised gazes of the 4 grandmasters, he discovered that his bent back had straightened out before he knew it. "Fellow, you're so overjoyed. Have you found the existence of the wretched demon?" Wen Jingming asked in confusion. Even if that was the case, he would not be so overjoyed as to burst into tears. The wretched demon? Oh right, no. All of the heavenly secrets have been obscured. I can't divine where he is. Feng Buchuan secretly felt some regret. Just now, he should not have lost his composure like this, even calling out the Dark Queen. If someone with ulterior motives heard about it, the consequences would be unthinkable. I've let down the Marquis's great trust, so I have nothing to say. Please apologize for me, Grandmasters. He clasped his hands. Although he was still ugly, his tall figure vaguely possessed some of the ease of the past. Feng Buchuan drifted away. The 4 grandmasters looked at one another. For a moment, they had no idea just what had happened to Feng Buchuan. However, they could not just return like this and ask the Marquis of Rui for assistance. That would make them seem far too useless. As a result, they discussed. The night roamers must have fled underground. Why don't we pursue them underground and force the wretched demon to show himself? Wretched demons are all heartless and heartless. Why would they risk their lives for a few night roamers? It probably won't be that simple. The white-robed scholar said, "That's fine. There are still many fiendish demons underground." That spider demon Lolth had given the order to massacre the entire city. She was a great scourge of evil. Even if they couldn't kill the moon devil, they could wipe out all the evildoers and kill Lolth. It can be considered as an explanation to the county governor. Accompanied by Little and Li Qingshan arrived at the magma lake again. The fire spirits here were the fiercest. It had a very powerful suppressive effect on the spirit turtle's demon core, making it the most suitable for breaking through to the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. The thick smell of sulfur and the surging golden lava were the eternal scenery of this place, and the violent magnetic turbulence was even more frightening. Li Qingshan wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't interacted with him a few times. The golden cicada could actually stay in such a place. The golden cicada spirit king really lived up to his reputation. Li Qingshan waited for a moment. There was no voice in his mind. He nodded at little Anne. Then, he stepped into the magma. He did not use his demon chi to protect himself. In a place like this, even mobilizing demon chi was difficult. The feeling of the magma burning his skin was slightly painful, but it was also extremely refreshing. It reminded him of the feeling of a hot bath in the past. And there was a power that resonated with his bloodline. This was something he had not felt the last time he came here. Li Qingshan just spread his arms and laid flat on the surface of the lake. His scarlet hair spread out. The flames were like snakes, coiling up and licking his body. Very soon, they swallowed and wrapped around him. They formed a huge, fire-red cocoon of flames. The day he broke out of the cocoon would be the day he spread his wings. The stone lions lay facing each other, and the door was wide open. A few gusts of cold wind rustled past. A person arrived before the steps and picked up a plaque from below. He rubbed it gently. And dust was kicked into the air. The words "Proud Sword Manor" appeared. Yu Shuquang glanced inside and hesitated. In the end, he did not step in. That was because there were many caves that led underground in the surroundings of Salt Mountain City. Demons had wreaked havoc, so they had suffered extremely heavy losses. The once prosperous Proud Sword Manor had already been reduced to ruins. The entire Salt Mountain City had been reduced to a ghost city. No one lived here. Yu Shuquang had returned to visit the grave. He wanted to tell his wife that Zijian had already found a new home. She had gone to the Sword Collection Palace to cultivate. However, when he arrived outside Salt Mountain City, he was taken aback. He flew over to the grave. The gravestone still stood firmly, but a great hole had been dug into the grave behind it. The coffin inside had vanished too. The coffin had already been buried for over a decade, so it would not give off any presence of flesh or blood that would attract the attention of wild beasts and demons. And, from the traces of digging, it was clearly the work of a human. If it were grave robbers, they would not have taken the coffin away with them. Who would spend so much effort to dig out a set of bones? Yu Shuquang's face was utterly sunken. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Ma Chaochuan. In the cave, a demon general shaped like a lynx lunged over violently. A foul smell filled the air as it moved with startling speed. With a flash of white light, the demon general was beheaded. Wen Jingming casually took out a demon core and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. Although the 4 grandmasters could not find Li Qingshan, it was far too easy for them to find other demons. Under the detection of their soul sense, even the night roamers skilled in concealing their presences and carrying out assassinations were as conspicuous as fireflies in the darkness. Immediately, a storm of blood erupted underground. Wherever they passed by, only death awaited them, whether they were night roamers or demons. They could not even withstand a single strike. After all, demons like Li Qingshan who could fight those at higher cultivation realms were far too rare. "Sister, our scouts have been killed," Yi Liubo reported to Yi Liusu in a hurry. Under Li Qingshan's orders, all the night roamers had retreated underground. They did not know who the 4 grandmasters were, but they did know their opponents were not something they could fend off. Continue moving underground. Yi Liusu passed down a decisive order and took the lead, leading the night roamers and continuing their migration. The scholar in white suddenly stopped and closed his eyes. Wen Jingming asked, "Senior brother Tang, what's wrong?" The scholar in white opened his eyes. "There's a large group of night roamers below us. Those who have not undergone the second heavenly tribulation 10 kilometers away are currently moving downwards. There's also a tremendous demon chi parallel to us, 25 kilometers away. It should be the spider demon. Which one do we go after?" The scholar in white said, "Let's go. We need to capture their leader first. We'll kill the wretched demon first, and then we'll deal with the night roamers." Yi Liubo said, "They don't seem to be chasing us." Several tens of thousands of night roamers. They advanced through the caves in a hurry. The winding group meandered like a snake, making no sound at all. We can't be careless. Continue downwards. With the interference of the underground magnetic field, it won't be easy for them to find us. Afterwards, we'll disperse. Disperse? Won't we be defeated one by one? The opponent this time can no longer be defeated through numbers. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have told us to retreat beforehand. Yi Liubo said in worry, I wonder how Master is? With what Master is capable of, protecting himself should be no problem. Let's go. Whenever they came across a fork in the road, they would split up. As a result, they split up, and the group dispersed very quickly. In the end, only Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo remained. The surrounding temperature had already become scorching, and the rocks reddened slightly. A droplet of sweat landed on the ground, immediately kicking up a cloud of white mist. Yi Liubo was rather irritated. She cut through the stalagmite in front of her with a single slash. Damn it. If only I was a little stronger. Stop talking. Yi Liusu's mood was horrible too, but she was composed. She just did not show it. As soon as they established a territory above ground, they were forced back underground, and even deeper. The night roamers had only been united not long ago, and now she had to personally disperse them. But Master will definitely deal with them. Yi Liubo said confidently. Yi Liusu was not optimistic about this. The Green Province was the world of humans. Even demon commanders could not do as they pleased. However, since she had chosen to rely on him, she could only trust him. A rumble rang out from above. The cavern shook violently, sending soil and rocks flying. What's going on? Those people probably encountered the Spider Queen. Let's continue. Li Qingshan curled up like a baby, lying in the huge cocoon of fire, waiting for a new life. The surging fire spirits condensed into a scarlet phoenix egg within his body. There were exquisite golden runes that flickered between light and dark, as if it was a living creature that was breathing. The rhythm of Li Qingshan's heartbeat and breathing gradually maintained the same rhythm. They were closely connected. A thought suddenly occurred to him, why does it feel like I'm pregnant with a child? However, Li Qingshan discovered very soon that hatching the egg was not a simple matter. Even 10 months of pregnancy was probably nowhere near enough. He frowned slightly. Although it was only the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, the difficulty of cultivating it was far greater than he had imagined. The phoenix egg seemed to be insatiable, constantly absorbing the fire spiritual qi. Based on its current progress, spending a year or so would be considered short. This was not a long time for a demon, but what he lacked the most right now was time. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice rang out in his head, I'll lend you a hand. Catch. In the depths of the magma, Golden Cicada watched this happen. It waved its young hand gently, and a huge wave immediately surged on the lake of magma. Flames several meters tall turned into fire snakes, flying towards Li Qingshan. All right, many thanks. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. After saying these 3 words, he no longer had the time to speak. He circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva with all his might, devouring and converting the fire snakes into the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg happily devoured the flames, turning from scarlet to golden. The runes on its surface also shone brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan didn't dare to be careless. Any one of these fire snakes was enough to incinerate an entire city. If he lost control of any one of them, it would explode inside his body and he would be gravely injured. The number of fire snakes grew denser and denser. They were violent and violent, but they didn't break through Li Qingshan's limits. He had truly witnessed the methods of this generation's demon king. After an unknown period of time, the lake of magma regained its calm. No more fire snakes flew out. The phoenix egg shone with a dazzling light, like a miniature sun that had reached its pinnacle. Under the scorching flames, Li Qingshan felt as if he were about to melt. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back. He raised his shoulders, and 2 bones grew out of his back. They quickly came into contact with a barrier and couldn't stretch out. He couldn't help but twist his body and swing his arm, punching the giant cocoon of fire around him. With a crack appeared on the phoenix egg. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. And with a great boom, the cocoon of fire exploded. The ring-shaped shockwave pushed the magma in all directions, stirring up raging flames. Li Qingshan stood in the sea of fire. His perfect body glowed with red light, like a statue forged from scarlet copper. His eyes were closed, and his head hung down. His scarlet hair was like fire, dancing in the wind. Li Qingshan breathed gently. At that moment, he felt like he was alive. This was the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Congratulations, your cultivation has advanced. Golden Cicada's voice rang out in his head. Thank you. What else do you need me to do? Feel free to tell me. Save Lolth. All right. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, which shone with magnificent red light. A pair of glorious, magnificent wings suddenly unfurled on his back. These were not wings constructed from energy like the wings of wind. Instead, they were true wings, the wings of the phoenix. The flame swept towards him. He bent his body slightly, and the wings folded up as well. Streams of wind wrapped around him. At the same time, he unleashed the wings of wind. The two powers of wind and fire merged together perfectly. He stomped down hard, and with a thump, the wings suddenly unfurled. He had already taken off into the air, leaving behind a long trail of fire. Little and swung the blood sea banner and followed closely behind. Li Qingshan pursued Helicoverpa Rosa's aura, passing through the layers of rock and soil. When he was about to approach her, he concealed all of his aura and approached silently. Suddenly, he frowned. When he concealed his aura with the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, the power from the phoenix transformation put up an intense resistance. He was unable to hide his aura completely. In his body, the spirit turtle's demon core had already changed. A smear of red had been added to it, adhering to the azure demon core. It constantly flowed around, but it floated to the surface, unable to penetrate any further. In human terms, the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. The demonic transformation focused on tempering the body, while the divine transformation focused on tempering chi. As a result, even though the tiger demon transformation and ox demon transformation had already reached the 4th layer, it was relatively easy for the spirit turtle to suppress it. However, it was rather powerless against the phoenix transformation of the 1st layer. It developed an intense rejection. Even though he had barely managed to cultivate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, he was still far too weak. However, it had not reached the level of true fusion of water and fire, let alone the realm of complementing water and fire. If he continued to cultivate the Phoenix transformation, this rejection would only become stronger and stronger. However, he had to think of a way to get over this hurdle. He remembered that there were some cultivation methods in the cultivation world that cultivated both fire and water. When he returned to the 100 schools of thought, he would study them carefully. With the advantage and strength of the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, he forcefully suppressed the phoenix's aura. If he were to fight in this state, not only would he not become stronger, but he would also become stronger. Instead, it became weaker due to internal friction. The rumbling and tremors grew closer and closer. Li Qingshan broke out of the earth and saw that this place was somewhat familiar. It was the Great Canyon where he had fought Blood Shadow and Strong Stone. 4 great grandmasters. They each held a long sword and stood in 4 directions, forming a formation to trap Helicoverpa Rosa within. Helicoverpa Rosa's hair was disheveled. She seemed rather miserable, but her gaze became even colder and more vicious. She leapt over and lunged towards the weaker Wen Jingming. She completely ignored Wen Jingming's sword and grabbed his shoulder with her sharp claws. Frigid winter bitterly, frozen 5,000 kilometers. The white-cloaked scholar in the lead chanted. The 3-foot green sword in his hand danced elegantly, and an icy cold sword energy wrapped in snowflakes swept over. Ice immediately formed on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's body. She felt a bone-chilling coldness, immobilizing her. With a shudder, the ice shattered. The scholar in white thought, this wretched demon really is a carapaced demon commander after all. His body sure is tough. If he were a regular demon general, he would have been frozen into a pile of ice from a single strike. If I fight him alone, he really won't be easy to deal with. Bleak autumn wind, white dew as frost. While Helicoverpa Rosa was frozen, Wen Jingming withdrew his sword and retreated. With a wave of sword chi, just as Helicoverpa shattered the ice behind her, her body was covered in a layer of white frost. Her movements became sluggish again. At this moment, the other two grandmasters also struck with their swords. Spring returns to the earth, rain during the Qingming festival. Scorching summer, blazing sun like fire. Wisps of rain that were as thin as cow's hair were soft, penetrating through every pore. However, they contained extremely sharp sword qi. They could even penetrate through the fine layer of poison. On the back of Helicoverpa's body, penetrating through her pores and seeping into her body. The skin on the back of Helicoverpa's body instantly turned silver gray. She used her innate ability to block this soft and bone-chilling attack. However, a ball of scorching sun-like flames blasted towards her back. Under the pressure of the sword formation, she couldn't avoid it. There was a loud boom, and the flames illuminated the valley. Helicoverpa was swallowed by the flames. The four grandmasters faced the flames and swung their swords. For swords intertwined to form a sword net that sank into the flames. The flames dispersed. A large hole had been burned in the poison dress on the back of Helicoverpa, and her body was covered in sword wounds. However, she had managed to block it with her perfect defensive innate ability. However, she had expended a lot of her demon qi, and there was obvious exhaustion on her face. She had already tried to break out of the encirclement countless times, but she had failed every time. Hidden in the shadows, Li Qingshan discovered that there were not many traces of destruction on the left and right sides of the valley. Logically speaking, a battle between 4 golden core cultivators and a demon commander would definitely be earth-shattering. It would even be normal for the valley to be completely destroyed. The current situation proved that they had controlled every bit of their strength in the sword formation, without any wastage. Moreover, it was 4 against 1. If this continued, Helicoverpa would be exhausted to death. It seemed that Golden Cicada had lent him a hand for a reason. He had originally intended to kill with a borrowed knife. If the 4 grandmasters could not find him, they might chase him underground. With the power of the Golden Cicada Spirit King, killing the 4 of them would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, Golden Cicada refused to help, and instead helped him. He had achieved his goal. Mother of my child, father of my child is here to save you. Li Qingshan sneaked into the rock wall near Wen Jingming. With a sudden roar, he burst out of the ground. Before his voice had even reached Wen Jingming, he had already arrived behind him. The speed he erupted with in that instant shocked even himself. I never thought that the combination of the phoenix wings and the divine wings of wind would have such a great effect. In the future, whoever wants to kill me can only follow behind me and suffer from the wind. The illusion of the ox demon loomed on Li Qingshan's body, and its 2 horns fiercely pointed at Wen Jingming's back. Helicoverpa raised her eyebrows, a little surprised, but she would not let go of such a good opportunity. She once again pounced at Wen Jingming and Li Qingshan, attacking from the front and back. With Wen Jingming's early-stage gold core cultivation, it was extremely dangerous to be forced by a carapaced demon general and Li Qingshan, whose strength was not inferior to the former. Even if he could escape with his life, the 4-seasoned sword formation would undoubtedly be broken. Wen Jingming was not surprised, but happy, and shouted, "Evildoer, good. Fix for me." He flew forward without looking back, waved his big sleeve, and a paper talisman flew out, turning into the word fix. Helicoverpa's body suddenly stiffened. The 3 long swords arrived like lightning, and the sword qi turned into threads, entangling Li Qingshan's body. In that instant, he first felt the weakness of the spring wind melting his bones, the bone-chilling cold of being frozen by ice, and the scorching heat of being burned by raging fire. The tip of the ox horn was only a foot away from Wen Jingming, but suddenly became very far away. Changes of the 4 seasons. Wen Jingming turned around, and the moment the other 3 long swords converged. All Li Qingshan felt was sword qi in front of him, behind him, left and right, constantly revolving and changing. The 4 grandmasters seemed to have agreed on it. After abandoning Helicoverpa at the same time, they targeted Li Qingshan. This was not something that could be achieved by relying on spontaneous reactions, but through countless careful considerations, considering all the flaws. The weak Wen Jingming was like a bait, leading Li Qingshan into a killing trap. The scholar in white said, "Moon Devil, do you really think we didn't think you would?" launch a sneak attack? Afterwards, he waved his hand. Junior brothers, use the sword chi of the 4 seasons to kill this wretched demon first. The fixing talisman could only last for a while at most. The spider demon would break free very soon. By then, it would really be rather troublesome if the 2 demons worked together. However, he had absolute confidence that he could kill the Moon Devil in a single strike if he used the strongest move of the sword formation of the 4 seasons. It would not be too late to use the sword formation then and kill the spider demon. Spring Thunder Sword. Summer Rain Sword. Autumn Wind Sword. Winter Snow Sword. Green, yellow, scarlet, and white. 4 strands of sword chi tore through the air, filling his eyes. Trapped in the sword formation, Xianxia felt an intense sense of danger. The spirit turtle's profound shell only managed to block it for a split second before shattering loudly. The sword chi of the 4 seasons constantly cycled and changed, connecting from end to end. It was meticulous and pervasive. Xianxia felt like he had been thrown into a millstone, about to be ground to dust. Xianxia immediately used the ability of the water mirror disc. The mirror clone hidden in the water was reduced to dust in a single moment, dispersing like dust. Even every single strand of demon chi had been depleted. His flesh and blood sprayed everywhere, forcefully ground down to a skeleton. It was covered in tiny slashes. The scholar in white eased up inside. He clasped his hands. Congratulations on getting your revenge, junior brother Wen. Wen Jingming smiled in relief as well. All of this had happened in a split second. By the time Helicoverpa had broken free from the fixing talisman, the 4 grandmasters had already fallen into the sword formation again. Helicoverpa saw this and was secretly surprised. If they had used this move right from the beginning, she definitely would not have lasted until now. They had left this move behind to bait the Moon Devil, as well as to exhaust her before launching a sudden attack. They would not give her the opportunity to blow up her demon core. Although demons were cunning, it was difficult to compare with the strategies of humans. The main reason was that humans had too many tricks up their sleeves. Talisman sword formation, array formation. It could be said that if they only relied on their own strength to fight, even if the 4 grandmasters joined forces, they would not be a match for Helicoverpa. Once they got close to her, it would be a nightmare. But with these tricks, they could turn the tables and put her to death. Do you think that you can kill him like this? Hearing the scholar in white's words, Helicoverpa said disdainfully. Only she knew how difficult it was to kill this guy. Wen Jingming's heart skipped a beat. The Moon Devil, who should have been dead, pounced on him. Using the sword chi of the 4 seasons was extremely taxing on him, and Wen Jingming's cultivation was the weakest among the 4 of them. Because he had avenged his great hatred, his mind was slightly relaxed, and he couldn't dodge in time, and was tightly hugged. I've caught you. Mother of my child, hurry up and do it. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. A whip tore through the air. It was completely white and was formed from thousands of strands of spider silk. It was Helicoverpa poisonous whip. Although the poison had been diluted, its toughness did not change. It was still a weapon she could use well. Helicoverpa raised her hand and caught it. It was as straight as a spear. The tip of the spear was pointed at Wen Jingming, who could not move. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows and a murderous intent. Be careful, junior brother. The scholar in white and the other 2 paled in fright. After swinging their swords at Helicoverpa, they did not expect that Xianxia, whose body was completely destroyed, could still move. But Helicoverpa did not care about anything else. She did not even look at them. At this moment, there was only Wen Jingming in her eyes. Wen Jingming was trapped, and the 4-season sword formation was broken. Although the 3 long swords were rare arcane artifacts, they were not enough to break through her protective divine art. Stab. Like a white lightning, it flew down from the clouds. No matter what obstructed it, it could not be shaken. The 3 swords almost fell at the same time, causing sparks to fly. The spear in her hand spun rapidly. With a low and ear-piercing hum, it knocked away the swords and did not move at all. No matter how many changes you had, you could not block the sharpness of this spear. At the moment of life and death, Wen Jingming's body exploded with a dazzling righteous aura, and he forcefully pushed Li Qingshan's arm away. Although he did not die, he could not unleash the great power of the ox demon with only his bones. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's body that had already turned into bones was suddenly surrounded by rings of flames. Wherever the flames passed, flesh and blood would regenerate, just like the legendary rebirth from the fire. The muscles on his arms bulged. They fiercely suppressed the white light on Wen Jingming's body. An ancient jade hanging at Wen Jingming's waist suddenly shattered. The spear passed through Wen Jingming's head, but there was no feeling of stabbing into something solid. Wen Jingming became a phantom like a soul. Li Qingshan hugged empty air. Wen Jingming flew to the side, his face as gloomy as water. If not for his life-saving means, he would have almost failed miserably this time. He lost his life here. Now, he was no longer afraid of any physical attacks. There was no weakness on his body, but he could still control the longsword and cast spells. The two demons in front of him were in a weakened state. As long as he and his three senior brothers formed the four-seasoned sword formation, they would definitely be able to kill them here. Just as he was thinking about this, a blood-red light flashed, and a blood-red banner fluttered in the wind. It swept towards him. Wen Jingming flew on his sword. The blood sea banner also continuously expanded, enveloping the entire gorge. When Xiaoqian looked back, he saw a boundless sea of blood churning. By the time he recovered his wits, he was already in a sea of blood. Junior brother Wen. 3 grandmasters rushed over to help. Blocked by the combined efforts of Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa, he could only watch as Wen Jingming was drawn into the blood sea banner. Helicoverpa's spirits were greatly boosted. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, he felt something tighten around his waist. Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around her waist. He flung her backwards forcefully, tossing her into the blood sea banner as well, which produced a ring of light. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings, picked up Little and turned around to leave. The three of them chased after him on their swords, but they immediately discovered that Li Qingshan's speed was far more startling than what was recorded in the Hawkwolf Guard's records. They actually pulled away immediately. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qingshan was not bold enough to fly at full speed. Flying through the crisscrossing underground caverns basically drained all of his energy. It was even more tiring than clashing with someone. After pulling away a certain distance, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He smashed the space with his fists, and cracks spread out. The ground rumbled and shook like a magnitude 12 earthquake. The earth rose and fell violently. Afterwards, he concealed his aura and dove into Little And's blood sea banner as well. Little and picked up the blood sea banner and left. The earthquake did not cause any harm to the remaining 3 grandmasters, but it did bring them a lot of trouble, which made their hearts sink. All traces had been destroyed, but they still could not sense any auras. They pulled away and searched around, but they found nothing. All they could do was hope that Wen Jingming would launch a counterattack. As long as he gave off a sliver of his aura, they would be able to rush over to his aid. On the boundless sea of blood, Wen Jingming stood with his sword with a sunken face, while Helicoverpa stood nearby. Li Qingshan eyed them from behind. In that moment, he made a decision based on his instincts. Rather than injuring 10 fingers, I might as well sever one. With their strength, it was basically impossible for the 3 of them to kill 4 grandmasters together. If they were careless, it was even possible for them to be killed instead. With just the sword chi of the 4 seasons, he would probably be done. For if he took another hit. Meanwhile, it would be very difficult for Little and to suppress a golden core cultivator by relying on the blood sea banner alone. Right now, he was fighting with numbers to secure victory. Helicoverpa looked at Wen Jingming, who was already like a turtle in a jar, and then looked at the familiar sea of blood beside her. She could not help but think, being enemies with them is indeed a great headache, but working together with them, the battle is unexpectedly easy. With 4 golden core cultivators working together to form a sword formation, she could not do anything about it. Now that he made a move, not only did he save her, he even pulled out a golden core cultivator. Come, come, come. If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a grudge, complain. Li Qingshan said to Helicoverpa as he moved his hand. Helicoverpa humphed, but was not in a hurry to make a move. She smiled coquettishly and said, "What last words do you have? Let's hear them." Wen Jingming said calmly, "All of you, make your move. If I'm supposed to die here, then it's also fate. However, you can kill me, Wen Jingming, but you cannot kill the righteous path of the world, nor can you kill the millions of disciples of the Confucian school. You evildoers have committed all sorts of evil, and the only path left for you is death." This kind of bearing that disregarded life and death caused even Li Qingshan to feel admiration. Hearing his words, he smiled and said, "The righteous path of the world? Whose righteous path is it?" "The human path is the righteous path. Humans are the wisest of all creatures. Otherwise, why would you all transform into the appearance of humans?" Li Qingshan said, "If I were human, then I would also be on the righteous path, right? Forget it. Who cares about the human path or the ghost path? It's just a waste of time to divide and divide. You deserve to fall into my hands today. If I die in your hands in the future, I won't blame you." As soon as he said this, his viciousness rose to the heavens. The sea of blood stirred up thousands of huge waves. Wen Jingming slashed apart the huge waves with his sword, and Li Qingshan leapt out, slapping his claw on the sword. Clang! The sword flew up. The poisonous whip twisted like a snake, coiling over. There was an inky black dot at the tip, like the trembling tongue of a snake, stabbing into Wen Jingming's body. Though his body was already incorporeal, the poison still spread very easily. Wen Jingming still had many hidden techniques, but in a one-on-one battle, he could not even defeat Helicoverpa, let alone with Li Qingshan's help and the suppression of the blood sea banner. The sea of blood churned. There was no suspense in this battle. Wen Jingming did not say another word. Even when he was about to die, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. He wanted to detonate his golden core, but he was engulfed by little and samadhi flames of white bone. In the instant that Wen Jingming died in battle, two figures flashed over. In an instant, Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa exchanged over 100 blows, brushing past each other. 100 treasures pouch appeared in Li Qingshan's hand, while Helicoverpa obtained a golden core. With such an enemy and such a companion, it would always make one doubt whether the path they had taken was correct. Even though he had become neither human nor demon, he actually understood the righteous path that Wen Jingming spoke of. However, all of this was futile. When he was suffering, he did not see the righteous path. The one who came to help him was not a righteous lord of the Confucian school, but a demon among demons, a demon among demons. The first thing he had taught him was to rely on himself, the blade in his hand. So what if there were thousands of disciples of the Confucian school? None of them cared about him, Li Qingshan. "Take it out." Li Qingshan extended his hand towards Helicoverpa. "In this battle, without power, do you think you can kill him?" Helicoverpa held the golden core in her hand. The power contained within it moved her greatly. "I saved your life. No, you can say whatever you want. I'm not negotiating with you. Take it out." Li Qingshan's face darkened. The vicious aura on his body grew thicker and thicker. The sea of blood surged once more, like the roar of a giant beast that wanted to devour someone. Helicoverpa's expression fluctuated for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and threw the golden core. It flew through the air in a dazzling arc and landed in Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan put away the golden core and his expression relaxed slightly. He smiled. "That's a good girl. Now, let's go find those three. We'll each get a share of the spoils." It's now 3 against 3. Moreover, the other party's sword array had already been broken. Most importantly, their hearts were definitely filled with rage and hatred. Wounded beasts were terrifying because of their madness, but once humans lost their rationality, they would become extremely weak. Junior apprentice Brother Wen is dead. The white-robed scholar suddenly stopped, his expression shocked. What? That's impossible. The expressions of the two changed drastically. They could not believe it. Once one reached the golden core realm, they would have many life-saving methods and would not be easily killed. However, that mysterious blood banner had cast a bloody shadow over their hearts. This kind of self-created space arcane artifact was really too rare. As if to verify the white-robed scholar's words, the moon devil's demon chi rose once more. It was like a bright light in the darkness, attracting them over. However, Wen Jingming's aura did not appear. Clearly, he was dead. We must avenge him. The three's eyes were somewhat red and overflowing with murderous intent. The white-robed scholar stopped his two junior apprentice brothers and gritted his teeth. Let's retreat. Why? I understand your feelings, but now is not the time. Junior apprentice brothers' revenge will not be forgotten just like this. The white-robed scholar's eyes flickered with a cold light. I didn't think they'd actually retreat. They sure are decisive. Li Qingshan sensed the three auras break through the earth and vanish underground in the end. Although he could catch up to them forcefully, he was alone, so he could be killed with the slightest carelessness. It was even possible for him to turn victory into defeat. And he had something else important to do. Right now, there was no longer anyone who could stop him from refining the clear river. This opportunity was fleeting. He had to do it before the Rui commandery responded. With little and in tow, Li Qingshan found an underground river and swam upstream, arriving in Mooncourt Lake very soon. He burst out of the water and unfurled his wings, scattering the droplets of water in the sky. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they sparkled like pearls. He pushed his speed to the limit. Mountains appeared on the horizon, but they were also thrown far behind. In just a while, he had arrived in the boundless mountains, where the source of the clear river was. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Among the mountains, a spring spat out a trickling stream. No one would have thought that it was the source of the vast clear river. The melted snow and the clear spring water between the mountains gathered into it bit by bit. The water twisted and turned between the mountains, growing larger and larger. It surged against the currents and constantly advanced. In the beginning, Li Qingshan could only fly on the water, but afterwards, he directly leapt into the water. Demon chi permeated his body, enveloping the entire river. He knew time was tight, so he steeled his mind and powered the water god seal with all his might, mobilizing every shred of demon chi he had to refine the river water. This process should have been extremely long enough for the Rui commandery to respond in time and easily destroy his ambitions. However, he refined water with his original body at a startling rate. If regular demons were to refine water, they would be like a peasant rising up in rebellion, requiring tremendous effort to manage before they could gradually take over the world. Wherever the spirit turtle passed by, it was like the arrival of the Holy Son of Heaven. All of the water would automatically return to him. He advanced along the way and left the boundless mountains very soon. If he continued forward, he would arrive at densely populated places. It would probably be very difficult for him to hide his actions from the cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture. If they really came to stop him, it would be quite troublesome. Once he was delayed, the Marquis of Rui would respond, and probably even more powerful Golden Core cultivators would swarm over immediately. I'd like to see who's bold enough to stop me. Oh no, sir, the Moon Devil is refining the Clear River water. The news reached Lu Chongqing's ears very quickly in the 100 schools of thought near the Lake of Dragons and Snakes. Where are the 4 grandmasters? Lu Chongqing asked in surprise. The 4 grandmasters should have forced the Moon Devil into a state where he had nowhere to hide right now. Why was he bold enough to refine water so openly? I don't know, but it said that someone saw the grandmasters return to the Rui commandery, and what? Stop stuttering, Lu Chongqing said impatiently. I think they only saw 3 people. Don't tell me? That's impossible. Lu Chongqing was frightened. He swung his sleeves and made his way out. He arrived at the door and stopped. Pass down orders. Keep an eye on the Moon Devil's movements at all times. But don't come close. He was not too anxious. A large river like the Clear River was not something that could be refined in a short period of time. There was enough time to adapt. But he soon found out that he was wrong, and very wrong. As soon as he arrived in a place similar to the secret reporting room of the Hawkwolf Guard and waited patiently for the Marquis of Rui to receive him, a disciple came to report that the Moon Devil had already refined a third of the Clear River. What? Lu Chongqing's expression changed drastically. Although there was less water in the upper reaches of the clear river, making it easier to refine, there was no reason for him to be this fast. However, the Marquis of Rui just happened to be doing something. He had yet to appear. I wonder who's over there. Please report to the Marquis that Lu Chongqing has something important to report. By now, the 4 great, now 3 grandmasters, had already rushed back to the commandery city of Rui. He arrived in the commandery governor's estate to see the Marquis of Rui. The Marquis of Rui paced around with his hands behind his back. His face was as sunken as it could be. Originally, he thought sending the 4 grandmasters was already overkill. Not only did they fail to kill that monster, but they also lost one of their own. That was a golden core cultivator. He could not be compared to Foundation establishment cultivators. Wen Jingming and his Pine Suff Academy could be described as one of the foundations of his rule. Now, it had been forcefully severed. Did you fall into the ambush of the demons? The Marquis of Rui calmed himself down and asked. This was the most reasonable explanation. The scholar in white shook his head. It's just the spider demon, the moon devil, and a skeletal monster. Just them, just dash. The Marquis of Rui widened his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed it at the scholar in white's nose before letting out another grunt and lowering it heavily. The scholar in white was extremely displeased. We only got involved in this mess because of your orders. Now that junior brother Wen has met with misfortune, not only do you not comfort him, you even blame him. As the leader of the 4 grandmasters, he was different from Wen Jingming's straightforwardness. He had always been known for his arrogance. Now, he clasped his hands and said, we will avenge junior brother Wen for him. I've only come to tell you to be careful of the moon devil, Marquis. I'll be taking my leave first. You fellow Tang, why do you say that? If fellow Wen is a grudge, then he's a grudge with me. Marquis, Sir Lu of the Clear River Prefecture says he has something urgent to report. At this moment, another attendant reported. Let him wait. He can't accomplish anything at all. The Marquis of Rui became more and more resentful over Lu Chongqing handing the water mirror disc to the moon devil, but he forgot that if it were not for his orders, Lu Chongqing would never have been bold enough to do that. The Marquis of Rui managed to placate the 3 grandmasters after great difficulty. The scholar in white said, Marquis, you should still go see Prefect Lu. Perhaps it might be related to the moon devil. Then let's go and listen. The 4 of them arrived in a secret room at the back of the governor's estate. After listening to Lu Chongqing's description, the Marquis of Rui said sternly, What? You said the moon devil is refining the clear river? There's no hurry. I'll send people over right now. We'll definitely kill this wretched demon this time. Not only was he not in a hurry, but he even felt that the moon devil's arrival above ground was a rare opportunity. This wretched demon sure was greedy and arrogant. How could the clear river be refined so easily? Marquis, but the moon devil has almost refined half of the clear river already. The Marquis of Rui's temper immediately erupted. What the hell are you doing? I order you to stop the moon devil no matter the cost, or you can forget about your position as prefect. I'm on my way. The Marquis of Rui's figure vanished before him, and Lu Chongqing backed out of the room. He was slightly furious. Stop him? How am I supposed to stop him? Even the 4 grandmasters you've sent can't do anything to him, so what can I, a measly Foundation establishment cultivator, do? The Marquis of Rui's orders were absolute, so all he could do was gather the school leaders for a discussion. However, he had made up his mind to never wander around on the clear river. In the cultivation world, stopping someone from cultivating was even worse than killing their father or stealing their wife. The moon devil definitely would not be soft-hearted this time. Once he targeted him, only death awaited him. The position of prefect was important, but it was not as important as his own life. Even Prefect Lu, who had been directly conferred the title by the Marquis of Rui, thought like that. It was only natural that the patriarchs and elders of the other families would think of this. There were plenty of courageous people among them, but none of them were willing to do something that was clearly throwing an egg at a rock. The fate of the clear court section Pingu in the past was a bloody lesson. Actually, there's no need for us to face off against the moon devil directly. All we need to do is interfere with his refining of the water. The clear river's drainage basin is so long, so we can take advantage of the fact that he's in the middle reaches right now and wreak havoc upstream. We can buy ourselves some time and wait for reinforcements from the Rui commandery. The Marquis of Rui's orders could not be disobeyed. As a result, someone came up with this idea. There was still some degree of safety to this idea, so they agreed to it reluctantly and dispersed. Han Tie stood up suddenly, but he saw Hua Sengzan still sitting there without moving at all. Just now during the intense discussion, this greatest think tank of the Clear River Prefecture had said nothing at all, casting a strange gaze at him. If only it were that simple. Hua Sengzan smiled helplessly. This idea was far too simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. There was no need for him to waste his breath at all. However, how could he not think of it? The figure with flying red hair appeared in his mind. He dared to stand in the eye of the storm. He was bold enough to stand in the eye of the storm and continue with this heinous act. Clearly, he had some confidence. If a group of Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to stop him, they would probably have to pay with their lives. The cultivators rushed to various parts of the Clear River Prefecture, ready to wreak havoc. Huge, vicious skeletons appeared one after another. They burst out of the water and kicked up a huge wave, blocking their path. Little Ants 21 skeleton demons were scattered across the river, protecting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also passed down an order. Apart from the father and son of the Han family and Hua Sengzan, kill everyone else. We might be friends, but you're bent on opposing me, so don't blame me for being vicious. In the beginning, the cultivators did not take these skeletons that were clearly under someone's control seriously, but as soon as they clashed, they discovered they were completely wrong. When their spiritual artifacts landed on the skeletons, they could only kick up specks of sparks. Only arcane artifacts could leave behind some marks. Once these monsters approached them, they could rip through their protective spiritual chi with a single swipe. After being refined time and time again by Little Anne, the skeleton demons now all possessed tremendous strength. They moved like the wind, and they did not have any weaknesses or openings. Even when clashing with late Foundation establishment cultivators, they would not have any issues. Compared to the Marquis of Rui's mission, their own lives were more important. These cultivators had originally planned on changing locations after every battle. They would never remain where they were, just in case they angered the Moon Devil and directly flew over to kill them. Now that they had encountered such a powerful monster, it was even more impossible for them to remain. They fled as soon as they touched it. The skeleton demons did not pursue them either. They just stood guard in the Clear River and wanted to see who was bold enough to approach them. The leader of the School of Miscellany, Go Dai, approached silently where the Clear River flowed out of the boundless mountains. He held a glazed mirror of invisibility in his hand, concealing his figure and aura without leaving behind any openings. Even if he stood face to face, he would struggle to discover his existence. Li Qingshan had once obtained a glazed mirror of invisibility, but it was only a mid-grade spiritual artifact. The one in Go Dai's hand was basically the same, but it was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. They were 2 grades apart. After several millennia of development, many standard artifacts had been created to satisfy the various requirements of invisibility, defense, and so on. They were similar to the 5 great methods of practicing Qi in the Qi practitioner realm, combining various advantages and disadvantages to maximize efficiency. Later artifact smiths only needed to forge artifacts according to this standard. However, different levels of artifact forging would result in differences in the power of the artifacts. Go Dai's confidence did not originate from the glazed mirror of invisibility alone. In his other hand, he held a small bottle. Liquid sloshed about in the bottle. As the leader of the School of Miscellany, his cultivation and strength were not particularly great, but he had gathered quite a lot of strange and wondrous items. At crucial times, they could unleash wondrous effects. The bottle of spiritual condensation liquid was originally a precious material for forging artifacts. As long as he tossed it into the river, not only would it destroy the Moon Devil's demon chi, but it would also condense the water spiritual chi in the region. If the Moon Devil wanted to refine this region of water again, it would be extremely troublesome, but he would not be in any danger at all. He would be doing a great service to the Marquis of Rui. He would be able to reap great benefits with a small investment. Just as he was deep in thought, a skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him without making a sound. Go Dai shivered inside and immediately stopped moving. It's impossible for it to see me. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. And little and gazed at Go Dai calmly with eyes filled with flames. She turned her head slightly. She found it extremely strange that this fellow did not move even though he had clearly been discovered. Go Dai heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party really could not see him. Otherwise, she would have attacked immediately. Looking closely at the skeleton before him, he saw that it was holding a small blood-colored banner in its left hand. Go Dai found the item in its right hand rather familiar. Isn't that the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase? Could Little and have been killed as well? No, isn't she still in seclusion and has yet to appear? Or... He stared at the little skeleton in disbelief. Then, he heard a pft and felt an intense pain in his chest. He slowly lowered his head. A bony hand had already pierced deep into his heart. Go Dai's expression immediately became extremely vicious. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his life force was powerful. He was actually not dead yet and wanted to counterattack before he died. A deep chill had already spread throughout his body, freezing his soul. The samadhi flames of white bone devoured him mercilessly. Little and received the glazed mirror of invisibility and looked at it before stowing it away. Then, she picked up the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and began divining. She checked and filled in the gaps, searching for the possible dangers that might appear and eliminating them one by one. The clear river's waters were vast, and it had already become a surging river. The surface of the river was vast and vast. Xianxia leapt out of the water and gazed at Mooncourt Lake in the distance. He was filled with lofty sentiments. He had refined half of the clear river's water here, and he could even borrow the water of Mooncourt Lake. He raised his arm high, the water god's seal in his palm. Waves surged on Mooncourt Lake. The lake water surged, surging into the clear river wave after wave. The flow of the river suddenly sped up, and the speed of refinement became even faster. A red scale vaguely appeared in the surging waves. Little Red shook its head and wagged its tail as it darted over. It raised its head and lifted Xianxia up. Xianxia seemed to be riding a galloping horse, flowing with the flow. He chanted loudly, the cries of the apes on both shores never cease. The boat has already passed 10,000 mountains. In the sky, Lu Chongqing, Hua Sengzan, and the rest of the Bai clanspeople were gathered. Standing on the soaring dragon warship, everyone was speechless as they looked at the handsome fiendish demon flying in the air. No one dared to stop him. At the end of the river was a large lake. In the west, the sky was filled with red clouds. On the horizon that was dyed red, a wave suddenly rose. The wave was carrying a big fish, and on top of it stood a man. It was as if it had descended from the sky. As the destination approached, Xianxia smiled too. His eyes swiveled, and he saw a few streaks of light shoot through the sky, flying over. The person in the lead was the Marquis of Rui in luxurious robes and a jade belt. The Marquis of Rui was enveloped in scarlet light, making him seem like a meteor. This was the great power that had gathered the power of belief from millions of lives in the Rui Commandery for several millennia over the Rui Commandery. The moment he saw the moon devil, 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, and his speed increased. He leapt out of the crowd. Xianxia completely ignored his mental exhaustion. He pursed his lips firmly, brought his hands together, and spread them outwards. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared, constantly accelerating and accelerating in the waves, charging towards the final destination. Wretched demon! The Marquis of Rui raised his hand, and a scarlet jade seal flew out. The famous mountains and rivers of the Rui Commandery were engraved on the seal, giving it an unending charm. At the very top was a crouching serpent. The seal was called the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. It had been forged by the founding emperor when he established the 9 provinces. Not only was it a competition of status, but it also possessed great power. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers flew into the air and swelled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had become as lofty as a mountain. A great shadow loomed over him. Xianxia suddenly raised his head, and the Seal of Mountains and Rivers descended from above, crushing down viciously. Just the sight of it made him feel suffocated. Although he possessed startling speed, he could not help but feel like he could not dodge it. He was like a monarch. A medallion and a single edict could take the life of a general from an army of thousands. If a monarch wanted his subject to die, then the subject had to die. The seal of mountains and rivers was not a simple spiritual artifact or arcane artifact. Instead, it was similar to the peachwood sword of prayer of the gods that Xianxia had seen in the soaring dragon sect in the past. It possessed the powerful power of belief. The peachwood sword of prayer of the gods had only been worshipped by the disciples of the soaring dragon sect for several centuries, while the seal of mountains and rivers had gathered the power of belief from millions of lives across the entire Rui commandery. After several millennia, its power had increased by more than 10,000-fold. Even golden core cultivators would be scared witless if they were crushed beneath it. Only death would await them. When the Marquis of Rui fought, he did not need to use any other techniques at all. As long as he unleashed the seal of mountains and rivers, he could basically sweep through the golden core realm. He was invincible. Boom! With a violent rumble, the seal of mountains and rivers crushed down on Xianxia viciously, imprinting itself on the ground. The ground shook, and the river stopped flowing. The Marquis of Rui smiled indifferently. He was just a demon general. Even if he was capable, how could he be his opponent? He had been taking him too seriously the entire time. The Marquis of Rui was mildly surprised. He saw the seal of mountains and rivers that stood over 300 meters tall like a mountain actually rise up bit by bit. Xianxia's figure changed, going from a handsome man to a vicious demon. He stood over 60 meters tall, with a black face and sharp fangs. He had a head of bronze and a forehead of steel, standing tall. He propped up the seal of mountains and rivers with both hands, and his iron hooves dug deep into the ground. The pressure coming from the top of his head was astonishing, but it aroused his stubbornness. He let out a roar that sounded like a cow's mooing. It was like a tremor that came from the depths of the earth. It was long and deep, but it contained a power even stronger than thunder. His muscles bulged, and his arms in particular swelled up like two huge pillars that could hold up the sky. That's impossible. That was the first thought that crossed the Marquis of Rui's mind. There was actually someone who could block the suppression of the seal of mountains and rivers with brute force. I'd like to see just how long you can last. The Marquis of Rui sneered. He leapt up and landed on the seal of mountains and rivers, which had also become extremely huge. The pressure from the seal of mountains and rivers suddenly increased drastically. Xianxia knelt on one knee, using his entire body to carry the seal of mountains and rivers on his back. His blood vessels burst open, and his tough tiger bones produced an ear-piercing sound of twisting metal. The strength of the earth surged into his body endlessly. He gritted his teeth and held on firmly against the seal of mountains and rivers. Victory was right in front of him, but he was unable to take another step forward. Moon Devil, today is the day you die. The Marquis of Rui laughed heartily. At this moment, the three grandmasters rushed over as well. They gazed at the figure beneath the seal of mountains and rivers, and they no longer possessed any elegance at all. There was only naked hatred and killing intent. Once they struck, they would definitely unleash a startling killing move without holding back at all. The immobilized Xianxia was the best target, and as long as he relaxed even slightly, the seal of mountains and rivers would crush him to a pulp. That's not necessarily true. Xianxia swallowed Wen Jingming's golden core in a single gulp. He had never tried ingesting a golden core cultivator's golden core. He had no idea what the effects would be, but at a time like this, he could no longer care about that. Golden core, explode. The golden core exploded loudly, turning into extremely pure spiritual qi. It completely surpassed any pill Xianxia had ingested in the past. Who knew how many pills Wen Jingming had ingested and who knew how many years in order to achieve this? He unleashed the ox demon transformation madly, converting all of the spiritual qi into the most primitive power in a single stroke. Under the Marquis of Rui's stunned gaze, he stood up inch by inch and let out a deafening roar. He pushed his arms upwards violently, pushing the seal of mountains and rivers and the Marquis of Rui into the air. Using this opportunity, Xianxia flapped his wings and lunged forward without any regard. He made all of the demon qi scattered through the surging water of the clear river and lunged towards the end of the river, the destination of his journey. Stop him! The Marquis of Rui bellowed out in surprise and fury. 3 streaks of light crisscrossed like 3 streaks of light, slashing over like 3 streaks of light. Li Qingshan did not even look at them. He did not even dare to waste a single strand of demon chi to unleash the spirit turtle's profound shell. Blood splattered everywhere. The streaks of light tore through his skin and ripped apart his flesh. Clang, clang, clang. There were 3 metallic screeches. That was the sound of the streaks of light striking his bones. However, none of this could stop Li Qingshan's lunge. He was like a vicious tiger descending the mountains or a serpent diving into the sea, advancing forward with indomitable will. With a great boom, Li Qingshan's colossal body collapsed in the swamp, kicking up a huge splash. He did not stop charging forward, moving several hundred meters away without moving at all. It was as if he had already used up all of his vigor. The shadow enveloped Li Qingshan once again. The Marquis of Rui pressed his body against the seal of mountains and rivers, using the ground as paper and pressing it down heavily. Li Qingshan turned around and gazed at the whistling seal of mountains and rivers that filled his vision. He widened his mouth, revealing his ghastly white teeth as he laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha. The surging waters of the clear river flowed from its source several thousand kilometers away to its destination. Demon chi merged together, surging over the surface of the clear river. The water god seal flickered with unprecedented resplendent light. It swelled up, doubling in size. A long, slender streak of water coiled around it like a dragon or snake. It was the water of the clear river. I'll make you laugh. The Marquis of Rui ground his teeth. He shone with dazzling, scarlet light, merging with the seal of mountains and rivers. Bang! Water flowed in all directions, and droplets of water flew everywhere. The Marquis of Rui did not feel like he was pressing down on something solid. He felt like he was pressing down on a ball of cotton, where a soft yet tough power came from below. Li Qingshan was not fighting alone. Behind him were the surging waters of the clear river, the surging moon court lake, and countless other water bodies of various sizes. It transformed into waves of water, and rays of spiritual light surged, supporting the seal of mountains and rivers. With the assistance of this power, Li Qingshan raised the seal of mountains and rivers with ease. You're the Marquis of a commandery, but I'm also the god of a river. The 3 grandmasters had arrived together. Looking at them again, they all held a violet talisman in their hands. Clearly, they had taken out all their trump cards. They were determined to kill the moon devil no matter what. The river surged over, turning into a huge fountain that rushed into the sky and deflected the seal of mountains and rivers. Before the 3 grandmasters could even form an encirclement, there was a flash before their eyes, and the moon devil vanished. All they saw was a scarlet streak of light shooting off into the distance. Li Qingshan no longer had any misgivings. He flapped his wings of wind and fire and shook off the 4 Marquis of Rui and the others in the blink of an eye. He let out a great laugh. What bullshit Marquis of Rui are you? That's all you amount to. Suddenly, he remembered that Yang Pingu had once been known as the Lord of the Clear Court, so he smiled. From today onwards, I am the Lord of the Clear River. Feng Buchuan was utterly frantic. He flew along the way, passing through countless mountains, cities, and villages. An armored giant that stood several hundred meters tall appeared on the horizon. The mountainous giant stood with his hand on his sword. At a closer glance, it was not a true giant, but a statue. Not only was it unbelievably tall, but it was even more impressive in that it possessed both form and spirit. Even every single grain on its skin was clearly visible. Its eyes even flickered with light. This was the statue of the first lord of the Green Province, the mighty king of Chu. He raised his head and gazed at the boundless sea of ink, as if he was threatening the Dragon King in the depths of the sea. Beside the statue, on the shore of the sea, stood a magnificent city. Tall and short, the rising and falling palaces formed a lofty, magnificent whole. Through the weathering of time, it was enveloped in a faint, green luster. Great waves surged below the city, like a colossal reef that had endured the slapping and erosion of the ink sea for thousands of years. However, within the rising mist of the sea, it seemed rather ethereal. Feng Buchuan's heart surged. What a familiar scene. What appeared before him was the greatest city of the Green Province, South Hub City. When Feng Buchuan set foot in South Hub City, he could not help but feel like everything was the same, but the people had changed. He had no time to lament over it. He directly made his way to the central region of South Hub City. Guards that resembled Vajras in temples stood there, wielding weapons and clad in armor. They guarded this place, eyeing the newcomers covetously. None of them were below Foundation establishment, and they all practiced both chi and body. They were powerful. Any single one of them would be a figure that could reign supreme anywhere they went. Feng Buchuan had been a valued guest of the provincial lord's estate in the past, so he was familiar with the place. Passing through various channels, he received an audience with the Dark Queen very soon. In a tranquil pavilion that could view the sea from afar, a woman sat quietly by the window. A crescent moon hung above the sea of clouds. Her expression was cold as she gently stroked the cat in her arms and gazed out the window. However, she did not look at the sea, nor did she look at the moon. Her gaze drifted towards who knew where. Instead, the cat used a pair of green eyes that resembled fireflies. It studied Feng Buchuan before letting out a meow and revealing an extremely human-like expression of boredom. It lowered its head and licked its paws, revealing a delicate, silver moon on its forehead. Feng Buchuan said, "Your Highness, please dismiss everyone." The Dark Queen finally turned around and looked at Feng Buchuan. The cat let out a meow, and the female attendants all backed away. Afterwards, she said indifferently, "Speak." Feng Buchuan glanced at Kitty, who immediately said, "I'm not leaving." Feng Buchuan thought of the cat's name and sighed in his heart. He bowed deeply. "I found her." "What did you say?" The Dark Queen suddenly stood up. Her voice was cold and dignified, but it trembled slightly uncontrollably. The cat landed lightly on the ground and looked at its master with a strange look. It meowed in dissatisfaction. Feng Buchuan said, "I found her. I sensed a trace of heaven's will, and it belongs to her." "Where is she?" "I don't know, but she must still be alive in this world." The Dark Queen clenched her fists so firmly that her knuckles turned white. Her nails dug into her palm. He felt a stab of pain, and he forced himself to calm down. "Feng Buchuan, I remember you telling me in the past that she had already lost all signs of life and was definitely going to die. So many years have passed, and now you've suddenly come to tell me that she's still alive? And you still don't know where she is?" Her voice and expression were both indifferent, without the slightest hint of sternness. However, under the illumination of the moonlight, the shadow behind her rapidly expanded, climbing up the walls and the ceiling. It was sinister and vicious, dancing about wildly and violently. It demonstrated her inner turmoil. Feng Buchuan raised his head. "Yes. Explain it clearly." The Dark Queen closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Feng Buchuan told her the entire story. A powerful demon called North Moon appeared in the Clear River Prefecture. He obtained the water god's seal from somewhere and refined the water realm on a large scale. Even when the four grandmasters worked together, they were unable to find him, so the Marquis of Rui asked him to divine it. In the end, he sensed a trace of heaven's will that had been severed all these years again. That was her existence. The Dark Queen said, afterwards, "Did you divine it again?" "I did, but I couldn't." "Perhaps it's just your imagination." "My blindness, my limp, my hunchback, and my heart are all telling me that it's definitely not my imagination." Feng Buchuan became excited too. The Dark Queen also noticed that Feng Buchuan's blind eye had become slightly clearer, and his hunchback had straightened out. When he walked in, his limp was not as severe as when he left either. These injuries and disabilities were all the result of the backlash from the heavenly secrets when he fought against others in the past. Battles between practitioners of divination were sometimes even more dangerous than battles between regular cultivators. In light cases, their lifespans would be shortened, while in heavy cases, they would die on the spot. The injuries they suffered were often not as direct as being cleaved by blades or axes, but they were much more bone-deep, deeply rooted in the principles of fate. Logically speaking, as long as a golden core cultivator like Feng Buchuan did not die, even if his hand was chopped off or his eye was poked out, he could still regrow his severed arm and recover his eyes. However, his injuries and disabilities could not be healed through any means, as this had already become his fate. It was like a dead knot. In order to repay Feng Buchuan for his sacrifices in the past. The Dark Queen had once mobilized the power of the provincial lord's estate and even the Umbraline sect, but she was unable to heal him. Yet now, he had clearly taken a turn for the better. The dead not seemed to show signs of loosening up. Feng Buchuan said, "In the past, I could divine that she was already dead, but now, I can't even divine whether she's dead or alive." The Dark Queen's expression finally changed. She was not completely clueless about the heavenly secrets. Clearly, something had happened to the heavenly secrets in a situation like this. She murmured to herself, "North Moon. This is an extremely important clue. According to my understanding, that North Moon is deeply connected to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death." The Sword Collection Palace sent Fu Qingjin to the Clear River Prefecture mainly to investigate this matter. Reaching there, Feng Buchuan glanced at the cat on the table. Right now, she was the person most connected to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. If she had not fled to the Dragon Province, why would the Soaring Dragon Elder have died there for no reason? "You said he's called North Moon. You said he's called North Moon." The cat suddenly called out. Just now, when she heard Feng Buchuan mention North Moon, she found it to be extremely familiar, but she also found it rather difficult to believe. When she left the Ice Sword Cliff, he was still nowhere close to Demon General, yet now, a group of Golden Core cultivators were helpless against him. The difference was just far too great. "Yes, he has a pair of horns on his head, and the two words North Moon are engraved on them," said Feng Buchuan. Feng Buchuan said. He had not come to report the good news to the Dark Queen recklessly. Instead, he had specially carried out a series of investigations, especially regarding the only lead they had right now, which was the Demon General North Moon. "It can't be wrong. It must be Big Blacko. It must be Big Blacko. I want to go to the Clear River Prefecture. I want to go to the Clear River Prefecture." The cat leapt up and turned into a young lady in green. She grabbed the Dark Queen's hand and shook it hard. The tail on her back had yet to completely vanish, waving about excitedly. The Dark Queen was mildly surprised. "North Moon is the Big Blacko you mentioned? What's going on with Big Blacko?" Feng Buchuan had a rough understanding that both North Moon and Xianxia were connected to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death, but he did not have a particularly clear understanding of the details. The Dark Queen rubbed Xianxia's head. "You were once encountered a demon in the Boundless Mountains." "Let me say it. Let me say it." Xianxia excitedly told her everything she went through in the Boundless Mountains when she became acquainted with Big Blacko. Afterwards, she smiled complacently. "He's quite willing to recognize me as his master." "Miawahaha. Do you know if there's anyone by North Moon's side?" Feng Buchuan had never thought the origins of the name North Moon would actually come from the young lady's claws before him. The appearance of the sliver of heavenly secrets in the past was clearly to cover up the whereabouts of North Moon, so it definitely had a close connection with it. "It's Whitey." "And who's Whitey?" "It's just a little skeleton that doesn't like to talk. Big Blacko treats it very well." Xianxia wrinkled her nose as if she was rather displeased by this. "Skeleton." Feng Buchuan suddenly turned around and looked at the Dark Queen. There was nothing that was born as a skeleton. Turning into a skeleton obviously meant that it had died once before coming back to life for some reason. The severing and existence of the sliver of heavenly secrets seemed to have been explained all of a sudden. The Dark Queen was speechless. Her mind wavered, unable to control herself. She had already heard Xianxia tell this story countless times. In the beginning, she had also wondered over how the Soaring Dragon Elder had died, but towards the end, she even stopped looking into it. She just listened quietly. She did not find it tiring, but she did lose her initial interest. However, she never thought there would actually be such a mystery hidden within. An insignificant supporting character in the story could be in existence that played a crucial role in her life. The pieces of the jigsaw puzzle flew over piece by piece, vaguely forming a picture. However, there were many points of doubt. If that really was her, if she really had come back to life, why didn't she return? Why didn't she state her identity to Gu Yening on the Ice Sword Cliff? Even if all of this was true, was a senseless skeleton still her child? The Dark Queen let out a long sigh. She dared not hold too much hope. She said calmly, I want to see them. Xianxia called out, let me go. Let me go. Feng Buchuan said, you mustn't. The 9 commanderies of the Green Province were also divided up by the 3 great sections. The north of the Rui Commandery had always been the territory of the Sword Collection Palace, while the south just now was the headquarters of the Umbraline sect. As a result, when Xianxia left last time, the Dark Queen had only entrusted her to Gu Yenying. She was unable to go in person. The Demon Slayer developed like wildfire in the north, but there were no signs of activity in the south at all. The central region where the Chan Monastery of Devanaga resided was a buffer zone. Basically, as long as the disciples of the 2 sects set foot in the other's territory, they would be risking their lives. And, in the Clear River Prefecture, the war between the humans and demons showed signs of rapidly escalating. Sending a cat demon like Xianxia over was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Even if she had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Ugly freak. Xianxia made a face at Feng Buchuan before turning to the Dark Queen. She immediately became pitiful. Please, master. The Dark Queen considered it for a while before actually nodding. All right. This. Just as Feng Buchuan was stunned, he saw the dim light in the Dark Queen's eyes. She said, let's go together. If the clear river that flowed through the Clear River Prefecture was like a long vine, then the lakes were the plump fruits that the vine had borne. Since the vine was in his hands, what difficulty would it be to obtain these fruits? Refining water had always been more difficult with a smaller river merging with a larger one, while swallowing a smaller one with a larger one was much easier. Li Qingshan did not leave the Clear River at all. He only passed by the various mouths and powered the water god seal, constantly swallowing up the rivers and lakes of the Clear River Prefecture. Under these circumstances, no one could stop him anymore. Even if they purposefully destroyed it, it would not be of much use. Unless they stood guard there and constantly clashed with the water spirits of the Clear River, they would not be able to cause too much trouble. As for Li Qingshan, he could temporarily give up on that region of water and infiltrate other bodies of water. Surely the Marquis of Rui could not send several dozen golden core cultivators to guard the various bodies of water in the Clear River Prefecture. Once he was left alone, he would be at the risk of being killed. Perhaps the Marquis of Rui had realized this too, so he refined the water with great ease along the way. He basically did not encounter any obstructions at all. The water god seal constantly extended and changed. Li Qingshan spread his arms. His heart surged with the river water. In the same gloomy room in the Rui Commandery, the Marquis of Rui stared at the map on the wall with an extremely ugly expression. A long, winding trail had appeared on it, bright red in color. The bright red continued to spread, dyeing the surrounding bodies of water extremely quickly. It was like the rapid spread of poison. In a daze, it turned into a smiling face. The Marquis of Rui recalled the humiliation the wretched demon had shown him and clenched his fist. He was tempted to smash him to pieces. He turned around and looked at Gu Yenying. If you had taken action back then, the wretched demon definitely would not have succeeded with your speed. If she had taken action, it would have been impossible for Li Qingshan to reach the end of his path. He would have failed at the last step. He would probably have even run the risk of being killed. Gu Yenying laid out her hands. I never thought a demon general would actually be so difficult to deal with. The Marquis of Rui felt like his face was burning. As a Marquis of the Rui Commandery, a golden core cultivator, he possessed the seal of mountains and rivers. He could not even take down a demon general. Probably no one would believe him if he told them. We can't let this continue. Killing intent flashed in Hanangua's eyes. In an instant, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The busying cultivators all felt a chill in their hearts. Those with weaker cultivation bases felt their bodies stiffen. His hair stood on end. Then let's kill them. Gu Yenying said casually, but she was thinking about something else. The Dark Queen is patrolling the north? You want to visit me in the Rui Commandery? Not only was the conflict between the humans and demons gradually intensifying and the Green Province in turmoil, but the conflict between the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect could erupt at any time. At a time like this, why are you risking your life to come to the Sword Collection Palace's territory? Logically speaking, if you travel with great fanfare, you'll definitely be surrounded by guards and followers. Even the sword collection palace won't dare to act recklessly. But we still have to be on guard. Most importantly, even she had not told her the Dark Queen's true objective this time, which explained many problems. Combined with Feng Buchuan's departure from the Rui Commandery and his journey to South Hub City, the implications were profound. After helping the Marquis of Rui calculate the fate of the North Moon, Feng Buchuan called out to see the Dark Queen. Was this also related to him? Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, I really can't see through you anymore. Originally, she only treated him as a regular half-demon. He had some potential at most, but it would be a century at the very least before he could truly unleash his potential. She never expected him to rise up so quickly, like he was soaring into the sky in a single bound. However, the tallest tree in the forest will always be blown down by the wind. Do you understand that? The waters of the clear river surged without stopping for a millennium. The cities and villages on the two banks were bustling and dense, like a silver ribbon connecting the brightest pearl of the Clear River Prefecture. All production and life were connected to the word water. Several thousand years ago, the two banks of the river were once littered with temples. Mortals offered up incense to prevent floods and pray for rain. Only when the Great Xia Empire was established and there were no gods in the world did it gradually wither away. But now, there were signs of it flourishing again. Many places were undergoing construction. The name of the North Moon shook up the cultivation world of the Clear River Prefecture before reaching the world of mortals through various channels. The two words Moon Devil became Moon God. On the shore of Mooncourt Lake, a temple with red walls and green tiles rose up from the ground. Incense curled around it, filling the entire room with fragrance before seeping out through the doors and windows. There was a hubbub of voices outside the temple. Gongs and drums filled the air as firecrackers crackled. The person who seemed like a temple attendant called out, and all the mortals bowed down together, worshipping the statue made of earth and wood in the depths of the temple. The statue had scarlet hair and red eyes, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. It had a full forehead and a circular floor. It stared ahead with shining eyes, and a few dignified, long whiskers hung from its chin. It stood there majestically, dressed in a suit of flowery armor and a garish, large, red cloak. In the moment everyone bowed down, Li Qingshan, who was in the depths of the clear river, suddenly sensed something. He took out the water god seal and took a look. There were specks of light in there, extremely tiny. If he did not look carefully, he would not have noticed them at all. This is the power of belief? Li Qingshan then took out the divine talisman of great creation and observed it closely. He discovered that there were many similarities. Even the twisting and turning shapes were rather similar. However, while the power of belief it contained was similar in nature, it was also slightly different. When Li Qingshan used his soul sense to investigate the specks of power of belief, he vaguely heard countless thoughts, words, calls, and pleas. He took out the water mirror disc and immediately found the temple by the lake. When he saw the statue in the temple, he could not help but be stunned. Don't tell me this thing is mine. Since when did I have such a rustic air? I even grew a beard. However, the plaque above the temple did indeed have 3 large, gilded words, Moon God Temple, on it. He could not help but feel rather at a loss as to how to react. Clearly, this was the primitive imagination common people had towards a powerful god. Li Qingshan had dispersed the colossal wave casually, but it left behind a deep, unforgettable impression on many mortals. It was a great fear towards great power, but it was also a great joy from escaping death, which was why the temple was built. Li Qingshan sensed that there were many voices praying for rain in the power of belief, so with a wave of his hand, the dark clouds in the sky churned and poured down with rain. The cheers in front of the moon god temple thundered. A few more specks of light appeared in the water god seal. Li Qingshan broke into laughter. No wonder the Marquis of Rui behaved like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Clearly, the position of a water god was not as simple as just occupying a river. If the seal of mountains and rivers symbolized political power, then the water god seal was probably the embodiment of divine authority. As divine authority flourished, political power naturally declined. Although this bit of power of belief did not seem to be of much use to him, it was still good enough to disgust the Marquis of Rui. If he continued his great cause as a water god, he would definitely be able to weaken the Marquis of Rui's power. He had a deep impression of the seal of mountains and rivers. He could not help but admit that he really was not that bastard's opponent in a one-on-one battle. After ingesting Wen Jingming's golden core and converting it all into the strength of the ox demon, he could only use his explosive strength to push away the seal of mountains and rivers, avoiding being crushed to death. However, he could not completely overwhelm the seal of mountains and rivers with his strength. Unfortunately, he still had not broken through to the 5th layer of the ox demon, or he would have absolute confidence in playing around with the seal of mountains and rivers. However, if he really did reach the 5th layer of the ox demon, he would have to worry about whether the spirit turtle could suppress it or not. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. His senses constantly extended, reaching every single branch of the system of water. He felt endless power surge through his body. Although the power did not belong to him and originated from the water god's seal, he obviously had a way to convert it into a part of his own power. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and the water god's seal flashed with dazzling, blue light. The surging water spiritual energy surged towards him like rivers flowing into the ocean. He continued with his original plan and practiced the arts of the boundless ocean. The 1st layer, 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer. The sea of qi in his dantian rapidly filled up, reaching its limit. At the same time, he sensed the will within the boundless water. He easily reached the peak of mid-foundation establishment. He only needed to take another step, and he would reach late foundation establishment. That way, the golden core realm did not seem particularly distant anymore. In the world of cultivation, foundation establishment cultivators could already be regarded as attaining a higher level, stepping through the gates of the cultivation community. However, in large sects like the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect, they were only disciples. No one knew how many foundation establishment cultivators there were in the Green Province. Their reputations could only spread across a single prefecture at most. Golden core cultivators were already beginning to make a name for themselves. There were not many of them in the entire Green Province, and they were all renowned figures. Even in large sects, they could hold the position of an elder. The 9 provinces were so vast that no matter where they went, they would receive quite a lot of respect. The governor of the Green Province had a group of foundation establishment cultivators as guards, but he treated Feng Buchuan as an esteemed guest. It was even possible to tell that the difference in their statuses was like night and day. It was possible to say that if Li Qingshan could break through to Golden Core before the age of 30, he would be a peerless prodigy. The entire Green Province would be shaken up. And he would immediately become a target for the various large organizations to rope in. It was even possible for him to be directly summoned to the Dragon Province and hold a post in the Imperial Court of Great Xia. His future would be limitless. Apart from the increase in his personal strength, these external benefits were innumerable as well. In his sea of qi, the spiritual qi surged, but he was unable to break through to the 6th layer of the arts of the boundless ocean. He knew that continuing would be pointless, so he stopped absorbing the water spiritual qi. Li Qingshan exhaled gently. Sure enough, breaking through to each realm was not easy, even if it was a minor realm. Breaking through to Golden Core would probably be even more difficult. Apart from water spiritual qi, he also needed to consolidate and comprehend. However, he did not feel disappointed. All he needed to do now was to constantly accumulate and try. He believed that there would be a day when he succeeded. After becoming the Lord of the Clear River, he had already gained the greatest capital with the surging waters and endless water spiritual qi as his foundation. It's time for me to return to the 100 schools of thought and research how to merge water and fire. In the northeastern direction of the Clear River Prefecture, there were also mountain ranges, but they were not as steep and tall as the Boundless Mountains. Instead, they were small, short mounds. There were no clear veins connecting them. They were called mountains, but they were actually hilly landforms. Rarely would spiritual veins run through a landscape like this, so the spiritual qi was relatively sparse. Probably no cultivators would establish their sects here. However, there were exceptions, which happened to be one of the 3 mountains of the past, Burial Mound Mountain. As a sect that focused on refining corpses, what they cared about the most was not spiritual veins, but a suitable place for nurturing corpses. The mounds were like huge burial mounds, forming a natural, wondrous land for accumulating yin qi and corpse qi. After being modified by generations of cultivators of the burial mound mountain, it was enveloped in a layer of gloominess all year round. Even sunlight seemed feeble. If mortals accidentally entered there, they would stiffen up and collapse to death in just a short while. Afterwards, they would probably climb back up again. Yu Shuquang stood on the top of the mountain and frowned, gazing at Burial Mound Mountain from afar. Using the information network of the Hawkwolf Guard, he finally found out that Ma Chaochuan was currently in Burial Mound Mountain. He had switched sects, becoming a disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. After the death of their sect masters, the Green Vine Mountain and the Pheasant's Grace Mountain of the past Holy Land of the Three Mountains had both shattered and separated. However, a Grand Elder who cultivated in seclusion emerged from Burial Mound Mountain to take charge. Rumor had it that the Grand Elder had crawled out of a coffin, but no one knew the exact details. However, after several years of war, the other sects had all suffered. Instead, Burial Mound Mountain prospered. The layer of gloominess that enveloped Burial Mound Mountain was far denser than when the lone grave elder was still alive. It was much denser. If the corpses of mortals who died in the chaos of war were left unattended, they would lead to plagues. Whether it was burning or burying them, it would be extremely troublesome. Most of them were collected and transported to Burial Mound Mountain. Then, they were refined into zombies through the secret technique of Burial Mound Mountain. Once they were refined into corpse control talismans, they could be converted into power that could contend against demons. Yu Shuquan understood all of this. He secretly panicked inside, surely Ma Chaochuan isn't that crazy. Although he loved his wife deeply, he did not want her to stand up again in the form of a corpse. He arrived before the entrance of Burial Mound Mountain and could not help but feel an intense urge to turn back. That strong aura of death. To be able to make any living being feel disgusted, it was no wonder that even the demons had never attacked this place. If he could, he really did not want to step into this place. With his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard, he entered Burial Mound Mountain. Very easily. The light immediately dimmed. Figures moved about in the gloom, either in groups or alone. There were many of them, and all sorts of strange noises could be heard, but it didn't feel lively at all. Yu Shuquang was unable to tell which were corpses and which were people. The Burial Mound Mountain disciple guarding the mountain gate came to welcome him, and learned that he was here to search for Ma Chaochuan. His pale face became a little more enthusiastic, and he immediately said, "I'll go and invite eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother. Yu Shuquang was rather surprised, but the disciple had already traveled off into the distance. He left behind a zombie to lead him down another path. She was waiting in a stone chamber that looked like a tomb. She politely declined the tea on the table and stood not far behind him. The zombie that held the teapot and served as an attendant stared at the teacup blankly, as if she was waiting for Yu Shuquang to drink the tea. It was quite displeasing. After a while, Yu Shuquang became bored from waiting. He stood up and paced around. He was rather worried. Will this guy run away now that he knows I've come? However, he's still a disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain after all. Apart from formally paying respects to the mountain, there was nothing else he could do. He turned around, and his heart suddenly tightened. He almost reached for the sword on his waist. Before he knew it, a figure had appeared at the entrance. Who is it? The person did not answer. The corner of his lips twitched stiffly, as if he was mocking him. Yu Shuquang frowned and said in surprise, "Ma Chaochuan." He could not be blamed for being so surprised. The current Ma Chaochuan was basically worlds apart from the Ma Chaochuan in his memories. Ma Chaochuan's nickname was the Crippled Madman. He gave off a rather crazy aura, while the person before him was extremely sunken. Whether it was his face or his figure, they were both extremely skinny. His ugly complexion could even make people overlook his pockmarks. What left Yu Shuquang even more surprised was Ma Chaochuan's cultivation. He was actually at the 10th layer. Yu Shuquang was only at the 6th layer right now, and that was only because of his daughter's status, as Yu Zijian had received quite a lot of support from the Hua family. She was not slow at all, while Ma Chaochuan was not a very talented person either, or he would not have remained on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain for so many years. No wonder the disciple just now referred to him as first senior brother. However, Yu Shuquang was not afraid of his cultivation. He yelled, "Ma Chaochuan! Where did you take Zier's corpse?" Originally, he thought Ma Chaochuan would feign ignorance before mocking him viciously for revenge. However, he never thought Ma Chaochuan would say in an extremely straightforward manner, "Come with me." Afterwards, he turned around and left. All Yu Shuquang could do was follow behind him. Ma Chaochuan's footsteps were rather stiff, but he moved like the wind. Before long, he arrived before a stone door. Looking at the size of the stone door, it could be regarded as one of the more luxurious ones on Burial Mound Mountain. Entering it was a long tunnel. Yu Shuquang smelled the smell of blood. It became heavier and heavier, enough to make him nauseated. It was no longer just the smell of blood. There was also a certain foul smell of decay. When he inhaled the smell, he felt like he had stuffed a ball of dirty cotton into his chest. The stone doors opened and closed. At the end of the tunnel was a large underground palace. A circular pool of blood occupied most of the space in the underground palace. Severed limbs floated in there, constantly bubbling and gurgling as if the pool of blood was alive. It was clearly extremely sticky, but when he looked into it, he felt like he could not see the bottom. The moment he stepped into the underground palace, Yu Shuquang's gaze was drawn away by the crystal coffin in the center of the pool of blood. Compared to the foul pool of blood, the crystal coffin seemed so pure. A beautiful woman in violet clothes lay in the crystal coffin. Her cheeks were rosy, and her expression was peaceful. She seemed like she was asleep. Yu Shuquang would never forget that face. He cried out involuntarily, "Zier." He turned around and asked, with an expression that he had no idea whether he should be furious or happy, "What did you do?" He could not help but admit that he was not looking at a walking zombie, which brought some comfort to him. At a closer glance, he discovered that the bottom of the crystal coffin that Zier lay in seemed to be crisscrossed with veins. They were densely connected to the pool of blood. Ma Chaochuan said, "I did something you can't do." "What is it?" "I want to revive her." Ma Chaochuan's face regained a human's expression. It was a mixture of complacency, excitement, and fervor. "That's impossible," Yu Shuquang said. "Let alone Qi practitioners, even Foundation establishment cultivators, no, Golden Core cultivators could not revive someone from the dead." "That's because you haven't loved her enough." Ma Chaochuan pointed at Yu Shuquang as his cries rang through the underground palace. Afterwards, he lunged over to the crystal coffin and touched it passionately through the icy-cold crystal coffin. "Do you see it? Zier, this is the man who sweet-talks you, who says he's sincere towards you, yet he made you lie in the pitch-black underground, unable to see the light of day. I saved you. I've let you down. If I hadn't left back then, it would have been fine, it would have been fine. We could still be together." His rambling made Yu Shuquang's hair stand on end. He had really lost his mind. After Zier's death, he had never gotten close to women. He constantly mourned. He could be regarded as a rare man who was infatuated with love. However, compared to Ma Chaochuan's madness, he felt like he could only sigh in admiration. Yu Shuquang backed away slowly. He felt extremely uneasy. He had to go back and find reinforcements. He had to find the two commanders. They would definitely help him out. He had to bring Zier's corpse back. Ma Chaochuan suddenly turned around. "She's your wife. Are you just going to abandon her like this? You should stay behind with her." He leapt over the pool of blood and lunged towards Yu Shuquang. "He wanted to kill me right from the beginning. Doesn't he care about my identity as a Hawkwolf guard at all? Oh right, he doesn't care about anything anymore." Yu Shuquang exclaimed inside. His sword shot over with a flash. The moment it stabbed Ma Chaochuan's throat, he was confused. Why didn't he dodge? However, the sword was merciless. He channeled his true qi into it, but it was like he had struck leather. He was unable to penetrate it. Ma Chaochuan sneered. He took a step forward and bent his sword. His right hand gripped Yu Shuquang's throat like it was made of metal, lifting him up like a chicken. He arrived beside the pool of blood and pushed him down. "For her sake, you should go down too." The pool of blood surged, and a vicious human face appeared. It opened its mouth and stared right at Yu Shuquang. "Am I going to die here today? Qingzan, has anything happened recently?" As usual, Li Qingshan visited the Hawkwolf Guard first and took a look. He patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder in an unconcerned manner. Hua Sengzan could only smile bitterly. A golden core cultivator had died, the moon devil had unified the water realm, and the Marquis of Rui had retreated helplessly. Were these major matters? But this time, he still did not appear. It seemed like he would never appear as long as the moon devil appeared. However, how did he sense these changes again and again? It was probably because of Little N's divination of the 7 lots. Having a practitioner of divination by his side really did allow him to avoid disaster. They were major matters, but if they had nothing to do with him, then they were minor matters. He was still carefree and unaffected, using an almost exaggerated speed to increase his own cultivation. Although he was still at mid-foundation establishment, his aura right now was far more powerful than the last time they met. If this continued, an unprecedented young golden core cultivator would probably appear in the Clear River Prefecture. However, he also felt rather doubtful. How could his cultivation speed be so fast? His extraordinary talent and exceptional ability to comprehend could all be explained, but where did he get so many resources? Hua Sengzan did not intentionally suspect this friend of his, but with his sharp and thoughtful nature, he could not help but feel that there were many doubtful points. Of course, every single doubtful point could be explained, but when they were gathered together, it would be rather strange. After meeting the Moon Devil several times, he had a strange feeling that there seemed to be some sort of similarity between them. Chaochuan, what are you doing? A cold bellow boomed through the underground palace. Sect Master. Ma Chaochuan turned his head stiffly and gazed into the passageway. A skinny, childlike old man in black walked into the underground palace. His face was withered like a skeleton, and he radiated with Yin Qi and corpse Qi. He was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and late Foundation Establishment at that. He was the elder who had revived the burial mound mountain, the current sect master. Release him. The old man ordered. Originally, he did not take a measly Qi practitioner seriously. If he died, then so be it. However, he could not afford to be careless with his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard. The 100 schools of thought were powerful right now. If a Hawkwolf Guard died in his burial mound mountain, it would be no small matter. Not only did Ma Chaochuan not release Yu Shuquang, but he even pushed Yu Shuquang towards the pool of blood. Yu Shuquang widened his eyes. The pool of blood rushed towards him, and the smell of blood grew heavier and heavier. From the depths of his heart, an indescribable sense of fear rose up as if he had been stunned, immobilized. The moment his nose approached the pool of blood, it stopped. You've lost your mind. A hand that resembled a chicken's claw grabbed Ma Chaochuan's arm firmly. The old man never thought this first disciple who had always been obedient would actually disobey his orders. He grabbed Yu Shuquang with his other hand and casually tossed him. Yu Shuquang flew out like he was riding a cloud, colliding heavily against the walls of the underground palace. As if he had just been pardoned, he stared at the pool of blood just now as if he was about to be sucked into another world. Just when the old man wanted to properly teach this disciple a lesson, he suddenly felt that something was off with the pool of blood. The smell of blood was nothing to him. He could not smell it at all. He had seen plenty of corpses and seas of blood. The burial mound mountain was used to refine blood corpses. It was horrifying in the eyes of mortals, but it was nothing special to him. However, the pool of blood was slightly different, as if something was hidden below. He tried sending his soul sense into it, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. This is... How dare you? No wonder your cultivation has progressed so quickly. Before Ma Chaochuan could reply, he sent a palm strike towards Ma Chaochuan's head. In his surprise and anger, he actually showed no mercy. He wanted to kill the first disciple of the burial mound mountain on the spot. There was a world of difference between a mere 10th layer Qi practitioner and a late Foundation Establishment cultivator. Ma Chaochuan had no time to react at all. They could only accept their fate and wait for death. But his expression was one of mockery, without a hint of fear. Hua! The thick and stagnant blood pool suddenly surged with huge waves. A withered giant hand reached out and grabbed the old man as if it was grabbing a bug. His bones shattered like firecrackers before shrinking back into the blood pool. The blood pool surged a few times before it quickly calmed down. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. Not to mention struggling to counterattack, he didn't even have the chance to let out a scream. "Thank you for saving me, sir." Ma Chaochuan knelt on one knee and stood up, about to chase after Yu Shuquang. "There's no need to chase. Tell him to lure more people over. We need more corpses." A dry and hoarse voice came from the blood pool. "I'll gather all the disciples now." A fierce look flashed across Ma Chaochuan's eyes. "These 3 years. Thank you. You didn't let me down, and I won't let you down either." "Yes." Ma Chaochuan was overjoyed. Ever since he heard the voice, he had never stopped working hard. He had finally seen the light. When the old man tossed Yu Shuquang out, he immediately fled for his life. Only when he left the underground palace did he look back and discover that Ma Chaochuan had not caught up to him. Had he been killed by the old man? However, he was afraid to go back and check. "No, I have to report this to the Hawkwolf Guard." Without much effort, Li Qingshan found a few cultivation methods for both water and fire in the library of the 100 Schools of Thought. As expected, they explained in detail how to fuse water and fire, or even how to complement each other. This was the most difficult part. After reading for a while, Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a thin, azure stream of water rose up, coiling around a spirit turtle. At the same time, a tiny ball of fire lit up, dancing around like a phoenix. Under his control, water and fire collided, clashing intensely like two mortal enemies. The water wanted to extinguish the fire, while the fire wanted to burn away the water. How could water and fire fuse together? In the end, the water prevailed, suppressing the fire. However, the fire was only temporarily subdued. Once it had the opportunity, it would rise up and fight back. There were no signs of fusion at all. Li Qingshan shook his head and dismissed the water and fire before returning the book. The effects of what was recorded in these books were very limited. Balancing regular water and fire was easy, but whether it be the spirit turtle or the phoenix, they were both the embodiment of the purest water and fire spirits. Because of their purity and power, water and fire became more and more incompatible with one another. "Commander, you're here." Hua Sengzan strode over and appeared between two bookshelves. "What's happened?" Li Qingshan turned around and asked. Normally, Hua Sengzan would never refer to him as commander. "One of our Hawkwolf guards, Yu Zijian's father, has run into trouble." "Oh? What trouble?" "I'll tell you as we go." With Li Qingshan leading the way, Hua Sengzan glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He discovered that the cultivation method Li Qingshan was reading was called the Drills of Water and Fire. Afterwards, he looked away. Doesn't he already have the arts of the boundless ocean? What's he reading a third-rate cultivation method that can only be practiced to Foundation establishment at most? "What are you thinking about?" Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder. Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the clear pupils. His heart shivered, and he shook his head. "Nothing." The two of them arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard together and saw Yu Shuquang. After listening to his explanation, Li Qingshan nodded. "It really is a little strange. Let's go take a look." He paused, as he suddenly sensed a sense of danger. He could not help but feel confused. With his current cultivation, he could even leave easily if he faced a Golden Core Demon commander. Just what would he run into on this trip that would actually be dangerous? However, he was an old acquaintance of Yu Shuquang's, and it was related to Zijian's mother. As a Scarlet Hawk commander, Li Qingshan could not just turn a blind eye to someone attempting to murder a Hawkwolf guard, whether it was out of love or reason. Of course, this was a sense of danger, and it was not particularly strong. He just had to be careful. If it were a sense of danger where he had a slim chance of survival, he would not rush to his death. It was a pity that little and was currently refining Old Man Wen's remains and soul, or it would be even safer. Li Qingshan, Hua Sengzan, and Yu Shuquang arrived at the outskirts of Burial Mound Mountain together, gazing at the gloomy mountain from afar. Yu Shuquang pointed out the rough location, and Li Qingshan said, "Old Yu, you stay here." "Yes, Commander." Hua Sengzan said, "What, do you feel there's danger?" "There's no harm in being prepared." Just be careful. Li Qingshan smiled. He drew the heavy water sword and slung it over his shoulder. Let's hope we see the sect master of Burial Mound Mountain bringing his traitorous disciple Ma Chaochuan to apologize to us as soon as we enter. The sense of danger from the spirit turtle had already completely eliminated this possibility. The two of them arrived at the entrance, and Hua Sengzan suddenly asked, Qingshan, are you very familiar with Yu Shuquang? The sense of familiarity was difficult to disguise. In particular, when he mentioned Zijian's mother, Li Qingshan was not curious about the grievances between them, and Yu Shuquang did not go into detail either. He felt like he knew the inside story. However, they should not have had much contact with each other. We've met a few times, so let's knock on the door. Li Qingshan changed the topic, but he thought of a saying, you can fool everyone for a moment, or you can fool everyone forever, but you can't fool everyone forever. In particular, it was extremely difficult to fool a person with sharp senses and diligent thinking. Hua Sengzan called out a few times and stated his intentions. The mist on Burial Mound Mountain was heavy. There was no reply at all. The two of them glanced at one another and took a step forward. They passed through the formation with ease and entered Burial Mound Mountain. There were no sneak attacks or ambushes like they had imagined. The surroundings were silent. Chilly winds whistled, and the stars and moon dimmed. There was not a single person on the mountain. Even the zombies that roamed about everywhere had vanished. They could not sense any auras at all. This situation was even stranger than 100,000 corpse soldiers encircling them. Where had all the disciples of Burial Mound Mountain gone? Hua Sengzan joked, Commander, I want to go home. Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder with a smile. Don't be afraid. We'll leave after a glance. Following the direction that Yu Shuquang had indicated, the two of them arrived at the entrance to the underground palace. The wind whistled through the passageway like the wails of ghosts. Even without the sense of danger from the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan knew this was not a good place. He said to Hua Sengzan, wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Hua Sengzan smiled. If I'm alone, I'll be afraid. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled. Then follow behind me. The two of them passed through the passageway one after another and arrived in the underground palace. Oi, Ma Chaochuan, get your ass over here and die. Li Qingshan frowned. The smell of the pool of blood was far too pungent, and it made the sense of danger much stronger. He saw the crystal coffin above the pool of blood with a single glance, as well as the woman who resembled Yu Zijian slightly. Ma Chaochuan, whose appearance had changed drastically, stood behind the crystal coffin. He stared at the person in the coffin with an extremely deep gaze. He raised his head and stared at them coldly. Another two have come. Hum, hum, hum. A series of mechanisms were activated, and there was the sound of rubbing rocks. Stone doors fell down, sealing off the passageway. Inscriptions appeared on them. Clearly, they could not be destroyed so easily. There's something wrong with the pool of blood. Hua Sengzan studied the inscriptions carved around the pool of blood. He found them to be extremely familiar, as if he had seen them in a book before. He tried to send his soul sense into them, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, Qingshan, destroy the pool of blood. As Hua Sengzan said that, he threw out 3 scarlet talismans with a wave of his hand. Boom. 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 The scarlet talismans exploded into 3 scarlet fireballs, rapidly expanding in the air. Li Qingshan could sense the great power hidden within them. Let alone a tiny pool of blood, even a city would be flattened. Talismans with such power were extremely rare. They were usually reserved for life-saving purposes. Hua Sengzan had used 3 of them in a single go. If they exploded in the underground palace, they might even threaten him. However, at this moment, he had nothing to worry about. Although Li Qingshan had no idea what Hua Sengzan was worried about, he believed in his judgment. He swung out, and the heavy water sword that had already been a huge sword suddenly expanded to 10 times its original size. It swung down viciously like it could destroy everything. It enveloped Ma Chaochuan, the crystal coffin, and even the pool of blood. City Breaker Sword. Whoosh! The pool of blood churned, and blood splattered everywhere. A withered, grayish-white hand reached out. Its fingernails were sharp and long, and its 5 fingers curled, enveloping the 3 crimson fireballs. They no longer grew larger, but instead shrunk bit by bit until they were completely extinguished. At the same time, it used its index and middle fingers to lightly clamp down on the heavy water sword. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted. Although he had not unleashed the ox demon's great strength, this strike was not something anyone could take on with just 2 fingers. This hand alone gave him the feeling of a terrifying monster. If its entire body crawled out of the pool of blood, even if he transformed into his demon form, he would still be no match for it. He had not expected such a terrifying fellow to be hidden in this burial mound mountain. Hua Sengzan suddenly felt a great sense of danger. Before he could react, a great force slammed into his body, sending him flying. In midair, he stared at Li Qingshan in shock. It was not that terrifying hand that had sent him flying, but Li Qingshan. Could it be that he discovered my suspicions and wants to silence me? Li Qingshan's expression was solemn. Without even looking at Hua Sengzan, he held his sword horizontally above his head, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! The withered hand slammed into Li Qingshan's body. The ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed and cracked, burying him up to his waist. Li Qingshan's body was already considered tall and straight, but under the attack of the hand, he was like a tiny nail that was slammed into the wall. Qingshan! Hua Sengzan suddenly understood that Li Qingshan was trying to save him. With his reaction speed, he would not have been able to react to the withered hand's attack at all. If not for Li Qingshan, he would have already been smashed into a pile of meat paste, dead beyond dead. The withered hand's owner was somewhat surprised. If it was an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, that strike would definitely have killed him. However, not only was this little cultivator extremely strong, his body was also as tough as steel, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. If you've seen enough, then hurry up and leave. Li Qingshan glanced at Hua Sengzan. Before he finished speaking, the withered hand suddenly closed. He dragged Li Qingshan into the blood pool. Hua Sengzan rushed to the blood pool and saw that it had regained its calm. His heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, the blood pool began to churn violently like boiling water. The underground palace shook violently. He gritted his teeth. He turned around and left. Even if he came down, he wouldn't be able to help Li Qingshan. Instead, he had wasted the chance to escape that he had fought so hard for. If it's really as I guessed, perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Li Qingshan was grabbed by the big hand, falling into the deep part of the blood pool. The boiling blood crazily rushed into his ears and nose, but a faint blue light screen rose up and kept all the blood out. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. At the bottom of the blood pool, it actually emitted a dim light, which didn't seem like any spiritual light. As if it was daylight, he tried to extend his divine sense. He probed the depths of the blood pool. In that instant, a boundless world appeared before him before immediately being severed. His soul sense seemed to have been severed by a blade. However, he would never be able to forget what he saw in that instant. White bones were strewn across the ground, blood flowed like rivers, gloomy clouds and gloomy mist, and the stars and moon dimmed. Zombies roared at the sky as corpse chi wrapped around them. It was extremely dense. Not only were there corpse generals, but there were even corpse commanders. If this was not startling enough, the corpse generals numbered in the tens of thousands. They were like the most regular corpse soldiers, huddled together in a mess and scattered across the wilderness. As for the corpse commanders, there were over 100 of them. However, the number of corpse soldiers could no longer be described with words. They filled his eyes, as if they were endless. At the very center of this horrifying scene was a corpse that towered between the heavens and the earth. The corpse aura on its body was like a steaming cloud, and its eyes shone with a pale green light. One of its pillar-like arms stretched towards the sky. It was a legendary corpse king. What is this place? Why are there so many zombies? The warning in his heart was like a siren. If he was dragged into it, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Li Qingshan immediately reverted to his original form. His body tensed up, and he pushed outwards with his arms. Tremors of the ox demon. The faint blue spirit turtle's profound shell swelled up as well, pushing away the 5 fingers of the withered hand. Bang! The pool of blood exploded loudly, and Li Qingshan burst out. The phoenix's feathers unfurled gloriously as his scarlet hair drifted about. He landed beside the pool of blood and did not dare to remain for even a moment longer, flying away. The withered hand followed close behind, reaching over loudly. It brushed past Li Qingshan's back by a hair's breadth. The phoenix's wings were ripped to pieces, turning into scarlet feathers that drifted through the air. Li Qingshan lunged forward forcefully, and the warning vanished. He exhaled deeply before feeling a sharp pain on his back. His back seemed like it had been plowed through. His flesh was exposed, and he had gained 3 bone-deep wounds. Even if he had been struck 3 times with a horse-slaying blade, it would not have been so horrific. His exposed flesh became a dark green, rapidly spreading. He had been poisoned. The hand swiped wildly in the surroundings. The tough rock was crushed like mud, but it was unable to extend too far. "You've been poisoned. You don't have long to live." A dry, hoarse voice boomed out, echoing through the underground palace. "What are you?" Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the drifting feathers turned into specks of fire, returning to his back. His flesh contaminated by the corpse poison also turned into fire. When the fire was extinguished, his wounds had already recovered. He was completely unscathed. There was no reply. The withered hand pulled back, as if it had realized it could not do anything to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan glanced at Ma Chaochuan. He considered whether he could kill this bastard instantly under the interference of the withered hand and take back the crystal coffin. The pool of blood surged and spun rapidly, forming a great whirlpool. The water level began to plummet, as if someone had opened the stopper. The crystal coffin sank rapidly, spinning with the whirlpool. Ma Chaochuan lunged over and hugged the crystal coffin tightly. Gurgle. The pool of blood dried up, leaving behind a huge circular hole. The walls of the hole were made of piles of white bones. It extended downwards continuously, leading to an unknown destination. Suddenly, a strong suction came from the hole, and a strong wind surged over. This suction was so strong that the underground palace finally could not hold on any longer. It trembled and collapsed. A huge boulder pressed against the hole. The strong wind stopped for a moment, and the boulder quickly disintegrated. However, the hole was like a greedy mouth, devouring everything in a frenzy. Li Qingshan's figure also began to sway. Not daring to stay any longer, he flew out. Hua Sengzan was waiting at the hole's entrance. When he saw Li Qingshan, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Sengzan and soared into the sky, arriving extremely high in the sky. Just now, he stopped and looked down. The sinister qi that had enveloped Burial Mound Mountain for thousands of years formed a huge whirlpool, gushing in one direction. The scene on Burial Mound Mountain was unprecedentedly clear. Burial Mound Mountain was collapsing at a visible rate, forming a huge sinkhole. The sinkhole continued to expand, devouring the surrounding soil and rocks. Li Qingshan asked, "What exactly is this?" Hua Sengzan had a solemn expression. "The Gate of Hungry Ghosts." Li Qingshan asked curiously, "What's the Gate of Hungry Ghosts? Have you heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Of course. Could this sinkhole be connected to the Hungry Ghost realm? Li Qingshan came to a realization. Each of the 6 paths of reincarnation was boundlessly vast. Compared to them, the world of the 9 provinces was truly insignificant. The scene he saw just now was the scene in the Hungry Ghost realm. However, in the Hungry Ghost realm, this was probably just a small scene. That's right. I've already sent a message back. We have to seal the door quickly, or else we'll be in big trouble. Yeah. Li Qingshan expressed his agreement. Let alone everything else, just the situation he saw just now was a corpse king, a group of corpse commanders, and a pile of corpse generals. Let alone the measly Clear River Prefecture and the Rui Commandery, even the entire Green Province would be thrown into a mess. But how do we seal it? I'm not going there. If he was accidentally sucked into the Hungry Ghost realm, he would be done for. Hua Sengzan laid out his hands. I don't know either. We can only wait for the other fellows to come before we discuss it. This probably isn't something Foundation establishment cultivators can achieve. Li Qingshan said that Ma Chaochuan is a mere qi practitioner, yet he's actually managed to cause such a great disturbance. Hua Sengzan shook his head. It's not just Ma Chaochuan. Burial Mound Mountain has always been a place where Yin Qi gathers to nurture corpses. Over the past few years of war, the corpses that have been transported here probably number in the tens of millions. Burial Mound Mountain has already become a living hungry ghost realm. The boundary between the hungry ghost realm and the hungry ghost realm has become extremely thin. We only focused on fighting the demons, but we neglected this. Ma Chaochuan worked with the powerful corpse ghosts of the hungry ghost realm to attack from both inside and outside, which was why he managed to open the gate of hungry ghosts. Then let's hide a little further away. Li Qingshan said. Even if the corpse king was stuck due to its size, unable to crawl out of the hole, there were still so many corpse generals and corpse commanders. If they surged out together, he would be swallowed by the sea of corpses no matter how powerful he was. He would be exhausted to death. However, if Little End were here, he would definitely be able to use the Samadhi flames of white bone with great ease. Don't worry. Opening the gate of hungry ghosts isn't that easy. The more powerful they are, the more difficult it is to pass through. Right now, it's equivalent to opening a crack in the door. Probably even corpse generals won't be able to squeeze through. However, it'll be hard to say once time passes. With that, the final strand of Yin Qi was sucked into the pit. The pit stopped changing, and the surroundings cleared up. Boom! Like a volcano eruption, a pillar of black gas erupted violently, connecting the sky and the earth. The ground trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. What erupted with it were thousands of corpses. Corpse soldiers were thrown into the air one by one, scattering on the ground. Some climbed back up, while others had their bones broken and were immobilized. They were immediately swallowed up by the other corpse soldiers. Li Qingshan could not help but become dumbfounded. He had never seen or heard of such a sight before. It was like a colossal zombie fountain. The corpse soldiers were like droplets of water, rolling across the ground. Stop them. It'll be bad if these corpse soldiers spread out. Hua Sengzan said in a hurry. These corpse soldiers were not particularly powerful to them, but to mortals, they were basically undefeatable monsters. A fireball descended from above, constantly expanding in the air and smashing into the sea of corpses loudly. It burned 1,000 corpse soldiers to ashes, and the shockwave spread out in all directions, sending countless corpse soldiers flying. It cleared out a huge circle in the sea of corpses. However, it filled up in the blink of an eye. Boom! Li Qingshan descended from the sky and smashed into the sea of corpses. In that moment, the ground collapsed and rocks were thrown into the air. Several hundred corpse soldiers were thrown into the air. The heavy water sword expanded to 10 times its original size. Rings of blue light danced wildly. Wherever it passed by, the corpse soldiers would be cut in half or sent flying. It was unstoppable, sweeping through everything in its path. Hua Sengzan cooperated with him in the sky, raining down with extremely powerful techniques. The corpse soldiers were clustered together, and they did not know how to dodge at all. Often, a single technique could kill a large swathe of them. However, after Li Qingshan killed for a while, he discovered that not only did the corpse soldiers in the surroundings not decrease, but they instead increased as he killed them. He pulled his sword back and flew back into the sky, exchanging glances with Hua Sengzan. A sliver of shock filled both their eyes. A while later, they had killed over 10,000 corpse soldiers together, and they were all corpse soldiers that possessed considerable strength. There were not even that many qi practitioners in the entire Clear River Prefecture. However, they could not even slow down the advance of the corpse soldiers. Once the corpse soldiers traveled further away from the pit and dispersed, killing them would not be so easy anymore. They're finally here. Hua Sengzan gazed at the horizon. A soaring dragon ship tore through the clouds and flew over. It was still 5 kilometers away, but 100 streaks of light crisscrossed through the sky, sweeping across the ground and vaporizing thousands of corpse soldiers. Thousands of puppets swooped down from the sky, becoming entangled with the scattered corpse soldiers. Finally, they managed to contain the sea of corpses slightly. Sir Lu, you're finally here. Li Qingshan arrived on the deck of the soaring dragon ship and saw a group of Foundation establishment cultivators with Lu Chongqing in the lead. they were all shocked. They had heard that the gate of hungry ghosts had opened, which was a very great shock to them, but only when they witnessed it in person did they understand just how terrifying this situation was. So what if they were Foundation establishment cultivators? If they fell into the sea of corpses, they would probably be eaten to nothingness in the blink of an eye. I've already reported it to the Marquis of Rui. Reinforcements will arrive very soon. Let's work together and keep these corpse soldiers at bay. Lu Chongqing cut right to the chase, flying down first. He was dignified. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but lament that it was too difficult for him to be the prefect. First, it became a battlefield between humans and demons, and then the Moon Devil refined the water of the clear river. The Marquis of Rui was already very displeased with him. Compared to the current situation, even if 10 Moon Devils wreaked havoc, it would be nothing. If the Gate of Hungry Ghosts actually opened a little more, the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture would be reduced to a land of death. There would be no need for a prefect anymore. The other cultivators followed closely behind, each displaying their abilities to set up a formation. He cast spells and madly strangled the corpse soldiers. Under Han Anjuan's arrangement, they each guarded one side and built a dam to block the tide of corpses. Li Qingshan's horizons were also broadened. He had stayed in the 100 schools of thought for several years. Only now did he truly witness the means of each school. Under this terrifying pressure, no one dared to hold back. In this, the Mo family had played a major role. Huge puppets rampaged through the sea of corpses, cleaving through the waves. They had all reached the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. The claws and teeth of the corpse soldiers could only make sparks fly on the tough armor, only leaving behind marks. In the sky, the soaring dragon ship's support was extremely powerful. Beams of light constantly flashed through the sky, ripping apart the sea of corpses. But at this moment, the corpse cave in the pit suddenly contracted viciously before expanding violently, spewing out even more zombies. The sea of corpses could no longer be described as densely packed. Instead, they were layered. The thickest part of the sea of corpses was piled up several stories high. They were like waves, sweeping in all directions. When they came across a hill, they would directly surge up, and when they came across a valley, they would directly fill it up. The huge puppets had already been completely swallowed, reduced to huge bumps in the sea of corpses. Li Qingshan stood guard on a hill. He did not need to think at all. He only needed to swing his sword continuously, killing wave after wave of corpse soldiers that surged up. In the blink of an eye, corpses and shattered bones piled up high in front of him. However, the corpse soldiers were endless. If it were not for the fact that the arts of the boundless ocean allowed him to recover his chi quickly, and if it were not for the fact that his stamina was almost endless, he would have long since been exhausted. If he was already like this, the other Foundation establishment cultivators were even worse off. Some of them had already given up on guarding positions and flew into the sky. On the eastern hill, the current leader of the school of Taoism, Xianxia, wielded the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, he pierced through several dozen corpse soldiers. He also felt that the circulation of spiritual qi in his body was somewhat insufficient. He flew up on his sword, and suddenly felt his body sink. A corpse soldier suddenly leapt out of the sea of corpses and pounced over. It grabbed Xianxia's foot and opened its mouth, biting down viciously. The corpse qi on its body was thick, already close to that of a corpse general. It was equivalent to a 10th layer qi practitioner. While it was considered powerful among corpse soldiers, it was nothing before a Foundation establishment cultivator. Using his spiritual qi to block the fangs, Xianxia swung his sword and cut off the corpse soldier's arms. However, in that moment of pause, a dozen or so corpse soldiers pounced over. Oh no! Xianxia flew upwards with all his might. He took out an escape talisman to save his life. With a flash, the escape talisman turned to ash, but he remained where he was. A shadow loomed over him. He raised his head in shock. Before he knew it, the sky had been covered in a layer of sinister clouds. A huge wave suddenly rose in the sea of corpses. It was a group of 1,000 corpse soldiers. Their grayish-white, savage faces pounced over, slamming down on Xianxia and swallowing him up. A vortex immediately appeared in the sea of corpses. At the center was Xianxia. The corpse soldier surged towards the center madly. Savage arms grabbed every part of his body and pulled at it viciously. Xianxia circulated his spiritual qi madly, but it was unprecedentedly sluggish. Blood flowed out, and his limbs snapped. He exploded into a cloud of bone fragments and blood. The pieces of his flesh were devoured by the corpse soldiers. Xianxia's aura disappeared. Xianxia! Cries of surprise rang out. Amidst the endless slaughter, all the Foundation establishment cultivators had an almost numb attitude towards these corpse soldiers. It was as if apart from their numbers, these corpse soldiers did not pose any intrinsic threat to them. Even if they truly could not hold on, they could choose to retreat. However, at that moment, they suddenly realized that ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them, and these corpse soldiers were not ants. The huge puppets were all covered in wounds and crawled with corpse soldiers. They gradually found it difficult to move and fell heavily to the ground. They were devoured and torn apart by the sea of corpses. Before they knew it, the claws of the corpse soldiers had become even more powerful. Black smoke rose into the sky, forming a large dark cloud that spread out. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped a large area. Instead, wherever the shadow covered, the plants would wither, the rivers would turn red, and all signs of life would be cut off. A thin layer of gloomy fog hung in the air, unable to disperse even when the wind blew. It was just like the scene Li Qingshan had seen in the hungry ghost realm with his soul sense. Enveloped by the shadow, he also felt a wave of discomfort. He suddenly understood that it was not just the zombies that had invaded, but the entire hungry ghost realm. In this gloomy and miserable fog, all living beings were suppressed, while the dead had the upper hand. They became stronger and faster. The humans and demons had fought for many years, but only now did many people understand what war was. "Everyone, come back!" A shout came from the soaring dragon ship. The head of the Mahist's beard and hair stood on end, his eyes burning. The cultivators all flew into the sky. This time, they were all very careful. They cleared out a large area around them before flying up, avoiding a tragedy like Xianxia's. The dragon head at the bow of the ship suddenly opened its mouth. Specks of spiritual light gathered within it. The main cannon of the dragon roar was activated, aimed at the corpse cave in the pit. A layer of light covered the dragon's mouth. After a long time of charging, an incomparably dazzling pillar of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the world and shooting straight towards the pit. Its scorching white color shone with golden light. Rings of light spread around the pillar of light. The soaring dragon ship was pushed back 5 kilometers. Wood splinters flew everywhere. On the verge of shattering, the dragon head at the bow of the ship melted and was destroyed the instant it spat out the pillar of light. The soaring dragon ship had poured all its remaining spiritual energy into this attack. Even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to block its destructive power head-on. The hungry ghost gate suddenly. "Stop spitting out zombies." The withered hand that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with stretched out. In the underground palace, he could only stretch out his wrist. Now, he could stretch out half of his forearm. His 5 fingers trembled in the direction the pillar of light had come from. Like plucking the strings of a zither, he grasped and guided in an extremely profound manner. The pillar of light shifted slightly, landing on a hill several kilometers away from the pit. Boom! A semicircular ball of light rose from the ground, continuously expanding. It released tens of thousands of beams of light, even more dazzling than the sun. Li Qingshan could even see the violent tremors of the ground with his eyes. Even after the light dissipated for a long time, the intense light was still clearly visible on Xiaochen's eyelids. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The hill became a basin. Tens of thousands of corpse soldiers were instantly vaporized. Even more corpse soldiers were sent flying by the shockwave, their bones broken and limbs severed. Most of the corpse soldiers had been cleared out. The terrifying sight of mountains and seas was no longer as vast as it was just now. The remaining scattered corpse soldiers could not immediately stand up. However, the hungry ghost gate in the pit was unscathed. The black smoke only swayed slightly. It was like a towering pillar forged from steel. Even the violent shockwave could not shake it. The withered hand clenched its fist and raised up a black curtain, enveloping the hungry ghost gate within. Only now did Li Qingshan truly realize the terror of the Corpse King. It was not as simple as possessing brute strength. It was also extremely intelligent. Although it could not even use a tenth of its strength under the restraints of the domain, its ingenious use of power was far above these Foundation establishment cultivators. Although the soaring dragon ship's attack was powerful, it was still a mechanism in the end. It did not have the meticulous control of a cultivator. The Corpse King used skill to overcome power, easily receiving the attack and preventing the Hungry Ghost Gate from being destroyed. Although they had lost many corpse soldiers, they were merely cannon fodder used to buy time. In the Hungry Ghost realm, there was nothing more worthless than corpse soldiers. The withered hand withdrew, and thousands of corpse soldiers surged out of the Hungry Ghost Gate. However, they did not run around in a frenzy. Instead, they lined up neatly. A zombie wearing armor and riding on a corpse horse followed closely behind. Its eyes turned, and it was clear that it had intelligence. It's a corpse general. The appearance of the corpse general meant that the gap in the gate of hungry ghosts had widened. With a wave of the corpse general's hand, a black corpse cloud soared around it, carrying nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers as it charged towards the soaring dragon ship. The corpse general from the Naraka realm was actually able to use dermic arts, thus nullifying the advantage of the cultivators in flight. With a long howl, the sword in Lu Chongqing's hand flew up, drawing a white arc as it stabbed towards the corpse general. Layers of corpse soldiers blocked the attack, assuming a standard defensive stance. The sword pierced through dozens of corpse soldiers, like an arrow at the end of its flight. The corpse general attacked just now. A smile appeared on its stiff face as the pitch-black blade in its hand fiercely slashed at the flying sword. The flying sword wailed, wanting to fly back. A group of powerful corpse soldiers that seemed to be the corpse general's personal guards stopped it at all costs. Lu Chongqing's expression changed, and he pushed the flying sword with all his might. At this moment, the dark cloud above his head enveloped him, and his connection with the flying sword instantly weakened. The corpse general gripped the hilt of the sword, and corpse chi surged. The light on the flying sword quickly dimmed, and a layer of black chi enveloped it. It was actually refined on the spot. Casually hanging the sword at its waist, the corpse general bared its fangs and let out a soundless laugh. It looked disdainfully at the cultivators on the soaring dragon ship. Only then did they realize that while the corpse general seemed to be approaching menacingly, its corpse cloud had cleverly stopped within the range of the dark cloud. With such intelligence, it did not seem like a zombie at all. Over the years, Burial Mound Mountain had obtained large numbers of corpses and refined many corpse generals. However, the corpse generals controlled by army seals were nothing more than powerful puppets. It was nothing more than a powerful puppet. There was a world of difference between it and the corpse general in front of him. Lu Chongqing's heart ached. The feeling of having a spirit artifact taken away was not a good one, but he could not care about that right now. More corpse soldiers were surging out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Meanwhile, the soaring dragon ship had lost the ability to fight. He ordered loudly, "Everyone, attack together." All the cultivators attacked together. Spells, spirit artifacts, and spirit talismans flashed with light, all of them possessing astonishing power as they attacked the corpse cloud. Based on their experience just now, these corpse soldiers would be wiped out in an instant. The corpse general swung the blade in its hand. Nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers moved back and forth, quickly and precisely adjusting their formation. The corpse chi between nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers. They actually fused into one and rose into the air, forming a huge black shield. Boom! 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 The attacks landed on the black shield one after another, but the corpse chi only dissipated slightly. It was actually unable to break through. Han Anjuan's expression changed. This was very similar to the military formations of the military school. And military formations had extremely high requirements for disciples. It would take a long time for them to understand each other. Even so, when it came to battle, they would also be affected by fear, anger, and other emotions. This caused the formation to collapse. However, the corpse soldiers clearly did not have such concerns. Under the control of the corpse general, they were able to move the corpse soldiers with ease, forming the most exquisite cooperation. Compared to the difficulty of communicating with each other, these corpse soldiers simply did not have their own thoughts. Even if they were chopped in the head, they would not waver. Such a formation was undoubtedly purer and more powerful. Among the cultivators present, no one understood the power of a military formation better than Han Anjuan. Perhaps each corpse soldier was not strong, but once their power was gathered, it would change from quantity to quality. Even he did not dare to take it lightly. The corpse general did not charge forward at once. For a moment, the cultivators did not know what to do. In the sky, they faced off against each other. The corpse general rode a corpse horse, riding a corpse cloud, leading the corpse soldiers. As the dark clouds in the sky spread, it slowly approached. Facing nearly 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, it actually had the air of a general who was strolling leisurely and strategizing. This is a cultivator of the hungry ghost realm. Li Qingshan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He could no longer see the corpse general in front of him as a monster. It was clearly a powerful and cold cultivator. Although its cultivation method was completely different from humans, demons, and all living beings. The corpse general truly did not take Lu Chongqing and the other cultivators seriously, but it was not because it was confident it could defeat them completely. Instead, it was because fighting and killing was a common occurrence in the hungry ghost realm. Its intensity was well beyond what Lu Chongqing and the others could imagine. Let alone when they faced a group of Foundation establishment cultivators equivalent to corpse generals, who knew how many times they had faced corpse commanders, ghost kings, or even higher existences. Even struggling was pointless. All they could do was accept their fate. In the great battlefield, survival was sometimes completely dependent on luck. After experiencing that, the current situation was nothing more than a small matter. Hua Sengzan said, "We can't drag this out any longer." During the moment of confrontation, several more corpse generals crawled out of the gate of hungry ghosts. They varied in shape and size. One of them was clearly not a human corpse. However, their eyes all shone with light. The first thing they did after emerging was gather the corpse soldiers. They glanced at the sky, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they allowed the corpse general to face off against the cultivators while they led the army outside the gate of hungry ghosts, falling into a huge military formation. It seemed like some sort of strange formation. The corpse soldiers served as the formation diagram, while the corpse general served as the eye of the formation. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have thought that mere corpse soldiers of the lowest level could actually have so many wondrous uses? The moment the formation fell into place, the black pillar of smoke that surged out of the gate of hungry ghosts immediately became even thicker. They had to work together from both inside and outside to widen the gate of hungry ghosts so that even more, even stronger, corpses from the hungry ghost realm could come here. Once the gate of hungry ghosts was opened, it would be enough for the master of the huge, withered hand, the corpse king, to pass through. That would truly be the end of the world. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. To fight or to flee, they had to make a decision quickly. Kill. Han Anjuan bellowed out coldly and leapt onto the dragon head on the bow of the ship. He raised his spear and pointed it straight at the corpse general. He was also a general. Before he set off, he had already received a military order from the great General Han Anhua. He could not flee from this battle. He had to drag it out until reinforcements from the Rui Commandery arrived. A military order must be obeyed. The soaring dragon ship suddenly began to move. Like a roaring, furious dragon, it collided with the corpse cloud. The corpse general did not back down. He swung the blade in his hand again, pointing it straight at the sky. Surging corpse chi rose up from the corpse soldier, turning into a huge blade over 100 meters in length that swung towards the soaring dragon ship. The soaring dragon ship had almost run out of energy. It could not even activate its defensive formations. The huge blade swept down from top to bottom, cleaving the soaring dragon ship in half. They could clearly see the structure inside as wood splinters flew into the air like rain. The halved ship did not slow down at all, slamming into the corpse cloud viciously. Countless corpse soldiers were sent flying, falling towards the ground. The core furnace exploded with a loud bang, swallowing the entire corpse cloud. The military formation had been destroyed. How could a mere corpse general be the opponent of all these cultivators? Right when everyone wanted to finish him off, They discovered the corpse general galloping off in the direction of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts on his corpse horse with a trail of black smoke. The moment the corpse general swung his blade, he had already turned his horse around without any hesitation. The corpse horse trod on 4 clumps of smoke mixed with sparks, moving as fast as lightning with astonishing speed. It was the complete opposite of the calm he had just now. Only the words fleeing could describe it, causing everyone to be unable to react for a moment. It was like a general from ancient times. No matter how mighty he was on the front lines, once he was ambushed and defeated, he would immediately flee without a care for his parents, wife, and children. Victory and defeat were common for soldiers, all for the sake of making a comeback in the future. The cultivators chased for a while, but had no choice but to stop. The closer they got to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, the thicker the aura of death became. Even the spiritual chi of the world became extremely weak. A sinister wind blew, burrowing into every pore and greedily plundering their life force. If it were a chi practitioner here, they would probably lose their lives in a short while. Although the cultivators were not in danger of losing their lives, their strength had been greatly reduced. They struggled to see through the gloomy clouds and saw that over 20 corpse generals had already crawled out from the left and right sides of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The corpse soldiers were like mountains and seas. They no longer had any advantage, be it in terms of quantity or quality. If they went any further, only death would await them. It was even more difficult to use techniques or control spiritual artifacts from afar. What do we do? The cultivators all looked at one another. Even with Han Anjuan's valiance and fearlessness, he would not choose to throw his life away for nothing. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Xianxia, if this continues, the entire Clear River Prefecture will be reduced to a land of death. As a matter of fact, the entire 9 provinces will become a part of the Hungry Ghost realm, Xianxia suddenly said to Li Qingshan secretly. Li Qingshan gave a non-committal reply. He knew his performance in the underground palace could not fool Xianxia's eyes. How could a regular Foundation establishment cultivator withstand a strike from a corpse king? How could he still escape after being dragged into the pool of blood? Even if he was extremely weak due to the restraints of the domain, he was still a powerful existence on par with demon kings. The Hungry Ghost realm definitely did not have any gods of mountains and rivers. It was a land of absolute death. Once these zombies attacked, his status as a water god would come to an end. And the Hungry Ghost realm definitely was not suitable for the living to cultivate either. However, Li Qingshan did not plan on taking action. If the Moon Devil took action, he could kill these corpse generals and corpse soldiers and temporarily slow down the opening of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, but the withered hand would definitely strike again. However, that withered hand would definitely strike again. He had already tried to transform and fight it, but the result was very difficult. But now that the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had been opened to such a degree, the withered hand would definitely become even more powerful. Combined with its terrifying technique, it was extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan was not arrogant enough to underestimate a corpse king. As a result, he said to Xianxia secretly, even if the sky collapses, there's someone tall to hold it up. Xianxia froze for a moment, then smiled wryly. That's true. Li Qingshan stared at the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. These corpse generals looked terrifying, but for little and they might be excellent tonics. The Samadhi flames of white bone just happens to counter these things. Li Qingshan had already told Little and to hurry nearby, but at the same time, he requested that she hide and observe the situation. She could not take action. What he was afraid of was that in a moment, a powerful figure would come over and see them acting bravely for a just cause and saving the world. Without a second word, he would destroy them first. Golden Core cultivators were fine, but if it was the governor of the Azure province, or the few top figures from the major sects, they would not even have the chance to escape. If this world is really gone, I will be destroyed. Something so fragile, it's best to destroy it as soon as possible. The Legends of the Great Sage 8. The Legends of the Great Sage Free Read Chapter 8. The Big Three are from outside the door of Hungry Ghosts. The number of corpse generals finally exceeded 100. Look // they did not communicate much with each other, but they cooperated with tacit understanding. They nervously and orderly adjusted their formation, leading the million corpse soldiers to guard the Hungry Ghost Gate. Silence, solemnity, and deathly stillness. It was like a crude yet exquisite war machine that was ready to move at any time. There was a saying, when a person reaches 10,000, they are like a mountain or a sea. What kind of concept was a million corpse soldiers? If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not be able to imagine it. With Burial Mound Mountain as the center, the surrounding hundreds of hills were completely covered by corpse soldiers. They rose and fell like the waves of the sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the true sea of corpses. Under the cover of the dark clouds in the sky, this hilly area had completely turned into a land of death. Moreover, it was still spreading to the surroundings. The cultivators were forced to retreat 100 miles away. They did not try to attack again. Under the lead of the corpse generals, the corpse soldiers continuously adjusted their formation, expanding it, turning it into an unshakable military mountain. Just by looking at it, one's mind would be shaken, unable to control themselves, filled with despair and powerlessness. Would mobilizing all the cultivators and the Rui commandery be enough to take down this army mountain? Moreover, the gate of hungry ghosts was still opening wider and wider, and more powerful ghouls poured out. It was impossible to win. The end of the Clear River Prefecture had arrived. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He was not afraid, but he could not suppress his excitement. This kind of big scene could not be seen in the small mountain village. The gate of hungry ghosts opened wider, and the black pillar of smoke began to fade. Above the gate of hungry ghosts, the dark clouds were no longer shrouding it. The sky turned gray. The sun emitted a gloomy splendor. There was not the slightest bit of warmth or vitality, only a cold deathly stillness. This was not a reassuring scene. The cold mist-like aura lingered in the air. This world began to transform into the hungry ghost realm. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. It was as if a sharp paper knife had cut through the clouds. The resplendent and gorgeous light from the gaps in the clouds was like a revelation from the gods, sprinkling down on this deathly silent land. The boundless sea of corpses. In a daze, Li Qingshan heard the cry of an eagle. At first, it was still 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. A white divine eagle spread its pure white wings and descended from the sky on a ray of light. The figure seemed to have come from the heavens. His figure flickered, suddenly appearing and disappearing like a divine wind that drifted erratically. Even Li Qingshan had to gather his focus to barely catch a glimpse of the figure. It was not an eagle, but a human. Gu Yanning. This kind of speed caused Li Qingshan to gasp in amazement. If he were to desperately urge his wind god wings and phoenix wings, he could barely reach this level, but he would not be able to turn as freely as Gu Yanning. She did it with ease, and it was clear that she still had some strength left. Gu Yanning seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned around and looked at Li Qingshan in the distance. She seemed to smile. He flew towards the gate of hungry ghosts. Perhaps only Li Qingshan could see this quick smile. Hua Sengzan said, "Be careful, Commander Gu. Wasn't this courting death?" Li Qingshan was shocked. Gu Yanning was strong, but she was facing an army of 1,000,000. She probably did not know the terror of the army formation, and was also weakened by the hungry ghost realm. 100 corpse generals. They roared in unison and raised their weapons high. The 1,000,000 corpse soldiers immediately reacted. The movement was like the roar of a tsunami, like the roar of a giant beast awakening. 100 columns of smoke rose into the sky, spiraling and twisting as they pounced towards Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning's figure became more and more ethereal as she weaved through the huge pillars of smoke. But the smoke entangled and bit at each other, sealing off all space to dodge. She waved her jade folding fan, and several streams of wind flew out, cutting through several columns of smoke. The corpse generals immediately changed formation, wanting to switch from offense to defense, but they were one step too late. Gu Yanning was like a bolt of white lightning, plunging into the center of the gate of hungry ghosts' army formation. Savage faces circled her left and right. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she seemed to be flying. Streams of wind coiled around her, blocking the invading cold winds. 100 corpse generals roared in unison and lunged forward. Although they could not control the army formation in time, the corpse chi of the corpse soldiers surged over, enveloping each of them in grayish-black smoke. Their auras connected, and they unleashed an exquisite combination attack, viciously attacking the foolish enemy that had walked right into the trap. She raised her head, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. She waved her fan, and 100 heads flew into the air. The smoke dispersed, and the corpse generals were all killed. Taking the head of a general from an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of her pocket. The army formation formed from 1,000,000 soldiers immediately showed signs of collapsing after losing the corpse generals as their leader. Good. The cultivators were greatly energized and cheered. She had single-handedly turned the seemingly hopeless situation around in an instant. This feeling was like rising from hell to heaven. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought to himself, as expected of the woman I've set my eyes on. Yenying, your atmospheric winds are becoming sharper and sharper. With a hearty laugh, the clouds surged, and a square protruded. A huge seal descended from the sky like a mountain, crushing down on the sea of corpses and directly crushing the 10,000 corpse soldiers to pieces, even sending 100,000 flying. The Marquis of Rui stood on the serpent dragon at the top of the seal of mountains and rivers and looked at Gu Yenying. He did not hide his admiration at all. Even if he used the seal of mountains and rivers, he did not have the slightest confidence in killing 100 corpse generals in a single stroke. If it were not for her startling speed, if it were not for the unstoppable atmospheric winds, he would have to endure the combined attack of 1,000,000 soldiers. Let alone golden core cultivators, even cultivators at higher realms of cultivation would have to consider it carefully. The seal of mountains and rivers flew up and returned to the Marquis of Rui's hand, turning back into a tiny seal. 4 large words, forever suppressing the lands and rivers, appeared on the ground, while 2 smaller words, Rui, appeared in the corner. Although they were small words, every single one of them was the size of a square. They were as dignified as they could be. Gu Yenying smiled and stowed her fan away, making her way over to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Gate of Hungry Ghosts no longer spurted out zombies. With her hands behind her back, she bent over and lowered her head, gazing into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts leisurely. Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." However, he discovered several voices rang out at the same time. One of them was the Marquis of Rui. The huge, withered hand suddenly extended out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts like a serpent emerging from the sea. It spread its fingers and reached towards her. It was even swifter and more forceful than when it grabbed Li Qingshan back then. Gu Yenying pulled back in a hurry. Her black sleeves fluttered forward, but her leisurely expression remained the same. The huge, withered hand extended its entire arm, advancing and retreating. It was only inches away from her. Corpse chi coiled around the fingers, turning into a vortex that produced a powerful suction. Gu Yenying paused. She was about to be grabbed by the huge, withered hand. The seal of mountains and rivers descended from above, slamming down loudly. A streak of black light shot out from the side like a dragon, crossing the horizon and biting towards the wrist of the huge, withered hand. Gu Yenying wielded her jade folding fan and stabbed forward. The atmospheric winds coiled around it like a drill. Boom! The seal of mountains and rivers slammed the huge, withered hand into the ground viciously. Hanangua's figure appeared, and he stabbed his spear into the wrist. The atmospheric winds pierced through the corpse cloud vortex and stabbed into the palm. The fingers of the huge, withered hand suddenly closed, but Gu Yenying had already pulled back. She was completely unscathed. The 3 pillars of the Rui commandery had worked together to teach the huge, withered hand a lesson. Even the hungry ghost realm struggled to suppress their strength. The Marquis of Rui's seal of mountains and rivers relied on the power of belief. Hanangua, on the other hand, relied on his powerful body. And, Gu Yenying's atmospheric winds were the same as the underground magnetic field. They were both extremely special existences. The huge, withered hand missed. It swung up violently and knocked away the seal of mountains and rivers, shrinking back into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The 3 of them retreated from the range of the huge, withered hand. Just now, they had only caught the huge, withered hand off guard. Even their combined attack had failed to heavily injure a measly arm. Although they were the best of the best among second heavenly tribulation cultivators, they were still quite a distance away if they truly clashed with this corpse king. They formed a triangle, surrounding the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. Gu Yenying said, "Her Highness the Dark Queen will be here very soon." The 3 of them were originally in the commandery city of Rui. waiting to receive the Dark Queen. Never did they think something like this would happen, so they rushed over immediately. They obviously contacted the Dark Queen as well. That's good then. Hananhua nodded. The Marquis of Rui stopped worrying too. Logically speaking, the Dark Queen had reached the peak of the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, she had been unable to break through and reach the realm of King, so why did the three of them place such great trust in her? It was all because the Umbraline sect was renowned for their arts of controlling ghosts, so they were closely connected to the hungry ghost realm. It was said that the sect possessed a controllable gate of hungry ghosts, specially for their disciples to undergo trials and cultivate. This was not strange. The 6 realms of Sasra had always been omnipresent. It was just like how the school of legalism used the power of the Naraka realm to cultivate, practicing techniques like the Hell of Ice. The school of the military would also use the Azure realm that ruled over Bingsha. Gu Yening could not help but think of a legend that had spread extremely widely among the upper echelon of the cultivation community of the Green Province. If the Umbraline sect faced destruction, they would open the gate of hungry ghosts to the limit regardless of the cost. No one would be able to seal it away. They would make countless corpse kings and ghost kings swarm into the 9 provinces, turning the world of the 9 provinces into a part of the hungry ghost realm. As it seemed now, it was very likely for the legend to be true. And the Umbraline sect had probably purposefully spread this legend as the greatest form of deterrence. After the founding of Great Xia, as an age when the righteous path prospered and the demonic path died out, it was not without reason that the Umbraline sect, once the greatest demonic sect of the Green Province, was able to survive and prosper. Most importantly, this deterrence was definitely not a mad attempt at mutual destruction. According to the cultivation methods of the Umbraline sect, even if the hungry ghost realm truly descended, the disciples of the Umbraline sect would still be able to survive. As for the other cultivators, they would have to die first. Thinking up to there, Gu Yening shifted her gaze and looked at Li Qingshan again. The Dark Queen's visit this time is closely related to this kid, and she's even brought an old acquaintance with her. Just why is it? Don't tell me it really has something to do with that? Li Qingshan looked back and met her gaze. Gu Yening had already looked away with a smile. He lowered his head, but he was rather unsettled inside. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, his heart trembled. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, he immediately thought of the endless wind and snow on the ice-sword cliff. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, there was also the cat that was delicate and graceful but had somehow become his master. I wonder if Xianxia will come. Unbeknownst to Li Qingshan, 5 kilometers away, Little An's expression changed as well as he hid in the mountains and rivers. He murmured, "The Dark Queen. The Dark Queen. The Dark Queen." The Legends of the Great Sage 8 free reading of the Legends of the Great Sage Chapter 8. The 3 pillars had been updated. Boom. 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 The mountainous seal of mountains and rivers flew high into the air before falling loudly. The ground shook, and the hills collapsed. Wherever it passed by, the corpse soldiers were all crushed to death and sent flying. All that could be seen were huge words. Having lost the commander of the corpse generals, the 1,000,000-strong army immediately fell into disarray. In the blink of an eye, most of them had been wiped out. Holding off an army of 1,000,000 with his own strength was extraordinarily domineering, let alone witnessing it with his own eyes. Before a beauty, the Marquis of Rui obviously had to put on a good performance. If she were a regular woman, she would definitely be enchanted by such an earth-shaking technique. Strength had always been a man's greatest charm. Gu Yening watched on with a smile. She said nothing. She held a copper coin in her hand, which was hidden in her sleeves. She tossed and turned it between her slender fingers as she tried to perform a divination. She was slightly surprised and sighed. According to the divination, the situation seemed to be becoming more and more dangerous. At the same time, Li Qingshan also sensed the warning signs rapidly rise, gradually approaching the edge of danger. Strange. The 1,000,000-strong army has been annihilated, and the huge, withered hand has been forced back into the hungry ghost realm. It hasn't sent out any more soldiers either. All I have to do is wait until the Dark Queen arrives and seals up the gate of hungry ghosts, and wouldn't everything be fine? There must be something else going on. Du Yening looked back and gazed into the distance. A luxurious carriage sped through the horizon. The 4 tall, fine horses that pulled the carriage were all half-transparent. Their manes danced like rain, graceful and silent, swift and agile. The curtains of the carriage were lifted, revealing a noble, cold face, gazing in the direction of Burial Mound Mountain. A cat's head stuck out from the side, also looking over. The Dark Queen frowned slightly. She had never expected it to open to such a degree in such a short amount of time. The rate at which the 6 realms of Sasra devoured the various worlds was accelerating. The Dark Queen saw what the Marquis of Rui was doing, and her expression changed slightly. Oh no. Several million corpse soldiers. Hundreds of corpse generals had died in battle in this hilly region. Even though they had been killed, they were still alive. Although they had been slain, the corpse chi in their bodies had dispersed into the surroundings, enveloping them in a thick, black mist. The land littered with corpses. It was strikingly similar to the situation in the hungry ghost realm that Xianxia saw. The gloomy clouds and ghastly fog that filled the sky suddenly began to retract, surging into the gate of hungry ghosts at a speed even faster than when it had erupted. The wind surged, and the world was clear and bright. Lu Zhongqing and the rest of the cultivators all revealed relaxed expressions. It seemed like the Corpse King had no choice but to give up. Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan looked at each other in shock. They had seen it with their own eyes. How did the gate of hungry ghosts open? First, it sucked in all the Yin Qi and Corpse Qi on Burial Mound Mountain. This was definitely not giving up, but a sign of an even more violent eruption. Be careful. The earth trembled as if it was an ancient fiend god. He wanted to wake up from his slumber and destroy this world. Li Qingshan suddenly had a realization. Perhaps all of this was part of the Corpse King's plan. Millions of corpse soldiers and hundreds of corpse generals. They were all victims. The trembling suddenly subsided. The gate of hungry ghosts suddenly expanded tenfold, but it was completely silent, giving off an awkward feeling of dislocation. The world instantly darkened. Li Qingshan blinked. He saw the black fog surge in all directions like a flood, expanding 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the center of the darkness, a crystal coffin flew high into the air. The sparkling and translucent crystal coffin, under the sunlight, emitted a rainbow of colors. A beautiful girl in purple was sleeping quietly. Her eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Crack. A crack appeared on the crystal coffin. It rapidly spread and covered the entire crystal coffin. Ping! There was a crisp sound like a glass falling to the ground. The crystal coffin turned into white dust and scattered. Ma Chaochuan crawled out of the pit. His entire body had been corroded by corpse chi. His flesh was shriveled, and he looked like an old man. He extended his hands towards the sky, hot tears welling up in his eyes. Ma Chaochuan, I've done what I promised you. A thunderous voice erupted from the pit. Yes. Thank you, sir. Do you see it? Yu Shu Kuang. Ha 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 ha. Ma Chaochuan extended his hands towards the sky like a madman. He staggered and fell backwards into the deep, vast gate of hungry ghosts. He felt like his soul was leaving his body strand by strand. When the gate of hungry ghosts erupted, he was situated on the border between the hungry ghost realm and the 9 provinces. Although the Corpse King had purposefully protected him, his strength was just too low. The aura of death had already invaded his body deeply, severing his final sliver of life. He had only been holding on through a will. Now that he had achieved this will, he immediately reached the end of his life. He stared at the horizon. Under the sunlight, the graceful figure seemed to be covered in a halo, gradually blurring. I'm sorry. Had she really revived? Would she still be the same after reviving? Ma Chaochuan did not think about it. He did not dare to think about it. Perhaps all of his hard work and his final goal was not to spend the night with her again or form a relationship with her, but to say those 3 words to her. Darkness enveloped everything. Lowered her head and gazed at the gate of hungry ghosts. The figure had already vanished into the darkness. She clutched her chest, which ached slightly. A shadow loomed over her head. The seal of mountains and rivers pressed down like a mountain. Du Yenying frowned. The female zombie that had just revived actually made her feel rather dangerous. With a swish, she unfurled her jade folding fan, and invisible atmospheric winds flew out, cutting and ripping through everything. Han Angua's figure was as graceful as a dragon, rushing into the air and pointing his spear at Zi'er. With the three of them working together, even the Corpse King had suffered. Zi'er raised her head, and only the whites of her eyes remained. She threw a punch at the seal of mountains and rivers. Compared to the colossal seal of mountains and rivers, her slender arm was basically a living example of the idiom a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Marquis of Rui bellowed out, "Die!" Boom! Ripples of light surged into the surroundings, and the seal of mountains and rivers flew back. The Marquis of Rui's face was filled with disbelief. His chest suddenly ached, and his throat tasted sweet. He pulled the seal of mountains and rivers back into his hand, only to see a tiny dent at the bottom. At a closer glance, it was clearly the imprint of a fist. The power of Zi'er's punch was actually unbelievably great. After throwing the punch, she used the recoil to fly downwards. Suddenly, she tilted her body backwards, like she had snapped in half. A few atmospheric winds brushed past her ears. Then she reached behind her and grabbed a spear. At the same time, she turned around and took Han Angua with her, dodging the tip of the spear. This series of movements was very stiff, completely ignoring inertia. It seemed extremely abrupt, but it was extremely ingenious. Li Qingshan noticed that a strand of black smoke had extended out of Zi'er's back before he knew it, reaching into the depths of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Corpse King definitely did not just help Ma Chaochuan revive his lover out of kindness. Instead, he was using her as a puppet. Du Yenying and the others were basically clashing with the Corpse King. In terms of pure strength, Zi'er did not possess the strength to overwhelm any one of them, but breaking free from the restraints of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts allowed her to unleash all of her skills in battle. Sever the black smoke behind her. A noble woman descended from above, extending her hand and grabbing from afar. Behind her, a huge, mountainous ghost vaguely appeared. It extended a huge, spectral hand and whistled over. Its target was the black smoke, vaguely possessing the bearing of the Corpse King's withered hand. So this is Xuanyua's master, the Dark Queen. She really is powerful. Li Qingshan sighed inside. He discovered they were both second Heavenly Tribulation Golden Core cultivators, but the difference in strength was worlds apart. Just this move alone was enough for even Tenwen Zhengming's to not be her opponent. The moment the Dark Queen appeared, Little and became stunned. Before he knew it, he emerged from his hiding place and stared at the figure in the sky. Memory surged like the tide, lashing against the frozen ocean. The surface of the ice cracked. Ever since she started practicing the path of white bone and great beauty, it had never caused such ripples for anyone apart from Li Qingshan. She crouched down while clutching her head. She felt a wave of pain that she had not experienced in a very long time. She felt like her head was about to split open. So familiar. Who is she? I clearly know. However, Little and did not give off any aura, and the region was enveloped by the black mist, so no one noticed her existence. Zi'er's figure suddenly descended. It did not feel like she was flying, but being dragged downwards, avoiding the spectral hand. The Dark Queen's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. There seemed to be something there, but it was shrouded by the black smoke, preventing her from seeing it clearly. In the midst of battle, she was unable to investigate it in time. After a moment of distraction, she turned around again and looked at Zi'er. She understood the most that opening the Gate of Hungry Ghosts to the point where Corpse Kings could enter was anything but easy. This had already touched upon the laws of this world, so it was subjected to many restrictions. In the past, there were plenty of lawless demonic sects, but only the Umbraline sect could threaten the Gate of Hungry Ghosts with the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. As long as the king could not enter, they would not be able to shake the foundations of the 9 provinces. No matter how many corpse soldiers, corpse generals, or even corpse commanders they sent out, they would struggle to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, if the Corpse King moved its body towards the outside, it would block up the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The corpse soldiers and corpse commanders under its command would not be able to enter, so defeat would still be certain if the battle dragged on for too long. The Corpse King had nurtured this corpse carefully as a puppet before using a sliver of its aura to control it. Not only did it leave an opening for the corpses to enter, but it could also command the corpses. It was basically killing two birds with one stone. If she could not kill this puppet as soon as possible, then it would be troublesome. With a flash, Gu Yanning caught up, swinging her fan at the strand of black smoke. A vicious corpse beast with a pair of wings on its back lunged out of the gate of hungry ghosts. With a trail of black smoke, it carried Zi'er on its back and bit down viciously on Gu Yanning. A corpse commander. Gu Yanning's heart shivered, and she pulled back. In the black mist, another man in mourning clothes and wielding a mourning staff strode out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Apart from his pale face, he seemed no different from a living person, but the aura he gave off made everyone present shiver. The corpse commander had finally appeared. The man looked around, and his expression suddenly underwent a startling change. His eyebrows furrowed, and his mouth opened slightly, making an expression of extreme human sorrow. He began bawling loudly. "You've all died so miserably." The sound of sobbing was like an awl in the ear, making people's brains ache. Sorrow welled up from within, tempting them to end their lives immediately. "I can't take it anymore." A cultivator clutched his head and let out a miserable howl. With a bang, his sea of chi exploded, turning into a bloody mist. "Retreat! Retreat!" Lu Chongqing ordered loudly. A battle on such a level was no longer something they could take part in. Just the shockwaves of the battle were enough to kill them. Li Qingshan retreated as well, but he purposefully distanced himself from the cultivators. He frowned and gazed into the depths of the black mist. Why hasn't Little End retreated? The atmospheric winds whistled over, forcing the corpse commander in mourning clothes to stop crying. He bent his knees forward and leapt up suddenly. The mourning staff swung towards Hanangua's head with a shrill whistle that sounded like the wails of ghosts. If it were a regular cultivator, just the sound would be enough to shatter their minds and make them ache all over. However, Hanangua's heart was as firm as steel. He was unfazed, brandishing his spear and clashing with it. Immediately, sand and pebbles were kicked into the air. It enveloped a corpse and a person. Only the aura of death and murderousness constantly rose up. After unleashing the atmospheric winds, Gu Yanning became entangled with the winged corpse beast. The two of them constantly chased each other through the air. Apart from the moment they changed directions, it was impossible to see their figures. Only two different sharp whooshes of the wind could be heard, constantly rising and entangling with one another. The corpse beast was powerful, but Gu Yanning was confident she could kill it in just a few strikes under normal circumstances. However, the powerful talismans stored in her Sumeru ring were enough to reduce the corpse beast to a pulp. However, above the gate of hungry ghosts, she could still use the atmospheric winds freely, but the other techniques and talismans were unavoidably affected. However, the corpse beast was like a tiger that had grown wings. It grew bolder and bolder as it fought. Meanwhile, Gu Yanning's speed was even greater. She was basically undefeatable. As long as she had some time, the corpse beast would be doomed. However, time was of the essence right now. The Marquis of Rui could no longer care about whether the seal of mountains and rivers would be damaged or not. If this continued, the entire Rui commandery would probably fall. He pointed down, and the seal of mountains and rivers flew up and expanded. The seal of mountains and rivers shone brightly. Even the surging deathly aura was repelled, unable to approach. There was also a strange whistling sound, as if thousands of voices were whispering at the same time, fusing into a desire that resounded through the sky. Zi'er gazed at the Dark Queen in the distance cautiously. She had already sensed the most dangerous enemy. He didn't even look at the seal of mountains and rivers pressing down on his head. A giant shadow swept past her. It was a one-eyed, one-horned giant. To be more precise, he was a corpse commander transformed from a giant's corpse. His upper body was bulging with muscles, and his legs were short and thick, like two huge pillars. He raised a pair of thick arms and pushed upwards. With a great rumble, the giant corpse commander was smashed into the ground. The soil and rocks were up to his waist, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard all over his body. The corpse chi continued to surge and was on the verge of collapse. But it stubbornly resisted the seal of mountains and rivers. Zi'er still refused to raise her head. She only stared at the Dark Queen and the huge, indistinct ghost figure on her. The gate of hungry ghosts spewed in and out furiously. In that moment, another several 100,000 corpse soldiers surged out under the lead of several corpse generals. Several corpse generals raised their hands, and surging corpse chi surged into the giant corpse commander's body. The giant corpse commander riled up and slowly raised the seal of mountains and rivers. He had actually defeated the seal of mountains and rivers in a contest of strength. Even the currently Xianxia was unable to achieve that. Another dozen or so streaks of golden light flew over from the horizon. Under the Marquis of Rui's urgent summons, most of the golden core cultivators of the Rui commandery had rushed over. Although the sect masters and elders of the sects were not under the Marquis of Rui's orders, they were all people of the Demon Slayer. The Sword Collection Palace received the news and immediately ordered them to provide support. On the human cultivators' side, their forces flourished. However, the Dark Queen's heart sank, as powerful auras leapt out from the gate of hungry ghosts one by one. They varied in shape, and half of them were not humanoid. They belonged to the various races of the 6 realms, but they had all joined the ranks of the dead now. They were born with the various differences of race, yet they could instead fight alongside each other in death. It was quite an irony. Any single one of them would only be stronger than the golden core cultivators who had come to provide support. They would never be weaker than them. There was not a single corpse ghost that had been refined from the endless devouring and battle of the hungry ghost realm that was not adept at fighting and killing. As for golden core cultivators, no matter how many techniques they possessed, they would all be restricted in this region. The result of several millennia of peace was that once cultivators reached golden core, they would rarely even have the opportunity to engage in battle with others. Only large sects like the 3 major sects could use all kinds of methods to maintain a high degree of killing to temper their disciples. And these corpse commanders could even gather the power of corpse soldiers and corpse generals, which made them even more terrifyingly powerful. The gate of hungry ghosts was equivalent to a gate. If a corpse commander could pass through, it meant even more corpse commanders could pass through. A golden core cultivator might be extremely precious and rare in the world of the 9 provinces, but there were basically countless corpse commanders in the hungry ghost realm. The 9 provinces were vast, but compared to any one of the 6 realms of Xianxia, it was like comparing a pond to the ocean. Once the two were connected, a single ripple in the ocean could overturn a pond. If they could not seal the gate of hungry ghosts in time, the consequences would be unthinkable. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. To everyone's surprise, it was not between humans and demons, but between the living and the dead. The Dark Queen hesitated. With so many golden core cultivators working together, if she went to seal the gate of hungry ghosts right now, she still had some confidence in sealing it up. However, there was really no need for her to take such a risk with her status. The Umbraline sect had never been a righteous sect that considered the rise and fall of the world as their responsibility. That was not why she had come to the Clear River Prefecture either. As a result, she no longer hesitated. She only called out to Gu Yenying before turning around and flying off into the distance, expressing that she had completely given up on sealing the gate of hungry ghosts. The other golden core cultivators who had just arrived all stopped as well. They had no idea what to do for a moment. Gu Yenying sighed gently and also prepared to retreat. She had already reached her limit by contending against a corpse king of the hungry ghost realm. Everything else would depend on the reactions of the kings of the Green Province. It's not like I'm the master of this world. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. Hanangwa also began to retreat as he fought. The Marquis of Rui pulled back the seal of mountains and rivers, only to see that the light of the seal of mountains and rivers had weakened drastically. A lot of the power of belief had been depleted, and many dark marks had appeared on it from the corrosion of the corpse chi. At the same time, the colossal corpse beast at the level of a corpse commander crouched before the gate of hungry ghosts like a mountain. Zier stood on its head, staring straight ahead proudly. She seemed like a sovereign that had descended upon the world. In the blink of an eye, the corpse commanders protecting him had already surpassed 10. Gu Yenying and the others no longer posed any threat to him. If these golden core cultivators were bold enough to approach him, only death would await them. Beneath her feet, the corpse soldiers surged out like the tide. Under the lead of the corpse generals, they fell into various formations, before assembling into large armies under the corpse commander's command. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 corpse soldiers had gathered once again. The army was even more majestic than before. Under her command, a power that could turn something rotten into something wondrous appeared. The 1,000,000-strong army began to move, their formations changing as corpse chi surged into the air. They were like vicious beasts, devouring everything. The power of the corpse soldiers gathered on the corpse generals, while the power of the corpse generals gathered on the corpse commanders. In the end, all of this power gathered on him. As a corpse king, organizing a battle like this had become a common occurrence in the hungry ghost realm a long time ago. The opponent this time was pitifully weak. However, he knew that the experts of this world had yet to take action. Perhaps they were hurrying over, or perhaps they were still observing. But without a doubt, this was the best opportunity. Xianxia spread her arms and gently parted her vermilion lips. She said with a dry, hoarse voice, "All of you, stay here." She raised her hands high into the air, holding up a glass-like eyeball. It was devoid of light, and the space rippled like water. Don't tell me that's the eyeball of a space-devouring beast. I've only heard about it before. How did he obtain it? No wonder he's so bold. The Dark Queen's expression changed, immediately speeding up. She was afraid to remain for even a moment longer. The other Golden Core cultivators reacted quickly either. 2 of them even took out escape talismans that could allow them to travel thousands of kilometers away. But all of this was too late. The speed at which the ripples rippled was indescribable. Compared to it, the actions of the cultivators seemed like they had come to a standstill. The gate of hungry ghosts twisted and suddenly widened like a great mouth, taking a vicious bite out of the world of the 9 provinces. By the time everyone returned to their senses, they discovered that the world had already changed. The sky had completely turned into the deathly gray of the hungry ghost realm. Chilly winds whistled, and gloomy clouds filled the air. White bones littered the ground. Black blood flowed in the rivers. With Burial Mound Mountain as the center, a range of several hundred kilometers began to overlap with the hungry ghost realm. Although it had not been completely digested, it was only a matter of time. No matter how powerful an escape talisman was, it could not directly break through the domain. Xianxia finally couldn't help but laugh wildly. In this way, even if someone from this world who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He closed his eyes again, revealing an incomparably joyful and comfortable expression. The omnipresent oppression and restrictions from this world had all disappeared. At the same time, his actions received the approval of the will of the hungry ghost realm. He could feel the roiling death energy gathering towards him. The cultivation of his main body that remained in the hungry ghost realm had become even stronger. If he could completely devour this world and kill all the living beings in it, he would be able to advance from Corpse King to Corpse Emperor, or even higher realms. This eyeball of the void-devouring beast that he had obtained by chance had not been wasted. Also, he had searched for a suitable world for it. And all the effort he had spent was compensated. Now, all he had to do was wait for the hungry ghost realm to completely digest this space and use it as a foundation to expand into the surroundings. But before that, he would first kill these cultivators. Aside from devouring other worlds, killing powerful living beings was the best sacrifice to the hungry ghost realm. Little Anne. A translucent black screen blocked in front of him, forming a clear boundary. One side was life, and the other was death. Without hesitation, Xianxia stepped towards the side of death. Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed him tightly. Death is easy, but resurrection is difficult. It was extremely easy for the living to die. It was extremely difficult for the dead to come back to life. The space devoured by the hungry ghost realm was exactly such a situation. Xianxia smiled and broke free from Xianxia, leaping into the dark world of death. Looking back, the mist enveloped Xianxia. He could not even sense the aura of the outside world. As his hair drifted, it turned scarlet red. North Moon appeared, staring over with his scarlet eyes. He and Little Anne possessed a communication spiritual artifact, which was why they could sense each other's location. Now that they were under the influence of the hungry ghost realm, they could not sense each other at all. Why hasn't Little Anne retreated? As he wondered, the black mist before him suddenly surged, and the ground trembled slightly. A corpse general riding on a corpse horse rushed out with close to 10,000 corpse soldiers behind him. His entire body was shrouded in corpse chi, making it almost impossible to see his appearance. Only a pair of green eyes flickered with a bone-deep hatred for the living as he raised the warhammer in his hand high into the air. Corpse chi condensed, turning into a huge, black warhammer that smashed down. Soil and rock were thrown into the air, and a great pit appeared in the ground. However, Xianxia had already vanished. The corpse general was taken aback. Suddenly, he raised his head, only to see a colossal figure descend from above, throwing a punch. The surging corpse chi condensed into a huge, black shield in front of him. Xianxia smiled viciously. His fist landed on the shield, and the corpse chi shook violently and dispersed. He followed up with a punch, reducing the corpse general and his horse to mincemeat. Someone else has come in? It's that half-demon. If this person turns into a zombie, he'll definitely be extremely powerful. However, he seems to possess some power. It's repelling the aura of death. Zi'er stood in the center of this land of death, surveying the space that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Her mind raced, and she decided to kill the second heavenly tribulation cultivators first, especially the woman who could control ghost spirits. The Dark Queen's face was completely sunken. No fewer than 5 corpse commanders surrounded her from all directions. If it were only 5 corpse commanders, she would not be afraid. However, they had 1,000,000 corpse soldiers behind them. Not only did they possess tremendous power when they struck, but their corpse chi was endless too. Master! Master! A familiar voice came faintly from the fog. How did she get in? The Dark Queen's expression changed, and her mind wavered. All of a sudden, the surrounding corpse chi was monstrous, like raging waves. It swept down 6 corpse commanders of different appearances and races. Along with the corpse chi that filled the sky, they attacked together. He had sealed off all of her room to dodge and was ready to kill her. The Dark Queen raised her hand, and the huge ghost appeared. A petite dark green figure called out loudly while moving forward in the thick fog. Where did Master go? He's not in danger, is he? Xianxia frowned. The cat's ears suddenly trembled, and its hair stood on end. He turned around and bared his teeth. Rumble. There was a thunderous rumble, and the stones on the ground shook. Under the lead of 7 corpse generals, 100,000 corpse soldiers swept over with an overwhelming momentum. The corpse chi condensed above the army, forming a pouncing black monster. Let alone a demon general, even a demon commander would find it difficult to face them head-on. With a flash of light, she vanished from where she was. She had used shadow displacement, but she only managed to move 300 meters away. She failed to escape the attacks of the corpse army. In this domain, innate abilities were no longer as useful. She clenched her fist firmly and retreated step by step, turning around and fleeing. Very soon, she arrived at the edge of the domain. She raised her foot, but she was unable to take a step out. Inside and outside the domain was a colossal chasm that could not be seen with the naked eye, dividing the boundary between life and death. Death was easy, but resurrection was difficult. She turned around. Her large eyes were filled with anxiety as she muttered, No, I have to think of something, but what can I do here? Master, I'm going to die for you. Although I've always wanted to flee, I haven't let you down. Damned Big Black, I'm going to die for you. I've always wanted to flee, but I haven't let you down. Damned Big Black, I'm going to die for you too. You've let me down greatly. The army surged over like the tide, suffocating her. Xianxia closed her eyes, and one final thought flashed through her mind, I wonder if I can come back to life if I die in a strange place like this? The pain she imagined did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw bright crimson. In this gray world, it was so bright and eye-catching. A figure stood before her, tall and straight, his crimson hair flying in the wind. Although he did not appear particularly muscular, he had a lofty and unshakable spirit. He knelt on one knee, his arms striking the ground lightly but powerfully. Xianxia called out, Idiot, it's already too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Xianxia's expression froze, and he glared back at her in annoyance. You still dare to glare at me? Xianxia was suddenly speechless. Cracks spread out from his fist. The stable ground suddenly turned into a frenzied beast, shaking violently. The densely packed corpse soldiers were like lice on the back of the beast, sent flying. Tens of thousands of corpse soldiers blotted out the sky, and the formation was broken. The 7 leading corpse generals swayed left and right, their minds trembling. The phoenix feather robe fluttered, and Xianxia turned into a streak of crimson light. He attacked 7 times, destroying all the corpse generals. He circled around and flew towards Xianxia. Who are you? What are you doing? Xianxia felt her body lighten as she was picked up and flown into the sky. His cool crimson hair tickled her face. Her eyes lit up, and she reached out to touch the pair of curved horns on Xianxia's head. Xianxia smiled and let her touch him. As she caressed him, the 2 words North Moon were very clear. Xianxia gradually revealed an expression of disbelief. You are Big Black? Xianxia looked at the spirited girl in his arms, who looked no different from before, looking at him in surprise. He could not help but laugh. I've done you wrong. I'll say it again, you are not my master. Xianxia struggled. How can Big Black be so beautiful? This meow is so strong. You must be pretending. Xianxia said, if you keep moving around, I'll toss you off. Xianxia glanced down. Below was the boundless sea of corpses, so she immediately stopped moving. She blinked her eyes and came to a realization. You really are Big Black. Why do you say that? You're rotten to the core. Xianxia resisted the urge to toss her off. The wind whistled beside him, and a white figure flew alongside them. He waved his hand leisurely and greeted them. Long time no see, the 2 of you. Can you stay a little further away from us? Xianxia glanced backwards. At the very least, there were 3 corpse commanders tailing him. They were all speedy flying corpse beasts. Once he caught up to them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Don't be so formal. Gu Yenying smiled. Who's being formal with you? You're still my pursuer after all. Help me out. Gu Yenying even extended a hand and patted Xianxia's shoulder. She did not care whether he agreed to it or not, suddenly flying backwards. Xianxia exhaled and flew in the opposite direction. With an arc, he casually tossed Xianxia high into the air, forming a pincer attack with Gu Yenying as they approached the 3 corpse commanders. Xuanyue's scream rang out in the air. Big Black, you traitor! Gu Yenying raised her right hand backwards, and her jade folding fan unfurled with a swish. Sharp atmospheric winds wrapped around it, and she swung it forwards again, whistling through the air. With a thought, the phoenix wings on Xianxia's back suddenly burst into flames. The wind helped the flames burn, reaching several dozen meters wide and filling the sky with red light. What's that? Zi suddenly raised her head. The 3 corpse commanders had already experienced the power of Gu Yenying's atmospheric winds, so they dared not take it on forcefully. They all dodged, but the atmospheric winds brushed past them. Even with the layers of corpse chi protecting them, the atmospheric winds still cut through them easily like a knife through butter. Suddenly, they looked back, and even their faces had been dyed red. A pair of flaming wings flapped towards them, blanketing the surroundings. None of the 3 corpse commanders cared. In this space, apart from attacks like atmospheric winds, no innate abilities or techniques could threaten them. Coupled with the million-strong army backing them up and the corpse chi protecting them, it was even more so for them to fear nothing. With a hiss, the thick corpse chi melted like butter. The phoenix wings slammed into the corpse commanders viciously, sending sparks flying. Their indestructible bodies that had cultivated for 1,000 years suddenly began to burn, melting away like corpse chi. How is this possible? What kind of fire is this? Cries rang out. Even Xianxia was slightly surprised by how effective this move was. Originally, he planned on wearing down their protective corpse chi before engaging them in close combat, creating an opportunity for Gu Yenying to kill them in a single strike with the atmospheric winds. He never thought it would directly burn in, making them cry out from the heat. Whether it was Xianxia or Gu Yenying, neither of them would let such a great opportunity slip by. The 2 of them turned around and brushed past each other. In that moment, the tips of their noses almost touched, and their eyes met. Gu Yening seemed to smile, as if she was in thought. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, as if he had returned to the moment when they first met. Two fierce gusts of wind surged and scraped against each other, whistling past. Gu Yening swung her jade folding fan, and the head of a corpse commander flew into the air. The flames on its body had yet to extinguish completely. Li Qingshan directly sent a corpse commander flying with him. The wings of fire closed, and he was like a flaming meteor, leaving behind a long tail of light. The corpse commander let out a shrill wail before being incinerated in the flames. All of this was completed while they were flying at high speeds. The two of them turned around at the same time, targeting the remaining corpse commander. That resembled a strange bird. The strange bird corpse commander reacted the fastest. Just now, when the phoenix wings struck it, it only came in contact with some of the flames because it was in the center, which it extinguished very quickly. By the time it returned to its senses, its two companions had been killed, leaving it alone. With a sharp cry, it dove down, fleeing towards the sea of corpses. Seeing how she could not catch up, Gu Yening came to a halt, while Li Qingshan continued his advance. The two of them moved one behind the other. She swung her folding fan, and the fierce wind pushed Li Qingshan away. The wings of wind on her back flapped violently, and the flames burned even more fiercely. She suddenly accelerated, catching up to the strange bird corpse commander immediately. She closed her wings and burned it to death. Pulling up, she flew over the sea of corpses. The firelight illuminated Zer's face. Zer's eyes narrowed slightly. The flames of the phoenix. If the hungry ghost realm was a paradise for the dead, then the phoenix was the symbol of eternal life. It used rebirth again and again to defeat death. It was the nemesis of all death. Li Qingshan flew back into the air, only to see Xianxia standing in the air with her hands on her hips, huffing furiously. "Traitor, you're flirting with that bird woman." "Bird woman?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He had no idea how to react. Smack. She struck Xianxua's head with her folding fan. Gu Yening said, "I'm here." Xianxia clutched her head in pain and bared her teeth at Gu Yening. Gu Yening studied the wings on Li Qingshan's back and was rather surprised. A phoenix? As the saying went, all birds revere the phoenix. The phoenix was the emperor of feathers, so she could sense its noble, dignified bearing particularly clearly. "Am I worthy of you?" "I'm the one who's not worthy of you." "It's you, you wretched demon." The Marquis of Rui flew over. He was surrounded by several corpse commanders. Taking advantage of the moment Zer was distracted, he charged out forcefully. The crown of his hair had been shattered, and his hair was disheveled. He seemed rather disheveled. As soon as he saw North Moon, he flew into a rage. Seeing how he was currently conversing with Gu Yening and how Gu Yening's expression became even more gentle for once, he became even more furious. Before Li Qingshan could even say anything, Xianxia leapt up. "Who are you calling a wretched demon?" "Why, you're..." The Marquis of Rui recognized the Dark Queen's famed cat. "Go away. I'm talking about the wretched demon behind you. Why don't you just accept your death?" Li Qingshan barked, "So it's you, you bitch. I'll send you to the afterlife right now, North Moon." With a flip of his hand, the Marquis of Rui raised the seal of mountains and rivers. "Die, wretched demon." Gu Yening did not try to persuade him either. She pointed with her folding fan. "Look below." The two of them could not help but look down, only to see over a dozen corpse commanders eyeing them covetously. Zer did not send them in pursuit immediately. If they were not speed-type corpse commanders, they would not even be able to touch them. Instead, they would be killed instead. Corpse commanders were different from corpse soldiers. Every single one of them was a great loss. Most importantly, time was on her side. As long as she waited, she would win. Gu Yening said casually, "I believe that even if it's a corpse king, he won't have more than 100 demon commanders under his command, but before that, we'll probably be the ones to collapse first. And it wouldn't take long. This realm will be completely assimilated by the hungry ghost realm. At that time, we will be able to see the true appearance of that Lord Corpse King. It probably won't be as beautiful as it is now." Corpse King. The Marquis of Rui immediately lost his will to fight. Once the Corpse King actually took action, only death would await him. You sure are relaxed. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire Gu Yannying's ability to maintain her composure. There were many people who were fearless of death, but it was rare to see someone who could remain calm in the face of such a life-and-death crisis. Don't overestimate me. If it's really possible that I might die, I'll die. If I really might die, I probably won't be able to laugh either. If I want to leave right now, I do have a way to leave, but I'll be alone. At most. There's nothing you can do. Gu Yannying said through her soul sense. Her voice directly rang out in their ears. She did indeed have a way to break through the realm. She had a way to leave, but she had to do it before the hungry ghost realm completely devoured this realm, or there was nothing she could do. Then why aren't you leaving? It's far too dangerous here. Yannying, if you have a way, you should leave first. Li Qingshan and the Marquis of Rui said at the same time, glancing at one another. Killing intent surged. There are many reasons. Time is tight, so I won't go into detail. When this place is about to be completely assimilated by the hungry ghost realm, I will leave. Before that, let's do something together. Gu Yannying explained everything clearly. She was so straightforward that it was displeasing. Unintentionally, she gave off a cold and distant feeling, as if she was talking to a group of people who were about to die. I won't die. I hope all of you can survive. I will work hard for that too. If none of you can survive, then all I can do is say goodbye and live on alone. She could not help but give off a feeling of coldness and heartlessness, but it was also beyond reproach. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps when a person is truly unrestrained, they would display such sharpness and coldness. The Marquis of Rui asked, then what do we do now? Gu Yannying said, first of all, we need Her Majesty the Dark Queen's power to seal the gate of hungry ghosts. If she dies in battle, I'll probably have to take my leave first. Secondly, we need to send Her Majesty the Dark Queen to the gate of hungry ghosts, so we need to concentrate our strength as much as possible. After saving Her Majesty the Dark Queen, we need to save the other fellows as soon as possible so that we can rendezvous for the final battle. This was all communicated through soul sense, so it did not take up much time. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Their priority right now was still to seal the hungry ghost realm and break through this realm. With Little An's abilities, he only needed to lie down in a pile of corpses, and there would be no danger at all. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light in the thick, black mist. The light that radiated in all directions was like stars falling to the ground, growing brighter and brighter. Only afterwards did there be a great rumble, and a wave of air swept over. The Marquis of Rui was alarmed. A golden core cultivator has blown up his golden core. Gu Yanning's eyes lit up. Here's our opportunity. Let's go. A golden core was the crystallization of a cultivator's many years of arduous cultivation. The power of the explosion was extremely startling, blowing away the thick, black mist. The landscape on the ground immediately became clear, but it only made people feel even more terrified. In that moment, Li Qingshan recalled the sight he saw in the hungry ghost realm with his soul sense. Before he could think too much about it, Gu Yannying had already flown off. 100 kilometers to the southeast, under the encirclement of 7 or 8 corpse commanders, a huge ghost that stood over 300 meters tall roared furiously. Although it was injured time and time again, it actually managed to block the attacks of the corpse commanders. Li Qingshan was secretly surprised. The Dark Queen was actually so powerful. Not only did these corpse commanders work well together, but they were even using the power of 1,000,000 corpse soldiers and countless corpse generals to fight. If it were him, he probably would not even be able to last a moment. And even if he reverted to his original form, he would only reach up to the knees before the huge ghost. Gu Yannying said in some pity, "It's just a pity that Her Highness the Dark Queen has a knot in her heart, so she can't unleash the power of the void-bellied Ghost King. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome today." Under the encirclement of the corpse commanders, the void-bellied Ghost King rapidly thinned. Suddenly, it opened its huge, bottom-like mouth and sucked in violently. The aura of death surged in, and its figure became solid again. With a punch, chilly winds roared. The corpse commanders scattered in all directions, but it killed countless corpse soldiers and corpse generals. Li Qingshan was even more surprised. And this was still called not unleashing its full strength. If it really did unleash its full strength, it probably would even stand a chance against cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Controlling a ghost king to fight as a golden core cultivator was the strength of the Umbraline sect. It was no wonder that it could rival the Sword Collection Palace. The Umbraline sect. Umbraline ghost control technique. Xianxia. Not in her heart. Child. A certain memory fragment hidden in the depths of his mind suddenly surged up. Xianxia shook his head. He was unwilling to think too much about it, nor did he have the time to think about it. Zier no longer commanded the overall situation either. She directly led several corps commanders to block Gu Yening and the others. She said, "I've won." That's not necessarily the case. Xianxia studied Zier. She possessed very powerful skills in battle, but her personal strength was only that of a corps commander. As a matter of fact, she was even slightly weaker than regular corps commanders. She was not undefeatable. Zier looked at Xianxia and said, "The bloodline of the phoenix is indeed rare, but you're far too weak. Otherwise, all I could do would be retreat." Xianxia's reply was the blazing flames of the phoenix. Zier raised her hand. Surging corpse chi condensed into a wall. It no longer seemed like an aura, but pitch-black water that constantly squirmed about. The flames of the phoenix slammed into it and immediately melted away a great pit, but it was unable to pierce through it. The corpse chi squirmed about, filling up the pit in the blink of an eye. The flames of the phoenix could suppress the aura of death, but if the quality and quantity of corpse chi completely surpassed it, then there was nothing it could do. Killing someone with eternal life will definitely earn me even more rewards from the hungry ghost realm. The black coffin locks the soul. Zier smiled and raised her hand. The black wall suddenly extended outwards. "Oh no, let's go." Xianxia, Gu Yening, and Gu Yening flew upwards rapidly. The corps commanders were already prepared, lunging out of the wall. Xianxia flapped his wings and sent a corps commander flying, setting him alight. The corps commander immediately retreated into the black wall and extinguished the flames on him. Gu Yening and the Marquis of Rui had also repelled a corps commander each, but they both slowed down. Looking around them again, the black wall condensed from corpse chi filled their vision. It was everywhere, forming a black coffin that locked them inside. Clearly, this move had been prepared for a very long time. It was not something that could be broken through so easily. Xianxia witnessed the terror of a corpse king. Even though it was only a puppet before him, the techniques he used through the power of his subordinates were still powerful enough. After locking them up, the black coffin rapidly shrank. They were locked in the black coffin, but the corps commanders could move in and out freely, constantly launching sneak attacks and obstructing them from breaking out of the coffin. The Marquis of Rui swung the seal of mountains and rivers and stopped a corps commander. He asked in a hurry, "What do we do?" "The plan has failed. I hope Her Highness the Dark Queen can last a little longer." However, Gu Yening had no confidence in this at all. At the end of the day, how could a last-minute plan compare to a corpse king's many years of planning? She was just doing her best and letting fate take its course. She was close to her limits too. Zier turned around and looked at the Dark Queen before raising her hand again. Corpse chi constantly gathered and condensed, ready to fire. It was like the precursor to the main cannon of the soaring dragon ship's attack. The Dark Queen suddenly looked back and sensed danger. If she could dodge earlier, she would have become rather feeble now that the battle had reached this point. A streak of deathly light pierced through the void-bellied Ghost King silently. The void-bellied Ghost King roared out, and its figure rapidly faded before dispersing in the end, returning to the Dark Queen's shadow. The Dark Queen's forehead became drenched in sweat as she fell to the ground powerlessly. She panted slightly, but her gaze was as cold as before. "Am I actually going to die here? Today?" Zier waved her hand, and the corpse commander surged over. A long, blood-red banner broke through the layers of corpses and emerged from the ground, wrapping around the Dark Queen like a dragon. Zier frowned slightly. The Dark Queen was surprised and looked around. "Who's helping me?" No one answered. Only the blood-colored banner surged like the waves of the sea. When one looked into it, they felt that it was boundless. The Dark Queen took out a soybean-sized pill from her summer ring and placed it in her mouth, closing her eyes and resting. Under the layers of corpses, the almost transparent, white flames burned quietly in little eye sockets, clearly reflecting the Dark Queen's appearance. The matters of the past that she had forgotten long ago, matters that she was unwilling to recall, forcefully burst through the door, leaving no room for evasion. Her sea of consciousness surged like the ocean. Countless memory fragments were forcefully pieced together, glued together messily. She saw the lofty, magnificent estate, saw the huge statue that gazed at the ocean in the distance, saw the deep valley, and saw the Dark Queen. All of these images reflected a child in the end. These were her memories. The child wore a verdant, jade belt around her waist and wore black, luxurious clothes that were embroidered with dragons and snakes. Her face was handsome, and her expression was cold. It was unfamiliar yet familiar. Who is she? Who am I? Xier watched as the corpse commanders under her were sucked into the long, blood-red banner and vanished. Arcane treasures and arcane artifacts that could create their own space were all extremely powerful. They definitely could not be possessed by regular people. Although the power of the domain they formed was not as powerful as the space devoured by the hungry ghost realm, it would be very difficult to break free if she did not have any countermeasures. Get out here. Xier formed a seal with her hands and bellowed out. Corpse chi surged, turning into a vicious head that shot off with a long trail of black corpse chi. It targeted the land where the long, blood-red banner protruded from, burrowing in viciously. There was a rumble. A semicircular ball of earth suddenly protruded from the ground. A wave of earth spread out in all directions, and the ball of earth shattered soon afterwards, erupting with terrifying power and enveloping the Dark Queen as well. Countless scattered corpses were blown into the air, raining down like a storm. After the explosion, a huge pit that spanned several kilometers was left on the ground. It was empty. The long, blood-red banner had vanished. Even the Dark Queen was nowhere to be seen. Has she been finished off? The arcane artifact should have failed. Xier frowned. She was actually unable to sense her aura at all. The group of corpse commanders vanished suddenly with the long, blood-red banner. They vanished without a trace. The Dark Queen's presence has vanished. In the giant black coffin, Gu Yanying's expression changed. She let out a faint sigh, looking helpless. Li Qingshan asked curiously, really? Can you feel it? In the seal of this black coffin, he couldn't even use his divine telekinesis to probe the outside world. Could it be that the Golden Core cultivator's divine telekinesis was stronger? However, the Marquis of Rui paled in fright too. Clearly, he had only learned about it from Gu Yanying. Sure enough, she had many tricks up her sleeves. That was to be expected. As the only beloved daughter of the guardian eagle deity, her status was probably even higher than that of many of the princesses and princes of the Great Xia dynasty. If not for the fact that the hungry ghost realm had restricted her from using many of her techniques, she would probably be able to clear the area with her talisman alone. But I'm not sure if he's dead yet. Gu Yanying nodded slightly. A copper coin jumped out of his hand and bounced around a few times, but he was unable to divine anything. Li Qingshan asked, "Are you leaving?" "I'm currently considering whether the two of you want to discuss whether one of you should blow up his golden core or demon core and destroy this black coffin." "Send me off?" The Marquis of Rui's expression became uglier and uglier. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Don't even think about it. Then forget it. Men really can't be relied on. I still have to rely on myself." Gu Yanying smiled. Suddenly, her expression grew stern. "It's coming." Xier turned around and raised her arm, enveloping the black coffin. "Let's deal with these few first." She suddenly twisted her arm, and the black coffin shrank rapidly. In the end, it was only the size of a house. She closed her fingers. Live burial. Among the corpses that had been blasted away by Zier's corpse chi ghost face, an inconspicuous, tiny skeleton curled up, hiding in the huge skull left behind by a corpse beast. The blood sea banner was stowed away in its mouth, and the samadhi flames of white bone in its eye sockets had become extremely dim, only leaving behind 2 empty sockets. Its white bones no longer shone with a glossy luster either. At first glance, it seemed no different from a regular corpse. Just who could find a single droplet of water in an ocean? It was just like what Xianxia had said. She could just find a pile of corpses and lie down, and she would be as safe as a muddle. The Dark Queen opened her eyes again and gazed at the boundless sea of blood below in shock. All she saw was the corpse commanders that lunged towards her, currently clashing against the sea of blood that constantly lunged over. White skeletons wandered about in the sea of blood. They were not powerful, but they seemed endless, lunging over with each wave. Over 20 huge skulls constantly revolved around in the surroundings, spitting out white flames at them. However, these corpse commanders were all extremely powerful. Even without the assistance of corpse soldiers and corpse generals, they could still charge about in the sea of blood like there was no one there. Even the skeleton demons could not stop them. However, the Dark Queen discovered that they had wrapped themselves in corpse chi, afraid to let even a sliver of the sea of fire and sea of blood touch her. This was no longer just caution, but also a form of fear. And their numbers seemed to have decreased by 2 compared to when they surrounded her. As the Dark Queen had expected, the corpse commanders were indeed filled with fear. When they were trapped here earlier, they did not care about the blood and fire at all. Their bodies were extremely tough. Even if flying swords directly stabbed them, they might not even be able to pierce through their skin. And they did not have any weak points. Even if their heads were chopped off and their bodies were cut in half, they would not die. They were even tougher than golden core cultivators who had tempered their bodies for many years like Hananhua. This continued until the fire burned them and the blood stained their bodies. A corpse commander was directly burned to death. His indestructible body was like dry firewood that had encountered fire, incinerating in the blink of an eye. That was not the most horrific part. There was another whose lower body had been melted away by the blood. He shrieked madly and was swallowed by the sea of blood in just a few moments. Their willpower that had been forged like steel in the hungry ghost realm suddenly weakened in the sea of blood. The feeling of despair that they had not experienced in a very long time constantly assaulted them, throwing their minds into a mess. The sea of blood was boundless, and there was no turning back. All that awaited them was endless oblivion. It was even more terrifying than living in the hungry ghost realm, even more brutal than the punishments in the hell realm. The blood sea banner was still very weak, but it still contained the despair of a bodhisattva. Where is this? Let's work together and kill our way out of here. After a moment of panic, the corpse commanders gradually calmed down. They worked together to disperse the skull prayer beads and stood back to back, observing the surroundings vigilantly. They gathered their corpse chi together and condensed it into a black sphere in the air, constantly expanding. Sure enough, the space twisted and rippled. They could vaguely smell the familiar aura of the hungry ghost realm. The corpse commanders all riled up with vigor. At this moment, the Dark Queen appeared. She had refined the pill. Not only did her aura recover, but even her vigor was roused. It was like she had been resting for 3 days and 3 nights. She did not seem exhausted from the bitter battle at all. It doesn't matter who the helper is. Now is the perfect time to kill these corpse commanders. The Dark Queen's gaze was cold, noble, and composed. A black figure rose up from her shadow, reaching several hundred meters tall in the blink of an eye. It turned into a void-bellied ghost king and slammed down with its hand. The sea of blood surged as the corpse commanders fled in all directions. The black sphere they had condensed after so much difficulty immediately collapsed. The Dark Queen's strength had always been enough to contend against these corpse commanders. Now, not only had the corpse commanders lost 2 of their companions, but they had even lost the support of the corpse army. The sea of blood constantly interfered with and influenced them. When the Dark Queen appeared and destroyed the black sphere, the sense of despair immediately filled their hearts. They felt like it was useless no matter how they resisted, so they were better off giving up now. Although they suppressed this thought very soon through their great willpower, they could not help but react slightly slower. And they had to constantly split their attention to fend off the sense of despair in their hearts, making it impossible for them to unleash their full strength. As a result, the situation reversed. The Dark Queen easily gained the upper hand, suppressing the corpse commanders firmly and slaughtering them until they fled in all directions. She had viciously vented her frustrations. The void-bellied ghost king swung its hand at a corpse commander. A huge shadow loomed over. A sliver of despair appeared in the corpse commander's eyes. He thought, so what if I escape this palm strike? Isn't it just a path to death in the end? No, how can I think like that? Oh no. Distracted, the corpse commander returned to his senses. The huge palm filled his vision, and the wind from it rushed over. It was already too late to dodge. He was sent flying viciously, falling into the sea of blood. The Dark Queen knew this was nowhere near enough to kill a corpse commander. Just when she was about to follow up with another attack, she saw the sea region surge violently. The corpse commander let out a miserable howl, which left her slightly taken aback. She had come into contact with the hungry ghost realm many times, so she knew that the minds and willpower of these zombies were almost numb. No amount of pain could faze them. Even when destruction descended, they would not even feel fear. As a result, basically all techniques that could confuse the mind would struggle to work. Just what kind of terrifying thing can make a corpse commander let out such a miserable howl? As it turned out, while the void-bellied Ghost King's palm strike had failed to kill the corpse commander, it had dispersed his protective corpse chi, making him fall into the sea of blood like he had fallen into a pool of sulfuric acid. If the corpse commander immediately mobilized his corpse chi, he could still force the blood away and break free from the sea of blood. However, under the violent corrosion of the blood, great fear and despair spread. His mind was thrown into disarray, like a drowning person who could not swim. All he could do was struggle desperately subconsciously, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His body melted into a pool of blood very soon, becoming a part of the sea of blood. Only a skeleton remained, floating above the sea of blood. A group of skeleton demons lunged over and surrounded the skeleton. With a spray of the samadhi flames of white bone, it melted into a ball of liquid very quickly. Before long, another skeleton demon leapt out of the flames, and the number of skeleton demons reached 26, reaching a new bottleneck. The Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 14, free reading of the Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 14. Say goodbye, burn a big fire, come from. The black coffin exploded loudly, and corpse chi surged out like the tide. Xianxia curled up like an infant. The spirit turtle's profound shell rose up in layers, blocking the corpse chi that surged over madly, but it was corroded and penetrated very soon. The first layer of defense shattered, and he wrapped the burning phoenix wings around himself. The flames of the phoenix could suppress corpse chi, but it was still very weak after all. Under the violent explosion, it gave way very soon. The wings shattered, and the second layer of defense was breached. Fortunately, after breaching the two layers of defense, the power of the explosion began to weaken. He used the ox demon forges its hide to forcefully endure it, but most of his demon chi had been depleted. The Marquis of Rui was in a much worse state. Clearly, he did not possess a powerful defense like Xianxia. His luxurious robes had been blasted to pieces, and even his skin had been dyed black. Clearly, he had been poisoned by extremely potent corpse poison. His luxurious robes were official robes specially made for the governors of a region by the Great Xia Empire, passed down through the generations. Just like the seal of mountains and rivers, not only was it a symbol of status, but it also possessed extremely great power. With the protection of the serpent dragon, it was like an indestructible fortress. Now that it had been forcefully blasted to pieces, it could not be repaired at all. His face was sheet white, and he felt extremely pained. Only Gu Yenying stood with her arms behind her back, as graceful as before. Her charm had not diminished at all, and she seemed completely unscathed. However, there were traces of corrosion near her sleeves. The moment she emerged, she searched for the Dark Queen's traces with her hawk-like gaze, but she was nowhere to be found. Is the Dark Queen dead? 100 kilometers away, there was another great rumble. Another golden core cultivator had died in battle. He had blown up his golden core. The violent wind ruffled her clothes and made her hair dance through the air. Gu Yenying calculated silently, according to the aura, another golden core cultivator has died in battle. He just couldn't blow up his golden core in time. The remaining cultivators have probably reached their limits too. If this continues, they'll probably die in battle one after another. And, the hungry ghost realm has almost devoured this region completely. Yenying, what should we do? The Marquis of Rui said rather frantically. He didn't care about the damage to his clothes. After all, nothing was more important than his life. For the first time in his life, he experienced the terror of death. When Xiaochen thought of all those luxurious clothes, fine wine, beautiful women, and the path to immortality leaving him, even his teeth started to chatter. Gu Yenying thought, the Marquis of Rui can be regarded as an outstanding person, but he's been sheltered by his ancestors far too much. After all, he's never been tempered by life or death. Normally, he can still demonstrate the bearing of a marquis, but when it comes to matters of life and death, he'll be completely helpless. My heart starts to panic. Li Qingshan sneered, what bullsh *T Marquis of Rui. You usually strut around, but when the time comes, you become a coward. The Marquis of Rui was furious. Wretched demon, how dare you insult me? Gu Yenying said curiously, you are very calm. Li Qingshan smiled and said, if it really was a life and death crisis, I might not be able to smile. It won't take my life. Afterwards, he said to the Marquis of Rui, what do you think? If you give me the samurai ring, I'll save your life. Don't even think about it. Do you have a way to get out? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I do have a way, but when I think about it, it's much more satisfying to take it from your corpse. In the sea of blood, the void-bellied ghost king grabbed the last corpse commander and submerged it viciously. A while later, the sea of blood cleared up. Which fellow has assisted me? Please come out. The Umbraline sect will definitely thank you handsomely. The Dark Queen stowed the Ghost King away and scanned the surroundings. With such a strange and powerful technique, the visitor must have been anything but ordinary, and they were actually able to suppress these corpse ghosts. If she could recruit them into the Umbraline sect, they would be of great use. The scenery before her changed. The sea of blood vanished, returning to the sky above Burial Mound Mountain. Zier suddenly looked back and frowned. Two figures appeared, one large and one small, a human and a skeleton, facing one another. They had appeared, and the corpse commanders had vanished. Had they already killed the corpse commanders? That was impossible. The Dark Queen's eyes widened, reflecting a tiny skeleton. The white bones were shiny and glossy, shining with holy light. White flames burned in its eye sockets. 26 prayer beads wrapped around the slender bone of her left arm, while her right hand held a long, blood-red banner that fluttered in the wind. Little and also stared at the beautiful woman before him, only inches away. The Dark Queen extended her hand. An indescribable feeling flowed through her heart. There was no reason, no evidence. Just the moment she saw it, she knew that something so important that had been lost for all these years had appeared before her again. Your Highness, you've come out. The Marquis of Rui was overjoyed. Master, Li El Bai, you've grown bigger too. Xianxia, who had been hiding in the sky with the moon concealment the entire time, saw the Dark Queen appear and rushed over in a hurry. Li Qingshan saw little and stopped worrying. He wanted to say something with a smile, but he thought of something, the Dark Queen. Little and, the profounding ghost control technique. South Hub City. Don't tell me? His face suddenly changed. His throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, preventing him from saying anything. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. This fearless man also has times when he's afraid. It's because of that little skeleton, which is also that little Anne. Having learnt Li Qingshan's identity, she could obviously guess that the white skeleton was little Anne. It was not just Li Qingshan. The Dark Queen's behavior was very strange too. Since when had this cold, aloof woman ever shown an expression like that? In this region that was about to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm, there were 3 people who completely forgot about everything around them, whether victory or defeat, life or death. All that remained was the person before them. It was the ravishing joy of regaining something that had been lost, the lingering struggle, or the fear of losing something. Little Anne dodged it with a step backwards, and the Dark Queen's hand missed. Little Anne stared at the Dark Queen and constantly backed away. She murmured inside, farewell forever, mother. The familiar yet unfamiliar handsome child overlapped with her before separating again. She turned around resolutely and flew towards Li Qingshan, throwing herself into his arms and hugging him firmly. Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear, baring his teeth and smiling like a child. He could sense the uneasiness in Little Anne's heart, so he rubbed her head. Let's fight. Little An broke free from Li Qingshan's embrace and waved her hand. The 26 skull prayer beads scattered into the sea of corpses. Little An wielded the white bone sword and flew down. Stop it. Zi sensed great danger and ordered loudly. Several dozen corpse commanders abandoned their respective opponents and rose up, charging towards Little, and Li Qingshan raised his arm and placed it in front of Gu Yanning, who wanted to assist him. Get the Dark Queen to prepare to seal the gate of hungry ghosts. We're going straight for the root of the problem. What? Gu Yanning was astounded. Was she supposed to fend off several million corpse soldiers alone, as well as so many corpse generals and corpse commanders? The group of corpse commanders charged over with surging corpse chi. Little An swung the blood sea banner, and they all vanished. The corpse chi they carried with them dispersed too. Although he was unable to kill them, trapping them for a while was not a problem. When the blood sea banner was first refined, it was in its weakest state. As it constantly fought and devoured more enemies, the blood sea banner became stronger and stronger. After reducing the corpse commanders that surrounded the Dark Queen to blood, the blood sea banner became unprecedentedly powerful. These corpse commanders possessed tough bodies and powerful corpse chi, and they could even command corpse generals and corpse soldiers to strengthen themselves. However, their other techniques were rather simple. They did not possess the powerful innate abilities of demons, nor did they possess the varied techniques of human cultivators. Breaking through the blood sea banner was very difficult. Little An descended from above. The blood sea banner stretched for several hundred meters, dancing about like a blood dragon, silently devouring the sea of corpses. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. The corpse generals and corpse commanders could still resist the invasion of the sea of blood, but the corpse soldiers clearly did not possess that ability. Swept into the sea of blood, they immediately turned into a pool of blood, strengthening the power of the blood sea banner. The remaining skeletons swam about in the sea of blood, far more powerful than the skeletons of the mortals in the beginning. The sea of blood contained a sea of bones that constantly lunged towards the corpse commanders. The skeleton demons that had been blown away did not stand around idly either. They all opened their huge, vicious mouths filled with sharp teeth and spat out surging flames. Several thousand corpse generals led an army of several million in an encirclement towards the skeleton demons. They all fell into battle formations as corpse chi condensed into vicious monsters in the air. Terrifying weapons fell towards the skeleton demons. The corpse chi on corpse soldiers was much thinner in the first place. The corpse generals had gathered the corpse chi on the corpse soldiers and turned it into various attacks, depriving the corpse soldiers of their final layer of protection. Boom. 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 Wherever the samadhi flames of white bone passed by, it was like sparks landing in a pot of oil. Great flames surged into the air and rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, it had become a prairie fire. The corpse soldiers began to burn in the samadhi flames of white bone, becoming a part of the flames and fueling them. The samadhi flames of white bone turned into huge fiery clouds that swirled in the air. They were like giant beasts that were constantly changing forms, spitting out thousands of tongues of flame that licked at the sea of corpses on the ground. Having lost their subordinates, the corpse generals could only circulate their corpse chi and endure bitterly in the sea of flames. However, they could only last a little longer in the sea of flames. Under the fierce burning of the samadhi flames of white bone, the protective corpse chi very quickly shattered, breaking apart and burning into many torches. The entire world was burning. What a great fire! Li Qingshan praised loudly. Meanwhile, the others were all speechless. The light of the flames flickered on their faces. Gu Yanning frowned deeply. What kind of fire is this? How come I've never heard of it before? And it's so powerful. She believed herself to be very knowledgeable. This was a fire that even she had never heard of. This fortuitous encounter was truly unfathomable. White fire. Xier widened her eyes. These flames actually caused even her to feel a faint sense of fear. She suddenly recalled an extremely widespread rumor in the hungry ghost realm. A long, long time ago, a white sacred fire had once descended from the sky and incinerated everything. Although the flames had been forced out of the hungry ghost realm in the end, not only had countless corpse kings and ghost kings been reduced to ashes in the great calamity of the hungry ghost realm, even more powerful existences that even he could not hope to reach, had perished within. It was said that when this white sacred fire descended once more, it would be the time of the hungry ghost realm's destruction. The legend of the great sage 14. The legend of the great sage is free. Whitey is so powerful, Xianxia murmured. It had only been a few years, but Blackie and Whitey had become so powerful. The Dark Queen extended her hand in vain. Her mind was a mess. Did I make a mistake? Could it be that the throbbing in my heart was just an illusion? If it wasn't her, why would she save me? If it's really her, why doesn't she acknowledge me? Why doesn't she call me mother? Does she still hate me? A trace of confusion and sorrow appeared in the depths of the cold and noble princess's eyes. Only when the fire reached the sky did they come back to their senses. They saw a white figure flying freely above the sea of corpses, waving the blood-colored banner, sweeping everything before him. This was her current strength. The Marquis of Rui shuddered inside. How can I defeat an opponent like that? Even if I mobilize all the cultivators of the Rui Commandery, can I succeed? Actually, the samadhi flames of white bone were only extremely effective against corpses and ghouls. Against cultivators, especially golden core cultivators, it was not necessarily that powerful. However, the Marquis of Rui had experienced life and death constantly, so his mind had already become a mess. He had been viciously frightened. As for the other golden core cultivators, they didn't even have the time to rejoice at surviving the calamity. Looking at this terrifying scene that seemed like the end of the world, all of them were dumbfounded. The flames did not differentiate between friend or foe. They also had to circulate their spiritual chi to protect themselves. A golden core cultivator had already reached the end of his rope under the encirclement of the corpse commanders, almost blowing up his golden core. When the samadhi flames of white bone touched him, he also began to burn with a boom. I can't accept this. I planned for so long, yet I was defeated by a ridiculous legend. Xier folded her arms and soared into the sky. He charged towards little Anne. A colossal figure blocked her way like a mountain. It was the void-bellied ghost king that the Dark Queen had summoned. It gazed down at Xier from above as it swung its huge hand towards Xier viciously. Xier crossed her arms in a defensive stance, as if the sky had collapsed. An unparalleled force came over. He was sent flying. She was only a corpse commander in the first place. Now that the corpse army had been destroyed by little Anne, she had nothing else she could borrow. He was obviously not the Dark Queen's opponent. The void-bellied ghostly king took a step forward and stomped down on Xier. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere and the earth cracked. A deep pit was formed. Xier was pulled away by the black smoke on her back. She had just escaped death. Wind and fire attacked from the left and right. Du Yening and Li Qingshan brushed past each other. Xier twisted her body violently and fell downwards. Her right hand sizzled as it was burned by the phoenix flames, and a bloody scar was left on her face. The black smoke on her back was suddenly cut off. She blinked her eyes as if she had woken up from a dream. He closed his eyes again, spread his arms, and fell into the gate of hungry ghosts. At this time, the gate of hungry ghosts had already turned into a giant abyss. He disappeared without a trace. Du Yening looked back and smiled. It's fantastic that Her Highness the Dark Queen is safe and sound. The Dark Queen nodded. I've troubled you, sister. Her gaze shifted and landed on Li Qingshan. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like the gaze had pierced him. It was the void-bellied ghost king behind the Dark Queen. It seemed like it could slap him at any time. The Dark Queen shifted her gaze away very soon and exhaled gently. Let's seal off the gate of hungry ghosts first. She would never stop until she received a satisfactory outcome anyway. Don't you even think about it. A dry, ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing through the gate of hungry ghosts and reaching into the sky. Boom! A huge, withered hand extended out of the abyss, gripping the edge of the pit. With a push, a colossal figure leapt out. Li Qingshan finally saw the corpse king's appearance. At first glance, it seemed no different from a human corpse, but it was countless times larger. Vicious bone spikes protruded from its body, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Due to the restraints of the power of the domain, only half of its body extended out of the gate of hungry ghosts, but it was still as tall as a small mountain. The black corpse chi that coiled around it was like the mist that lingered around the mountains. Its eyes that resembled small lakes shone with a brutal, green light as it stared at the void-bellied ghost king viciously and swung out violently. For streaks of brutal, black light tore through the sky, but they were aimed at little and in the distance. What he felt the greatest threat from was not the woman before him who could control ghost kings, but the tiny skeleton. As long as he killed it, the several dozen corpse commanders under his command could break free. An even larger mountain blocked the corpse king's path. The void-bellied ghost king forcefully endured the streaks of black light and took a few steps back. A few sharp claw marks appeared on its body as it threw a punch with a furious roar. On the barren land, a corpse and a ghost, two colossal beings, stood where they were without dodging at all. They attacked each other furiously. One was unable to dodge, while the other was protecting the person behind it. Xianxia was shocked by this sight too, as if he had returned to the primordial battlefield of gods and demons, only to see the void-bellied ghost king rapidly dim after suffering a few blows. However, the corpse king grew more and more valiant as it fought. It was unable to break free from the power of the domain and arrive here from the hungry ghost realm. However, its strength could not be compared to a ghost king under the control of a second heavenly tribulation cultivator who had lost its consciousness. As long as it lasted a little longer, the gate of hungry ghosts would completely devour this region. By then, this would be its world. Your Highness, I'll assist you. The Marquis of Rui called out. The seal of mountains and rivers expanded to its limit and smashed towards the corpse king. The corpse king forcefully endured the void-bellied ghost king's palm strike and threw a punch back at the seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers was directly knocked several dozen kilometers away. It became riddled with cracks and grew dimmer and dimmer. The Marquis of Rui spat out a mouthful of blood violently. He wiped his mouth and mobilized the seal of mountains and rivers again like a madman, smashing it down. Xianxia and Gu Yening flew through the air, unleashing streaks of wind and fire. Compared to the corpse king, they were like two tiny moths, constantly lingering around. The phoenix flames and atmospheric winds both possessed great destructive power. However, with the corpse king's colossal body, all it left behind were burns and cuts. The other cultivators also understood that they had reached the final juncture. Whether they lived or died would be determined by this battle, so they all rushed over. At this moment, Xianxia sensed an omen of extreme danger. He flapped his wings madly and circled around as he flew towards the sky. The samadhi flames of white bone swept through the entire region. Not a single corpse soldier or corpse general was spared, while the corpse commanders were all sucked into the blood sea banner. The blood sea banner constantly twisted and surged as if it could rip apart at any time. Although the blood sea banner had already become even more powerful, it was still rather difficult to suppress several dozen corpse commanders. The surging samadhi flames of white bone swept back, pouring into the skull at the top of the blood sea banner. From top to bottom, it passed through the spine, ribs, and tailbone. The flagpole made of bone received a brand new look, becoming even more shiny and glossy, supporting the blood sea banner. In the past, when she refined the blood sea banner, she had only barely succeeded, as she did not have enough corpses. She did not even have enough for herself, let alone supplying the blood sea banner. But now, just the corpse soldiers she had refined numbered close to 10 million. Before Zier had appeared, several million corpse soldiers had already surged out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Although they had all been slain or even crushed to smithereens by the seal of mountains and rivers, their corpses still remained on the ground. Little and accepted them all without any wastage at all. The problem of not having enough corpses did not exist at all. He refined the blood sea banner once more, reaching its current peak. Then he powered the samadhi flames of white bone, which swept over and turned into a fire tornado, pouring into the top of his head. His bones were like a sponge, absorbing the flames madly, sucking in all the flames within a range of several dozen kilometers. Just now, he was satisfied, so he stopped absorbing. The luster of every single bone was like the samadhi flames of white bone, possessing an almost transparent, glossy whiteness. He had finally pushed the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty to the limit, but he had also reached a new bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, not only did he need tremendous amounts of corpses, but he also needed a deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. The skull prayer beads were the same. After refining the 26 skull prayer beads to the peak, he struggled to break through to the 27th. As it seemed, he could only refine them after reaching the second layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Once he reached the 27th bead, the overall strength of the skeleton demons would undergo a qualitative breakthrough. By then, any single skeleton demon would be able to contend against a golden core cultivator. And the skeleton demon formation they assembled together would be even more powerful. It could directly sweep through all opponents at the second heavenly tribulation. The blood sea banner began to flutter again. The corpse commanders were currently working together to charge out. Little and tossed the 26 skull prayer beads into it, assembling the skeleton demon formation and temporarily suppressing them and buying them time. Little and raised the white bone sword in his hand high into the air, pointing it at the sky as he chanted the scripture inside. With the tip of the sword as the center, the raging flames began to revolve violently, forming a huge vortex that expanded outwards and filled the entire sky. A stream of fire flowed into the tip of the sword. The white bone sword that was less than a meter in length was like a bottomless pit, swallowing the raging flames like a whale. The most powerful weapon in the path of white bone and great beauty was neither the blood sea banner nor the skull prayer beads, but the Buddha-slaying sword. Buddhahood, the perfection of enlightenment, was the highest level of enlightenment in Buddhism. It transcended beyond the 6 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. It possessed boundless power and infinite wisdom. Even the creator of the path of white bone and great beauty was only bold enough to refer to himself as the white bone bodhisattva. He did not have the right to be called the white bone Buddha. However, he had named the sword Buddha slaying. This was both his ambition and proof of the sword's power. The samadhi flames of white bone transformed from millions of corpse soldiers and thousands of corpse generals all merged into the white bone sword, leaving nothing behind. The sea of corpses vanished. The flames vanished, but the world did not clear up. The sky was dusky, enveloped by a never-dispersing mist. The white bone sword did not undergo any startling changes. It only grew slightly longer. As a matter of fact, its overall shape was even rougher than the original white bone sword. Had the forging failed? Little and stared at the sword in his hand, and a hint of joy appeared inside. The Buddha-slaying sword in his hand could not even be regarded as elementary, barely forming a sword embryo. The corpse king spread his hands, and his 10 fingers curled into eagle claws. 10 streaks of black light shot out from his fingertips in all directions. They were his 10 fingernails. Xianxia's heart leapt into his throat as he turned around desperately. If he was struck, only death would await him no matter how powerful his life force was. The fingernail actually changed directions with him like a flying sword. Just when he was unable to dodge it completely, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged over from beside him, pushing him away. A fingernail the size of a stone beam brushed past him. His scarlet hair drifted through the air. Xianxia nodded towards Gu Yenying. If it were not for Gu Yenying's fan, he would have been unable to avoid heavy injuries even if he managed to survive. Afterwards, he would be in danger if he received a few more attacks. Gu Yenying, on the other hand, was not attacked. Clearly, the Corpse King's attacks were selective, targeting people who could not defend or dodge. If it were not for the spirit turtle's warning, Xianxia probably would have been heavily injured. Gazing down, another 2 golden core cultivators had fallen in battle. Xianxia even recognized one of them. He was one of the 4 grandmasters. The other 3 golden core cultivators suffered wounds of varying severity. The so-called light wounds were the shattering of their life-bound arcane artifacts and the loss of an arm. As for the heavy wounds, the lower half of their bodies had been reduced to mincemeat. They only managed to survive due to their life force as golden core cultivators, but they were on the brink of death. Before the golden core cultivators could even form an encirclement, they had already been scared silly. This was the terror of corpse kings. They were an entire realm of cultivation apart. Even if they were unable to unleash their full strength, they were not people a group of golden core cultivators could trifle with. If they wanted to stop him, then they better be prepared to die. As for the Dark Queen's void-bellied ghost king, Having suffered 3 fingernails, it was on the verge of collapse. It probably only needed another strike and it would be done for. The Dark Queen glanced backwards before looking at the Corpse King before her. She sucked in a deep breath. The fierce wind whistled as the void-bellied Ghost King opened its cavernous mouth. Surging yin qi poured in. His body filled up once again, and his belly bulged up. You still haven't given up. The Corpse King pressed his hands against the ground, and his body moved a little closer to the gate of hungry ghosts. The aura on his body became stronger and more violent, and his arm was surrounded by layers of corpse chi as he slammed it into the void-bellied Ghost King's stomach. The void-bellied Ghost King moved backwards, creating a huge belly in the ground. Then, he drew a few kilometers back and spat out a mouthful of yin energy. His figure was extremely dispirited. At this moment, the gate of hungry ghosts opened wider, and the Corpse King's power did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. Although he had lost countless subordinates, the entire hungry ghost realm was supporting him and expanding his territory. The Zombie King said, "All of you will die here today." There was also that strange skeleton. Although that white flame was terrifying, it was impossible for it to break through the corpse energy protecting its body. His personal strength was only at the level of corpse commanders. He didn't believe that such a weak guy could do it. He could destroy the hungry ghost realm. As long as I use my full strength, I can kill it with a single slap. Li Qingshan was alarmed. It was getting more and more violent. Such a powerful opponent was no longer something he could face with his current realm of cultivation. Even escaping was worth rejoicing over. However, there was nowhere to run. He would not run either. When faced with an undefeatable enemy, some people would feel fear and despair, while others would become hot-blooded and excited. He belonged to the latter. He glanced at Little and from afar. Little and had already done him a great service by destroying the corpse army, even suppressing several dozen corpse commanders. Now, it was up to him. His battle intent surged. He no longer had any other thoughts. All he thought about was how to defeat his opponent. Send me on my way. All right. Du Yening swung her jade folding fan, and a tornado-like gust of wind blew against Li Qingshan's back with a gentle but powerful force. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings, and his entire body blazed with flames. He moved with extreme speed, leaving behind a long trail of flames. He was like a meteor of fire, tearing through the sky and landing on the ground. A moth flying into a flame. That was what everyone present thought in that instant. The Corpse King raised his hand and was about to crush this overconfident moth. The streak of fire turned and shot over the Corpse King's head, landing 5 kilometers away. The Princess of Rui understood what had happened. She widened her eyes and called out, "Golden Core." Li Qingshan would never carry out a suicide attack. His target was not the Corpse King, but the golden cores left behind by the 2 golden core cultivators the Corpse King had killed in a single strike. None of the golden core cultivators present could obstruct him. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed 2 golden cores, along with 200 treasures pouches. He casually shoved the 2 golden cores into his mouth before turning around. He still did not charge towards the Corpse King. Just now, a golden core cultivator had been killed before he could blow up his golden core, falling to the ground. There was also a cultivator who had been burned to death by the samadhi flames of white bone. Li Qingshan had locked onto the location of the 2 golden cores a long time ago. All he saw was a streak of firelight circling around the gate of hungry ghosts a few times in the distance. Another 2 golden cores were in his possession. Li Qingshan directly shoved them into his mouth before flying off into the distance. 4 golden cores entered his stomach. Du Yening said in surprise, "Spit them out." Every single golden core contained the essence of a golden core cultivator's centuries of cultivation. It was true that they contained great energy, but swallowing them like this was not cultivation, but suicide. If he swallowed 4 golden cores at the same time, and their attributes were completely different, he could imagine the consequences of 4 golden cores exploding in his body. No matter how tough his body was, no matter how powerful his life force was, he would still be reduced to smithereens. He would be as dead as he could be. Li Qingshan smiled at Gu Yening, but the smile became vicious very soon. His flawless, handsome face was replaced by a vicious face of a demon. His body rose up from the ground. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters. In his original form as a demon, his scarlet eyes were like charcoal, and his scarlet hair was like fire. A pair of huge, fiery wings blazed on his back. He no longer possessed the magnificence of a phoenix. Instead, he gave off a feeling of unbridled violence. Li Qingshan dropped to his knees loudly. The power of the 4 golden cores erupted in his body at the same time, battering against each other furiously. He used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression to suppress it desperately. At the same time, he calmed his heart and focused his mind, doing everything he could to control and guide every bit of power. Even with that being the case, his muscles bulged up like tumors before exploding loudly, turning into balls of fire. Boom! 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 It was like countless bombs had been buried in Li Qingshan's body. His body exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, not a single piece of his body remained intact. It had all been reduced to flames, burning fiercely. If it were not for the phoenix transformation, he would have been heavily injured and on the verge of death already. Through the flames, it was possible to clearly see a vicious skeleton standing proudly. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the skeleton. Even the tough tiger bones could not withstand the power of the 4 golden cores erupting at the same time. They were like cracks in a dam, almost on the brink of collapse. The Marquis of Rui was stunned by this crazy action. Is he crazy? This wretched demon. The Corpse King laughed madly. Is this your straw to clutch at? I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already close to dying. He was dreaming if he wanted to break through just by swallowing a few golden cores right before the battle. In the sea of blood, the skeleton demon formation was destroyed loudly, returning to Little Ant's wrist. Its color was rather dim, and the samadhi flames of white bone coiled around it before recovering its luster. The blood sea banner suppression on the several dozen corpse commanders had finally reached its limit. If it continued, it would damage the blood sea banner. Little Ant glanced at Li Qingshan in worry. He composed himself and shook the blood sea banner. Several dozen strangely shaped corpse commanders were sent flying. The expressions of the cultivators all changed drastically. The Moon Devil had forcefully swallowed golden cores and was on the brink of death, while the Corpse King was so vicious too. Coupled with the pincer attack from so many corpse commanders, only death awaited them. These wretched demons really were unreliable. Little Ant raised the Buddha-slaying sword embryo silently. The corpse commanders had broken free after so much difficulty, so they were utterly furious. They immediately gathered corpse chi to exact their revenge, but they discovered that there was not even a single corpse soldier left on the ground that they could control. They could not help but be taken aback. They had only been suppressed in the blood sea banner for a short amount of time, so why had the situation outside changed so drastically? Little Ant did not care about what they thought. He swung the Buddha-slaying sword embryo backwards and leapt up, shooting towards the group of corpse commanders with lightning speed. He actually wanted to take on several dozen corpse commanders alone. Even Gu Yenying felt like her brain was rather lacking. These two basically could not be understood through common sense. How could the corpse commanders be afraid? They rushed up to receive her with a furious roar, but they did not lose their composure. Their auras connected, weaving together into a flawless net. They wanted to capture her before ripping her to pieces. What lunged over was the corpse commander. With the weeping stick who fought evenly against Hanangua. He let out a sharp wail, like an invisible, sharp awl, shaking up people's hearts. The weeping stick in his hand turned into several hundred blurs, and every single one of them was real, striking down like a storm. The other corpse commanders also unleashed their various techniques. Fists, claws, teeth, and corpse chi surged over. Little Ant swung the Buddha-slaying sword embryo from behind to in front of her calmly. She began swinging it around casually like she was scribbling something. It was effortless, as if she was enjoying it. She passed through the net of corpse commanders. The corpse commanders who directly obstructed her were all stunned in the air. The corpse commander in mourning clothes gazed at the weeping stick in his hand. It suddenly snapped in the middle, falling down. Then he lowered his head and looked at himself. Sword slashes crisscrossed his body. They were black at first, before expanding and splitting apart. He was filled with disbelief, using his hands to cover his wounds. Black corpse chi surged out from the gaps between his fingers. In that instant, he was torn to pieces, falling out of the sky. In a single clash, 5 corpse commanders had been cut to pieces. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo truly did not possess any decent power. It was just exceptionally tough and sharp. It was so sharp that whether it was the protective corpse chi or the indestructible bodies of the corpse commanders, they all seemed to be nothing before it. What sword is that? Even my atmospheric winds are only SOSO. Gu Yenying was shocked. Her atmospheric winds were powerful, but collecting and refining them was extremely troublesome. How could it compare to the convenience of a sword? Han Anguo recalled his battle with the corpse commander in mourning clothes just now and experienced an indescribable feeling. Originally, he felt like it was about time to teach the demons a lesson and clean up the matter of the Clear River Prefecture, but he no longer possessed that confidence now. Li Qingshan's entire body blazed with flames. Even the ground around him had melted into flowing, fiery red magma. With his head lowered, he knelt in the pool of magma like a demon god of fire, stuck in the mud and at the end of his road. Slowly, he raised a leg with difficulty, changing to a half-kneeling position. Suddenly, he raised his head, clenched his fists, and spread his arms, letting out a wild roar at the sky. Flames surged up violently with his scarlet hair, dyeing the sky red. The ox demon holds the heavens. This was a will that would never yield. Within the flames, flesh and blood constantly regrew, and his strength skyrocketed. He actually managed to endure it. Gu Yenying was astounded. That was 4 golden cores. More accurately, it was 5, including Wen Jingming's golden core. The strength of the ox demon was endless. However, it was not enough. It was still not enough. It was not enough to defeat the corpse king. It was still not enough to break through to the 5th layer of the ox demon. Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head. The flames surged, turning into the shape of eyes in his eye sockets. He gazed at the golden core cultivator who had been injured in the battle and had half his body destroyed. With a tiger's roar, he lunged over. In that moment, everyone saw the flames around him turn into a scarlet tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It surged with malice and killing intent. "Stop, wretched demon!" The Marquis of Rui called out, but he was unable to stop him in time, nor did he have the power to stop him. "Wretched demon, I'll take you down with me." The cultivator roared madly. His golden core revolved and shone with resplendent light, about to erupt with terrifying power. The tiger's claw condensed from flames stopped him. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared again, and the trembling golden core settled down reluctantly. The spirit turtle suppressed the seas, suppressing all agitation. The fiery tiger extended its tongue and swept the golden core into its mouth, nodding in satisfaction. It turned its head and glanced past the cultivators. The hearts of all the cultivators sank to rock bottom. There was trouble both internally and externally. The corpse king and the demon. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Never did they think this battle would actually develop to such a horrifying degree. "Die, wretched demon!" The seal of mountains and rivers smashed down. Although it was covered in cracks, its momentum was still great. The raging flame tiger devil had already disappeared from its original spot. Dragging the lingering flames behind it, it suddenly pounced forward and grabbed the other injured golden core cultivator with its claws before swallowing him whole. The cultivator was also prepared to explode his golden core, but if Li Qingshan did not launch an attack, he naturally would not seek his own death. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone a dignified golden core cultivator. However, by the time Li Qingshan launched his attack, it was all too late. The spirit turtle was enough to suppress the golden core before it exploded. There was no one present who could stop Li Qingshan. There were only 2 people, the Dark Queen and Gu Yenying, but neither of them had any intentions of stopping him. The other cultivators were all exhausted from the battle. Even if they wanted to help, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. The Marquis of Rui constantly controlled the seal of mountains and rivers. He climbed even higher into the sky, cursing incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan slew another 3 golden core cultivators and swallowed another 3 golden cores. To the cultivator's relief, Li Qingshan's hunt ended there. He began another round of refinement. All of this happened in a flash. From when he roared out to the 3 consecutive attacks, it all happened in just a few breaths. If mortals were present, they would have no idea what was happening, let alone respond. In total, Li Qingshan had swallowed a total of 8 golden cores. What's he trying to do? He actually needs so many golden cores. Is he trying to break through to Demon Commander? That's impossible. Once he triggers the heavenly tribulation, even if he barely manages to survive it, he'll definitely be on the brink of death. It won't be of any help to this battle. No, we can't let him continue like this. The Corpse King also sensed that something was amiss, so he immediately gathered all the Corpse Commanders. There was no response. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo lay before him. It seemed just as ordinary as before, without the glow of a god artifact at all. Little and had basically poured half of the corpses he had refined this time into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The pieces of the Corpse Commanders fell down, turning into samadhi flames of white bone and merging with the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Only then did the sword shine with white, half-transparent light. A skull flew below Little Ant's feet. She stepped on it gently and swung her sword. Let's go. That sword is far too terrifying. What? It's that formation again. The Corpse Commanders scattered, but they were forced back by the huge, house-sized skulls. The skulls cackled strangely, wrapped in white fire as they constantly revolved. When Little Ant released them from the Blood Sea banner, she also released the 26 skull prayer beads that she had refined, assembling the skeleton demon formation. Normally, the Corpse Commanders would have been able to breach the skeleton demon formation in just a few seconds. In that instant, there was a flash of light. Little Ant did not stop at all. She stepped on a skull and used the force to leap back, shuttling back. In the end, her figure had already become indiscernible. All they saw was a streak of white light turning and reflecting within the skeleton demon formation. The skeleton demon formation constantly shrank before dispersing loudly in the end. Not a single Corpse Commander remained. All that remained were pieces of burning corpses, which also merged with one another and poured into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The hilt of the sword vaguely formed a skeleton sitting in the lotus position. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo had finally achieved initial success. It was not just the cultivators. Even the Corpse King was stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Perhaps the legends were true. I have to kill it, regardless of the cost. The Corpse King's eyes shone with brutal green light. His 10 fingernails burst out like bamboo shoots, swinging forward and actually all targeting Little, and 10 streaks of black light shot out furiously. The void-bellied Ghost King was pierced by a streak of black light, unable to hold on any longer. It dispersed and revealed the Dark Queen's figure. Her black hair drifted about as she suddenly looked back. Be careful. Du Yinying immediately swung her jade folding fan and rushed to provide assistance. She was already extremely certain of her guess. When the Golden Core cultivators died to the Moon Devil earlier, the Dark Queen did not even bat an eyelid, yet she paled in fright over this otherworldling now. She probably did not even care so much about her own life. However, the Corpse King seemed to have anticipated this. He swung his huge hand. The fierce wind swept over like a tornado, forcing Du Yinying to slow down. It was already too late for her to provide assistance. The flames in Little Ant's eye sockets shone brightly as she stared ahead. She wielded the sword with both hands, even abandoning her control over the Blood Sea banner and skull prayer beads. All that remained in her mind were the sword style, sword technique, sword move, and sword intent. There was the comprehension that came from it. There was also the knowledge from her awakened memories. Afterwards, it all vanished, reduced to nothingness. A skeleton sat in the lotus position. Buddha slaying. The Buddha slaying sword embryo spat out a streak of light several meters long. There was a flash. A fingernail was cleaved in half, brushing past her. Little Ant retreated. The streak of light was as swift as a dragon. She turned around and cut off another fingernail. She swung her sword, swung her sword, swung her sword. The streak of light danced about wildly, cutting off 4 fingernails in a row. The 5th fingernail filled her vision, but she was unable to stop it in time. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was placed before her. Little An's heart surged as she said calmly, "This is the limit." Boom. 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 5 huge fingernails that resembled stone beams struck Little and one after another. Immediately, cracks appeared on the white bones. The sound of shattering was as resounding as thunder. Even the rumbling of the collision was unable to drown it out. Boom. Dust filled the air. Little and slammed into a hill viciously. There was no more sound. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was the strongest, but it still required the user's own strength to wield it. Little and had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation right now. He could use the Buddha-slaying sword embryo to kill a group of corpse commanders who were at higher cultivation realms than him, but he was powerless against a corpse king's sure kill strike. This was an absolute difference in strength. It could not be made up for through external items. It swept through millions of corpse soldiers. Little Anne, who had been entrusted with all their hopes, had also reached his limit. Over half of the Golden Core cultivators had died in battle. The Dark Queen had failed. Despair appeared on the Marquis of Uri's face. "It's over. It's all over." Gu Yening raised her head. The sky was dusky. Her pupils narrowed, and her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's. Beyond this domain, she could vaguely make out countless specks of jade-green starlight flickering. Those were not starlight, but the eyes of countless corpses. There were countless experts like corpse kings among them, as well as even more powerful existences that the current world of the 9 provinces could not rival. They were like a flock of vultures circling the heads of people on the brink of death, waiting for them to collapse and die before swooping down and feasting on their corpses. Compared to the world of the 9 provinces, this place is already closer to the Hungry Ghost Realm. The Hungry Ghost Realm is about to descend. Should I leave? No, there's still one person. He hasn't spoken yet. Moo. The cry of an ox rang out, deep and drawn out as if it originated from the depths of the earth. The ground trembled gently. The entire region shook. The hills rose and fell like the waves of the sea. An iron hoof took a step forward. The ground sank and cracked. Invisible shockwaves spread out in all directions. Over 100 mountains collapsed silently. The curved horns were like crescent moons hanging high in the sky, shining with sharp light at the tips. A single moon character was engraved on them. His scarlet-red pupils were like the descent of a demon star. It was said that its appearance would definitely bring destruction and war. He strode over, making his way towards the Corpse King. With each step, the ground would shake heavily. The Dark Queen dodged too. She felt like a mountain was pressing forward. She arrived before the Corpse King, and 2 streams of air gushed out of her nostrils. She raised her head and asked, "How dare you injure her?" "Injure? No, I killed her. The next one will be you." The Corpse King lowered his head and looked down. He was extremely relaxed. It was like the first glimmer of dawn, the red sun about to rise. Victory was about to arrive. He felt his strength grow stronger and stronger, both from himself and from the Hungry Ghost Realm. No one could repel him at this time, in this place. Xianxia lowered his head, clenched his fist, and punched out. Dense, black cracks spread and interweaved on his fist. His fist was as heavy as a mountain. At first glance, it gave off the illusion of sluggishness, as if it was advancing inch by inch. With each inch it advanced, the black cracks overlapped with each other, until it became pitch black in the end. It was like a black gauntlet, filled with the accumulation of countless tremors. "You overestimate yourself." The Corpse King laughed aloud. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down from above. His huge, withered hand clenched into a fist, wrapped in surging corpse chi. He raised his arm high into the air, stretching it to the limit. The bone spikes on his elbow seemed even more vicious. Like a roaring dragon, he descended from the sky, destroying everything. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Under the vast and gloomy sky, 2 figures that were as tall as mountains stood facing each other. There was no anger or hatred on Xianxia's face, only calmness. Tranquil and motionless as the earth. Divine power flowed from every corner of his body and from the ground beneath him. Bit by bit, it gathered into an ocean and merged with his body. It was as boundless as the earth. The entire world disappeared. The corpse king that was as majestic as a mountain gradually became blurry in his eyes. Even the huge fist that was rumbling towards him no longer had any pressure. It was just a roadblock, something that people would always encounter in their lives. Just shatter it. Looking at the pair of resolute and tranquil crimson eyes, the zombie king's heart stirred. What's going on with this little demon? If he possessed the flames of the phoenix, then so be it, but he possessed so many variations too. From his aura, he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation, yet he possessed great strength that even corpse commanders struggled to match. Even so, there's still a huge gap between us, yet he dares to challenge me? Fine, I'll crush you into minced meat. The corpse king's mind moved, and 4 bone spurs suddenly protruded from his fist, whistling as they pierced towards Li Qingshan's face. Before their fists collided, they pierced through Li Qingshan. The punch became more and more dangerous, but Li Qingshan remained unmoved. Changing his moves at the last minute also meant that he lacked confidence. Unknowingly, there was a subtle shift in his aura. Time returned to normal. The black shockwave instantly shattered the bone spurs. Its destructive power was extremely strong. Even the corpse king was shocked. The moment the 2 fists collided, there was a momentary silence. The overly loud sound was like a gigantic object that could not be stuffed into the narrow ears. Instead, it gave people the illusion that it was silent. What followed after was a seemingly never-ending rumble and tremor. The quiet land was like a raging sea, surging crazily. Hills rose and collapsed one after another, cracks opened and closed one after another, without a moment of rest. Smoke and dust filled the air. It soared into the sky. Like an avalanche, the black corpse chi poured down from the corpse king's body, crushing the demon chi. It completely engulfed Li Qingshan, squeezing and tearing at his body. Li Qingshan did his best to channel all of the corpse king's power into the ground. He raised his head high and looked straight into the corpse king's eyes, letting out a thunderous roar. Torrential phoenix flames erupted from the monster core, expelling the corpse energy. His black iron-like arm swelled up. His blood vessels appeared and his veins bulged. The iron hooves left 2 deep pits in the ground. He did not take a single step back. Cracks appeared on his bones, and the sound of metal twisting and breaking could be heard. However, he didn't care about it at all, and just poured all of his strength into this punch. A stalemate. The corpse king's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of his punch was actually unable to smash this little demon into minced meat. On the contrary, a strange and powerful force came from the small demon's fist, shattering his power and corpse aura. All the cultivators were stunned by this scene. Was a demon general really capable of confronting a corpse king head-on? Gu Yenying exclaimed in her heart, how powerful. How majestic. He's definitely not a regular demon. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did they come across to obtain such a powerful nature? The Dark Queen ingested another pill and recovered as she searched for little and with a frown, but she found nothing. The Marquis of Rui and Han Anhua exchanged glances, but they were extremely conflicted inside. They both felt fear, yet they also hoped the Moon Devil could repel the Corpse King. Demons were powerful and could not be defeated. This power is far too strange. How can I lose to you? His dignity as a king had been viciously offended. The Corpse King roared out as corpse chi surged around his arm like dragons and snakes, merging with it. It turned pitch black and pressed down viciously. Bang! Li Qingshan's colossal body was sent flying. He spun around in the air before landing firmly on his hooves. He supported himself with one hand and slid back several hundred meters due to the great inertia. Just now, he stopped. He really is a Corpse King after all. Even his physical strength is nothing to scoff at. However, that's also because my Tiger Demon transformation and Spirit Turtle transformation are only at the 4th layer. I can't completely endure and control the power of the 5th layer of the Ox Demon, or I wouldn't have lost to him. What a pity. He had managed to hold his own against the Corpse King as a demon general and not be killed in a single punch, yet he still felt dissatisfied. He believed he had not unleashed his full strength. If the Dark Queen and the others knew what he was thinking, they probably would not believe him at all. However, that was exactly what happened. Li Qingshan had only thrown a punch, but before it had even collided with the Corpse King's fist, countless tiny cracks had already appeared on his arm bones. Even his tiger bones that were as tough as steel could not endure it. Even when he used the spirit turtle to calm his mind, allowing his thoughts to reach a state of intricacy, he was unable to completely control the flow of every single bit of power. He was like a child brandishing a huge blade. He only managed to aim the blade at the enemy, but he was unable to unleash the blade's power at all. As a matter of fact, he could even injure himself if he was careless. These three abilities and transformations were interconnected. Any shortcoming would prevent him from unleashing his full strength. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Among the 9 major transformations, just a single, minor transformation was enough to make his strength rise in an overwhelming manner. Whether his strength had increased by 20 times, 50 times, or even more, he was unable to estimate right now, nor did he have the time to estimate. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the surging blood back into his stomach. The flames of the phoenix curled around him and healed his wounds. He stood up and made his way towards the Corpse King again. The Corpse King said coldly, "I'd like to see just how many punches you can take from me." Boom. 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 The ground shook violently again and again. The originally hilly area around Burial Mound Mountain had undergone an earth-shattering transformation due to the repeated earthquakes, turning into a yellow desert. Within 100 miles, every pebble seemed to have been carefully crushed and ground, turning into fine sand. The Corpse King stood motionlessly on the gate of hungry ghosts, sending Li Qingshan flying time and time again, filling the air with dust. But every time, he would immediately stand up again and walk towards this undefeatable enemy. The Corpse King's face was twisted as he stared at the approaching Li Qingshan, as if he was looking at a monster. With each clash, Li Qingshan's strength grew stronger and stronger. Under the immense pressure, he was able to force out the Ox Demon's strength bit by bit. If he could not completely destroy it, there was no way he could defeat it. Du Yenying noticed that the Corpse King's arm was trembling slightly, only calming down after a moment. She thought incredulously, "He injured the Corpse King. I'm afraid no one would believe me even if I told them." She then shook her head, "However, that's all. Pure strength is not enough for him to defeat the Corpse King. The Corpse King chose to fight with him only for the dignity of a king. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to deal with all kinds of spells and methods. More importantly, the Corpse King is in an invincible position and is not afraid of stalling for time." The specks of green light in the surroundings became clearer and clearer, spreading into the distance like an ocean. Blurry forms could already be seen, strange, twisted, huge, ethereal, and monstrous. Li Qingshan punched again. Under the gaze of those gazes, the Corpse King felt deeply humiliated. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." The withered hand turned into a palm and bypassed the fist. It used 3 fingers to grab Li Qingshan's wrist, pulling and pulling. Li Qingshan could not control this excessively powerful force in the first place. Whether it was his reaction or battle technique, he could not compare to the Corpse King. The punch missed. Bang! Black shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking the void. At the same time, another withered hand pressed down on Li Qingshan's head. "It's over." Du Yenying sighed faintly. The hungry ghost realm was about to descend. This last scene was indeed wonderful and did not disappoint her. Finally, she looked deeply at Li Qingshan, feeling somewhat regretful. "I thought we could travel together on this path of cultivation for a while. I didn't think we would have to say goodbye so soon. Perhaps we will meet again in the 6 paths of reincarnation." Du Yenying was about to turn and leave when she suddenly felt something strange. At this moment of life and death, the corners of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly and he exhaled softly. A translucent white greatsword rose from behind him and pierced the Corpse King's hand, piercing right through. The sword suddenly turned into white flames and madly burrowed into the wound. How could she not be present in his battle of life and death? Little and refined the Corpse King's 10 fingernails and healed his wounds. He then sneaked up from underground just to wait for this opportunity to inject the samadhi flames of white bone into the Corpse King's body. Their teamwork required no words and was extremely tacit. An extremely terrifying coldness penetrated deep into the Corpse King's heart. Activating Corpse Chi could only suppress the samadhi flames of white bone, but could not extinguish it. The white flame spread bit by bit from his palm and he waved it forcefully. Boom! His palm suddenly exploded and a large hole appeared. Only then did the samadhi flames of white bone get rid of it. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The burning phoenix wings spread out, reaching a wingspan of nearly 300 zhang. The clear cry of the phoenix could be faintly heard as he soared into the air and punched at the Corpse King's abdomen. This series of dazzling attacks was to hide the true killing move. Below him, the Buddha slaying sword spat out another 10 zhang of sword radiance. It quietly slashed from left to right towards the Corpse King's waist. The Corpse King understood very well where the true threat was. He raised his arm and swung it with all his might. Corpse Chi gathered into a huge wave and sent Little and flying. Then, he freed his hand to block Li Qingshan. Although Little and immediately charged over, the prepared Corpse King would not fall for it so easily again. Meanwhile, the final smear of blue in the depths of the horizon was gradually devoured by paleness. This was the end. Even if Li Qingshan and Little and worked together, they would not be able to defeat a Corpse King that had become serious, let alone in such a short amount of time. Although Li Qingshan was confident that he could definitely crush the bastard before him if he could raise both the tiger demon and the spirit turtle to the 5th layer, time waited for no one. Du Yenying glanced over and let out a soft gasp of surprise. She saw that Li Qingshan's punch that had missed earlier had left behind a thin, black mark in space. She called out, "Bombard the space around him." The Legend of the Great Sage 19. The Legend of the Great Sage is free to read. Chapter 19. Crack, seeking monthly vote, Du Yenying said silently in her heart. She looked at Li Qingshan and was stunned for a moment. Without any hesitation, she fiercely punched the void in front of her. It was very difficult to hit the enemy, but it was easy to miss. Anyway, even if it really hit the Corpse King, it was not enough to cause fatal damage to him. Might as well see what kind of brilliant plan this bird woman had. I seem to have broken something? Li Qingshan could vaguely hear the sound of something shattering. The sound was very small, like a mosquito's buzz. But when he calmed down and listened carefully, it was like the sky had collapsed, shaking the soul. The formless void was like a transparent glassware. Black cracks spread across the void like interweaving lightning bolts. They disappeared in a flash like lightning. The Corpse King's withered hand was shrouded in surging corpse energy. It slid across the sky like a black cloud and then fell down, completely ignoring the shockwave. It seems useless. As Li Qingshan was thinking, he saw a piece of the black cloud above his head was suddenly cut off. It was so smooth and straight as if someone had measured it with a ruler. Without a sound, the 3 pillar-sized fingers broke apart and fell from the sky. Li Qingshan turned his body and avoided a few fingers. He saw that the cut surface was smooth and neat, surpassing any divine weapon. He was also puzzled, what is going on? Looking at the sky carefully, he saw that although the cracks caused by the shockwave had dissipated, there was a thin and long black trace left in the sky. Because it was too thin and small, if one did not pay attention, they would not be able to notice it at all. It was probably not even comparable to a hair of the Corpse King, if he had hair. That black line. It was not ordinary black or ink black. It was simply indescribable, as if it wanted to suck in all the light. In the eyes, there was an illusion of vision being cut. As if the painting paper had split, all the scenery on the painting had broken along with it, no matter what it was painted. Strong or weak, because the most fundamental thing that carried their existence had split. Could this be the shattering of the void? His punch actually caused the effect of shattering the void. He had been devising strategies. Even if there were all kinds of accidents, the Corpse King, who had not escaped his control, finally revealed a trace of fear. Everything in this world was contained in the corresponding space. Be it the world of the 9 prefectures or the 6 paths of reincarnation. The living beings of the 6 paths, corpses, demons, and demons, all of them had to live in a certain space-time. It was as if there was a painting only if there was a paper. It was already extremely difficult for the person in the painting to leave the paper, let alone tear the paper. That was an almost impossible task. Although the Corpse King was extremely powerful, it did not have this kind of ability. It was the hungry ghost realm that was constantly devouring other worlds, and he was merely taking advantage of the situation to lead the way. Create some favorable factors and reap some benefits. He had to use the eye of a strange beast like the void-devouring beast to achieve this. Only the legendary deities and Buddhas were able to travel freely in the void realms, unaffected by the other worlds. It was completely unimaginable. A little demon could actually cause such an effect. Unless the person in the painting was extremely powerful, the person in the painting could leave the painting and ascend to a higher world. This was called ascension. But that was impossible. Otherwise, it was the power he possessed. It was a very high level of cultivation, a power that completely surpassed this world. Li Qingshan looked at his own hand, also somewhat in disbelief. I didn't think that after cultivating Ox Demon transformation to the 5th layer, Ox Demon tremors would have such power. Suddenly, a thought entered his sea of consciousness: stop spacing out. This realm is drifting in the void, pulled by the world of the 9 provinces and the hungry ghost realm at the same time. It has already become extremely weak, and the gate of hungry ghosts is its weakest point, like an Achilles heel. That's why you can cause such destruction. In a complete world, such as the 9 provinces, it would be very difficult to have such an effect. Although Gu Yenying said so, she did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. The level of power he possessed was so high that it far surpassed her initial imagination. Coupled with the various transformations of his theurgy, this fortuitous encounter was probably unparalleled in the entire 9 provinces. Not even herself. One had to know that he was currently only a demon general. He had only cultivated for a very short period of time, and his control over his power was not focused enough. If he continued to advance, he would reach the Demon Commander realm, or even the Demon King realm. A Demon King with immense strength that could shatter the void with a single punch. Even the veteran Demon Kings would have to bow their heads in submission. No, the entire Great Xia dynasty would tremble before him. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan understood, but he was not disappointed. Instead, his confidence increased greatly. He grabbed at the air with both hands, and the power of tremors continuously accumulated and intertwined between his 5 fingers. They were like 2 black cocoons, accumulating terrifying power. Only when he could no longer suppress it did he push forward. The Corpse King roared angrily, and the 3 severed fingers suddenly flew up, twisting as they charged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt great danger, and the tremors between his palms surged, sending him flying. Boom boom boom. The 3 fingers exploded at the same time in front of him, and the bones turned into flying fragments, while the flesh and blood rained down like a torrential rain. Every fragment, every drop of rain contained immense destructive power, and the power was no less than the explosion of 3 golden cores. Li Qingshan retracted his phoenix wings, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. He was fiercely sent flying 100 kilometers away, and only after tumbling dozens of times in the air did he stabilize himself. Even though he had avoided the core of the explosion, he was still heavily injured. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his brain was a mess. His eyes were blind, and his ears were deaf. His bones were exposed, and they were covered in cracks. The Corpse King opened his mouth and spat out a black torrent towards Li Qingshan. It was like a black venomous dragon, and it contained an intense poisonous aura of death. Once hit, even the phoenix flames would be extinguished, and his tiger bones would be melted into a puddle of corpse liquid. This was something the Corpse King would only use when fighting against opponents of the same level in the hungry ghost realm. It was related to his advancement to Corpse Emperor. This corpse liquid was extremely difficult to accumulate, and he had never thought that he would use it at this time. However, he was not willing to give Li Qingshan the chance to get close. Go, North Moon. Success or failure depends on this. At this critical moment of life and death, Gu Yenying urged Li Qingshan to attack instead. She loosened her 2 fingers, and the translucent feather gently floated out. It did not seem to be very fast, and it drifted erratically, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the Corpse King and silently exploded, turning into a spherical film of light. It constantly expanded and enveloped the gate of hungry ghosts. It was like a land under the blazing sun, and the scene within it warped and changed. The Corpse King was bewildered, but it did not feel any harm or restriction. It could only treat it as a diversion. Little brother Xianxia, it's up to you. Her voice entered Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, carrying an indistinct laughter. Even in this critical moment, she was still relaxed and at ease. Even in the face of life and death, she was still as carefree as the wind. Watch me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and laughed viciously. Wind howled behind him and flames surged. Boom. He was like a flaming meteor, dragging a long tail of flames behind him as he charged at the Corpse King against the corpse liquid that was like a poisonous dragon. From afar, the corpse liquid seemed extremely small, but when it came closer, it was like a surging river, surging and pouring down. Howls, strange laughter, and ghostly cries rang out in all directions. Countless corpses and ghosts danced chaotically outside the domain. Their appearances could be clearly seen with the naked eye, and some were even larger than the Corpse King. An enormous aura seemed to want to penetrate the domain, shocking everyone. In the instant that the hungry ghost realm was about to descend. Whether they dodged or not, only death awaited them. The wings of wind and fire burned even more fiercely, illuminating the sky. They ignored the figures around them, ignored the corpse liquid in front of them, and headed straight for the Corpse King. At the crucial moment, a white figure leaped onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Little and waved the blood sea banner, and an even more vast river of blood held out, charging into the corpse liquid like a blood dragon. The two dragons fought intensely in the air. The poisonous dragon pounced continuously, wanting to charge at Li Qingshan. However, the blood dragon firmly entangled it. Blood and corpse water splattered continuously, giving off dark red smoke. Li Qingshan continued to advance, not even looking at the intense battle above him that concerned his life and death. He looked straight ahead, forward, and forward again. Yellow sand flew behind him. Before he could land, he was already several kilometers away. The Corpse King felt threatened. Ignoring the depletion of corpse liquid, it spat with all its might. The poisonous dragon held, shattering the blood dragon and spiraling downwards. When Li Qingshan was still 5 kilometers away from the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, his figure paused slightly. His knees bent slightly, and he raised his iron fist high. A shockwave appeared beneath his iron hooves. A wild roar. The poisonous dragon missed. Li Qingshan shot out like a cannonball, his fist smashing into the distorted space. Boom. The space shook violently. With his fist as the center, black cracks spread rapidly, covering the sky above the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The distorted and illusory space was like a parched earth, cracking piece by piece. Unlike the tiny cracks just now, there were many black abysses. The words space shattering involuntarily appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. Otherwise, there would be no way to describe the scene before him. No. The Corpse King roared angrily. It actually pulled its legs out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts and lunged at Li Qingshan, like Mount Tai toppling over, unstoppable. Li Qingshan had already used up the last of his demon chi and strength. He returned to the size of a normal person, raising his head to watch the Corpse King lunge at him. His shoulder suddenly tightened. Looking back, Gu Yenying was like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, clasping his shoulder and bringing him high into the sky. The huge, withered hand extended and reached over loudly, directly pursuing her. It was actually even faster than Gu Yenying. Li Qingshan's heart also leapt into his throat, but he heard Gu Yenying say, "Don't worry." Slowing down, she turned back to look. The sharp fingertips of the withered hand suddenly paused just as they were about to touch her face. She smiled faintly, "It looks like we've won this round." The Corpse King froze on the spot, looking down in disbelief. Its body followed the cracks in the void and scattered, like a broken jigsaw puzzle. Even its head had been cut into several pieces. The Legend of the Great Sage 19. The Legend of the Great Sage. Free reading. Chapter 19. End of Chapter 556. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.